Chapter 998. After a quick investigation, Yang Kai was surprised to find that he wasn't seriously injured. Because his bones had been fused with the unyielding golden skeleton of the great demon god, they were exceptionally strong, so he hadn't suffered any damage in the disaster just now. Only his 5 viscera and 6 organs had been displaced, and there were many bruises and scars all over his body. These were all minor injuries, and with Yang Kai's current restorative ability, he didn't even need to take any pills and would be fully healed in half a day. The only problem was the seal Lu Guichen had placed on him. The yuan qi in his meridians seemed to have been shackled and couldn't flow freely, but his spiritual energy wasn't affected. It was probably because Lu Guichen felt that Yang Kai's strength was too low and wasn't worthy of being treated seriously. This gave Yang Kai a glimmer of hope. If he could use his spiritual energy, he could find an opportunity to escape. He wasn't afraid of Bai Ye. What he feared was a Saint King realm master like Lu Guichen. When he was looking down from the sky just now, Yang Kai knew that this continent wasn't very large, so if he couldn't escape without leaving a trace, once they started searching, there would be no place for him to hide. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai made a decision in his heart. Next, he immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea. As soon as he entered his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's soul avatar was stunned. This was because he had discovered that balls of divine soul energy had appeared in his sea of consciousness at an unknown time. Roughly counting, there were at least 40 to 50 balls of divine soul energy, and the energy contained within them varied in strength. Yang Kai was stunned. Then he suddenly realized that these spiritual energy masses should have been left behind by the cultivator who had died beside him during the disaster. The demon eye of annihilation not only could purify the souls of others, but it could also autonomously draw in the spiritual energy left behind by others after they died. These things must have been drawn into his knowledge sea by the demon eye of annihilation while he was unconscious. This was really an unexpected gain. There wasn't enough time, so Yang Kai didn't carefully investigate the spiritual energy masses suspended above his knowledge sea, only giving them a cursory examination. Most of these spiritual energy masses belonged to a Saint Realm cultivator, but among them, Yang Kai actually found a mass of spiritual energy that belonged to a Saint King Realm master. Yang Kai couldn't help paling. Even a Saint King Realm master didn't survive that disaster, so it was obvious just how destructive the collision of the 2 starships had been when they were swallowed by the black hole. Those who were still alive today should be grateful that their luck was not as bad as the Saint King Realm master. Bai Ye's soul avatar. Spiritual energy masses of these spiritual energy masses, so he could only wait and wait until he had an opportunity to absorb them later. The comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao of a Saint King Realm cultivator was something Yang Kai was looking forward to seeing. When Yang Kai avatar's avatar Yang Kai, He's star, Anzatus purple star's cultivator and Sword Union's cultivator were entangled in groups of 3 or 4. None of them had yet to recover from the disaster and were now venting their anger on the other side, fighting to the bitter end. Lu Guichen was also entangled by a dignified and mature beautiful woman. This beautiful woman exuded a noble and graceful aura, but her strength was surprisingly high, not inferior to Lu Guichen in the slightest. She held a square sword box in her hand, and from this sword box shot out a series of powerful rainbow lights towards Lu Guichen. These rainbow lights flickered in and out, varying in length and shape. Clearly they were all high-grade sword artifacts. Lu Guichen didn't dare show the slightest carelessness when facing this beautiful woman. Wearing a set of golden armor, he held a short spear in his hand. This short spear exuded a strong energy fluctuation, giving him the appearance of a powerful general. Golden light danced in the air and clashed with the incoming swords. The 2 sides fought mid-air, exchanging blows back and forth, creating a lively scene. All the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivators stayed far away from the battlefield, fearing they would be caught up in it. Yang Kai's eyes wandered around the battlefield, trying to find an opportunity to escape. While looking around, he turned to Bai Ye and asked, "They're really fighting, don't you need to help?" Bai Ye glanced over at him and giggled, "You want to find a chance to escape? My strength has been sealed, where can I run to? Don't worry, just go fight, I'll wait here for you. A woman like you, I also want to taste what it's like." "Is that so?" Bai Ye's face suddenly glowed, becoming even more alluring, her red lips quivering slightly as her breasts rippled like a mountain, creating a mesmerizing wave that would make anyone who looked at her feel intoxicated. leaving no doubt that there was an amazing elasticity hidden in her body. Her smile disappeared as she stared coldly at Yang Kai. "Don't waste your time, I won't give you a chance. I'd rather watch the battle from here than let you escape." "Why bother?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, feeling helpless. Bai Ye had made up her mind not to relax her surveillance of him, so there was nothing he could do. At that moment, two beautiful white figures suddenly flew past in front of them, seemingly chasing a purple star cultivator. When they passed by Yang Kai and Bai Ye, a soft voice called out. Immediately, the two of them stopped at the same time and turned to look at Yang Kai in amazement. The older woman showed a look of pleasant surprise. "How come it's you?" "It's you?" Yang Kai raised his brow. These two women were none other than the first group of cultivators he had encountered when he arrived in Star Territory, He Zhao and He Miao of Sword Union. Seeing them, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled slightly. He suddenly discovered that the situation was not as bad as he had imagined. "You're here? So, Sword Union's people found you?" Yang Kai asked casually. He Miao nodded heavily and said cheerfully, "Not long after we separated from you, Master brought some people to find us, but those Purple Star people were too hateful and kept chasing after us. As a result, all of us ended up here, yet they still wanted to fight, so we decided to accompany them to the end." "Why are you here?" He Zhao was much more mature and quickly noticed that something was wrong. Yang Kai was standing next to a Purple Star cultivator, and although there were no signs of abuse, his strength was obviously sealed. He was under the control of his opponent. The Purple Star woman, on the other hand, was secretly circulating her strength as if she could attack at any time. "It's a long story." Yang Kai coughed dryly. "You wouldn't be this slut's gigolo, right?" He Miao covered her mouth and exclaimed, a look of disbelief filling her pretty face as her expression became ambiguous and disgusted. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected He Miao to actually recognize Bai Ye. Only now did he understand that Shin Tu's claim that Bai Ye's beauty was well known was not an exaggeration. "Little girl, you really have no manners." Bai Ye's beautiful eyes flashed a cold light. He Miao calling her a slut obviously angered her. "Didn't your parents teach you how to treat others with courtesy? Ba, who in Star Territory doesn't know about your affairs, yet you still have the nerve to talk about manners? Do you have any manners at all?" He Miao snorted as she waved the long sword in her hand, drawing a sword flower as she shouted, "Elder sister, let's not waste words with him, let's go." He Zhao didn't say a word, gently nodding as she signaled to Yang Kai with her eyes. Together with her younger sister, the two of them covered their tender bodies in sword light and rushed forward. Before they even arrived, a biting cold sword chi swept out like a cold winter wind, causing the ground to crack as a series of sword scars appeared. Bai Ye shouted and lashed out with her dragon bone whip, summoning the phantom of an azure dragon that opened its bloody maw towards the two sisters. At the same time, a series of wind blades were sent towards He Zhao and He Miao's delicate necks. The three figures were instantly entangled together. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai quickly escaped. Bai Ye was just a third-order saint. He Zhao was also in the same realm, and although He Miao was slightly weaker, she was still a second-order saint. With the two sisters working together, Bai Ye would definitely not be able to win. As such, he wasn't worried about the safety of He Zhao and He Miao at all. Right now, Yang Kai's main concern was to escape as quickly as possible. Yang Kai's speed was extremely fast, and although he couldn't use his Saint Chi, the strength of his physique allowed him to escape from the chaotic battlefield in just a few breaths. Finding a secluded place, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and vigilantly tried to circulate the Saint Chi in his body to resolve the seal Lu Guichen had placed on him. The battle between the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator continued. Both sides had a deep hatred for each other and neither was willing to back down. More and more cultivators were being killed, their corpses strewn across the battlefield. Yang Kai just stood on the sidelines and stayed out of this. Fortunately, no one came to find trouble with him. Suddenly, his eyes turned towards a certain direction and a strange look appeared on his face. There, a gray-haired old man in a blue robe was searching for something. He was indifferent to everything around him and was simply searching the area where the starship fragments had fallen. From time to time he would pick up a piece of the starship fragment from the ground and knock it with his hand, nodding with satisfaction. The ring on his finger flashed and he put it away into his space ring. After a short while he had collected several dozen pieces of the starship. These pieces were of different sizes but all of them were of good quality. To be able to survive such a disaster, these materials were at least refined from Saint King grade high-rank ores. As he picked up the starship fragments, he would occasionally mutter to himself and laugh a few times, seemingly very satisfied. Such a strange person shuttling through the chaotic battlefield naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, Yang Kai was surprised to find that whether it was the cultivator from Purple Star or the cultivator from Sword Union, they all wanted to find trouble with him. No matter who approached within 10 meters of him, they would be pushed back by an invisible force. The cultivator who had gone to find trouble with him immediately realized that this old man was not to be trifled with and quickly retreated, no longer daring to approach him. As such, Yang Kai continued to collect the starship fragments peacefully. The strange behavior of this old man finally attracted the attention of the real masters. Lu Guiqin and the beautiful woman from Sword Union who were fighting in the sky, retreated at the same time, opening up some distance between them, exchanging glances with each other while paying close attention to the old man below. Chapter 999. This strange old man gave Lu Guiqin and the beautiful woman from Sword Union an unusual feeling, so although the two of them had stopped fighting, they were still silently paying attention to this old man. Yushi, you and I are old acquaintances, we both know that neither of us can do anything to the other. How about we end today's battle here? I think whether it's your people or mine, both of them need to recover. Lu Guiqin crossed his hands behind his back and said to the beautiful woman from Sword Union. The beautiful woman named Yushi hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. Good. I knew you'd be easy to talk to. Lu Guiqin laughed, taking the lead to put away his golden armor and his short spear, frowning as he said, Yushi, I have a question I have to ask. If you have something to say, then say it. Yushi's pretty face showed a trace of impatience, her tone also quite impolite. Lu Guiqin curled his lips disdainfully, stretching out his hand and pointing down. Is this old man from your Sword Union? Why haven't I seen him before? When he asked this, Yushi's expression suddenly became strange as she asked suspiciously. He's not one of your people? Lu Guiqin was startled and slowly shook his head. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly their eyes lit up, shouting at the same time, There was someone here before? As soon as these words fell, the two of them turned into streaks of light and rushed towards the old man who was picking up the debris of the starship below. Where this place was and what kind of dangers lurked, neither Lu Guiqin nor Yushi knew. But at this moment, right under their noses, a native had suddenly appeared. They naturally wanted to gain the upper hand by making the first move. They wanted to snatch this old man and get the information here before the other party. In this kind of unknown place, if they had enough information, they might be able to gain an absolute advantage. This was something they knew better than anyone else. As such, without saying a word, the two of them attacked simultaneously. The auras of two Saint King Realm Masters spread out in all directions, far stronger than when they were fighting just now. Both of them revealed an aura that indicated they were determined to win. Lu Guiqin and Yushi had known each other for many years and knew each other very well. Their strength was roughly equal, so the two of them rushed up to the old man almost at the same time, each of them grabbing one of the old man's arms and staring at each other, neither willing to back down. The old man had just picked up a piece of starship debris, but before he could put it into his space ring, he was suddenly struck dumb and his body stiffened in place, unable to move. Then, his expression became strange as a look of interest appeared on his face. While the two Saint King Realm Masters were confronting each other, Yang Kai casually put the starship fragment into his space ring. This strange action stunned Lu Guiqin and Yushi at the same time, but in the next moment, they realized that something was wrong. This old man was either a madman or a very capable person who didn't care about the two of them at all. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. The latter was more likely. As such, Lu Guiqin and Yushi both let go, wanting to get away from this strange old man. However, at that moment, a crazy suction force suddenly emerged from the old man's body, and it was as if his body had turned into a swamp that Lu Guiqin and Yushi were unable to extricate themselves from. In the next moment, the two of them felt their Saint Qi rapidly drain and pour into the old man's body. The two of them were horrified and Yushi even screamed. As the strength of the two of them was absorbed, the old man's complexion became more and more ruddy, as if he had been greatly nourished. Even his white hair gradually became glossy and dark. The old man grinned towards the two of them silently and mysteriously. Only then did an extremely dangerous aura emerge from the old man's body. As this aura spread out, everyone couldn't help shivering and stopping what they were doing. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling in their ears as a cold wind blew. This old man's aura alone was enough to make everyone feel as if they had fallen into the 9 hells of purgatory, experiencing a mental torture worse than death. You two little things are looking down on people too much. This old man hasn't seen such a lively scene for many years. This time I'll spare your lives. If you dare to do it again, I'll definitely make your souls scatter. The old man laughed maliciously. His body shook and an incomparably huge impact burst out from his body. Lu Guichen and Yu Shi both screamed as they were sent flying backwards, like kites whose strings had been cut, coughing up a mouthful of blood as they flew through the air, their expressions becoming sluggish and dispirited. Being crazily absorbed by the old man, they almost died on the spot. Steadying themselves, they turned to look at the old man again, their eyes filled with horror. Yang Kai's eyes also trembled violently, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. Lu Guichen's heaven-defying cultivation was something he had personally experienced. In front of Lu Guichen he had no room to resist at all. Lu Guichen was at least a second-order Saint King, possibly even a third-order Saint King. But such a master in front of this strange old man was no different from a 3-year-old child. What kind of cultivation did this old man have? Yang Kai couldn't even begin to imagine. And right, it's rare for so many people to come here. Tell your people to stop fighting. If one of them dies, it'll soon be deserted again. The old man thought for a moment before suddenly ordering. Lu Guichen and Yu Shi stared at him blankly for a moment before nodding quickly. We'll obey Senior's instructions. After witnessing the strength of this old man, they no longer dared to act rashly. This was because they all knew that if this old man wanted to, he could easily kill everyone here. His strength was not something they could resist. Even if you die, you can't let it go to waste. I'll let you in. The old man seemed to be muttering to himself. With a flick of his hand, a pitch-black flag suddenly appeared. This flag exuded a gloomy aura, and many illusory figures of people and beasts could be vaguely seen surging within it. These figures were clearly soul avatars, and each one of them was incomparably powerful, causing one's heart to palpitate. All of them were bound to this flag and seemed to have lost their consciousness, turning into bloodthirsty and cruel resentful spirits. As the flag fluttered in the wind, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling filled the air. A series of translucent soul avatars emerged from the bodies of the dead cultivator, and as if they were being summoned, they all rushed towards the flag. A short time later, the black flag had accepted 30 to 40 cultivator soul avatars. As if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, ripples began to appear on the surface of the black flag. The resentful spirits that had been bound to it began to surge madly, competing to devour the new soul avatars that had just entered. The sound of chewing was incessant, directly reaching one's soul. In the blink of an eye, the several dozen soul avatars belonging to the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator were completely devoured, as if they had never existed. The gloomy aura emanating from the black flag thickened a little. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll take you all in. The old man looked around with a sinister smile and put away the black flag. Everyone's face was pale and no one dared to answer. After witnessing the scene just now, how could they dare to act rashly? After death, even one's soul would be devoured. This was even more terrifying than death. So, everyone became obedient and restrained their strength. Find a place to live and familiarize yourself with the environment first. And I have to tell you that there is no danger here and there are plenty of resources and world energy very suitable for cultivation. Do not approach within 50 kilometers of that mountain. That is where this old master lives, and anyone who dares to approach will have to bear the consequences. The old man then pointed at a nearby mountain peak and spoke endlessly as if he hadn't spoken for many years. Only then did he float away and disappear in the blink of an eye. Even after he left for a long time, no one dared to make any moves. Everyone was frozen in place. Everyone's hearts were beating violently, and people were constantly swallowing their saliva. Lu Guichen and Yu Shi stared at each other from a great distance, speechless for a while. Immediately they took out pills and stuffed them into their mouths before taking out Saint crystals and beginning to restore their strength. After an hour, the two of them stood up one after the other. It wasn't until they moved that the surviving Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator dared to breathe and gather around the two of them. Yongkai, Yongkai. Not far away a voice called out. Yongkai looked up and saw He Miao waving at him with a pale face. Yongkai stood up and walked over to them. A few dozen meters away, Baiya grit her teeth and glared towards him hatefully, but she didn't dare to make any move to stop him. That old man had said that if anyone dared to cause trouble again, he would take their soul avatar into the Black Flag. Baiya didn't dare provoke that old man. Many thanks. Yongkai walked over to He Zhao and He Miao and sincerely thanked them. If it weren't for them restraining Baiya just now, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to escape and wait for that old man to show his power. No need. He Zhao shook her head. We owe you. Who was that old man? He scared me to death just now. He Miao patted her chest, a look of lingering fear on her face. Master should have noticed something. He Zhao looked at the beautiful woman Yushi thoughtfully. In any case, with his words, Purple Star's people won't dare act recklessly, so this place is safe for the time being. Yongkai, is your strength sealed? That Lu Guichen must have done something to it. Yongkai nodded. Come with me, I'll take you to see Master and ask him to help you lift the seal on your body. I'll have to trouble you too. Yongkai's eyes lit up. No need to be so polite. He Miao giggled, finally recovering some of her spirit. If you hadn't given me and my elder sister some restorative pills before, we wouldn't have been able to hold on until Master came to save us. We still owe you our lives. Small matter. Kai Yong faintly nodded his head, neither warm nor cold, just like how he would treat a stranger he had met by chance. Following He Zhao and He Miao towards the place where the Sword Union people were gathered, Yongkai soon arrived in front of the beautiful woman Yushi. Chapter 1000. The Sword Union's Yushi was a middle-aged beauty. She had a voluptuous figure, a graceful waist and slender legs. The pure white dress that covered her body was just right, and on her chest was the unique sword symbol of the Sword Union. Her delicate body exuded a mature and dignified temperament. The two sisters He Zhao and He Miao led Yongkai over to her and called out respectfully. Yushi's face was still a little pale and her white robes were stained red, but after hearing these words she turned a suspicious look towards Yongkai behind them and asked slightly vigilantly, "Why did you bring someone from Purple Star here?" She had never seen Yongkai before, so naturally she thought Yongkai was a cultivator from Purple Star. Master, he's not from Purple Star. He Miao walked up and took Yushi's arm, pointing to Yongkai and smiling as she introduced him. He's the one who gave me and my elder sister those crystal stones and pills in the chaotic abyss. His name is Yongkai. Him? Yushi raised her brow, seemingly a little surprised. When she found He Zhao and He Miao in the chaotic abyss, she had heard the two sisters talk about what had happened during that time and knew that if it weren't for Yongkai providing them with some restorative pills, the two sisters would have long since collapsed. However, she still had some doubts about Yongkai's origins. How could a little first-order saint cultivator run to the chaotic abyss for no reason? Did he have such ability? Thinking so in her heart, Yushi's expression didn't change as she lightly opened her mouth and said, "Young man, thank you for taking care of my two disciples before." Senior is too polite. Yongkai nodded lightly. It was only a slight effort. Good, you provided some help to He Zhao and He Miao before, so I'll give you 1,000 saint crystals as a thank you gift. Saying so, Yushi stretched out her hand and gestured to the side. Immediately, a cultivator came over, looked Yongkai up and down and asked, "Friend, where is your space ring?" Yongkai was stunned and shook his head. "I don't have such a thing." The cultivator looked at Yushi with some embarrassment. Yongkai didn't have a space ring, so even if he wanted to hand over 1,000 saint crystals he couldn't. Yushi frowned and ordered, "Give him your space ring, it's not something too valuable anyway." Yes. The cultivator nodded, the space ring on his finger ring, and handed it over to his companion for safekeeping. A moment later he took off his space ring and handed it to Yongkai. "There are still 1,000 saint crystals left in here, count you count." "I didn't come here for a reward," Yongkai said with a strange expression. He suddenly felt that Yushi seemed to be in a hurry to get rid of him, fearing that he would continue to stay here. He didn't know why. "Then what do you want?" Yushi frowned, looking a little displeased. The cultivator who handed over the space ring also grinned and said, "Friend, 1,000 saint crystals is not a small amount. I also gave you a storage artifact, you should be satisfied, right?" I said I don't want a reward. Yang Kai also frowned, suddenly realizing that the other party seemed to think he was trying to get something in return. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Master, it's like this. He Zhao walked up and said, he has been sealed by Lu Guichen and can't use his strength, so he wants to ask you to help lift the seal. He can't use his strength? Yushi looked at Yang Kai in surprise, sweeping him with her divine sense to confirm before saying, let me see. Saying so, she stretched out her hand and pointed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't move. Although the other party's misunderstanding made him a little unhappy, the most important thing right now was to lift the seal on his body. So he obediently cooperated. Yushi's finger touched Yang Kai's forehead and a stream of energy flowed from her finger into Yang Kai's body. He didn't know why, but Kai Yang suddenly had a wonderful feeling. Wherever the energy flowed, he felt extremely comfortable and his whole body involuntarily relaxed. In the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed as if he had been struck by lightning, his body trembling as he retreated a few steps, avoiding Yushi's finger as he stared at her gloomily. This woman. Just now, she had actually secretly inserted a strand of divine sense into his sea of consciousness. If he hadn't reacted quickly and sealed off his knowledge sea, Yang Kai estimated that the secrets of his knowledge sea would have been exposed to her. In Yang Kai's knowledge sea, there was the six-colored soul-warming lotus, his conflagrated knowledge sea, and the demon eye of annihilation that had merged with his body. No matter which one it was, he could perfectly hide them normally, but once someone spied on his knowledge sea, he could no longer hide. Regardless of what Yushi's purpose was, she had already violated Yang Kai's bottom line. So he immediately avoided her. Yushi's pretty face showed a trace of surprise, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai's senses to be so sharp that he was able to perceive her actions. Yang Kai, what's wrong? He Miao saw Yang Kai's expression change and was shocked, quickly asking. It's nothing, Senior's cultivation is too high, so I couldn't bear the force that entered my body, Yang Kai explained casually, not telling the truth because it wouldn't benefit him at all. Yushi was startled for a moment before smiling. My hands and feet were too heavy, causing you to be frightened. Master, has the seal on his body been broken? Hizeo asked with concern. Yushi shook her head and said bitterly, if it was before I could have undone it, but I was injured by that old man just now, so I am temporarily unable to undo the seal on his body. Hizeo and He Miao suddenly showed a look of disappointment before turning to Yang Kai, the two sisters both wearing apologetic looks. It's nothing, if you can't undo it then forget it. Yang Kai wasn't disappointed at all, reaching out and taking the space ring from the cultivator next to Yushi, cupping his fists and saying, in any case, many thanks for Senior's kindness and generous gift. Saying so, he turned around and left. Yang Kai, don't worry, Master will be able to help you after a few days of recovery. He Miao called out innocently, but receiving no response, she couldn't help but pout. Why does he seem a little angry? This little brat is very suspicious. The cultivator next to Yushi stared at Yang Kai's back. According to what two junior sisters said, he should be wandering the chaotic abyss, so how could he be with someone from Purple Star? For him to appear here, he was clearly on Purple Star's starship. On top of that, he's just a little first-order saint cultivator. Why would Lu Guichen spend so much effort to restrain his strength? What do you mean? Hizeo looked at the man. The cultivator grinned meaningfully. I just think that two masters shouldn't have been deceived by him, right? Perhaps he really is someone from Purple Star who pretended to accidentally meet you in the chaotic abyss and then inquired about information from you. I remember you saying that you met him twice, right? So what? Hizeo's brow furrowed. Nothing, junior sister, don't be angry, I just wanted to remind you. You've been cultivating with Master all this time and haven't come out much. The outside world is chaotic, the man explained with a smile as if he really was just casually saying this. Elder sister, he wouldn't really be someone from Purple Star, right? Hearing what her brother said, He Miao also became a little suspicious. Unlikely. Hizeo shook her head slowly. Hizeo slowly shook her head. The two times she had met Yang Kai, he had not inquired about any important information from her and her sister. And the second time they had met, he had even given them some crystal stones and pills for free. If he really was someone from Purple Star, there was no need for him to do such a thing. All he needed to do was leak the news to Lu Guichen, and they wouldn't have been able to wait for their master to arrive. As such, she didn't believe her brother's speculation. There's nothing wrong with being careful, Yushi said. Master. Hizeo looked at Yushi strangely, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. What do you want to say? No, nothing, master, you should rest first. Hizeo swallowed the words she was about to say. She originally wanted to ask her master if she really couldn't lift the seal on Yang Kai's body, but she couldn't bring herself to ask. Looking at the lonely figure of Yang Kai leaving, Hizeo couldn't help feeling a little upset. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai had saved her and her sister's lives, something that a single space ring and 1,000 saint crystals couldn't offset. Sighing faintly, Hizeo winked at her sister and the two of them quietly walked out. After the two sisters left, Yushi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes and said to the cultivator, Wei Wu, pay attention to that young man's movements, don't let Hizeo and He Miao have too much contact with him, I think there's something wrong with him. Wei Wu's eyes lit up and he quickly cupped his fists. Yushi's beautiful eyes became deep as she whispered softly, Why is he so strange? The moment her divine sense pierced into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, she suddenly felt a sense of panic, but because Yang Kai had sealed his knowledge sea in time, that feeling had only lasted for a moment, so Yushi hadn't noticed it too clearly. She didn't know what kind of secrets were hidden in his knowledge sea. However, after this incident, his origins became even more thought-provoking. Yushi had no choice but to act cautiously, lest her two apprentices really be deceived by this young man. She understood the personalities of her apprentices best. They were kind, didn't cause trouble and knew how to repay kindness. This young man had saved their lives, so they would definitely want to repay his kindness. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it would definitely be troublesome. Yang Kai stayed away from the Sword Union people and found a place to sit down alone. He felt that it was best for him not to approach Yushi. This beautiful woman was obviously suspicious of his knowledge sea, and her attitude towards him wasn't very good. Purple Star's people didn't dare to provoke him now, so Yang Kai estimated that he would be safe for the time being. Relaxing his mind and body, Yang Kai finally felt the richness of this world's world energy. At the moment he couldn't use the power in his body or circulate his secret art, but the surrounding world energy still flowed into his body on its own accord, penetrating his skin and merging into his flesh, allowing him to enjoy himself to his heart's content. Chapter 1001. On this inexplicably strange floating continent, the scenery was picturesque and the world energy aura was extremely dense. Above the entire continent, a thick layer of mist was formed when the world energy aura reached a certain level. The clear spring water flowing from the nearby mountain peak was sweet and clear, and had great nourishing properties, as if this spring water was not ordinary water, but rather spirit liquid. Purple Star had a total of more than 100 cultivators, but after a great battle, both cultivators found a place to sit down and recover. Soon they were surprised to find that on this floating continent, their recovery speed was several times faster than normal, because the world energy aura here was simply too abundant. All of them were inexplicably excited, thinking that after surviving a great disaster, they were bound to have good fortune in the future, working hard to absorb the world energy around them. Only the strange seven-colored sky made them feel uneasy. The sky was filled with seven-colored mist, making it impossible to see the sun, moon, or stars. It was completely different from where these cultivators had lived before, and this kind of scenery made them feel somewhat at a loss. After a day, most of the cultivators had almost fully recovered. They had also brought a lot of pills with them, and with the rich world energy aura here, their minor injuries were basically healed. Lu Guichen of Purple Star suddenly came to Sword Union's side and, under the hostile and vigilant gazes of the Sword Union cultivator, walked towards Yushi. Perceiving the sound of footsteps, Yushi slowly opened her eyes and waited for him to come closer before asking, "What do you want?" Lu Guichen gestured towards the mountain peak not far away and asked pointedly, "Aren't you curious about the identity of that senior?" "So what if I'm curious?" Yushi's expression was indifferent, not showing much interest. But how could she not be curious? Over the past few days she had been thinking hard about the identity of this old man, but she couldn't come up with any clues. She believed that Lu Guichen was also thinking about the same problem, and him coming to find her was the best explanation. The black flag used by that senior shouldn't be a nameless artifact, but after thinking about it for 1,000 years, I can't find any artifact similar to that flag used by a master. What do you think? I don't recognize what that flag is either. Yushi shook her head. As expected, then how about the two of us join forces to investigate it? Join forces with you? Yushi disdainfully curled her lips. Isn't that the same as asking a tiger for its skin? You can't say that. Lu Guichen didn't care. Lu Guichen didn't care. Now that your Sword Union's people and my Purple Star's people have all fallen here, and there is a powerful senior here, it stands to reason that we should pay him a visit. You think he's here? I don't know, but where there is a will there is a way. At the very least you should inquire about his intentions. This won't be a bad thing for your Sword Union, Lu Guichen persuaded. Yushi frowned and pondered. You of the sect of this place. Forced by the current situation, she could not refuse Lu Guichen's proposal, so after a while she gently nodded. All right, I'll go with you to visit that senior. Don't worry, I won't play any tricks this time. You've seen the strength of that senior, I won't act recklessly. Lu Guichen smiled bitterly. Lu Guichen smiled bitterly. A master of that level was almost on par with a star master. Lu Guichen knew that even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be their opponent. Yushi said a few words to the people from Sword Union before standing up and walking with Lu Guichen towards the mountain peak where the old man lived. After the two of them walked away, He Zhao and He Miao glanced at each other before quietly approaching Yang Kai. What happened yesterday made them feel very apologetic, so they had been trying to express their apologies to Yang Kai and comfort him to wait a few days until Yushi recovered so she could help him lift the seal in his body. However, He Zhao was keenly aware that her master didn't trust Yang Kai very much, so she hadn't tried to communicate with Yang Kai in front of her, lest her master's misunderstanding of Yang Kai deepen. It wasn't until now that she found a suitable opportunity. Just as they were about to leave, the cultivator named Wei Wu suddenly stopped in front of them and asked with a smile, "Where are two junior sisters going?" He Zhao frowned, "Just walking around." Wei Wu smiled and volunteered, "Big brother will accompany you." "No need." He Zhao looked unhappy and decisively refused. Wei Wu shook his head and said, "Junior sister, Master just said that we shouldn't act on our own accord because no one knows what dangers are hidden here. The two of you are Master's precious pearls. If something were to happen to you, who would bear the responsibility? Let Big Brother accompany you. If something really happens, Big Brother can help you delay it for a while." He put on an awe-inspiring appearance, as if he was willing to sacrifice himself for He Zhao and He Miao, holding his head high and puffing out his chest, pretending to be mature and reliable. "Didn't that senior say yesterday that there was no danger here?" He Miao blinked her big eyes. Who knows if what that senior said was true or false? His strength is profound, so this place probably isn't dangerous to him, but we are different. It is because we don't know the mysteries of this place that Master went to inquire about it with Lu Guichen. Big brother, tell me the truth, does Master have some doubts about Yang Kai's origins and identity? He Zhao looked at Wei Wu with her beautiful eyes. Why does junior sister say that? Wei Wu looked surprised. It's just this feeling. Master gave me the feeling that he didn't want us to have too much contact with Yang Kai, and when we brought Yang Kai here yesterday, Master seemed to have done something to him. He Zhao said bluntly, recalling Yang Kai's frightened and angry appearance at that time. If Master hadn't secretly done something to him, he definitely wouldn't have been angry. Wei Wu grinned meaningfully. Junior sister thinks too much. What kind of character is Master? How could he care about such a small character? Besides, everything Master does is for the good of us disciples, so let's not waste any more time here. If two junior sisters want to go out, please let Big Brother accompany you. I also want to take a look around. No need, we don't want to go. He Zhao shook her head, returning to her original position with He Miao and sitting down cross-legged. Wei Wu pinched his nose helplessly and could only sit down to restore himself and pass the time. The movements here didn't escape Yang Kai's prying eyes, and although this place was safe for the time being, he was now alone, so it was always right to be careful. In particular, Bai Ya, that cheap slave from Purple Star, was still eyeing him covetously. If it weren't for the deterrence of that mysterious old man, she would have already attacked him. As such, Yang Kai had been paying attention to the movements of the two cultivator groups. He saw Lu Guichen and Yushi leave together, and he also saw He Zhao and He Miao come to his side but were stopped by the male cultivator. Although he didn't know the details, he could vaguely guess what was going on. Suddenly, a strange sound came from not far away, causing Yang Kai to turn his head and stare blankly. Immediately standing up with a strange expression, he approached the source of this sound. A moment later he came to a nearby bush and called out, "Shintu." Shintu's head poked out from the side of the bush and quietly waved to Yang Kai before quickly shrinking back. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing and walked over to him, frowning slightly as he asked, "What are you doing?" "Hiding from those people, of course." Shintu replied in a low voice, grinning widely, "Brother, it's good to see you again. I thought the two of us were dead for sure this time, but I didn't expect we would both survive. The two of us are really lucky." After saying these words he began gasping for breath, his face pale. Only then did Kai Yang notice that this guy's injuries from yesterday's disaster were much more serious than his own. There was a pool of blood on his abdomen and his clothes were torn. It was obvious that something had pierced through his body and then forcibly pulled it out. There were also traces of flesh and blood on his square face, making him look incomparably ferocious. "You're a bit miserable." Yang Kai squatted down. Shintu's face became bitter as he shouted, "That's right, I didn't think anything of it before, but now that you mention it, I suddenly feel like I'm a bit miserable. Why are you unharmed?" "It's just luck. How did you end up like this?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "How should I know? When the starship was destroyed, I fell unconscious directly. When I woke up, I found myself here. Fortunately, the starship fragment didn't pierce my vitals. Otherwise, brother would have to collect my corpse," Shintu muttered, grimacing in pain as cold sweat dripped down his back. "Didn't you take any pills?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Looking at Shintu's appearance, it seemed he hadn't been able to recover properly. "My things were snatched away by those bastards from Purple Star long ago. How could I have any pills? Even my artifacts are gone. If I had some kind of artifact, I wouldn't have ended up like this," Shintu said angrily. "Brother, do you have any pills?" Yang Kai nodded, pretending to take something out of his space ring, but in reality he was taking out a healing saint pill from the demon mystic tome. "Oh, a saint pill with pill veins?" Shintu's eyes lit up and he hurriedly accepted the saint pill. It seemed that such a pill was also a good thing for him, so he didn't hesitate to swallow it, gasping for breath as he said, "Give me some time, I should be able to recover." "Sit down and meditate, I'll keep an eye out for you," Yang Kai took the initiative to propose. Now that he and Shintu were on the same side, it was only natural for him to help him out a little. "Should I stay a little further away?" Shintu stared off into the distance with some worry. "If we're discovered by Purple Star or Sword Union, don't worry, they won't dare act rashly right now." "What do you mean?" Shintu was puzzled. He seemed to know nothing about the old man who had appeared yesterday. Shintu guessed that when that old man appeared he was still in a comatose state. Yang Kai immediately gave a brief account of the old man's story. When Shintu heard this, his expression changed greatly as he muttered under his breath, "Doesn't that mean that old fogey is at least an origin returning realm master? No, that's not right, he should be even higher." Muttering to himself, Shintu's expression became particularly interesting. Chapter 1002. Origin Returning Realm? Yang Kai was stunned. Above the Saint King realm is the Origin Returning Realm, and above that is the Origin King realm. I told you before, every cultivation star has a star master, and every star master is an Origin King realm master. What was the highest cultivation level of the cultivator on the continent you came from? Third Order Saint. What a low-level continent. I wonder which corner of Star's territory they're located in. Shintu spat disdainfully. However, there are indeed many such continents in Star's territory. They don't even have the ability to explore Star's territory, so their descendants can only remain trapped on their own continents, unable to see the wonders of Star's territory. These words resonated with Yang Kai. Thinking back to the cultivators of Tongxian realm, they were indeed like this. "If what you say is true, then why should I hide? None of them dare do anything to me now." After learning the situation, Shintu immediately relaxed and sat down cross-legged on the spot, beginning to dissolve the medicinal efficacies of the saint pill. While healing himself, Shintu chatted with Yang Kai, inquiring about the current situation. He seemed to be very interested in the old man and constantly asked about his situation. "That old man, cough cough asterisk, why did that old senior pick up so many starship fragments?" Shintu frowned and pondered but couldn't figure out why. "You'll have to ask him that." "Hey Yang Kai, do you think, if we can obtain the protection of that old senior, wouldn't we no longer have to fear Purple Star and Sword Union?" Do you have anything that can tempt such a powerful master? Where there's a will, there's a way. Xianxia smiled mysteriously. Just wait, once I recover I'll see if I can help you unlock the seal in your body. You're currently in such an inconvenient state. Yang Kai gently nodded. Although he didn't have much hope, this was still Xianxia's good intentions. Both of them fell silent for a moment. Xianxia began to concentrate on his recovery while Yang Kai could only sit to the side and help him stand guard. About 2 hours later, Lu Guiqin and Yuxi returned, both of them wearing somewhat helpless expressions. It seemed that things hadn't gone well and had returned to their respective camps. Master, what did Senior say? Wei Wu walked up and asked respectfully. Yuxi bitterly shook her head. We didn't even see his face. Lu Guiqin and I were 50 kilometers away from that mountain peak when we sent him a divine sense message, requesting an audience, but he didn't respond. We don't know if he's there or not, Yuxi sighed. Dealing with such a mysterious master was really a laborious task. Not knowing his identity, not knowing his origins, and not knowing his cultivation, whether it was Yuxi or Lu Guiqin, both of them had to act extremely cautiously when meeting him this time. But the result was still disappointing. The only fortunate thing was that although this old man looked ferocious and ruthless, and his aura was extremely evil, he didn't kill at will. Otherwise, on this continent they wouldn't even have a place to hide. We're going to visit him again tomorrow, let's leave it at that for today. Yuxi shook her head and was about to rest when He Miao suddenly called out, Master. What's wrong? Yuxi turned to look at her. He Miao pointed to the sky in the distance, a look of fear appearing on her pretty face. That Senior seems to be coming. Yuxi's tender body shook as she quickly looked in the direction He Miao was pointing and found that the mysterious old man was quickly approaching them. Her expression immediately became tense as she anxiously exhorted the people from Sword Union while waiting solemnly. Lu Guiqin of Purple Star apparently also noticed this, and his figure flickered as he arrived beside Yuxi, standing side by side with her. The two of them had formed an unreliable alliance. After all, when facing this old man, the pressure they felt was too great. In the blink of an eye, the old man landed in front of Yuxi and Lu Guiqin. Senior. Lu Guiqin immediately cupped his fists and squeezed out a smile. When the two of us went to pay our respects, Senior didn't seem to be at that mountain peak. Do I need to tell you where this old master is? The old man glanced over at Lu Guiqin. I wouldn't dare. Lu Guiqin's expression changed as he fell silent. Good, I came here this time to ask for something from you. Although this continent is rich in world energy and materials, the only thing that annoys me is that there are no rare ores here. The old man muttered to himself. Lu Guiqin's eyes lit up as he quickly asked, What kind of ores does Senior need? If it's convenient, please tell us, we may have some. Yuxi also eagerly looked towards the old man and echoed, Senior doesn't need to be polite with us. Of course I won't be polite with you. The old man snorted and said casually, Space spirit crystals, do you have any? Lu Guiqin and Yuxi, who had been looking forward to taking this opportunity to build a good relationship with this old man, couldn't help wearing bitter expressions when they heard him mention space spirit crystals. Lu Guiqin awkwardly said, Senior, if you want other ores we may have some, but space spirit crystals. They are too rare, we don't have any on us. If Senior needs them, you might as well return to Purple Star's main continent with me. That place is rich in space spirit crystals. My Sword Union also has some, Yuxi quickly added. You want to win me over? The old man squinted at them, a strange smile appearing on his face. Senior is too worried. This junior just wants to invite Senior to visit Purple Star's main continent for a few days, if it is convenient for Senior, Lu Guiqin hurriedly explained. Being a guest is fine, this old master also wants to go out for a walk. The old man put on a very amiable look, a trace of yearning appearing on his face, but in the next moment his expression suddenly became cold. If this old master could leave this damned place, why would he ask for space spirit crystals from you? Idiot. Lu Guiqin and Yuxi both wore dumbfounded expressions, not knowing why this old man suddenly became angry, but neither of them dared to answer casually. What is space spirit crystal? Not far away, Yang Kai heard the old man's shout and asked Xianxia, It's an extremely precious crystal or one that is extremely rare and expensive throughout the entire star territory, Xianxia explained casually. The space ring in your hand was refined using space spirit crystal as the main material. Space rings were refined from space spirit crystals? Yang Kai was stunned, only now understanding why he had always felt that the material of this ring was different from the demon mystic tome. It turned out that they were two completely different materials. Strange, why does this old senior want space spirit crystals? Shin Tu frowned, and listening to what he just said, it seems he has been trapped here for many years. On the other side, the old man cursed and scolded Lu Guichen and Yushi for a while, but he still refused to give up. The two of them could only silently endure, their hearts filled with grievances. Forget it, if you don't have space spirit crystals, hand over your space rings to me, the old man ordered casually. As soon as this statement came out, whether it was the Purple Star Cultivator or the Sword Union Cultivator, both of their expressions changed greatly. Don't worry, I don't want the garbage in your rings, I only want your space rings, the old man added. Lu Guichen and Yushi glanced at each other, not knowing what to do. Hand them over to me or die, the old man shouted impatiently. Although this old master doesn't want to kill you, I don't want anyone to disobey me. Perceiving that this old man's attitude was not good, Lu Guichen smiled bitterly and waved to the Purple Star Cultivator, asking him to come over and hand over his space rings. Yushi saw Lu Guichen compromise and could only compromise. The space rings were collected by Lu Guichen and Yushi and handed over to the old man. After a short while, the old man had collected over 100 space rings. Immediately after, he waved his hand and scattered all the things stored in the hundreds of space rings. In front of him, a small mountain immediately appeared. In that hill, there were countless saint crystals, bottles of spirit pills, precious spirit grasses, spirit medicines, rare ores, martial arts secret tomes. All kinds of things were dazzling to the eye, making it difficult to take in. Such a large sum of wealth made everyone's eyes burn with desire. The old man only glanced at those things and didn't have the slightest intention of being tempted. He faintly ordered, "Take the things back yourselves. Behave yourselves. If anyone dares to snatch something that doesn't belong to them, this old man will make them behave themselves." Senior, Lu Guichen quickly expressed. "Good, do you have any more space rings?" The old man looked around for a while before his cold eyes suddenly stared at Yushi's hand and sneered, "Woman, do you want to die?" Yushi clutched the space ring on her hand and said with a bitter expression, "Senior, can you leave one for me to hold my things? Here, you have no use for space rings." Saying so, the old man directly stretched out his hand towards Yushi. Yushi, who was a saint king, couldn't even summon up any thoughts of resistance before the ring on her hand was snatched away by this old man. Her expression was extremely bitter. The old man waved his hand and scattered the things inside the ring. Sweeping his eyes over them, he was suddenly attracted by a token. Reaching out and grabbing this token, he looked at it for a while and couldn't help calling out, "A star sect command? No wonder you didn't want to hand over your ring. It turns out you obtained a star sect command." A star sect command. Lu Guichen couldn't help muttering, his originally gloating eyes suddenly becoming hot as he stared greedily at the token in the old man's hand, a look of excitement appearing on his face. The looks in the eyes of the numerous martial practitioners also changed. Their gazes were all fixed on the star sect command with burning desire. "Senior, this token." Yushi pursed her dry red lips, her tone low and pleading. The old man didn't say a word and simply tucked the star sect command into his sleeve. It seemed that this token was also quite valuable to him. Yushi's voice came to an abrupt halt. She knew that now that the token had fallen into the hands of this old man, she would never be able to get it back. Her mood suddenly became extremely depressed, as if she had lost something precious. Chapter 1003. On the floating continent, the old man left, leaving behind a group of Purple Star and Sword Union cultivators, all at a loss. Especially those from Sword Union. All of them looked as if their parents had just died, their expressions filled with grief and indignation. Yushi's pretty face was twisted as she stared in the direction the old man left, not daring to say anything. Lu Guichen glanced over at her and laughed. "Now that's good, everyone fought over it, but in the end it all ended up being a wedding dress for someone else." "You dare say that?" Yushi turned her head sharply and glared at him, grinding her teeth. "If it weren't for your Purple Star chasing after my two disciples, they would have already returned to Sword Star with their star sect tokens. They wouldn't have broken into the chaotic abyss and we wouldn't have fallen here, forced to act according to others' wishes. This is all your fault." Lu Guichen's face became cold. You're mistaken, the place where your two disciples found their star sect tokens was on one of my purple star's continents. Strictly speaking, they belong to my purple star. I haven't even asked you for the crime of stealing them, yet you want to accuse me? Lu Guichen, you'd better remember this. If one day I manage to escape from here, I'll make sure you suffer eternal damnation. Yushi shouted bitterly, blaming Purple Star for the theft of her star sect command. If you can escape, then we'll talk. Lu Guichen sneered, not caring about her threat as he beckoned to the Purple Star cultivator. All of you come over here and count the things here, see how much belongs to us. Don't let anyone steal anything else. The several dozen Purple Star cultivator immediately rushed over to the mountain-like pile of supplies. Yushi's tender body trembled slightly as she ordered the people from Sword Union to begin counting. More than 100 people suddenly gathered together and began searching for their own things. A star sect token, it's actually a star sect token. Heavens, it's actually a star sect token. Shin-Tu kept shouting, his face filled with excitement. Since the old man took away the star sect token, Shin-Tu had become excited and had not calmed down even now. Yang Kai sat beside him without saying a word. When he stopped talking, he asked, "What is that thing? Why does it seem like everyone wants it?" "Of course I do," Shin-Tu shouted. "That's a star sect command we're talking about. Once the Stargate order is out, the territory of the Stargate will submit. That is a great killing weapon. If I can get that thing." He muttered to himself as his eyes flickered. He was like a hungry wolf searching for food in the snow as he imagined all the wonderful things that would happen after he obtained the Stargate command. I understand now. No wonder Purple Star and the others didn't hesitate to enter the chaotic abyss to chase after Sword Union. So it was for a star sect token. Ah, that's right, a single star sect token is indeed enough to attract them to take such risks. Shin-Tu mused, what a pity, in the end it was actually taken away by that old monster. Now that it's in his hands, I'm afraid it's impossible to get it back. He looked like he was wringing his hands and sighing, as if the Stargate order belonged to him. Just as Yang Kai was about to inquire more about the Star Sect command, he suddenly discovered that the beautiful woman named Yushi was actually quickly walking towards him. He couldn't help but furrow his brow as he became vigilant. Yang Kai didn't feel at ease with this woman. It seemed that because of the treatment she had just suffered, Yushi's expression was quite ugly at the moment. She came straight up to Yang Kai and pursed her red lips, hesitating to speak. What's the matter? Yang Kai frowned. Can you return that space ring of yours to me? You saw what happened just now, that old senior took away all our space rings. We don't have any artifacts to store things with right now, it's very inconvenient, Yushi said somewhat awkwardly. Her attitude towards Yang Kai yesterday wasn't very good, and now she had to take back what she had already given him, so her expression was somewhat unnatural. If she hadn't been forced to do so, she wouldn't have done so. After speaking, she quietly stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his reply. If I remember correctly, this ring was given to me by you yesterday, so it's already mine, Yang Kai said with a strange expression. Yes. Yushi nodded, but we need this ring now, so I want to take it back. Rest assured, as long as we leave here, I'll give you a much better reward. I'll definitely satisfy you. What do you think? I can't refuse, right? Yang Kai smiled indifferently. You can refuse. Yushi's expression was indifferent. And since we're still here, even if you refuse, I won't do anything to you. That is to say, once we leave here, what will you do to me? Yang Kai pondered over the meaning of her words. Yushi didn't admit it, nor did she deny it, simply saying, I can help you undo the seal on your body now, allowing you to restore your strength so it'll be easier for you to move around. No need. Yang Kai shook his head. After what happened yesterday, it was impossible for him to allow Yushi to use her strength on him again. Saying so, with a flick of his divine sense, Yang Kai poured out the 1,000 saint crystals from his ring, took off the ring on his hand and tossed it to Yushi. I just want to tell you that the restoration materials I gave Hizeo and He Miao before weren't for your compensation, but I'll keep these 1,000 saint crystals. Now we don't owe each other anything. Yushi took the ring in her hand, her expression becoming strange as if she was feeling a little apologetic, lightly opening her lips and saying, Without my help, no one here will be able to undo the seal placed by Lu Guichen. Don't bother. Yushi's pretty face changed slightly as she coldly snorted. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. She hadn't expected that her good intentions would be rejected by Yang Kai. In her opinion, this young man should be grateful. After all, this was an unknown continent, and no one wanted to be unable to use their own strength in this place. This made her a little angry, feeling like she had just been given the cold shoulder. In the past, with her status, how could she speak directly to a minor character like Yang Kai? But now that she had fallen into such a difficult situation, she had no choice but to lower herself. Not willing to waste any more words with Yang Kai, she took the space ring and turned to leave. "Brother, do you have some kind of grudge with that woman?" After she left, Shintu quietly asked, "How did you end up provoking her?" "I didn't provoke her, she was just too suspicious." Yang Kai shook his head, not caring. "But she's right, without her help here, you won't be able to undo Lu Guichen's seal. Even if I restore myself, I won't be able to help you," Shintu said helplessly. "I'll find a way myself." "Forget it, let's not talk about this, it's really annoying. How do we deal with these 1,000 saint crystals? Just leaving them here isn't good, is it?" "I have these," Yang Kai said, suddenly taking out a number of small bags. Tossing 2 of them to Shintu, he then picked up one of them and began filling it with saint crystals. When the fist-sized saint crystals were placed into the bag, they disappeared as if they had been swallowed whole, causing Shintu to stare dumbfounded and couldn't help asking, "What are these things? How come they also have a storage function?" "Universe bags, they're used as storage artifacts in our world," Yang Kai casually explained. These universe bags were all trophies he had collected before or obtained from adventures. He had stored them inside the demon mystic tome and hadn't used them much, but this time they had come in handy. That mysterious old man had set his sights on the space spirit crystals, so Yang Kai didn't want to expose the secret of his demon mystic tome. If he wasn't careful, the demon mystic tome might be snatched away by that old man. Right now, Yang Kai could only use these universe bags to deceive them. Shintu was amazed, copying Yang Kai's actions and stuffing the saint crystals into his universe bag, smiling as he said, "Not bad, your low-level world was actually able to develop this kind of artifact. It seems it's not completely useless, it's just that the space inside is a bit too small." He seemed to be very interested in these universe bags and stuffed them into his sleeve after filling them up, saying, "These saint crystals are mine, I'll return them to you later." Yang Kai nodded indifferently. The Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator were still sorting out and distributing the small mountain of supplies when Shintu took out some saint crystals from his universe bag and began restoring himself. Yang Kai sat cross-legged next to him and tried to mobilize the power in his body, but his meridians were all sealed and blocked, making it impossible for him to circulate his strength, making him feel helpless. As a last resort, Yang Kai could only immerse himself in his soul avatar and send it into his knowledge sea. Yang Kai was preparing to swallow these spiritual energy first. Several dozen large and small masses of spiritual energy floated in the air above Yang Kai's knowledge sea. These were the souls of the cultivator who had died near him during the recent disaster. Basically, all of them were Saint Realm cultivators, with one of them being a Saint King Realm master. Yang Kai observed them for a while before gathering them together and beginning to mobilize the power of his demon eye of annihilation. A dazzling golden light burst forth, capable of extinguishing anyone's soul. This was a divine technique cultivated by great demon god. With a series of sizzling sounds, the balls of spiritual energy seemed to have been thrown into boiling water. A pitch-black mist-like substance emerged from them and was purified. These were the memories and experiences of the deceased before they died. Yang Kai couldn't absorb these, nor did he dare absorb them, otherwise his thoughts would become chaotic and he wouldn't even know who he was. In the blink of an eye, several dozen masses of spiritual energy had been purified, leaving behind only the cultivator's unique insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. Among these masses of spiritual energy, one of them was somewhat different. Under the golden light of the demon eye of annihilation, it actually persisted for a while before being purified. This was the spiritual energy of a Saint King Realm master. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. Looking at it carefully, the nutrients contained in this mass of spiritual energy seemed to be much richer than the others, causing Yang Kai to be overjoyed. Not wasting any time, Yang Kai immediately began to swallow and refine this pure spiritual energy into his knowledge sea, integrating it into his own strength. Time passed by little, and after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai had almost completely refined these dozens of masses of spiritual energy. He found some problems with them. These cultivators' comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao was much deeper and purer than that of a cultivator from Xian realm. Their comprehension of the use of strength and principles was also far superior to that of a cultivator from Xian realm. This also meant that the combat effectiveness of these cultivator was higher than that of a cultivator from Xian realm because they had a deeper understanding of the use of strength. Chapter 1004. After absorbing these spiritual energy wisps, Yang Kai's understanding of the Saint realm reached an incredible level and his control over his own strength became far more proficient than before. The benefits were far greater than this though because every time he swallowed the spiritual energy wisps of others, Yang Kai's spiritual energy would increase in strength, enhancing his own spiritual energy. Although the increase in strength 1 or 2 times was small, it was enough to make his soul several times more powerful than any other cultivator in the same realm. The sea of flames condensed from Yang Kai's spiritual energy also seemed to have become more intense as a result. Yang Kai swallowed the last of these wisps of spiritual energy. However, as he was swallowing one of these wisps of spiritual energy, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange and he quickly stopped what he was doing and stared at it blankly. In front of his soul avatar was a wisp of spiritual energy that wasn't too powerful, even weaker than the others, only at the level of a third-order transcendent. This wisp of spiritual energy was left behind by the chart master named Wuxia after his death. Yang Kai immediately understood because he had seen Wuxia explode into a bloody mist in front of him, not even his bones remaining. At that time in the entire starship's power room, only Wuxia had reached the transcendent realm while the others were all saints. The wisp of spiritual energy left behind by Wuxia after his death seemed to be somewhat different. Indeed, it was only at the level of a third-order transcendent weaker than the others, but there was something else hidden inside it, something completely different. Yang Kai condensed his divine sense and probed it. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt as if he had left his knowledge sea and was standing in a vast star field, surrounded by countless stars. These stars exuded a charming and dazzling brilliance, some exuding a vibrant vitality while others were dull and lifeless. Yang Kai's entire being seemed to have become infinitely large at this moment as he stood in the middle of the star field, overlooking the entire starship territory. No corner, no stars could escape his eyes. These stars seemed to be driven by some kind of mysterious force and were rotating in a very complex pattern, making it impossible for Yang Kai to grasp them. At a glance, Yang Kai was able to see a certain place at the center of this entire starship territory. Some of the stars there seemed to be particularly bright. Some were as red as burning fireballs, some were as white as frost, some had wind energy that had condensed into substance, turning into wind dragons that reached the sky, and some stars were like ancient trees. The chaotic abyss. Yang Kai's shock. He immediately realized that this unique star field he was seeing was the chaotic abyss he had been lost in before. These dazzling stars and surging energies were all too familiar to him. The first place he entered after coming to the star field was the chaos abyss. He had long since memorized the appearance of those stars in his mind, engraving them into the depths of his soul. It was no different from what he was seeing now. But this one was Yang Kai. Wuxia's spiritual energy actually contained a star map. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, unable to understand why this was happening. While his divine sense was floating around the star, secretly observing it, the seawater in his knowledge sea seemed to be evaporating, the water level rapidly dropping, and his spiritual energy draining away at an incredible speed. A tearing pain spread from his knowledge sea to his entire body. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly withdrew his divine sense, only then discovering the changes in his knowledge sea. In this short period of time, nearly half of the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea had been consumed. This tearing pain was a sign of excessive spiritual energy consumption, and it seemed to have something to do with the mysteries of the star he had just spied on. Yang Kai took a deep breath and no longer dared to act recklessly, quickly withdrawing his divine sense from his knowledge sea. His consciousness returned to his body. A cold wind blew and his entire body felt cold. His clothes were drenched in sweat and his flesh was taut. His body trembled slightly. Shintu, who was sitting nearby, stared at him dumbfounded. Seeing Yang Kai's pained expression, Shintu couldn't help trying to persuade him. Yang Kai, take your time, there's no need to rush. After all, this barrier was placed by a Saint King Realm Master, you won't be able to break it in a short time. He obviously thought that Yang Kai was trying to break through the barrier left behind by Lu Guichen, which was why he was in such a sorry state. I know, don't worry about me. Yang Kai responded casually, quietly taking out a spiritual energy replenishing saint pill from the demon mystic tome and stuffing it into his mouth, adjusting his breathing to restore his spiritual energy while pondering. According to Shintu, Wuxia was one of the top 3 chart masters in Purple Star, which was why he was qualified to sit on Purple Star's starship and be responsible for guiding the starship's progress and repairing the star. Such a top-level chart master must have his own unique insights into the study of star territory. In addition to spending a small amount of time on cultivation, he must have spent the rest of his life studying the star. However, this couldn't explain why the star still existed after being purified by the soul-extinguishing golden light. The soul-extinguishing golden light could erase all the memories and experiences of a cultivator, leaving behind only pure energy. This was why Yang Kai had only been able to obtain other people's insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, but not their secret arts and secret scriptures. The knowledge of the star could be regarded as the territory that Wuxia had devoted his life to cultivating, so it stood to reason that it should have been purified. However, it was still preserved in perfect condition. This phenomenon was very strange and had never happened before. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before suddenly thinking of a possibility. This preserved star was not something that Wuxia had obtained through his own research, but rather something that he had fused with this star during a fortuitous encounter. It did not belong to Wuxia, so it had not been purified. It was of a higher grade than the demon eye of annihilation. Only this possibility could explain the current situation. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt his guess was correct. Suddenly opening his eyes, Yang Kai looked at Shintu and said, "Let me ask you something." "What?" Shintu looked at him. "How much do you know about that chart master named Wuxia? Why are you suddenly asking about him?" Shintu asked with a strange expression. "He seems to be dead, I don't see him here. Why, did you know him before?" "I don't know him, I'm just curious." Shintu chuckled. "He's not a beautiful woman, so I don't know much about him, but Wuxia was a top-level chart master, so I know a few things about him. And it's said that this man came from a small force and his family had declined. He didn't have any extraordinary talent in cultivation and only managed to reach the transcendent realm when he was nearly 200 years old. 200 years old and only transcendent realm, he really is a waste." Shintu knew a lot, so as soon as he opened his mouth he began chattering away. Yang Kai didn't interrupt him, simply listening to this useless information with an indifferent expression. Right, him becoming a chart master is a bit of a legend. Before reaching the transcendent realm he was just a small character who no one knew about, but after breaking through to the transcendent realm he suddenly bloomed with amazing brilliance in the territory of Star Realm. The star chart he drew was extremely accurate and could avoid many potential dangers. He was born on a mainland of Purple Star, and after he became famous he was recruited by Purple Star. He only became a chart master after reaching the transcendent realm? Yang Kai's expression changed. And isn't that strange? Some people have inquired about this, but haven't been able to obtain much information. However, basically everyone thinks that there should be a very powerful chart master secretly teaching Wuxia. The reason his cultivation hadn't improved so quickly before was definitely because he had been delayed in studying Star Realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a top-level chart master in such a short time. The profession of chart master is too rare and it takes a lot of time and effort to cultivate one. Every great force in star territory has its own chart master training organization, but those chart masters who can be trained are extremely rare. Shintu explained with a smile. If you ask a chart master to draw the star chart from one star to another nearby stars, any one of them will be able to do it. However, once the distance is too great, those chart masters will become useless. The star chart they draw won't be able to provide a safe and accurate route. I understand, you can continue cultivating. Yang Kai had inquired about the information he needed and wasn't prepared to continue chatting with him, quickly closing his eyes again. Hey, you still haven't told me, why are you inquiring about Wuxia? Could it be you want to become a chart master? Shintu muttered to himself, letting out a laugh. I advise you to give up on that idea. Without a few hundred years of immersion and studying the star territory of Star Realm, it's impossible. The things a chart master needs to master are far too complex. Yang Kai ignoring him made Shintu feel very bored, so he immediately closed his mouth and began silently circulating his secret art. Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea again, and after communicating with Shen-Tu, he basically confirmed his previous conjecture. Wuxia really did become a chart master because of a fortuitous encounter, and that fortuitous encounter was the star-star chart hidden in his soul. With such a star-star chart, anyone could become a chart master. The reason why Wuxia's soul only began to shine after breaking through to the transcendent realm was likely because the amount of spiritual energy required to spy on the mysteries of this star was simply too great, making it impossible for anyone below the transcendent realm to explore it. This was something Yang Kai deeply understood. Just now, after only a stick of incense worth of time, he had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. If it had been a cultivator like Wuxia, at most half a cup of tea's time he would have died from exhaustion. Yang Kai didn't have much interest in becoming a chart master, but he was still very interested in the structure of the star territory and the distribution of stars. In the star field, there were many hidden dangers that even Saint King Realm masters would flee at the sight of. Chart masters were a group of people who could detect and avoid these dangers in a timely manner. If he could integrate this star-star chart into himself, Yang Kai felt that he would no longer have to worry about getting lost in the star territory. He had suffered a big loss in the chaotic abyss and had always been brooding over it, so he decided to refine the star-star chart. This was originally Wuxia's fortuitous encounter, but now that it had fallen into his hands, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let it go. Chapter 1005. Back on the floating continent, the people from Sword Union and Purple Star maintained their respective camps, each of them living in peace. Since the mysterious old man came here and snatched the space rings of more than 100 people, he had disappeared for more than 10 days. No one knew what he wanted to do with those space rings, let alone why he wanted to pick up those starship fragments. Yang Kai and Shen-Tu formed an alliance and stayed away from the people from the two great forces. After such a long period of recovery, Shen-Tu's condition had finally stabilized, and all of his previous injuries had basically been healed. However, because Yang Kai had been meditating all this time, he didn't dare to run around. The people from the two great forces began to inquire about the situation of this unknown continent, and after some investigation they found that, as the mysterious old man had said before, there was no danger here. They didn't find any living creatures here, as if the mysterious old man was the only living being here before they arrived. While they feared this old man, they couldn't help feeling some sympathy for him. Living alone in such a place with no one to communicate with was indeed a dull and tedious thing to do. Lu Guiqin and Yushi also used their star shuttles to fly deeper into the sky, trying to leave this unknown continent and return to star territory, away from this old man. But what made them feel desperate was that no matter how high they flew, no matter how far they flew, they were unable to see the twinkling stars. The seven-colored sky was like a cage that trapped them all on this continent. As time passed, everyone's mood began to become restless. If it weren't for the old man's words before, the two sides would likely have immediately begun fighting. Inside his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's burning spiritual energy wrapped around Wuxia's soul and began swallowing it. He had been refining this soul for more than 10 days now, but even with the strength of his spiritual energy, he was still unable to completely refine the star. He had underestimated the quality of this star. However, he now saw hope. Wuxia's divine soul energy had already disappeared, leaving behind only a cluster of twinkling starlight and an exceptionally beautiful star atlas. Yang Kai continued to use his spiritual energy to invade the star, leaving behind his own soul brand and engraving his own life aura onto it. The whole process was like refining an artifact. The star began to become unstable. It gradually expanded and became bigger and bigger, as if it could explode at any time. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of uneasiness. His soul avatar flew to the six-colored island and continued to stimulate the power of his knowledge sea to refine the star. A slight noise suddenly came out from the star, as if something had cracked open. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt his spiritual energy madly pouring into the impregnable star, causing the seawater in his knowledge sea to rapidly decrease. Multicolored rays of light exploded in his sea of consciousness. Numerous shining stars shot out in all directions. Yang Kai's sea of consciousness was in turmoil. It was incomparably chaotic, making him feel dizzy and disoriented in an instant. The stars in the sky were like a swarm of locusts, densely packed and innumerable. They continuously flew out from the sea of knowledge and began to decorate the originally empty sky. Slowly, the sky above Yang Kai's knowledge sea became colorful, as if a small invisible hand was arranging the scenery of his knowledge sea for him. Yang Kai fell into a daze. His soul avatar stood on the six-colored island and stared blankly, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. The scenery in his sea of consciousness was undergoing tremendous changes at an extremely fast speed. After about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the turbulent knowledge sea finally stabilized. At this moment the scenery in his knowledge sea was very different from before. The six-colored island was still standing at the center of the sea, and the demon eye of annihilation was still floating in the air. Night had fallen, and the sky was covered in a layer of dazzling starlight, as if it was covered in a layer of gauze. This was not an illusion created by Yang Kai's spiritual energy, but a real one. This was the sign that the star and Yang Kai had merged into one. Yang Kai was overjoyed and stood on the six-colored island, grinning widely. With a thought, Yang Kai's eyes stared at a certain position in the star field, where several stars suddenly appeared. The stars slowly rotated, and under the guidance of a mysterious force, they moved in the same direction as the stars in the real world. Yang Kai's divine sense wandered among the stars, witnessing the various mysteries in the territory of the star field, his spiritual energy rapidly draining away. Although spying on this star consumed a lot of spiritual energy, Yang Kai was very satisfied. With such a star in his knowledge sea, he would no longer have to worry about getting lost. He could accurately find the destination he wanted to go to, and he could even use this to become an excellent chart master. Restraining his thoughts, Yang Kai began to investigate his current position. On this star there was a white dot of light that was constantly flashing. When Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate this, the white dot suddenly gave off a strange fluctuation, allowing him to understand that where this white dot was located was where he was now. Yang Kai's expression became strange, because he found that on this star, the white dot was actually at the very center of the chaotic abyss, the place where the black hole had swallowed everyone. Whether this star was accurate or not, Yang Kai wasn't sure and would have to wait until later to verify. So Yang Kai calmed his thoughts and no longer wasted his spiritual energy. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Kai immediately heard a low cry of surprise. Following this sound, Yang Kai suddenly found that on Purple Star's side, Zhou Xian and Bai Ye were holding some herbs and saying something to Lu Guichen excitedly. Lu Guichen's expression also gradually became excited, his eyes flashing as he took the herbs from the two of them and examined them with rapt attention. "What's going on?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Purple Star's people seemed to have found something incredible. Shin Tu had been paying attention to the situation over there, and although he didn't hear what they were saying, he had his own speculations. "What is it?" "Saint King grade herbs," Shin Tu shouted. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. They found them when they were exploring this continent, and there seems to be a lot of them. That old man seems to have said that the world energy aura here is rich and there are plenty of materials. Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. He also said that the only regrettable thing was that there were no rare minerals here. Shin Tu suddenly glanced over at him. "No minerals but rich materials. Could it be that this place is rich in herbs?" "That's possible." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Purple Star's people are about to act," Shin Tu shouted again. Shin Tu shouted again, causing Yang Kai to turn his head and look over. Sure enough, he found that the Purple Star cultivator had set off in all directions. A moment after they left, Yushi of Sword Union also gathered her subordinates and anxiously gave them a few instructions. The next moment the people from Sword Union also set off. Before He Zhao left, she glanced over at Yang Kai and nodded apologetically. Yang Kai smiled lightly in response. These days he had noticed that He Zhao and He Miao wanted to come to his side several times, but each time they were stopped by a male cultivator from Sword Union. He knew that this was Yushi's idea, so he didn't care. "Yang Kai, let's go find some." Shin Tu was quite tempted. In any case, there's nothing to do here, and the world energy aura here is so rich. The grade of the herbs produced here is definitely not low. "Good." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment but didn't object. "We can also collect some herbs for alchemy." "You can perform alchemy?" Shin Tu looked at him in surprise. "Just barely. If I can find the right materials, I may be able to refine a barrier-breaking pill that can unlock the seal on my body." Yang Kai nodded. Then what are we waiting for? It's better to rely on yourself than others. Let's go, I'll take you with me. Shintu said as he pushed his Saint Chi and enveloped Yang Kai in it before flying off in a certain direction. All around them were cultivators from Sword Union and Purple Star. Shintu and Yang Kai flew all the way. From time to time they would hear someone laughing and shouting. Saint King grade high rank blue blood grass, such a big piece, ha, we're rich. Saint King grade mid rank soul calming flower. Come here, there's a dark moon spirit grass here. Saint grade high rank earth emperor fruit, it's not that valuable. It seemed that because the quality of the herbs produced here was extremely high, the vision of these cultivators had become much higher. In the past, although Saint grade high-rank spirit grasses and spirit medicines weren't too high-end, they were still quite valuable and there was no reason to ignore them. But now these cultivators didn't care about these Saint grade herbs at all. Everyone's eyes were focused on searching for Saint King grade and above spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Shintu's face was bitter as he listened to the cultivators sharing their joy with their companions, his heart feeling like it was being scratched by a cat, fearing that these cultivators would move too quickly and sweep away all the herbs on this continent. And I don't have a star shuttle, I can't fly as fast as them. Shintu flew for more than an hour but still couldn't find a suitable place to land. Everywhere he flew there would be cultivators searching. Keep going. Yang Kai's eyes were deep as he stared ahead. Off in the distance he vaguely saw a jungle. Jungles had always been rich in herbs. How come they didn't discover that this continent was rich in herbs until now? During the flight, Yang Kai asked suspiciously. It had been almost half a month since they arrived here, so they should have discovered this long ago. They were afraid of that old man and didn't dare act rashly before. It wasn't until a few days ago that they began exploring the surrounding area and the sky to see what was happening nearby. After exploring for a while they made some discoveries. Shintu explained casually, his eyes suddenly lighting up. No one should have entered that jungle before, let's go take a look. A group of two figures flashed through the air and rushed into the jungle. As soon as they entered the jungle, both of them were shocked because the world energy aura here was much richer than elsewhere. Exchanging a glance, both of them knew they had come to the right place. The richer the world energy aura, the higher the grade of herbs produced. Releasing their divine senses at the same time, Yang Kai suddenly pointed in a certain direction. There's something here. Shintu looked at him in amazement. Are you sure? I'm sure. Because there's a medicinal fragrance in the air. You're not really an alchemist, are you? Shintu was surprised. Chapter 1006. Inside the jungle, Yang Kai and Shintu moved like the wind, collecting high-grade spirit grasses and spirit medicines one after another. The herbs produced here were all at least Saint grade, with most of them being Saint King grade. Shintu's face twisted with excitement. He had never imagined that this continent would be so rich in materials. Almost every few dozen meters or so, there would be a spirit herb that had grown for countless years waiting for him and Yang Kai to pick. The spirit grasses and spirit medicines on this continent were more than 10 times more abundant than on any other medicine star in star territory. The most valuable thing was that they seemed to be in a state where no one cared about them. The mysterious old man's cultivation was profound, so most likely he didn't care about the herbs here, so collecting them wouldn't be of much use, allowing these spirit grasses and spirit medicines to have plenty of time to grow. Shintu didn't know much about herbs, he usually only took pre-refined pills, but even so he was dazzled by the abundance of herbs before him and couldn't help feeling excited. Under Yang Kai's precise guidance, Shintu swept up all the mature herbs he passed. Hey Yang Kai, come over here and take a look. Shintu suddenly called out from the side, his voice trembling slightly, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Kai Yang hurried over and arrived in front of him. He saw him squatting in front of a strange orchid. That orchid exuded a faint fragrance, which made people feel refreshed and comfortable. Its pure white petals were overflowing with brilliant colors, making it look extraordinary. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he muttered, 7-colored thousand-knot orchid? The spirit grasses and spirit medicines produced on this continent were basically the same as those on Zhou Xian realm, the only difference being that they were of much higher grade. However, there were many that even Yang Kai didn't know the names of as they were not on Zhou Xian realm. If such a 7-colored thousand-knot orchid were to grow on Zhou Xian realm, it would at most be Saint grade mid-rank, but at this moment, This orchid was exuding astonishing energy fluctuations and a terrifying medicinal efficacies that far surpassed Saint grade mid-rank. Yongkai, what kind of grade is this? Why do I feel like it's different from the rest? Shintu exclaimed as he stared at the 7-colored 1,000-knot orchid in front of him. According to the Star Territory's classification of cultivator strength, this should be an origin grade herb, Yongkai said in a deep voice. Shintu sucked in a breath of cold air as his expression changed several times, muttering to himself, "There are origin grade herbs here. Heavens, there are origin grade herbs here." Even in the entire territory of the star, origin grade herbs were extremely valuable, yet they had found one not long after arriving. It was easy to imagine how rich the resources of this world were. Yongkai carefully picked up the rainbow 1,000-knot orchid and placed it into his Qianquan bag. Deep in his heart he was a little excited. Exchanging a glance with Shintu, the two of them continued to search without saying a word. The floating continent was rich in herbs, so the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator were stimulated by these herbs and seemed to have temporarily forgotten their current awkward situation, all of them wandering around like crazy. Whether they could leave this continent or not, these herbs had a huge effect on the improvement of a cultivator's strength. Yongkai and Shintu also had a huge harvest. The floating continent was not small, and the total number of cultivators from Purple Star and Sword Union numbered less than 100. After they scattered in all directions, it was basically impossible for them to run into each other. Thus they could safely search for herbs as much as they liked. 10 days later, Yongkai came to a stop. "What's wrong?" Shintu was still in high spirits, his eyes shining as he looked around. Noticing that Yongkai had stopped, he couldn't help turning around and asking, "I've collected enough herbs, I'm going to start alchemy." "Are you going to refine the pill that can lift your seal?" Shintu asked. "But you can't use your strength, how are you going to perform alchemy?" Shintu was puzzled. "I have my own way, you can go find the herbs yourself. There's a cave over there, I'll be staying there for the time being. You can find me there." Yongkai pointed to a spot not far away. When the two of them were walking over, Yongkai had found a good place to rest. "Good." Shintu didn't insist, knowing that Yongkai was anxious to restore his strength. "Then be careful, I'll go search for a while." After saying this, he left in a carefree manner. Yongkai identified the direction and headed towards the cave he had discovered before. A short time later, he arrived in front of the cave and used his divine sense to search it. After confirming that there was no danger inside, Yongkai walked inside. The cave should have been naturally formed. At the top of the mountain, there was a large amount of stalactite hanging upside down. From the tip of this stalactite, there were drops of mountain water filled with rich world energy. Yongkai took a few drops and drank them, immediately feeling refreshed. The mountain water here was not ordinary. It contained a huge amount of world energy, almost as if it had been transformed from world energy. Anyone who took it would have great benefits, having the same effect as the myriad drug liquid in that it could improve one's physique and enhance one's strength. However, its effect was slightly worse than the myriad drug liquid. Yongkai went all the way to the innermost part of the cave, found a dry place and sat down cross-legged. The bottom of the cave was not small, about the size of a few houses. Although the light was dim, this environment gave Yongkai plenty of room to practice. His physical strength was indeed unable to be used, but his spiritual energy was not restricted. Since a long time ago, Yongkai had no need to use his physical strength to perform alchemy. With just his conflagrated knowledge, he could refine any pill he wanted, much faster and more convenient than using his Saint Qi. After a long time of alchemy, Yongkai first found some Saint-grade herbs and prepared to refine a few Saint pills to familiarize himself with. Taking out a small pill furnace, he placed it in front of him. Yongkai wrapped the herbs with his divine sense and released his conflagrated knowledge to condense the medicinal liquid. After a short while, the several Saint-grade herbs were purified, leaving behind a rich medicinal liquid. Engraving the various spirit arrays used in alchemy, Yongkai engraved them into the pill furnace, then poured the medicinal liquid into it to control the heat. Kai Yang was very familiar with this process, so he was very familiar with it. Even if it had been a long time since he had refined a pill, this process had become second nature to him. Not a single detail was wrong and his precision was impeccable. Gradually, the cave was filled with the fragrance of pills. When the pill fragrance reached a certain level, Yang Kai withdrew his conflagrated knowledge sea and waited for a moment before flicking his finger on the pill furnace. A round pill flew out and was pinched between Yang Kai's fingers. It did not form pill veins, which was a bit of a pity, but it was still a genuine saint-grade mid-rank pill. Gently nodding, Yang Kai was very satisfied and put the pill into the demon mystic tome before closing his eyes to restore himself. Refining a saint pill didn't consume a lot of spiritual energy, but it wasn't a small amount either. Yang Kai couldn't squander his spiritual energy at will, so he had to maintain his peak state at all times. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai continued refining. Back in Zhou Xian realm, Yang Kai was able to refine saint-grade high-rank pills. At that time, Nine Heavens Holy Land had gathered a lot of herbs and wealth, allowing him to improve his alchemy skills at will. However, a saint-grade high-rank pill was probably not enough to lift the seal Lu Guichen had placed on him. Lu Guichen was a Saint King realm master, so only a Saint King grade pill could break his seal. As such, Yang Kai's top priority right now was to use the resources at hand to improve his alchemy skills. When he left Tongxian realm, Yang Kai had brought a lot of materials with him. On this continent, he and Shintu had also collected many Saint King grade and origin grade herbs. Yang Kai didn't need to worry about materials at all. Time flew by and Yang Kai immersed himself in the world of alchemy, living alone in the cave. The floating continent, on the other hand, was very lively. The cultivator from Purple Star and Sword Union had a huge harvest and was in high spirits every day. However, Lu Guichen was a little unhappy, because they didn't have any storage artifacts on hand. Without any storage artifacts, even if they collected herbs, there was no place to store them. This was only a small matter. The most serious problem was that after these herbs were collected, their medicinal efficacies were constantly fading. This made Lu Guichen's heart bleed. Feeling the medicinal efficacies of these Saint King grade and origin grade herbs diminish with each passing day, he felt extremely pained every day. He couldn't wait to find that mysterious old man and take back his space ring. But he only dared to think about it. If he really faced that old man, Lu Guichen couldn't even think of resisting. Atop a mountain peak, the mysterious old man wore a nervous expression as he carefully arranged something on a large piece of flat ground. On this flat ground, there were many extremely high-grade saint crystals arranged in rows to form a large spirit array. At the center of this spirit array, there was something that looked like a door standing on the flat ground. This transparent door was made from the fragments of the starship he had picked up before. The two fragments of the starship were both Saint King grade high rank, so the materials used to make them were also extremely high grade, just perfect for the old man to refine this door. There were no rare ores on this continent, so the old man had been unable to find suitable materials to refine this crucial door. Only the heavens knew how excited he had been when the fragments of the starship fell from the sky and landed on this continent. The frame and base of this door were also inlaid with top-grade saint crystals, making it look extremely beautiful. A strange energy fluctuation slowly flowed out from this door. Even a character as strong as the mysterious old man didn't dare approach this door casually, as if there was some great danger hidden inside. The old man's expression was ferocious and crazy as he wandered around to make his arrangements, muttering to himself, "Soon, soon, soon." A terrifying light flashed across his eyes, causing all who saw it to shudder. After a while he suddenly stopped and spread out his divine sense, covering the entire continent in the blink of an eye. The movements of everyone who was active on this continent were clearly displayed in his mind. Grinning strangely, the old man muttered, "Haha, everyone is quite lively. Good, this old master is most afraid of lifeless people. This old master has been alone for 2,000 years and can no longer bear this kind of torture. If you all become lifeless, this old master will have a headache. Oh, this little brat is quite interesting." Chapter 1007. The mysterious old man's cultivation was unfathomable, and with a single thought, the situation of the entire world could not escape his perception. He had discovered something strange about Yang Kai. His divine sense quickly gathered towards the cave where Yang Kai was located. Inside the cave, Yang Kai, who was trying to refine a Saint King grade pill, suddenly stiffened and opened his eyes, looking up with a dignified expression. Faintly, he felt as if there was a pair of invisible eyes spying on his movements, making him nervous. However, after carefully examining himself, Yang Kai did not find anything wrong, so he couldn't help shaking his head, a look of confusion on his face, wondering if he was being too paranoid. After such a delay, the Saint King grade pill Yang Kai was trying to refine immediately failed and a burnt smell came from the pill furnace. The medicinal liquids he had worked so hard to condense were all mixed together and could no longer be used. Yang Kai sighed faintly and took out the discarded medicinal liquids from the pill furnace, temporarily not using his conflagrated knowledge see, and instead closing his eyes to meditate. Seeing this scene, the mysterious old man who was 10,000 kilometers away, took back his divine sense and muttered to himself suspiciously, "His senses are so sharp?" He believed that with his own methods, it was impossible for this little brat to detect his divine sense, but he was still vigilant. This was clearly an instinctive sense of danger. Shaking his head, the old man no longer paid attention to Yang Kai and focused on dealing with the matter at hand. For a small cultivator like Yang Kai, the old man would not pay too much attention to him. Inside the cave, Yang Kai closed himself up and continued to refine pills. Yang Kai did not know how much time had passed, but he had refined several hundred Saint-grade mid-rank and Saint-grade high-rank pills, many of which had pill veins. Yang Kai's alchemy skills had greatly improved, and now he was even able to refine Saint King grade pills. One day, Yang Kai took out some herbs from the demon mystic tome with a dignified expression. These herbs all contained rich Saint King grade energy. He was going to start refining the seal-breaking pill. Yang Kai was very familiar with the seal-breaking pill's pill recipe. This was a pill recipe that originally existed in Zhou Xian realm, and according to the grade of the herbs used, the grade of the seal-breaking pill would also be different. Now that he had chosen Saint King grade herbs, the seal-breaking pill he refined was naturally Saint King grade as well. He didn't have a few of the herbs on hand, but he had found substitutes. Yang Kai was now considered an outstanding alchemist, so changing a pill recipe was naturally not a difficult task for him. Calming himself down, Yang Kai adjusted himself to his best state and began to refine. His movements were as smooth as flowing water without the slightest hesitation. His expression was indifferent, without nervousness or anticipation, as if he was refining an ordinary pill. That was because he had full confidence in refining this pill. He didn't think he would fail. In fact, this was indeed the case. After about half an hour, a light yellow barrier-breaking pill with restrained energy was refined by him. Taking this pill out of the pill furnace, Yang Kai held it in his hand and silently examined it for a moment before slowly shaking his head. This pill was a genuine Saint King grade pill. However, according to his observation, it should only be a Saint King low rank. Yang Kai didn't know if such a pill could unlock the seal. If Lu Guichen's strength was also at this level, then there would be no suspense. But Yang Kai estimated that Lu Guichen was at least a second-order Saint King or even a third-order. Yang Kai didn't have much confidence. Frowning for a moment, Yang Kai stuffed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on the ground and waited for the medicinal efficacies to dissolve. A moment later, Yang Kai's face changed to one of extreme pain. He felt waves of heat surge out from his lower abdomen. That heat wave was like lightning, like a torrent, and suddenly exploded, spreading to his limbs and bones in all directions. His blocked meridians were stretched and a tearing pain spread throughout his body. Yang Kai grit his teeth and remained unmoved, his divine sense following the flow of the medicinal efficacies to perceive his own situation. Yang Kai clearly saw shackles appear on his physique, each of which contained Lu Guichen's aura. These shackles were the seals he had planted. The seal-breaking pill's medicinal efficacies were like a trapped dragon emerging from its lair, using Yang Kai's body as a battlefield as he struggled desperately against these shackles. The whole process caused him unimaginable pain. Although the seal-breaking pill's medicinal efficacies were quite good, it was obviously not enough to shatter these shackles and restore Yang Kai's freedom. After repeated collisions, the medicinal efficacies were gradually consumed, but the shackles remained motionless, firmly locking down Yang Kai's Saint Qi and meridians. Half a day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes weakly, a helpless look upon his face. The Saint King grade low-rank seal-breaking pill really didn't work. However, with his current means, the best he could do was refine a pill of this grade. It wasn't a matter of materials, nor was it a matter of skill, but rather a matter of his cultivation realm. Yang Kai was only a first-order saint right now. Being able to refine a pill a great realm above him was already a manifestation of his skill. If he wanted to refine a higher-grade pill, he would need to improve his strength first. However, Yang Kai wasn't discouraged, and instead his eyes lit up. Just because an ordinary Saint King grade seal-breaking pill didn't work didn't mean that a seal-breaking pill that formed pill veins would be the same. Once a pill formed pill veins, the efficacy of the pill would increase by at least 2 times or even more. As long as he could refine a seal-breaking pill that formed pill veins, he was confident he could break this seal. Yang Kai didn't dwell on his failure just now and instead used the myriad drug liquid to quickly restore himself before starting again. During this time, Yang Kai had collected a lot of herbs with Shen Tu, enough for him to refine 4 or 5 seal-breaking pills. Inside the cave, Yang Kai busied himself, producing a seal-breaking pill almost every hour. All of these pills were ordinary and didn't form pill veins. It seemed that it was much more difficult for Saint King grade pills to form pill veins. Yang Kai wasn't anxious, his mood was calm, unaffected by any failure, because even if he ran out of these materials he could always collect more. In this world where materials were abundant, herbs were inexhaustible. Thinking this through, Yang Kai felt that even if he failed every time, it wouldn't be a big problem. When the 5th seal-breaking pill was taken out of his pill furnace, his eyes lit up and his mood lifted. Lines similar to those of a human's meridians appeared on this pill, causing its medicinal properties to be extremely restrained and its medicinal efficacies to become much more potent. Success. Looking at this pill that he had painstakingly refined, Yang Kai grinned. It had been almost 2 months since his cultivation had been sealed by Lu Guichen. Here he had no one to rely on except for Shen Tu, who had gotten along well with him, who hadn't been able to help him break this seal. Yang Kai had to rely on himself for everything. Now that he had this seal-breaking pill in hand, a strong sense of excitement and pride welled up in Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai didn't rush to take this pill and instead began to restore himself again. Half a day later, Yang Kai popped the pill into his mouth and waited expectantly. Worthy of being a pill with pill veins, as soon as the medicinal efficacies began to dissolve in his abdomen, a violent torrent of energy rushed out, the intensity of which was several times greater than the last time. Yang Kai's face flushed red as his blood began to boil rapidly. Enduring the unimaginable pain, his expression twisted as he opened his eyes wide. He noticed that the shackles in his body were breaking apart inch by inch. His meridians, which had been sealed for more than 2 months, finally began to loosen, and his Saint Qi, which had been stagnant for a long time, began to show signs of flowing. Ka ka ka. The sound of the shackles breaking rang out in Yang Kai's mind, and his Saint Qi began to flow faster and faster as his strength began to recover. According to this situation, it would take less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea to completely break the seal. But at that moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he spread out his divine sense. He noticed that someone had come nearby and couldn't help feeling a little vigilant. While he had been performing alchemy, 1 or 2 cultivator had occasionally passed by this place and noticed his life aura, but none of them had entered the cave to cause trouble for him. Because no one dared to cause trouble in the old man's territory. But this time something seemed to be different. After the cultivator outside the cave noticed the existence of Yang Kai, not only did he not go far, he instead walked straight in. Yang Kai frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. Although he wasn't worried about being disturbed here, it was still very unpleasant to have someone disturb him at such a critical moment. Urging the medicinal efficacies even more frantically, Yang Kai sped up the speed of breaking the seal while remaining calm on the surface. A short time later, a ray of light appeared in front of him and a figure appeared. This light was emitted by a strange stone, giving off a soft light that illuminated a large area. The cultivator holding this strange stone walked over to Yang Kai and grinned meaningfully, curling his lips as he said, "I was wondering who was hiding here, so it was you, little brat." As he spoke, the light from the strange stone illuminated his face, giving it a gloomy and terrifying aura. "Are you He Zhao and He Miao's brother?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. He knew this guy. Every time He Zhao and He Miao wanted to come over to find him, they were intercepted by him. Listening to Yushi's words, this person seemed to be called Wei Wu. "Indeed," Wei Wu nodded and admitted, "Boy, what are you hiding here for? There's nothing good here." "Nothing, it's dangerous outside." "It is indeed very dangerous, especially for you," Wei Wu smiled gloatingly. "Your cultivation has been sealed by Lu Guichen, right? How pitiful, all alone with no one to rely on. You can only hide here and drag out an ignoble existence. Say, just thinking about it makes me feel miserable. He ridiculed him as if he was very happy to see Kai Yang's miserable and helpless appearance. Yang Kai didn't say a word. Boy, how about I show you a clear path? Wei Wu suddenly squatted down in front of Yang Kai. What clear path? Yang Kai frowned. You see, in this strange place you have no one to protect you and your cultivation has been sealed. Once you encounter some kind of danger you won't be able to fight back. For example, if someone with malicious intentions were to approach you. He sneered coldly as he stared at Yang Kai. Chapter 1008. Inside the mountain, Wei Wu stared at Yang Kai, his face becoming more and more gloomy under the illumination of the strange stone. Yang Kai stared back at him, his expression indifferent, unmoved. Wei Wu's face twitched a few times, apparently not expecting Yang Kai to show no fear at all. Suddenly feeling bored and curling his lips, he said, I can persuade my master to help you release the barrier, but in return, you must hand over your soul brand and do whatever I tell you to do in the future. After a pause he added, here you can't use your strength and there are many dangers, but as long as you hand over your soul brand, I will naturally protect your safety in the future. You won't suffer a loss, and if you're lucky, you may even be able to join Sword Union in the future. Are you done? Yang Kai impatiently interrupted him. Wei Wu was stunned and he stopped speaking. If you're done, please leave. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Wei Wu's face instantly became gloomy as he slowly stood up and grinned coldly. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You'd better think carefully before answering, otherwise you may regret it. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I don't know why you want my soul brand, but I absolutely cannot allow my life to be controlled by others. You don't have that qualification. Boy, you're quite arrogant. Wei Wu laughed out loud as if he had heard something funny. He lowered his voice and threatened, tell me, if I kill you here, who will know? Yang Kai's face sank as he narrowed his eyes at him. Although the mysterious old man had said before that no one was allowed to cause trouble here, who knew if he could protect everyone's safety? What reason did he have to do this? I'm indebted to your two junior sisters, and not only did you misunderstand me, you even want to kill me? Yang Kai's voice was cold and murderous intent surged. It's because you're indebted to them that you deserve to die. If it weren't for you meddling in other people's business, they would have already died. Wei Wu roared fiercely, but halfway through his words he suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly stopped. In the darkness, the two of them looked at each other with strange expressions. Yang Kai originally thought that the reason this guy hated him so much was because he was afraid that he would snatch away his love. He thought that he was interested in He Zhao and He Miao. Who would have thought that things were not what he thought at all? He seemed to want He Zhao and He Miao to die as soon as possible. Yang Kai did not know what kind of secrets were involved in this. It was probably related to the internal disputes of the Sword Alliance, but Yang Kai was too lazy to think about it. However, because of Wei Wu's careless words, the temperature in the cave dropped significantly. Kid, if you want to live, then it's best that you forget what happened earlier. Otherwise, I'll surely tear you into pieces. Wei Wu went silent for a moment before he grunted coldly and threatened Xianxia, and then he turned around and left. The moment he turned around, a cold light suddenly flew out from his sleeve. That cold light was like a silent snake, accurately finding Kai Yang's position in the darkness. Climbing up his neck, it circled around his neck. Humph, only the dead won't reveal secrets. Wei Wu chuckled, and with a wave of his hand, the cold light returned to his hand with a whoosh. This cold light was actually a flexible sword that was incredibly sharp. Then he turned his head and prepared to deal with Yang Kai's body, not leaving any clues behind. The moment he turned around, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Under the soft light of the strange stone, Wei Wu could clearly see Yang Kai's face twisted in anger. On this young man's neck, there was a bloody wound from which golden blood flowed out. Wei Wu called out in alarm, unable to understand why Yang Kai hadn't died yet. This young man's strength had been sealed, and Wei Wu had launched a sneak attack with his third-order Saint Cultivation, so there was no reason for him to fail. Wei Wu's expression was one of panic, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. His reaction was extremely fast, and the moment he realized that something was wrong, he quickly recondensed his strength and the flexible sword in his hand suddenly shot out a dazzling cold light towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's body was filled with a cold aura as a bloodthirsty and violent aura filled the air. His temperament was completely different from just a moment ago. Now he was like an ancient beast that had suddenly awoken after a long period of hibernation. Allowing the cold light to hit him, Yang Kai charged straight towards Wei Wu, raising his hand and sending out a punch. Kong. This punch landed squarely on Wei Wu's face. Wei Wu only heard the sound of bones breaking as his entire nose collapsed and a bloody taste filled his mouth. Dizzy, he was sent flying backwards. When he was hit by this fist, Wei Wu was shocked to find that his Saint Chi didn't play any defensive role, as if it didn't exist at all. The fierce power of this fist directly bypassed his Saint Chi's protection and struck his bones, shattering them in the process. Wei Wu was stunned by this punch. His body bounced a few times in the cave, sending stone fragments flying everywhere before he finally landed on the ground, barely managing to catch his breath. Not daring to delay the slightest, he hurriedly got up. Before he had time to identify the direction, a strong force came head-on. A large hand grabbed his neck and pressed him to the ground. Yang Kai gasped for breath as his eyes became as red as a bloodthirsty beast's in the darkness. The evil aura of his unyielding golden skeleton erupted like a tsunami as he rushed towards Wei Wu. He had really been provoked by this opponent. Because the strength of this mysterious old man was too profound, and because his previous warning was still ringing in Wei Wu's ears. And because Yang Kai was at the last moment of resolving the seal on his body, he had no time to think about anything else, so he thought that Wei Wu wouldn't dare attack him. The moment he was attacked, Yang Kai hadn't even been able to react. It wasn't until he felt a sharp pain in his neck that he hurriedly condensed his strength to resist. Even so, there was still a large wound on his neck which was dripping with blood. He had almost been beheaded. If it weren't for his powerful physique, and if the seal on his body had not been completely lifted at that moment, allowing him to restore his strength, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yang Kai was furious and his murderous intent surged like a tide. How did you? Wei Wu's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. He didn't understand how he was able to launch such an attack when his strength should have been sealed. At this moment, the evil energy in his body was extremely abundant. How could there be any trace of it being sealed? The evil aura coming from Yang Kai's body was like the sky was collapsing, making Wei Wu feel as if he had been plunged into the depths of purgatory. Wei Wu couldn't help feeling a sense of panic as his body trembled. He felt like he wasn't facing a first-order saint cultivator, but rather an unimaginable demon. There's one thing you were right about. Yang Kai's eyes were cold and emotionless as he coldly declared, "If I kill you here, who will know?" The evil energy in Yang Kai's body surged even more violently as it poured into Wei Wu's body. Wei Wu's body instantly swelled up like a balloon as blood gushed out from the wound on the bridge of his nose like a fountain, splattering all over Yang Kai's face, drenching him in blood. Perceiving the call of death, Wei Wu frantically struggled, using all kinds of methods to resist, but he was still unable to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. Yang Kai simply held him down, unmoved, allowing him to taste the despair of death before he died. After a dozen breaths of time, accompanied by Wei Wu's miserable scream, his body exploded, his 5 viscera and 6 organs scattering all over the ground. An invisible suction force emerged from Yang Kai's left eye and Wei Wu's soul was sucked into it. Yang Kai closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea, stirring up monstrous waves as he used his conflagrated knowledge sea to burn Wei Wu's soul. Yang Kai's actions were extremely measured. The scorching power of his knowledge sea would not immediately incinerate Wei Wu's consciousness. Instead, Yang Kai wanted to torture Wei Wu's soul and make him suffer before completely erasing it, using this as a warning to himself not to lower his guard at any time. A cry of fear from the depths of Yang Kai's knowledge sea reverberated, as if it would continue forever. At the same time as Wei Wu's body died, somewhere tens of thousands of kilometers away from the cave, the beautiful woman from Sword Union Yushi was leading He Zhao and He Miao to collect herbs. Suddenly Yushi's tender body shook and her face became extremely ugly. Hurriedly stretching out her hand, a mirror-like artifact appeared in her palm. "What's wrong, master?" He Zhao saw her take out this soul mirror and her pretty face immediately changed color as she hurriedly asked. Because this mirror had no use in normal times, she would only take it out to investigate the few people who were close to her master when they were in danger. For her master to take out this soul mirror at this time, Obviously someone had an accident. Something happened to Wei Wu. Yushi replied with a frown. What happened to brother? He Miao also hurried over and asked with concern. Yushi shook her head, stretched out a finger, put it in her mouth, bit the tip of her finger and dripped a drop of blood into the soul mirror. The smooth surface of the soul mirror suddenly rippled like a lake, and from the bottom of the lake, a strange fish covered in 7 colored scales swam up. This strange fish was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed out of the soul mirror, leapt into the air and burst into pieces. The next moment, a 7-colored light enveloped the soul mirror and an incomparably clear image was projected in front of the 3 of them. This image was the last thing Wei Wu saw before he died. It seemed that in a dim cave, a ferocious and distorted face appeared on the mirror, its eyes flashing with a rich murderous intent that seemed to penetrate the soul mirror and envelop the 3 of them. Under this gaze, the 3 of them couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. What terrifying murderous intent! Yushi shouted, her eyes filled with anger. It was this little brat who killed Wei Wu. Was him? Zhao's expression became strange. When she saw this face, she almost couldn't believe her eyes, because this appearance was very different from the one she was familiar with before. It was almost as if they were 2 completely different people. How could it be Yang Kai? He Miao was also stunned and shouted innocently, "It can't be him, right? His strength hasn't recovered yet, and even if he did with his strength, it's impossible for him to be Brother Wei Wu's opponent." Chapter 1009. Yushi and her 2 disciples all stared at the angry face in the soul mirror and couldn't help showing a look of disbelief. Because just as He Miao said, Yang Kai had Lu Guichen's seal in his body that he couldn't unlock with his current strength. On the entire floating continent, there were only 2 people who could unlock this seal. One was Yushi, whose strength was comparable to Lu Guichen's, and the other was the mysterious old man. Although the mysterious old man's methods were heaven-defying, his temperament was strange and he probably wouldn't be so kind as to help Yang Kai. Yushi also didn't help him unlock the seal. So how did he restore his strength? And even if he was restored to his peak state, he was still just a first-order saint. How could he be the opponent of Wei Wu, a third-order saint? In any case, Wei Wu was definitely killed by this little brat. Yushi's pretty face was filled with anger. Daring to kill my sword union's people, I'll make him pay the price. Master, let's investigate this matter first. Zhao hurriedly tried to persuade. Yushi glanced over at her and said lightly, I know he has shown you sister's kindness and we have misunderstood him, but this little brat is really strange. You don't need to worry about this matter, I'll handle it myself. Perceiving the resolute attitude of their master, Zhao and He Miao glanced at each other bitterly. Although Wei Wu was their brother, they didn't have much affection for each other. The 2 sisters actually felt that he was quite annoying, so even if Wei Wu was killed they didn't care. However, Yang Kai was probably in trouble now. They were secretly worried and didn't know how to deal with this matter, so they couldn't help sighing. Inside the cave, Yang Kai looked as if he had been drenched in blood, his entire body blood red, giving him a terrifying appearance. Yang Kai stood in place, adjusting his state, restraining his evil and bloody aura while experiencing the pleasure of recovering his strength. The strength he had lost and then regained gave him the illusion that he had been reborn as a human. The huge wound on his neck felt a burst of numbness and his flesh seemed to be wriggling, but under the powerful restorative power of his demon god golden blood, the wound quickly healed. With a casual wave of his hand, Yang Kai wiped off the blood and his neck was once again as good as new, with no trace of his head being nearly decapitated just now. Just as he stared at Wei Wu's corpse and was about to burn it and destroy the evidence, a strange laughter suddenly came from the side. Kai Yang's face went pale and he quickly turned his head to look, only to see a figure standing quietly in the darkness. The strange shining stone that Wei Wu had been holding earlier fell at the feet of this figure, and the light from the stone illuminated this person's face clearly. Seeing his face clearly, the power Yang Kai had just gathered dissipated involuntarily. His expression was solemn and his heart was filled with bitterness. Facing this person, he had no intention of fighting him at all. This was because the person who was laughing strangely was the mysterious old man who originally lived on this continent. Being able to easily injure Lu Guichen and Yushi meant he was at least an origin-returning realm master. The First Order Saint Yang Kai was like an ant in front of him. Senior. Yang Kai frowned and called out. He didn't know when this old man had arrived here, but it was as if he had been standing there the entire time, drifting about like a ghost. From this old man's body, there was an uncomfortable gloomy aura that filled the entire cave. Vicious and merciless, not bad, not bad. The old man laughed strangely, a trace of appreciation flashing across his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai with great interest. With just a first-order saint, you were actually able to kill a third-order saint in a head-on confrontation. Do you have some kind of external force you can borrow? Hearing this question, Yang Kai immediately understood. This old man had not seen the conflict between him and Wei Wu just now, otherwise he would not have asked such a question. Yes. Yang Kai gently nodded, not intending to conceal anything. Little brat, it seems you've had a lot of fortuitous encounters. No wonder you were able to cultivate to such a degree at such a young age. The old man looked at Yang Kai approvingly and nodded with satisfaction. Good, very good, your physique is also very strong, far stronger than any other cultivator in the same realm, almost as strong as a Saint King realm cultivator. On top of that, there are also 2 or 3 different types of power in your body that can perfectly coexist. The old man casually exposed Yang Kai's background, his eyes seemingly able to see through everything and clearly see what kind of capital Yang Kai possessed. Yang Kai shuddered and his face couldn't help paling. The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Rest assured, I won't rob you of your things, they don't have much use for this old master. However, suddenly changing the subject, his expression suddenly became gloomy. Didn't this old master say before that no one can cause trouble here? No one is to stir up trouble here. In my territory your lowly lives belong to me. Whoever dares to take them away will have to pay the price. He made the first move. Yang Kai tried to defend himself. I don't care who made the first move. The old man coldly snorted, a trace of cold and dark evil energy suddenly gushing out from his body. This evil energy was like the incarnation of a demon, full of evil and violent aura. As soon as it appeared, it all pointed its spearhead at Yang Kai and rushed towards him. In an instant, Yang Kai was enveloped by this evil energy, as if he had fallen into a black curtain, all the light around him disappearing. An aura of despair spread out. Yang Kai shuddered and couldn't help but have the illusion that he was about to be gnawed away, as if these demons could eat away at his flesh and blood and devour his strength. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai silently resisted with all his strength. The old man's strange laughter rang in his ears. 10 breaths, if you can last 10 breaths I'll spare your life. Otherwise you'll become their food. When these words reached Yang Kai's ears, Yang Kai couldn't help shaking his spirit as he once again saw a glimmer of light. So he pushed his strength even harder to resist the evil energy invading his body. As time passed by, the old man who was quietly observing Yang Kai's movements couldn't help his eyes from flashing as his expression changed. He hadn't expected that not only was Yang Kai's physique strong, but even his consciousness was so tenacious. Even masters like Lu Guiqin and Yu Shi, once these demon phantoms invaded their bodies, would not necessarily be able to last more than 10 breaths. Under the influence of this evil aura, they would lose consciousness and become mad demon before being gnawed away by these demon phantoms. However, this young man who was only a first-order saint, was still resisting, doing his best to maintain his consciousness and not be confused by these external forces. After 10 breaths, the old man waved his hand and the demon phantoms that had invaded Yang Kai's body flew back into the old man's body. Yang Kai collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, his body dripping with sweat and his face pale, but he still stared firmly at the old man and anxiously said, I hope Senior won't go back on his word. The old man was startled and couldn't help laughing loudly, his laughter echoing throughout the cave, causing anyone who heard it to feel their blood run cold. Little brat, I have to say, although the yang attribute energy in your body displeases this old master, there is a completely different kind of energy that I like very much. Haha, it seems you're also a cultivator of this Dao. And you live, this old master keeps his word. Yang Kai exhaled heavily. You refined a pill to remove the restriction on your body? The old man suddenly asked without rhyme or reason. Yes. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on the ground, took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth to restore himself. What kind of pill can you refine? The old man seemed to be interested in this. With my current strength I can only refine Saint King low-rank pills. It seems that not only are you proficient in the martial Dao, but you also have a high level of attainment in alchemy. The old man looked surprised for a moment before grinning. But little brat, if you keep dividing your attention like this, you may be too busy in the future. Either concentrate on the martial Dao or concentrate on alchemy, otherwise in the future your two territory will be stuck in a difficult position and you'll regret it. Many thanks for senior's reminder. I only study alchemy as an auxiliary to the martial Dao. Your future has nothing to do with this old master. This old master was just speaking casually. Enough nonsense, come with this old master. Saying so, the old man waved his sleeve and a thin layer of energy accurately enveloped Yang Kai. The next moment Yang Kai felt himself fly up like a bolt of lightning. His speed was even faster than when he used his star shuttle, causing Yang Kai to pale slightly, wondering just how profound this mysterious old man's cultivation was. A moment later the old man suddenly stopped, put down Yang Kai and said, "Wait here, don't run around if there's nothing important." Yang Kai looked around and quickly discovered that this was the mountainside where the old man lived. There was a large flat area halfway up the mountain, and in the center of it, there were rows of Saint crystals arranged in a strange pattern, forming a strange spirit array. In the center of this spirit array, there was a large bronze door, its frame and base inlaid with many high-grade Saint crystals. The entire mountainside was filled with world energy and a thick fog formed from this energy filled the air, making this place look like a paradise. The old man, who was as gloomy as a ghost, did not fit in with the scenery here. Yang Kai remained silent, not saying a word as he sat quietly, observing his surroundings while recovering his strength. He didn't know why the old man had brought him here, but being around such a temperamental and eccentric master gave Yang Kai a great deal of pressure, so he didn't dare to make any strange movements lest he cause a misunderstanding. The old man shuttled back and forth through the spirit array, adjusting the position of the Saint crystals and the structure of the spirit array from time to time. A short time later, streaks of blue light suddenly flew over from all directions. These were the cultivators from Purple Star and Sword Union approaching on their star shuttles. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding as they all gathered at this flat area halfway up the mountain, each of them carrying large and small bags as they searched for a suitable location, whispering to each other in groups of 3 or 5. They had obviously been summoned here by the old man, but from the blank looks on their faces, it was obvious they didn't know why the old man had summoned them. A moment later, 3 more beautiful figures landed nearby, naturally Yuxi, He Zhao and He Miao of Sword Union. As soon as Yuxi arrived, her pair of phoenix eyes swept around, instantly fixing on Yang Kai, her pretty face filled with anger as she quickly walked over. Chapter 10:10. Yuxi arrived directly in front of Yang Kai, her eyes filled with anger as she coldly stared down at him, her pretty face filled with ill intent. Yang Kai frowned, somewhat unsure why she suddenly had such an attitude. She had misunderstood him before, but she had never been full of hostility. But now she seemed to be itching to kill him immediately. This made Yang Kai very puzzled, not knowing how he had offended her this time. "You killed Wei Wu?" Yuxi suddenly asked. "What did you say?" Yang Kai's eyes filled with confusion as he pretended to be calm. "You think I don't know?" Yuxi sneered. "Wei Wu died at your hands just half an hour ago." Yang Kai was stunned, suddenly realizing that this beautiful woman should have some special means to discover what had just happened. Or perhaps Wei Wu had sent her a message before he died. However, Yang Kai had not seen Wei Wu take out this communication artifact before he died, so the former was most likely the case. He immediately understood why Yuxi was hostile to him. "Why did you kill him? What kind of conspiracy did you use to kill him?" Yuxi asked sharply. "He brought trouble upon himself, his death is not to be regretted." Yang Kai snorted. "Why did he look for trouble with you?" Yuxi continued to ask. "You have no grievances with him." "You might as well ask him, I also want to know." "Good, just you wait, if one day I can leave here I will make you pay with your life." Yuxi grit her teeth and threatened, her tender body trembling, revealing the anger in her heart. She obviously thought that Yang Kai had taken advantage of Wei Wu's unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack. Otherwise, with Wei Wu's strength, he could have easily defeated Yang Kai. Her disciple had died so tragically, Yuxi, as his master, naturally had to avenge him. "Those who threaten me never end well." Yang Kai suddenly became annoyed and resentful. Speaking of which, he could have gotten along well with the people from the Sword Union. After all, he had shown kindness to He Zhao and He Miao before, so as long as Yuxi had the slightest intention of repaying his kindness, she would not have made things so awkward. The first time he met this beautiful woman, she had tried to spy on Yang Kai's knowledge. Although she might have been cautious at the time, fearing that Yang Kai was a spy for Purple Star, Yang Kai was still very upset. What happened after that made the relationship between the two sides worse and worse, to the point where it could no longer be salvaged. Yang Kai had killed Wei Wu no matter what the reason was, Yushi would not let him off. I want to see what will happen to me, Yushi gritted her teeth and said leisurely, I hope you won't disappoint me. Yang Kai grinned and suddenly said evilly, for a beautiful woman like you, the best ending is to be humiliated to death. Yushi's pretty face turned cold as her tender body trembled even more violently, her beautiful eyes bursting with cold murderous intent. She seemed to be unable to suppress the anger in her heart and was about to attack Yang Kai. Have you never tasted a man before? Yang Kai observed her expression, a strange evil grin appearing on his face as he continued to viciously provoke her. Very good, I will make up for your regret and let you become a real woman before you die. His appearance at this moment was that of a shameless rogue, a shameless villain. Yushi's murderous intent became even stronger and her face became extremely ugly. Her strength surged as she clenched her fists tightly. Suddenly she closed her beautiful eyes and took a deep breath to calm her anger. She knew that if she were to make a move in front of that mysterious old man, she would not have a good ending. She was afraid that before she could even kill Kai Yang she would already be dead. You want to provoke me into attacking you? Yushi opened her eyes again and grit her teeth as she shouted, Junior, you will pay the price for your arrogant words today. She had never been humiliated by a man using such provocative words, especially when this man was a young man who was many years younger than her. Yushi's anger was almost impossible to suppress. Fortunately, she had seen through Yang Kai's intentions in time and did not let his plot succeed. Saying so, Yushi turned around and walked away, no longer willing to look at Yang Kai's ugly face. She was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and really attack Yang Kai. Looking at Yushi's back as she quickly left, Yang Kai frivolously whistled, his eyes roaming over her waist, buttocks and thighs, unbridled and burning like fire. Being stared at like this, Yushi could not help but feel goosebumps rise all over her body. Her heart was filled with anger and her desire to kill Yang Kai became even more resolute. Only when she was far away did Yang Kai's playful eyes flash with a trace of hidden regret. He really wanted to provoke Yushi here just now and force her to take action. In any case, it was already a matter of life and death. Naturally, he would take the initiative to gain the upper hand, but to his disappointment, Yushi actually managed to swallow her anger. Now that she was enduring, the next time she would erupt would only be more violent. Yang Kai sighed secretly, feeling a headache coming on. The conflict here did not escape the observation of others. Lu Guichen of Purple Star had been watching, and after Yushi left he actually smiled at Yang Kai and gave him a big thumbs up, a look of praise on his face. Baiya covered her mouth and giggled, constantly casting a flirtatious glance towards Yang Kai. I really didn't expect you to be such a hoodlum. Elder sister suddenly found herself falling for you. I also like you, Yang Kai grinned at her. Baiya suddenly trembled and shouted angrily, lies, only a ghost would believe you. Master, are you okay? On the other side, Zhou looked at the pale Yushi and asked softly. I'm fine. Yushi took a deep breath, her full breasts almost bursting out of her clothes as she quickly said, now that you've seen his ugly face, don't approach him again. If there's a chance, kill him for your master and avenge your brother. Zhou pursed her lips and nodded obediently, yes. Miao frowned, the look in her eyes as she stared at Yang Kai also changing. She firmly believed her master's words and thought that was Yang Kai's true face. Yang Kai had dared to tease her master in public and even dared to do that with Baiya of Purple Star, making her feel disgusted. She secretly felt that she had misjudged Yang Kai before, believing him to be a good person. The small storm gradually subsided, and as time passed, more and more cultivator arrived. After another hour or so, Shintu suddenly appeared. Looking around for a while, Shintu quickly arrived beside Yang Kai and noticed the fluctuations of power coming from his body. His eyes couldn't help lighting up as he exclaimed, "Did you succeed?" And Yang Kai nodded. "Congratulations. I didn't expect you to really succeed. It seems this brother underestimated you." Shintu sincerely congratulated, happy that Yang Kai had recovered his strength. "My luck was good. What did you gain during this time?" "A huge harvest." Shintu's eyes flashed as he smiled proudly and patted the universe bag on his chest. Basically, it's filled with Saint King grade and Origin grade herbs. There are even some Origin King grade herbs. You have no idea how rich this damn place is. Everything the two of us collected before was nothing but garbage. Yang Kai couldn't help being shocked. Origin King grade? The best herbs there are. Shintu laughed. I've struck gold this time. If I can find an alchemist to refine these things into pills at least before I break through to the Saint King realm, I won't have to worry about pills. Saying so, Shintu's expression became bitter. However, if I alone obtained so much, those people from Purple Star and Sword Union must have obtained even more. Damn it, I really want to kill them all. Shintu's face was filled with indignation, as if those people had snatched away all the good things that belonged to him. By the way, brother, you arrived early. Do you know why this old senior called us here? Shintu asked again. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. After getting along with Shintu for a while, he had become accustomed to the other party's constant chatter, so whenever he opened his mouth to speak, Yang Kai would never interrupt him. Hearing this question, Yang Kai replied, Were you really summoned by him? And I was looking for herbs when this old senior's voice rang in my ears. Otherwise, who would dare come here? Shintu said, his face suddenly becoming heavy. Everyone here is scattered across the continent, yet he was able to communicate with everyone with his divine sense. Seems he really is an Origin King realm master. I really don't know where he came from. There weren't many Origin Kings in the entire Heng Luo star field, and all of them were masters on the same level as star masters, living in seclusion and revered. Not only are we curious, but so are the people from Sword Union and Purple Star. Just wait, the truth will come to light. The two of them immediately stopped talking and coldly observed their surroundings. At this moment, most people's eyes were focused on the old man, watching him busily shuttling back and forth, moving the saint crystals and arranging the structure of the large spirit array, all of them confused, not knowing what he was doing. Even Lu Guiqin and Yushi couldn't recognize the function of this large spirit array. The complexity of this spirit array was beyond their scope of understanding. However, they could also see that the gate-like thing was refined from the previous starship fragment. After half a day, the old man suddenly stopped what he was doing and released his divine sense to probe the spirit array, laughing wildly as he shouted, Success! Ah, it's finally done. His laughter rolled like thunder, causing everyone's blood to boil and their faces to pale greatly. The old man seemed to be in a very good mood, his face filled with joy and excitement. After a while, he restrained his laughter and turned his eyes towards the place where the crowd had gathered. And you've been here for some time now, so I know you have a lot of questions. This old master didn't have time to answer you before, but now I can answer your doubts. Is there anyone who wants to ask something? He looked around, sweeping his eyes over everyone's faces one by one. Senior, may I ask where this place is? Lu Guiqin cupped his fists and asked respectfully. This old master really doesn't know. All I know is that this is a dark star hidden in the chaotic abyss. Dark star? Many people exclaimed, their faces suddenly becoming fanatical, as if the words dark star had an unparalleled attraction to them, making them all excited. Chapter 10-11. On the flat ground halfway up the mountain, everyone wore excited expressions, their eyes shining brightly. What are dark stars? Yang Kai turned and asked. It's a general term for stars that haven't been discovered and haven't been explored. Shintu's eyes lit up as he quickly explained. Now the entire Heng Luo starfield is divided between several great forces, but there are still some places no one has ever been to and no one dares to go. There may be some special stars in those places, but these stars are all dark stars. Each dark star represents an unexplored territory that may contain astonishing wealth and materials. Over the years, the great forces have been working hard to discover and develop dark stars, hoping to find some unique stars. Strictly speaking, the stars in the chaotic abyss can barely be considered dark stars. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. But from what the senior said, it seems we are still in the chaotic abyss. Probably. Yang Kai had already confirmed this through the star in his knowledge sea, so he wasn't surprised. Haven't you noticed that the world energy here is even more concentrated than in the chaotic abyss? The old man continued. That's because the energy of the chaotic abyss gathered here through an unknown channel, and this place is like a cage. Spirit chi can enter but can't leave. Over the years, it formed the current scale. If it wasn't so, this old man would rather live here. This is a holy land for cultivation. Senior, you're saying this place is a cage? Are you also trapped here? Lu Guichen's expression changed. He and Yushi had flown deep into the sky on their star shuttles a few days ago, but no matter how far they flew, they still couldn't see the sun, the moon, and the stars. They couldn't see the scenery of the star territory and could only shuttle back and forth above this floating continent. They knew that they were trapped by the seven-colored sky that surrounded this floating continent from all directions. They thought this was the work of this old man, some kind of barrier. But now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Lu Guichen's words seemed to have poked a sore spot in the old man's heart, and he couldn't help wearing a fierce expression as a gloomy aura spread from his body, and he snorted, "Yes, this old master is indeed trapped here. And he's been trapped for almost 2,000 years. 2,000 years. A series of gasps rang out as everyone stared at the old man dumbfoundedly. When this old master was trapped, he was just a nobody who had just broken through to the Saint King realm, but now, ha. He chuckled, his expression arrogant, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Everyone knew what he wanted to say, so they couldn't help but gulp. The mysterious old man was definitely on par with the Star Lords. "How should I address you, senior?" Yushi shouted. In front of such an expert, she no longer dared to be the slightest bit presumptuous, directly lowering her posture to the extreme. The old man frowned and fell into deep thought. It seemed that he had not introduced himself to others for a long time, so he did not think of it for a while. After a while he said, "It's fine if you don't mention my name. You don't know anyway." He was obviously unwilling to reveal his name. Everyone thought about it carefully and felt that this was indeed the case. When they were trapped here 2,000 years ago, this old man had only just broken through to the Saint King realm and was indeed a nobody. "Then how should we address senior?" Lu Guichen asked. Although he and Yushi were enemies when they communicated with this old man, their cooperation was quite good. "Guizhu. From now on you can call this old master Guizhu." Guizhu. Everyone was speechless. "Senior Guizhu, you've been trapped here for 2,000 years, have you been unable to find a way out?" Lu Guichen boldly asked. If even this old man who called himself Guizhu couldn't find a way to escape, there was no need for them to even think about it. This was a prison that could even trap an Origin King realm master. Guizhu shook his head. "This space is very strange. It has always been hidden in the chaotic abyss, hidden by the chaotic territory field. Normally, it is impossible to discover or explore. Only under special circumstances will this place open for a moment." "Special circumstances?" Lu Guichen was surprised. "So what happened when you came in last time?" "I don't think this old master needs to remind you." Everyone recalled the scene of the black hole swallowing their starship in the chaotic abyss territory field, causing them to feel some lingering fear. But that moment was too short, so this old master couldn't take advantage of it to escape. Guizhu sighed. Obviously, when everyone came to this continent last time, he had also noticed that the black hole had opened, but it was too late to escape, causing him to sigh. This old master has been here for 2,000 years, and there have been some people who have accidentally entered this place. Strictly speaking, you are the third group of people and the largest group. The previous two groups only had 3 or 5 people. "Where are they?" Yushi asked, but as soon as she spoke she knew she had asked the wrong question, her pretty face immediately turning pale. There was no need to think too much about what had happened to those people. Either they couldn't bear the loneliness and died, or they were killed by this Guizhu. He didn't look like an easy person to get along with. This was likely the end of the nearly 100 people here. Guizhu continued. For the first 1,000 years this old master was trapped here, he devoted himself to improving his strength, but for the last 1,000 years he has been looking for a way to leave this place. His hard work pays off and this old master has finally found a way. He shouted in a low voice with an excited expression, as if he was very proud of the idea he had thought of. Lu Guichen and Yushi's eyes suddenly lit up, secretly feeling nervous and excited. If this Guizhu had a way to leave this place, they might be able to convince him to take them with him. Guizhu's words gave them new hope. "Senior Guizhu, if it's convenient, can this junior also?" Lu Guichen hurriedly said, fearing that Yushi would steal this opportunity. "I know what you want to say," Guizhu grinned meaningfully, and this old master was also thinking the same thing. Lu Guichen and Yuxi, who had been looking forward to this, suddenly froze up, a bad feeling filling their hearts. If this Guizhu had refused, although they would have been disappointed, they wouldn't have thought too much about it, but he actually agreed without hesitation, which was a bit strange. Lu Guichen and Yuxi both secretly felt that Guizhu seemed to be up to something. Feeling a little uneasy, they swallowed back their words of request and waited for Guizhu to continue. However, this old master's method is just something he came up with himself and has not actually been tested. As for how effective it will be or whether it will be able to leave this place, this old master can't guarantee, so I'll need your help. If it succeeds, this old master will take you with him, but if it fails, don't blame the heavens or anyone else. What do you think? Guizhu asked with a smile. Lu Guichen and Yuxi glanced at each other from a distance, the former smiling wryly, "Will follow senior's instructions." He clearly knew that the current situation did not allow him to refuse Guizhu's proposal, so he readily agreed. My sword union has no objections, will act according to senior's wishes. Yuxi also felt bitter and said insincerely. Good, very good, you're both very obedient, this old master is very happy. Then there's no time to lose, let's begin. Guizhu grinned, revealing a mouthful of terrifying fangs. Saying so, he suddenly formed a mysterious seal with his hands and sent a few bursts of energy into the spirit array. The saint crystals arranged on the spirit array seemed to be activated by something and began to light up one by one. From these saint crystals, terrifying energy fluctuations spread out like waves, each one higher than the last, and in a short period of time, they had reached a terrifying level. The rich world energy aura in the air seemed to resonate with this energy, and in an instant the atmosphere of the entire world changed. The scenery in everyone's line of sight became distorted, as if the surrounding space would collapse at any moment. The faces of the cultivator present changed drastically as panic filled their eyes, none of them knowing what Guizhu was doing. Yang Kai stared deeply at the gate standing on the flat ground, his face filled with shock as he felt an unusual aura from it. It was an aura belonging to the void turbulence. The distortion of space around the gate was stronger than anywhere else, and Yang Kai had no doubt that if this continued, the surrounding space would really collapse. His worries soon came true as the energy of the spirit array gathered towards the door made from the starship fragments. Guizhu's eyes became extremely fanatical at this moment as he stared fixedly at the door, his expression filled with excitement. Kacha. A cracking sound rang out as a strange crack suddenly appeared in the space around the gate. This crack quickly spread out, becoming as dense as a spider's web. The cracking sound attracted everyone's attention, and everyone who saw this scene felt a chill run down their spines. Kacha. That space was like a mirror that had been shattering inch by inch. The surrounding space collapsed at this moment. Inside the gate, a dark black hole appeared at the same time, exuding a strong suction force. No one knew where this black hole was connected to. A void corridor. Yang Kai shouted. He had seen countless void corridors on Tongxian realm, but he had never seen the birth of a void corridor with his own eyes until now. A space array. The beautiful woman from Sword Union, Yuxi, suddenly screamed, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. Senior, you actually understand space arrays? Lu Guichen's face also changed. The huge spirit array was covered in saint crystals. Although it was a bit crude, it was indeed a kind of space array, a legendary space array. Guizhu nodded. I understand a little, but I'm not proficient in it. It's just the result of 1,000 years of painstaking study. And this old master's comprehension of space principles is somewhat lacking. Although he has spent 1,000 years, he still cannot understand the mysteries of space principles, making one feel helpless. Chapter 10:12. This spirit array, which had cost countless saint crystals to construct, was actually a space array. The door at its center was refined from the scattered fragments of the starship, and the edges of this door were covered with a thin layer of space spirit crystal. This layer of space spirit crystal was the biggest reliance on to open and maintain the void corridor, having been refined from hundreds of space rings. Guizhu had snatched everyone's space rings in order to obtain the space spirit crystal inside. Lu Guichen and Yuxi didn't understand what Guizhu wanted to use to leave this place until now. He wanted to use this space array to teleport himself away. All kinds of doubts, all kinds of troubles, all became clear the moment they saw this void corridor. However, everyone present could see that the void corridor created by this space array was extremely unstable and could collapse at any time. Could such a thing even be used? And even if it could be used, no one knew where the destination was. If they were sent into some kind of void crevice, they might as well stay on this continent. At the very least, the world energy aura here was abundant. For a time, everyone fell silent. Guizhou smiled and said, "Now it's time for you to help." As soon as this statement came out, everyone's heart sank. He seemed to want others to go in and explore the situation. Understanding his intentions, everyone's expression changed. "Senior, isn't this inappropriate?" Yushi hurriedly said, wanting to explain the pros and cons to Guizhou. What's inappropriate about it?" Guizhou stared at her coldly, his cold aura enveloping Yushi like a curtain, making her unable to speak. "Why do you think this old master didn't let you kill each other and allowed you to collect materials here? If you weren't of some use, this old master would have already killed all of you juniors and sacrificed your souls to my ghost banner. How could I allow you to act so presumptuously here?" Guizhou shouted fiercely. At this moment, his cruel nature was exposed, his gentle temperament suddenly becoming bloodthirsty and gloomy. "If anyone dares to say another word, this old master will teach them a lesson right now." Everyone fell silent, no one daring to speak any more nonsense. With his strength, even if he used force, no one would be able to resist, so everyone immediately became obedient. Guizhou nodded with satisfaction as he swept his sharp eyes across the crowd. Everyone who was stared at by him couldn't help lowering their heads, as if they were afraid of being noticed. "Damn it, don't look at me, don't look at me." Shintu's eyes drooped, his expression tense as he muttered under his breath, as if he was chanting some kind of spell to change the direction of the old man's gaze. You little brat, come over here for this old master." Guizhou suddenly pointed. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. When they saw who the person was, their nervous mood immediately relaxed. Many people even showed a look of schadenfreude. But Shintu's face went black as he cursed in his heart, letting out a hollow laugh as he rubbed his big hands together, trying to deceive himself. "Senior, are you talking about me? Are you talking about me?" At this moment Yang Kai felt like dying, secretly deciding that if Guizhou really chose him to test the function of the space array, he would rather die than compromise. "The one next to you." Guizhou turned his eyes to Yang Kai. "Me." This time it was Yang Kai's turn to go pale, pointing his finger to his nose as he angrily shouted, "Why me? There are so many people here, why choose me?" Yang Kai was depressed. Nearly 100 cultivator from Sword Union and Purple Star were gathered here, yet Guizhou had chosen him. Yang Kai really didn't know if this was a bad year or if he was being targeted. Guizhou coldly snorted, "Little brat, you seem a little restless. Is that the reason?" Yang Kai frowned and hurriedly said, "Senior, please let me go, I promise to behave myself in the future." "Future? There's no future," Guizhou said impatiently. "Senior is wise." Yushi's mouth curled into a sneer as she shouted, her beautiful eyes glancing towards Yang Kai with a satisfied expression. Yang Kai had just humiliated her before, and now he had suffered such a great misfortune. Retribution had not come so quickly, so Yushi couldn't help feeling a little grateful to this old man. She couldn't wait to see Yang Kai suffer so much pain that he wished he could die and avenge her disciple. Yang Kai's face went cold as he glanced over at Yushi, grit his teeth and cursed, "Cheap slut, I'll remember you." Yushi sneered, not taking his words seriously, and sarcastically said, "If you can survive today, then we'll talk." "Senior is really wise. My Purple Star will unconditionally obey Senior's arrangements." Lu Guichen echoed. As long as this Guizhou didn't choose one of their people, Lu Guichen and Yushi didn't care. "It's what everyone wants. Don't decline it, kid." Guizhou laughed heartily as he opened his hand and an unparalleled attractive force emerged from his palm, causing Yang Kai's body to involuntarily fly towards him and arrive in front of him in an instant, unable to even muster the strength to resist. Staring at the void corridor opened by the space array, Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. He could feel that this void corridor was completely different from the ones he had seen before. Although the ones he had seen before were inadvertently created by the Great War between masters in ancient times, they had been formed countless years ago and had long since stabilized. However, the void corridor in front of him, which was framed by a giant door, was extremely chaotic, and even Yang Kai couldn't help feeling apprehensive. If he really rushed inside, he would definitely be in danger and would be lost inside, unable to find a way out, trapped for the rest of his life. I won't restrain your power because there might be some dangers inside. You can go in and investigate the situation. If you can come back alive, that would be for the best. If you can't come back, don't blame this old man. You're on your own. Saying so, Guizhu prepared to throw Yang Kai into the void corridor. Wait. Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. What? Guizhu looked at him unhappily. Senior, you just want me to go in and investigate the situation, right? Then what I do is up to me. Senior, please allow me to act in my own way. Oh. Guizhu suddenly showed an interested expression as he looked at Yang Kai with interest. What method do you want to use? You should know that trying to play tricks in front of this old master is useless. I didn't think so. Yang Kai's face became sullen, his stomach filled with dissatisfaction. How long will it take? This old master doesn't have the patience to wait for you. Seemingly thinking that Yang Kai was about to die, Guizhu became surprisingly easy to talk to. There's no need to wait. Yang Kai said so, suddenly sitting down cross-legged and shouting, Avatar projection. Along with his shout, a faint wisp of spiritual energy suddenly emerged from his body. This wisp of spiritual energy was illusory and ethereal, constantly changing its shape. After a short while, it condensed into Yang Kai's appearance. A soul avatar? Someone muttered, seeing through the mysteries contained in this at a glance. Lu Gui, Qin Yuxi and the others were all dumbfounded. Guizhu also let out a strange laugh. No one had expected that Yang Kai's method was actually to release his soul avatar from his body. Obviously, he wanted to use his soul avatar to enter the void corridor and investigate. Didn't he know that soul avatars were extremely fragile and couldn't be exposed to the outside world for too long? Moreover, this method was extremely dangerous. At this time, if someone were to use their soul skill on Yang Kai, they would easily be able to severely injure him. Without the protection of a physical body, no matter how powerful one's soul avatar was, it would be like a hedgehog without thorns, vulnerable to a single blow. Guizhu's casual expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely dignified as he used his divine sense to investigate Yang Kai, his expression becoming strange. Because he found that Yang Kai's soul was still present in his body, and this was not the case when his soul avatar had left his body. Taking a closer look at this soul avatar, Guizhu suddenly found that this soul avatar was somewhat dull and rigid, as if it had no thoughts of its own. Little brat, what kind of strange secret technique are you cultivating? You actually have two soul avatars? Guizhu exclaimed, a look of disbelief on his face. Even someone as strong as Guizhu was shocked by Yang Kai's methods. Soul fission technique. Yang Kai replied faintly. Soul fission technique was a divine technique belonging to great demon god. Yang Kai had swallowed a drop of orthodox demon god golden blood in Nine Heavens Holy Land's holy tomb and learned this divine technique from it. Since then he had been cultivating his soul clone. Almost 10 years had passed in a flash. This soul clone was about to reach the grand accomplishment stage and would soon come in handy. But today he had been forced to use this soul clone in order to help Guizhu explore the situation inside the void corridor. Guizhu's heart ached so much he felt like bleeding. Interesting. Little brat, you're really full of surprises. Guizhu examined this soul clone with great interest and found that this Yang Kai soul clone was basically no different from his own soul avatar, just a bit weaker and without its own thoughts. Strictly speaking, this soul clone was similar to a puppet, the only difference being that it had no physical body. After observing it for a while, Guizhu curled his lips and said, "This thing needs to find a decent body to display its full power. It's not that useful." He saw the drawbacks of this soul clone at a glance. "And just do as you please." Saying so, Guizhu released a wisp of resentment from his body and wrapped it around Yang Kai's soul clone before dragging it into the void corridor. Guizhu could use the feedback from this wisp of resentment to investigate the entire process. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the results to appear. They knew that if they did not succeed this time, a similar situation would occur a second time. A third time, Guizhu would continue to experiment until he found the right direction to teleport. Today when Yang Kai was chosen, they were all gloating and secretly rejoicing, but who knew who would be chosen next? Perhaps it would be them, and whoever was chosen next would be unlucky. In an instant, Everyone began to pray in their hearts that Yang Kai's soul clone would return safely. Everyone was extremely pious. Even Yushi, who couldn't wait for Yang Kai to die and reincarnate, was nervous. Time passed little by little. The light of the saint crystals flickered as the energy contained within them was rapidly consumed. Beside the door, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his expression constantly fluctuating. Guizhu stood next to him, his expression also fluctuating. The light emitted by the saint crystals illuminated his expression, making it seem even more terrifying. Chapter 10-13. On the flat ground halfway up the mountain, the group from Purple Star and Sword Union waited anxiously, no one daring to speak. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's body suddenly trembled and his face went pale, as if he had encountered something terrifying. The void corridor opened by the space array also began to close like the maw of a beast. In the blink of an eye, the dark void corridor disappeared and the distorted space on the mountainside returned to normal. The moment the void corridor closed, Yang Kai's soul clone and the resentful soul released by Guizhu rushed out of the corridor as if fleeing for their lives. Guizhu waved his hand and the resentful soul returned to his body. Yang Kai also took back his soul clone and after a brief inspection his face sank. "Senior, my soul clone can no longer be used, it's on the verge of collapse." Guizhu seemed to be checking the information sent back by the resentful soul and didn't pay attention to Yang Kai for a moment, only nodding after a while. "Good, you did well. Go restore yourself. Senior, if something like this happens again next time, you won't come looking for me, right?" Yang Kai asked coldly. Guizhu grinned. "That depends on my mood and whether or not you'll be honest." Yang Kai's face went black as he flew back without saying a word and sat down next to Shin Tuesday. "Go do your own things, don't go too far. If I need your help, I'll come looking for you," Guizhu ordered lightly. Hearing his words, everyone felt as if they had been pardoned from a dream. They hurriedly scattered in all directions, leaving the flat ground on the mountainside as if they were fleeing. Yang Kai and Shin Tu also hurried down the mountain, no longer willing to stay in this damned place for even a moment longer. Soon only Guizhu was left on the mountainside. He stared at the space array he had spent a great deal of effort to arrange, his brow furrowed as he pondered over how to modify the spirit array so that it would play a proper role. Although he had failed this time, he was mentally prepared, so he wasn't too disappointed. After all, when he came here he was just a cultivator who had just broken through to the Saint King realm. His own understanding of the Tao was not very profound, so being able to spend 1,000 years studying this space array was already quite a stroke of luck. Unfortunately, the mysteries of space were not something he could understand. Even after reaching the height of the Origin King realm, the mysteries of space were still complex. This kind of thing required both talent and opportunity. Sitting in the middle of the spirit array, Yang Kai began moving the saint crystals again to construct the spirit array. 10 kilometers away from the mountain peak, Yang Kai's group. "What's wrong?" "Keep running." Shin Tu looked at him in amazement. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai looked at him strangely. "I don't know, I'll run as far as I can." Shin Tu shuddered. "I don't want to be targeted by him and sent into that corridor, where my life or death will be out of my control." Yang Kai shook his head. "Here he is the master. No matter where you run, he can find you." "That's true." Shin Tu thought about it for a while before nodding in agreement. "But brother, I'm sorry for what happened just now, I was powerless to help you." "It's fine. I did something on my own that caused him to target me." Yang Kai knew why Guizhu had chosen him first. It was obviously because he had killed Wei Wu. Guizhu felt that Yang Kai had disobeyed his orders and was not obedient enough. This had nothing to do with Shin Tu, and even if he wanted to help under Guizhu's absolute strength, he couldn't do anything. "What exactly happened to you in that void corridor?" Shin Tu asked curiously. "I don't know. My soul clone had no sentience, and although I attached a wisp of my divine sense to it, I couldn't observe much. I can only tell you that with Guizhu's research into the Tao of space, anyone who enters that void corridor dies. This time, my soul clone was able to escape completely because it had no physical body. The speed of a soul is not something a physical body can compare to." Shin Tu's face went pale. "Then what is he studying?" "He has been trapped here for 2,000 years, so of course he wants to leave, but this place is a perfect cultivation paradise for us. The fact that he was able to reach the Origin King realm here is definitely related to the cultivation environment here." Yang Kai took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. You should be glad that he still has something to study. If one day he loses interest in space arrays and feels that it is impossible for him to escape, that would be a real disaster. Brother, don't scare me. Shintu showed a frightened expression as he imagined this scene in his mind and shuddered. Once Guizhou lost interest in space arrays and felt that there was no hope for him to escape, with his temperament and personality, everyone would suffer a fate worse than death. What are you going to do next? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. I don't know, just wait for death? Shintu's mouth twitched. What about you? Find a place to retreat and cultivate, Yang Kai replied casually. Shintu was surprised, not understanding why Yang Kai was so calm and not worried at all. After thinking about it for a moment, he said, then I'll also find something to do. It's so sad to be on edge all the time. In this world, only he and Yang Kai could talk to each other. The people from Sword Union and Purple Star had their own agendas, so naturally they wouldn't pay attention to them. Now that Yang Kai was going to enter retreat to cultivate, Shintu couldn't even find the only person he could talk to, causing him to feel somewhat uncomfortable. He didn't know why, but even though his strength was clearly much higher than Yang Kai's, he couldn't help feeling frustrated that he was inferior to him in every aspect. Yang Kai seemed to be very calm no matter what he encountered, and when he couldn't control the situation he would silently observe until he could. Shintu couldn't help feeling some admiration. The two of them chatted casually for a while before separating. Yang Kai didn't know what Shintu was going to do, but he was going to the cave where he had been performing alchemy. At any time, great strength was the guarantee of survival. Yang Kai understood this better than anyone else. Because of Lu Guichen's seal, he couldn't improve his strength for 2 months, so he really didn't want to waste this rare cultivation environment, so he couldn't wait. Senior, I want to go to the cave where you found me before to cultivate and perform alchemy, is that all right? Just in case, Yang Kai sent a divine sense message to Guizhou. A moment later, Guizhou's voice sounded in his ear. Go, there's no need for you for the time being. Many thanks. Yang Kai nodded, summoned his star shuttle and flew off. Not long after flying out though, a tender voice suddenly called out from the side, Yang Kai. Yang Kai paused and turned his head towards the source of the voice, seeing He Zhao and He Miao flying towards him. A moment later, the two sisters arrived in front of him. He Zhao's expression was a bit complicated, seemingly not knowing what to say. He Miao, on the other hand, asked bluntly, Did you really kill Brother Wei Wu? What do you think? Yang Kai didn't answer directly. I don't think it's possible. He Miao spat disdainfully. Brother Wei Wu was a third-order saint and his strength was completely inherited from Master. You're so weak, how could you possibly kill him? Am I weak? Yang Kai was stunned. He Miao looked at him seriously, sweeping him with her divine sense before giggling. In any case, you're not strong, I think I can easily defeat you. Is that so? Yang Kai gently nodded, not bothering to explain, instead asking, Do you need something from me? He Zhao said softly, We came to apologize to you. She bit her red lips lightly and said apologetically, You helped us in the chaotic abyss, saving our lives. We should have thanked you properly, but Master, it's none of your business. Yang Kai smiled, not caring at all. In any case, we're very sorry. On top of that, Master was very angry because of Brother Wei Wu's death and told us to find an opportunity to kill you. Yang Kai, if we sisters really draw our swords against you in the future, please don't blame us, that wasn't our intention. Yang Kai grinned, I know. But if you really do that, please be prepared to be killed by me. I won't let you kill me without fighting back. You're so arrogant. He Miao snorted. If we sisters really wanted to kill you, would you be able to resist? You'll know if you try. He Miao, don't be so rude, He Zhao scolded softly. I know, He Miao spat out her tongue. Is there anything else? Yang Kai tilted his head and asked. No, we came here to tell you this. Then we'll meet again. Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle again and was about to leave when he suddenly frowned and asked, Let me ask you, if the two of you die in the chaotic abyss, what benefit will it bring to Wei Wu? What do you mean? He Zhao looked at him suspiciously. Kai Yang chuckled. I was just casually asking. He Zhao frowned and thought for a moment before saying seriously, Master is a member of Sword Union and doesn't have many disciples. We sisters and brother Wei Wu are among the best, so if we die, Master will definitely cultivate him with all his strength. Then how did you get lost in the chaotic abyss? Yang Kai asked again. Brother Wei Wu sent us a message and told us to wait outside the chaotic abyss, but we didn't expect to encounter a group of people from Purple Star. We sisters were outnumbered and were forced. As Zhou spoke, her pretty face suddenly changed color, as if she had thought of something, her tender body trembling slightly as she stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Farewell. Yang Kai didn't say much, his figure wrapped in a blue light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Leaving behind Zhou with a thoughtful look, her pretty face filled with anger, and He Miao at a loss. After a while, He Miao whispered softly, "That person is really strange, spouting nonsense without rhyme or reason. I feel like he's more astute than anyone else." Zhou's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a different light, "And you're looking down on him too much. Him being able to kill Brother Wei Wu is definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface. Perhaps he doesn't even put the two of us in his eyes." "No way, elder sister, aren't you overestimating him too much?" He Miao exclaimed. "Do you remember when we met him in the chaotic abyss? He didn't try to avoid us at all. He didn't know who we were or if we had any malicious intent towards him, but he still waited in place. In other words, he felt that with his strength, even if we had malicious intent towards him, we wouldn't be able to do anything to him." Zhou shouted. Chapter 10:14. Inside the cave, a clear spring filled with world energy flowed down from the stalactites and splashed onto the ground, making a crisp tinkling sound. The entire cave was filled with clouds and mist, and the world energy was so rich that it was almost impossible to disperse. Yang Kai sat cross-legged inside the cave, the millions of pores on his body relaxing as they madly swallowed the mist-like world energy, gradually increasing his strength at an imperceptible rate. Before leaving for Star Territory, Yang Kai had just broken through to the Saint Realm. After wandering around Star Territory for many days, he had not found a place to settle down and had no time to cultivate. Later, when he encountered the people from Purple Star, he was captured by them and taken into their starship, giving him even less opportunity to cultivate. Before he had time to escape, he had fallen on this floating continent with the people from Purple Star, and his cultivation had been sealed for 2 months. Now that he had obtained some freedom, Yang Kai naturally wanted to take advantage of it. Only by becoming stronger would everything be possible. Even in the most desperate of adversity, Yang Kai never had the thought of giving up. The terrain of this cave had been artificially modified by him, allowing the world energy to gather and pour in more quickly, allowing him to absorb and utilize it to the greatest extent. Yang Kai's cultivation base was slowly increasing. When he was tired of cultivating, he would casually refine a few pills to adjust his mood. Or he would go out and walk around, experiencing the beautiful scenery of this continent. He would search for high-grade medicinal herbs in the crevices of the mountain streams and jungles. Shintu was right, the materials contained in this damned place were simply too rich. There were spirit grasses and spirit medicines almost everywhere, and each one of them was extremely old and rich. Any alchemist who came here would likely be ecstatic and excited to the point of having a heart attack. The pills Yang Kai refined were also used to assist him in his cultivation. Every time he swallowed a saint pill, his cultivation speed almost reached its limit. Yang Kai's current cultivation was no longer just a matter of gathering strength. Having reached this level of strength, every breakthrough required a dual enhancement of strength and realm. Strength included physical strength, realm included mental state and comprehension of the martial Dao and heavenly way. Any deficiency would lead to an inability to improve one's cultivation. Yang Kai's cultivation was smooth and there was no such thing as a bottleneck. Days passed, and in this excellent cultivation environment, Yang Kai grew at the speed of light, faintly feeling that he had reached the second-order saint realm. He estimated that it had been almost a year since he and Shin Tu parted ways. After such a long time, Yang Kai had not met or communicated with anyone, but he was still able to faintly perceive the changes in this floating continent. The cultivators from Purple Star and Sword Union seemed to be disappearing every few days. Their life auras had suddenly disappeared from this world, so Yang Kai naturally knew what their fates were. He must have been thrown into the space array by Guizhu, never to return. In the beginning he could sense scattered cultivators nearby through his divine sense, but in the last half a year no one had come to this area. With Yang Kai Yang had Yang Qi from the origin with Yang. On this day Yang Kai was quietly cultivating when his expression suddenly changed and he opened his eyes to look in a certain direction. Over there, a gloomy aura spread out like an explosion, instantly sweeping across most of the floating continent. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai could not help shivering as he circulated his true Yang Yuan Qi to resist the erosion of this cold aura. At the same time, Yang Kai was keenly aware that the plants outside the cave he was living in were rapidly withering and the ground had become lifeless, as if it had lost all life. Guizu's roar suddenly resounded through the sky. Why? Why haven't I succeeded? This old master has worked hard for 1,000 years. Why can't I leave this damned place? His voice was hysterical. When he became angry, the entire floating continent changed. Yang Kai suddenly realized that even after such a long time, Guizu still did not seem to have made any progress in the space array. All the hopes he had seen before had turned into despair at this moment. Yang Kai held his breath and remained motionless. Little brat, get over here for this old master. Guizu's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Yang Kai's expression became bitter, knowing that if it was a blessing or a curse he would not be able to avoid it. Reluctantly standing up, he walked out of the cave and flew his star shuttle towards the mountain peak where Guizu was. After an hour, Yang Kai arrived halfway up the mountain and landed. Sweeping his eyes around, Yang Kai sighed heavily. He found that the original team of nearly 100 cultivators was now reduced to less than 10. The others had long since disappeared. Of these 10 people, more than half were people he knew. Sword Unions Yushi, He Zhao and He Miao. Purple Stars Lu Guiqin and Bai Ya. And Shin Tuesday Lu Shan, on the other hand, was nowhere to be seen, most likely dead. Seeing Kai Yang appear, these people all raised their heads to look at him. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped them, causing them to not even dare to breathe loudly. This time the reunion of these fallen cultivators was completely different from the last time. Last time, although everyone was in a state of panic, they at least had some hope that they would be able to leave this place one day and escape from Guizu's control. But now, everyone was in low spirits, their eyes dim without a trace of hope. They were like a group of prisoners waiting to die. Shintu nodded gently to Yang Kai, not in the mood to say anything. Little brat, you've been living quite comfortably these days. Guizu stood in the center of the space array and sneered at Yang Kai. Senior, I've been very well behaved these days, living in seclusion and not causing any trouble. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, not understanding why he had become the target of this old monster again. This old master knows. Your whereabouts can't be hidden from this old master's investigation, so this old master naturally knows you've been very well behaved. Guizu chuckled. But it's because of this that this old master is very unhappy. Why do I feel like you're not worried about leaving this damned place at all? Yang Kai immediately understood where the problem lay. It was precisely because he was too well behaved that he was being targeted. Everyone else was in a state of panic every day, but Yang Kai was completely unaffected, obviously different from the rest. Junior is naturally worried, but this kind of thing can be left to Senior's discretion. Junior's strength is low and his knowledge is short, so he really can't think of a good way to leave this place. Less flattery. Guizu's expression became sullen. If you had said a few nice words normally, this old master would have been happy, but now? This old master won't buy it. Yang Kai suddenly fell silent. Yushi, Lu Guiqin, and the others all looked panicked as they listened to the conversation between Yang Kai and Guizu, secretly praying that Yang Kai didn't know what was good for him and provoke Guizu even more. Guizu's figure staggered as if he was about to collapse, his eyes sunken deep into their sockets with dark circles under them. However, an enemy came to seek revenge on this old master, and in one night, his wife and children were separated and his family was destroyed. This old master didn't die but was seriously injured and fled into the chaotic abyss, where he lost his way. Soon after, an outbreak in the chaotic abyss brought this old master to this world. This place is rich in materials and world energy, so this old master thought it was an opportunity given to me by the heavens, allowing me to cultivate here so I could go out and seek revenge on my enemy. Saying so, his face gradually became fierce. But I never thought this old master would have already reached the Origin King realm. This damned place is like a cage that binds this old master, making it impossible for this old master to leave. If this old master can't leave, even if his strength reaches the heavens, what use is it? This old master must seek revenge, kill that man and avenge my wife and children. Gui Zuzu roared to the crowd. Senior, 2,000 years have passed, your enemy may have died long ago, Yang Kai frowned. Then I will slaughter his descendants for 10,000 generations and make his bloodline disappear from this world. I will kill all those who are related to him. I will slaughter all the stars he belongs to and turn them into a dead star. Gui Zu seemed to have gone mad as he shouted loudly, his ghost chi swirling around him, making him look extremely terrifying. Do you understand this old master's obsession? Gui Zuzu turned his head and looked at everyone. No one dared to show any signs of disobedience. Good, you understand. Gui Zu grinned wickedly and shouted, then help this old master one last time. After this time, this old master will not look for you again. Everyone's heart was shrouded in uneasiness. Gui Zu didn't care what everyone thought and quickly began to work on the space array, modifying the layout of the spirit array while saying, thanks to your arrival, this old master has had many opportunities to experiment. This old master doesn't understand the mysteries of space, so this void corridor has always been unstable. I don't know exactly where it will teleport me, but this time, all of you are on your own. Whether you live or die will depend on your own luck. As he spoke, Gui Zuzu finished modifying the spirit array and the void corridor appeared again at the gate covered in a thin layer of space spirit crystal. He beckoned to Yang Kai, boy, come here. Me again? Yang Kai was furious. Last time when Gui Zu summoned everyone he was the first to be called out and this time the situation was the same. Yang Kai really didn't know what he had done to make Gui Zu unhappy. Enough nonsense. Gui Zu didn't allow him to explain, reaching out his bony hand towards Yang Kai and directly grabbing him. Senior, isn't this a bit unfair to him? Last time you went looking for him, this time you should be looking for someone else. A voice suddenly sounded. Gui Zu, who was preparing to throw Yang Kai into the void corridor, glanced over and saw Hizeo's pretty face pale as she stared back at him. Yang Kai's expression changed, not having expected that at this last moment, she would actually speak up for him. That's right, Senior, you're targeting Brother Yang too much. Shintu gawked for a moment before boldly agreeing. He Miao's pair of beautiful eyes flashed as she nodded nervously, a look of agreement on her face. Chapter 10-15. Gui Zu lifted Yang Kai and stared at Hizeo with a strange expression. Hizeo was obviously scared to death, her tender body trembling slightly, but she still refused to look away from Gui Zu's gaze. Everyone was surprised. The beautiful woman from Sword Union Yushi covered her mouth and shouted, "What are you doing? Sit down obediently for me." Hizeo didn't move, unable to sit down. Under the influence of Gui Zu's oppressive aura, she didn't even have the strength to move a finger, her body dripping with sweat and her face as pale as paper. Suddenly, Gui Zu let out a strange laugh and asked Yang Kai, "What's your relationship with this little girl? Strangers meeting by chance. Did she fall in love with you at first sight?" "I don't think so." Yang Kai shook his head as he stared at Hizeo, his mood complicated. "Then why did she help you?" Gui Zu's smile became even stranger. He saved us sisters' lives." Hizeo's trembling voice sounded as she answered Gui Zu's question. "And good. Little girl, you clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. However, if this old master were to let him go, would you be willing to take his place?" Gui Zu looked at Hizeo with a wicked smile. Hizeo's face became paler and paler as her tender body trembled slightly, seemingly unable to give an answer. Yang Kai also couldn't help turning his eyes to her, wondering how she would answer. Lu Guichen, Bai Ye, and the others all stared at Hizeo while Yushi kept winking at her, indicating that she shouldn't act recklessly. Hizeo took a deep breath, her bright eyes suddenly becoming firm as if she had made a decision. She lightly opened her red lips and was about to give her answer. "No need," Yang Kai frowned. "Senior, you don't need to pay attention to her, let's begin." Gui Zu gawked for a moment before glancing over at Yang Kai thoughtfully and nodding. "Seems you have some backbone, not expecting a woman to help you out. And everyone, don't worry, this time none of you will be able to escape. All of you must go in." As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. They thought that this time would be the same as before, that Gui Zu would throw someone into the void corridor to explore the situation. They thought that with the death of Yang Kai, they would be able to drag out an ignoble existence for a while. They thought that misfortune wouldn't fall upon them so quickly, But things turned out very differently from what they had imagined. Guizhou obviously wanted to cut off all means of retreat and go all out. After understanding this, everyone had a bitter expression. They secretly felt that this time, no matter what, they would not be able to escape. They were afraid that they would really die here, following in the footsteps of those who had died before. The rainbow-colored sky also became hazy at this moment, making people's hearts heavy. Brother Yang, have a safe journey. I'll come over to accompany you in a bit. I promise you won't be lonely. Shen Tu, facing imminent death, didn't forget to bid farewell to Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded. Kid, go in. Guizhou didn't want to waste any more time, releasing a wisp of resentment from his body and wrapping it around Yang Kai's body before tossing him into the void corridor. While sensing the feedback from the wisp of resentment, Guizhou opened his hand and pulled He Zhao over, grinning wickedly as he said, "Little girl, don't worry, this old master will send you to accompany your savior. I hope all of you have good luck and don't end up like those people who died before you. Old monster, you've done too much evil. One day someone will make you pay the price." He Zhao grit her teeth and shouted. "Don't worry." Guizhou didn't care, releasing a wisp of resentment and wrapping it around He Zhao. Just as he was about to throw He Zhao into the void corridor as well, his body stiffened and his pair of gloomy eyes turned towards the void corridor, a look of excitement appearing on his face as if he had made a special discovery. The next moment he suddenly roared, "Little brat, you actually have such skill?" Saying so, he threw He Zhao aside and disappeared, laughing heartily. From far away, his wild laughter rang out. Halfway up the mountain, He Zhao's face was ashen as she stood there motionless, staring in the direction Guizhou left, not knowing what had happened. He Miao hurriedly rushed up, tears filling her eyes as she worriedly asked, "Elder sister, are you all right?" "I'm fine." He Zhao shook her head. At this moment, besides being covered by a wisp of resentment which made her feel a little cold, there was nothing wrong with her. That Guizhou hadn't done anything to her. What happened? Why did that old monster suddenly leave? Yushi also rushed up. Lu Guichen, Bai Ye, Shen Tu and the others also approached, all of their eyes focused on He Zhao, hoping she could give them an answer. Everyone seemed to think that she, who had been standing with Guizhou at that time, must have noticed something. "I don't know." He Zhao shook her head. "You really don't know?" Lu Guichen confirmed with distrust. "I really don't know." "That's strange. Why did that senior suddenly leave? Could it have something to do with Yang Kai?" He Miao asked innocently. The words that old man said before he left were clearly referring to Yang Kai. Hearing her say this, everyone suddenly remembered, and after thinking about it carefully, all of them felt it was quite possible. It was as if Yang Kai had some kind of extraordinary means that Guizhou was very interested in. But at that time Yang Kai had already been thrown into the void corridor, so why would Guizhou chase after him? That old bastard couldn't have gone crazy, right? Shen Tu's mouth twitched. This was the only way to explain Guizhou's strange actions. "I hope he forgets our existence." Lu Guichen prayed, deceiving himself. Somewhere on the floating continent, space was suddenly torn apart and Yang Kai's figure appeared. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai's face sank and he couldn't help cursing. He found that he was still on this strange continent. Before he could catch his breath though, Guizhou's aura approached him at lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai saw a dark figure rushing towards him. Before this person even arrived, a bloodthirsty wraith rushed out of Guizhou's body and pounced towards him. Yang Kai's face changed and he tore space again, escaping into the void. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 kilometers away. Guizhou pounced on empty air, but after releasing his divine sense, he accurately located Yang Kai's current position and continued to chase after him with a grin. "Little brat, you've hidden your strength well, but you can't escape this old master's palm." Guizhou spared no effort in his pursuit, vowing to capture Yang Kai. Kai Yang continued to flee. The bitterness in his heart was like a gold thread. As early as a year ago, when he was first chosen by Guizhou, he had been hiding his ability to tear space, not hesitating to use the power of his soul clone which he had spent 10 years cultivating. He regarded this as his last life-saving method and secretly hoped that he could tear space to leave this damned place and return to the chaotic abyss, escaping Guizhou's control. It wasn't until today that he was forced to use this method that he realized he had been too naive. It seemed that because Guizhou had constructed a space array here and was constantly experimenting with it, the entire floating continent's territory was in chaos, making the turbulence in the void more dangerous than ever. Even though Yang Kai had studied the Tao of space, he didn't dare to stay in the void for too long. This meant that under Guizhou's pursuit he didn't even have time to catch his breath. If not for this, he could have hidden in the void and waited until Guizhou thought he was dead before quietly taking action. Now Yang Kai could only constantly use his divine technique to tear space as he chased after Guizhou. Every time he tore space, Yang Kai consumed a great deal of his physical strength and spiritual energy, so after only 3 or 5 times he was already panting. The strength in his body was inexhaustible, and even if he ran out he could still use the divine tree to provide him with more, but replenishing his spiritual energy was not so convenient. Yang Kai gradually despaired, feeling that he couldn't escape no matter what. "Junior, don't run. As long as you're still on this continent, you can't escape." Guizhou's voice clearly came from far away, but it still rang clearly in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai remained unmoved and continued to tear space, disappearing a few hundred kilometers away. Guizhou's voice continued to ring in his ears. "Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you dare escape again, this old master will make you pay the price when he catches you. Because you're determined to oppose this old master, I'd like to see how long you can last. This old master knows you're already a little weak. You're just a first-order saint cultivator. After tearing space so many times, how much strength do you have left? Obediently surrender and this old master won't embarrass you. Good, if you stop this old master won't chase you. This old master swears to the heavens that he won't touch a single hair on your head. This old master will keep his word." His attitude and words gradually changed, as if he found that Yang Kai's performance was somewhat beyond his expectations, causing his confidence to begin to waver. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression changed and he stopped running. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly tossed a few pills into his mouth to supplement his spiritual energy and took some myriad drug milk, quickly replenishing his nearly depleted knowledge sea. Guizhou's figure appeared in the next moment, standing a few dozen meters away from Yang Kai, glaring at him with a gloomy expression. Grinning, Guizhou said, "Boy, you really are full of surprises. This old master didn't expect you to have such means. There are many things you can't imagine." Yang Kai tore space and hid half of his body inside a void crack, preparing to escape at a moment's notice. "Don't be so nervous, let's talk." Guizhou raised his hands and gestured, a kind smile appearing on his face, seemingly harmless to humans and animals alike. "This old master has seen your means, but do you really think this old master can't stop you? Don't forget, this old master has also studied space principles for over 1,000 years. Since you have such ability, why haven't you done anything yet? What are you worried about?" Yang Kai said indifferently. Guizhou curled his lips. If this old master really wanted to stop you, he could, but as for whether he would be dead or alive, this old master can't guarantee. That's why this old master allowed you to act so presumptuously. Don't think too highly of yourself. Chapter 10:16. "You have something to ask of me, so naturally you won't attack me," Yang Kai snorted. "If not, do you think this old master would show mercy to you?" Guizhou smiled coldly. "Enough nonsense, this old master didn't know you were proficient in space principles before, but it's not too late to find out now. Why don't you cooperate with this old master and find a way out of here?" "How do we cooperate?" Yang Kai frowned. "This old master will give you freedom. I'll give you whatever you want. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. You can find a way out of here, but when you do, you'll have to take this old master with you," Guizhou chuckled. "This old master's painstakingly researched space array won't be of any use, but since you've also studied space principles, you may have a way." "I don't trust you." Yang Kai shook his head. Dealing with this kind of old monster, the slightest mistake could lead to irreparable damage. "Then what will make you trust this old master?" "Swear an oath." Guizhou's expression became strange as he grinned. "You believe this old master's oath? This old master can go back on his word at any time. Swear in the name of your dead wife and children and I'll believe you," Yang Kai said seriously. "Brat, don't push your luck." Guizhou's expression suddenly became violent, as if Yang Kai's words had touched his bottom line. He shouted, "Angering me won't do you any good. I can kill you now and use my soul-searching technique to obtain your research on space principles." The chances of success aren't high. Perhaps you can obtain my research on space principles, perhaps you won't be able to obtain anything, and even if you do obtain it, you won't necessarily be able to comprehend it. This kind of thing depends on one's aptitude, which is why you haven't achieved anything after 1,000 years of research. Your comprehension of space principles is very poor. Yang Kai said bluntly, not at all afraid of angering Guizhu. He stared at Guizhu intently and asked, "Do you want to take a gamble?" Guizhu's expression became gloomy as he glared at Yang Kai like he wanted to eat him alive, as if he couldn't wait to kill him and search his memories, but his eyes were filled with hesitation. Yang Kai's words hit the nail on the head, making him hesitate. "If you don't swear in the name of your dead wife and child, I will enter the spatial crack right now and never come out. I would rather die in there than cooperate with you. After I die, you can slowly fiddle with that space array of yours and wait for it to work." Saying so, Yang Kai wasn't prepared to give Guizhu any more time to consider and immediately rushed into the void. "Wait!" Guizhu shouted, his face twitching as a gloomy aura surged from his body. Suddenly he laughed and nodded. "Brat, you've got guts, daring to talk terms with this old man." Yang Kai shrugged. "Cooperating with you is like asking a tiger for its skin. I have to be careful." "All right, you win. This old man swears in the name of his wife and children that as long as you cooperate obediently, I won't do anything to you. If I violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Yang Kai shook his head. "Brat, what else do you want?" Guizhu shouted. "It's not you who will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Such an oath has no meaning. You don't need me to teach you how to swear, do you?" Guizhu stared at him coldly, his sunken eyes flashing a bone-chilling murderous intent. He slowly closed his eyes. He didn't play any tricks with his words. He honestly swore an extremely vicious oath on the name of his dead wife and child. Yang Kai walked out of the void and said lightly, "Wouldn't it have been better if you said so earlier? Brat, I want to kill you now, grind your bones to ashes and scatter your soul in order to relieve the hatred in my heart." Guizhu stared at him coldly. "I believe Senior cares a lot about his wife and child, otherwise, you wouldn't still want to avenge them 2,000 years ago." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Senior is also an infatuated man." Guizhu's violent expression quickly melted like snowflakes under the scorching sun, and a look of reminiscence flashed across his eyes, as if he was thinking of his wife and child. "The past is the past. Come back with me first, we'll discuss how to leave here together." Guizhu's tone suddenly calmed down as if he no longer wanted to vent his anger on Yang Kai. Saying so with a wave of his sleeve, Guizhu wrapped Yang Kai up and returned the way they came. On the flat ground on the mountainside, everyone waited in fear, the atmosphere silent. Although Guizhu had been gone for an hour, none of them dared to escape from here. This continent was Guizhu's territory, so there was nowhere they could escape. Everyone was in a state of panic, secretly hoping that Guizhu would never return or even die somewhere. Just as everyone was feeling uneasy though, Yushi's face suddenly changed and she shouted, "He seems to be back." Saying so, she turned her head and looked in a certain direction. Following her gaze, everyone found a black cloud rapidly approaching, and from this black cloud came Guizhu's cold aura, causing everyone to shiver. Despair once again enveloped everyone's hearts. Shen Tu called out in surprise as he stared towards the black cloud in confusion. He seemed to see Yang Kai's figure looming over it, causing him to freeze on the spot. Everyone else also quickly noticed this unusual phenomenon and couldn't help feeling a little dumbfounded. Yang Kai had clearly been thrown into the void corridor by Guizhu before, but now he had returned together with him. None of them could find an explanation for this scene. A moment later, the black cloud fell and the figures of Guizhu and Yang Kai appeared in front of everyone. After confirming that what they had just seen was not an illusion, everyone's expression became strange as they stared back and forth between Yang Kai and Guizhu. Soon, everyone was shocked to discover that Guizhu and Yang Kai seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. This old monster's attitude towards Yang Kai was obviously different from before. "What do you need? Just tell me and figure out a method as soon as possible. This old master doesn't want to wait any longer," Guizhu ordered faintly. "Even if you don't want to wait, you have to wait." Yang Kai shook his head. "Thanks to you, the void territory of this continent is very chaotic right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been caught by you. I could have simply hidden inside a void crack and not come out." What does that have to do with this old master? Guizhu felt a little wronged. This space array you created. Yang Kai pointed to the other side. Guizhu suddenly looked embarrassed and didn't say anything. Although he wasn't proficient in the mysteries of space, he had studied it for 1,000 years, so he knew that the chaos in the void territory that Yang Kai was talking about was definitely caused by this space array constantly opening a void corridor. The creation of this void corridor was distorting space. Stop this space array first and wait for a few days until the distorted territory stabilizes before I can begin studying it, Yang Kai said. Guizhu didn't say a word and simply waved his hand, causing the spirit array to cease operating and the void corridor to close in an instant. How long do we have to wait? Guizhu asked eagerly. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Maybe half a month, maybe a few months, maybe a few years, who knows? Little brat, you're not using this as an excuse to stall for time, are you? Guizhu looked at him suspiciously. Don't forget, although I made an oath, that's on the premise that you cooperate obediently. If you dare play any tricks, this old master will never show mercy. What good is stalling for time to me? Even if I delay for 10 years, I still won't be your opponent. Yang Kai snorted. Seems you know what's good for you. Guizhu was satisfied. Good, then that's it for the time being. You can live here. This old master has opened up a secluded home over there. The world energy aura here is the richest on this continent, so you can cultivate here for a while. I guarantee you'll enjoy yourself here, and if you have any other needs, just let me know. Guizhu ordered before his figure flickered and disappeared. He didn't care what Lu Guiqin and Yushi thought. After he left, Shintu walked over to Yang Kai and exclaimed, Yang Kai, what's going on? How come you and that senior seem to get along so well? And how did you escape from that void corridor? He couldn't understand what was going on, his face filled with confusion. The same was true for everyone else, all of them focusing their eyes on Yang Kai, hoping he could give them an answer. He had something to ask of me, so we reached some kind of consensus and agreement, Yang Kai explained casually. Something to ask of you? Shintu was stunned. What kind of skill do you have to make such a character beg of you? Yushi frowned, a look of disbelief on her face. Yang Kai glanced over at her, too lazy to respond. Little brother. Lu Guiqin lightly coughed, his face filling with a smile. The way he addressed Yang Kai had also changed. May I ask, does this mean we're safe for the time being? That senior won't let us enter that void corridor again to investigate the situation? Yang Kai nodded. You won't enter that void corridor again. Really? He Miao's beautiful eyes lit up as she couldn't help feeling a little overjoyed, feeling like she had just escaped from certain death. But whether you're safe or not, I don't know. Yang Kai smiled lightly as he stared at Lu Guiqin maliciously. Lu Guiqin's face changed as he suddenly remembered that he had some grievances with this young man. When he first arrived here, it was he who had placed a seal on Yang Kai's body that caused him to lose his strength. Now that Yang Kai and Guizhu had reached a consensus and agreement, his status was obviously different from that of prisoners. As long as he had the protection of that old monster, Yang Kai could do whatever he wanted here. Realizing this, Lu Guiqin panicked, fearing that Yang Kai would settle accounts with him in the future, quickly putting on a flattering smile and cupping his fists. Little brother, this Lu had eyes but failed to see and offended you, please forgive him. Bai Ye's pretty face also paled, her pair of watery peach blossom eyes filled with panic. But she still managed to squeeze out an embarrassed smile and said in a charming voice, Little brother, I was wrong before. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. From now on, I'll listen to your orders and do whatever you want me to do, okay? I know a lot of things, I promise you I won't let you down. Her last words were full of deep meaning, and it was likely that as long as one was a man, they would be able to understand what she meant. Chapter 10:17. At this moment, the two Purple Star Masters both lowered their heads and begged for mercy. They understood that the current situation was pressing and that Yang Kai was no longer the young man they could ignore. He should have the ability to control the life and death of all of them, as long as Guizhu really had something to ask of him. To the side, Shintu's body trembled as he stared towards Yang Kai, seemingly not having expected the situation to become so dramatic, chuckling meaningfully as he watched the show from the sidelines. He was secretly looking forward to seeing what answer Yang Kai would give. Yushi's pretty face also changed several times as she stared at Yang Kai, a strong sense of dread and vigilance flashing across her beautiful eyes. Lu Guiqin and Yang Kai didn't have a good relationship, But her relationship with Yang Kai wasn't any better. After Wei Wu was killed, she had gone to Yang Kai and declared that one day she would make Yang Kai pay the price. At that time, Yang Kai had also unceremoniously retorted with a few words. All the words he had said to her in the past still rang in her ears, causing Yushi's heart to fill with bitterness, not knowing what to do. The masters on both sides were depressed and couldn't help feeling like they had just left the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den. Facing Yang Kai was even more frightening than facing Guizhu. At the very least they knew Guizhu's goals and methods. What they didn't know was what Yang Kai was thinking. Yang Kai stared coldly at Lu Guichen and Bai Ye, and seeing the smiles on their faces that were uglier than crying, he suddenly felt a sense of disgust. The river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years. More than a year ago, when he had fallen into this predicament, he had been subdued by Lu Guichen in a single move without being able to resist. But now, this master who could kill him in a single move was humbly begging him, fawning over him with a face full of flattery. All because he had a master like Guizhu behind him. Yang Kai had wanted to borrow Guizhu's hand to kill Lu Guichen in order to avenge his sealed cultivation, but now he wasn't in the mood to do so. Because even if Guizhu killed Lu Guichen, Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to be happy. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly said, "I heard that your Purple Star people collected a lot of herbs some time ago?" Lu Guichen was taken aback for a moment before quickly replying, "I have collected a lot. But because I didn't have a storage artifact, I wasn't able to properly protect them, so the medicinal efficacies have faded a little, but it's not a big deal. And this Lu heard that little brother is an alchemist? It seems that these herbs will be of great use to little brother here. Little brother should refine these herbs into pills as soon as possible, so as to avoid wasting heaven's gifts." Yang Kai grinned with satisfaction and asked, "Where are your Saint crystals?" "They're all in a hidden place. The heaven and earth spirit chi here is extremely dense, and we haven't been able to use them. How about we give them to little brother? Anyway, it's just sitting there." Very good, you are very sensible." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, gently patting Lu Guichen's shoulder, his mood very good as he winked to Shin Tu. "Go with him and get those things back." "Understood." Shin Tu's body trembled as he straightened his back like a javelin. "There's no time to lose, we might as well go now." Lu Guichen smiled awkwardly, impatient to escape from this place lest Yang Kai find trouble with him again. Saying so, he excused himself from Yang Kai and led Shin Tu away. Seeing him act so hypocritically and flatteringly, Yushi couldn't help showing a look of disdain and contempt. She had been dealing with Lu Guichen for many years and firmly believed that whether it was his cultivation or methods, he was no worse than her. The two of them were evenly matched. But seeing Lu Guichen act so humbly, lowering his status, Yushi felt like she was being degraded by him. Her already bad mood became even worse. "As for you..." Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at her, a strange smile appearing on his face, his eyes burning hot as they swept over Yushi's full breasts, slender waist and slender legs, a strange light flashing across his eyes. Although Yushi was He Zhao and He Miao's master, her true age was definitely not young. But her cultivation was extremely high, so the flowing time Great Emperor hadn't left many traces on her body, instead giving her a mature charm. She looked just like a young woman who had just gotten married, sweet and delicious. Yang Kai couldn't help praising her in his heart, feeling that this beautiful woman's appearance was even more outstanding than her two apprentices. His eyes were unscrupulous and extremely aggressive, not even bothering to hide his intentions. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes, Yushi couldn't help feeling like she was being stripped naked, as if she was standing in front of this young man without a stitch of clothing on her body. Unable to suppress the shame and anger in her heart, her tender body trembled as she shouted, "What do you want? We can give you our herbs and Saint crystals, but don't expect me to beg you like Lu Guichen." "Quite the backbone, I like it." Yang Kai sneered, "Don't think I won't do anything to you just because you are He Zhao and He Miao's master. You are no different from Purple Star to me. If it weren't for Senior Guizhu's protection on this continent, I'm afraid I would have already been killed by you. A person like you deserves to die." Yushi sneered. "What kind of person am I? Are you familiar with me? What qualifications do you have to judge me? I saved your two disciples, but not only did you not know how to repay my kindness, you even guarded against me and deliberately made things difficult for me. It's fine that you took back the ring you gave me, but I don't care about that anyway. Wei Wu wanted to kill me and was killed by me because he was not strong enough, but you want to avenge him without asking for the reason? Ask your two apprentices carefully what kind of person I am and what kind of person Wei Wu is. Yang Kai shouted. What do you mean? Yushi's brow furrowed as she stared at Yang Kai suspiciously, feeling that he seemed to be implying something. Baya. Yang Kai shouted. What's the matter, little brother? Baya smiled awkwardly. You are from Purple Star. Tell me how you found He Zhao and He Miao and how you forced them into the chaotic abyss. Yang Kai stared at Yushi coldly while speaking to Baya. Yushi couldn't help turning her eyes to Baya, waiting for her answer. Baya didn't dare to conceal anything, her red lips squirming as she said, Someone from your sword union sent a message saying that the one who obtained the Star Sect command was at the edge of the chaotic abyss. Otherwise, how could we have found the two sisters in the vast star territory? Yushi's tender body trembled as a look of disbelief flashed across her beautiful eyes. Master, the reason we stopped there at the time was because we received a message from Big Brother Wei Wu. He said you would come find us and told us not to run around. He Zhao whispered to Yushi. I never gave such an order. Yushi shook her head, her face pale, seemingly unable to accept what she had just heard. Who was the one who sent you the message? He Zhao looked at Baya and asked. Baya slowly shook her head. I don't know, only Master Lu knows. When he comes back you might as well ask him. Yushi muttered in a daze. Impossible, Wei Wu can't be such a person, he grew up by my side, how could he do such a thing? As she muttered to herself, she suddenly glared fiercely at Yang Kai. You must have colluded with this cheap slut to slander Wei Wu, right? You're hopeless. Yang Kai shook his head gently, his expression becoming fierce. Do you remember what I said to you that day? Yushi showed a panicked expression, her pretty face going pale. How could she not remember Yang Kai's words? Those were the most embarrassing words she had ever heard, and every time she thought about it she would feel uncomfortable. An old woman like you isn't worthy of my attention. Yang Kai curled his lips and spat viciously. You'd better be an old virgin for the rest of your life, untouched by anyone. As soon as these words came out, He Zhao and He Miao both frowned, glaring fiercely at Yang Kai, but Baya simply grinned, revealing a knowing look. You've angered me, but I won't take it out on you. I'll have your two disciples pay the price for you. And their skin is fresh and tender just to my taste. What do you want to do? Yushi was furious, quickly shielding He Zhao and He Miao behind her as she stared vigilantly at Yang Kai. Don't you know what I want to do? Yang Kai grinned, sending a divine sense message to Gui Zhu as he spoke. The next moment, a jet black energy suddenly appeared beside Yushi. This energy was like a ghost, roaring fiercely as it rushed into Yushi's tender body, causing her body to go stiff and unable to move. Two more jet black energies appeared and wrapped around He Zhao and He Miao like ropes. He Miao suddenly screamed in fright. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to the strange gazes of the bystanders and simply walked forward, picking up He Zhao and He Miao on each of his shoulders. Raising his brow towards Yushi in a show of force, he proudly walked towards the middle of the mountain. You demon, let go of He Zhao and He Miao. If you dare touch a single finger of theirs, I'll make you pay the price. Yushi screamed hysterically as she watched Yang Kai take her two disciples further and further away, her tender body trembling violently. However, in front of Gui Zhu's power she was powerless. Scream, scream as loud as you can, no one will pay you any mind even if you break your throat. Yang Kai sneered, turning a deaf ear to her threats. Junior, how can you treat me like this? Yushi unwillingly shouted, her beautiful eyes bursting with an unforgettable hatred. She felt that even if Yang Kai were to carry her over his shoulder and humiliate her, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger on his two disciples because of her mistakes. If he did that, at least she wouldn't feel guilty towards her two disciples. This is the fate of those who provoke me. Yang Kai laughed, his figure finally disappearing into the mountain. Yushi's roars and curses continued as the remaining Purple Star and Sword Union cultivators watched Yang Kai's departing back, all of them shuddering, feeling that Yang Kai's actions were too cruel and inhumane. Even Baya couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine. After witnessing Yang Kai's viciousness, she suddenly realized that she had underestimated this young man too much. He was simply a cold-blooded and ruthless guy, perhaps he didn't even have feelings. Compared with his methods, she was a completely good person. Chapter 10:18. Inside the belly of the mountain where Guizhou lived, he had opened up a series of huge stone rooms, each of which was quite large and filled with a variety of things. It was impossible to tell where Guizhou had obtained them. The air was dry and the stone rooms were dotted with strange stones that gave off a soft glow, making them even brighter. This mountain seemed to be the very center of the entire floating continent, and inside it, there were many interconnected corridors that formed a large spirit array that gathered the continent's rich world energy. Compared to Guizhou's methods, Yang Kai's arrangement in the cave 10,000 kilometers away seemed a bit naive and ridiculous. A small stream flowed through these stone rooms and clear spring water flowed slowly. This was not an ordinary stream, but pure spirit water condensed from pure world energy. Drinking a mouthful of this spirit water was equivalent to absorbing a huge amount of world energy, greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. Yang Kai carried He Zhao and He Miao into the belly of the mountain, and after sweeping the area with his divine sense, he couldn't help feeling slightly moved. The cultivation environment here was simply too good. No wonder Guizhou had chosen this place as his residence. Yang Kai also saw the strangeness of this stream and couldn't help marveling, continuing to follow it into the belly of the mountain. Since being carried on Yang Kai's shoulders, He Zhao hadn't said a word while He Miao was trembling in fear, thinking that Yang Kai, this beast in human clothing, was really going to do something shameless to her. Yushi's heart-rending curses still echoed in her ears, but her voice seemed to have gone hoarse, but no one paid her any attention. Not long after, Yang Kai stopped, found a stone room and walked in, putting He Zhao and He Miao down. He Miao immediately jumped behind her sister like a rabbit, clutching her clothes tightly as she stared at Yang Kai in horror, trembling as she asked, "What are you doing? You won't do anything to us, right? What do you think?" Yang Kai grinned wickedly. He Miao couldn't help shivering, becoming more and more panicked. "Stop playing around." He Zhao looked at Yang Kai indifferently, her brow furrowed. "What's the point? Even if you have a grudge with Master, you shouldn't torture her like this. It's too cruel." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and sneered. "People like your master should be taught a lesson. You must have been with her for a long time. Don't tell me you don't know her shortcomings?" He Zhao frowned and sighed softly. "Sometimes Master is really stubborn and refuses to admit her mistakes. Just like some time ago, she clearly knew that she shouldn't be too vigilant against you and make things difficult for you. She should apologize to you and thank you for saving us, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. That's because I'm weak, so she doesn't take me seriously." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Master is not a bad person, you don't have to say any more. She once had the intention to kill me, so she has to pay the price. I will decide whether she lives or dies based on her performance." He Zhao's body trembled as she looked at Yang Kai uneasily. "You want to kill Master? Look at her attitude. I won't let anyone who is hostile to me live in this world." Yang Kai's expression was cold. "Even if she is your master, I won't let her live. If you want to take revenge on me because of this, I won't show any mercy. Aren't you just making things difficult for us?" He Zhao smiled bitterly. "That's why I brought you in here," Yang Kai said before using his divine sense to communicate with Guizhou again. A moment later, the evil energy binding He Zhao and He Miao retreated, allowing them to regain their freedom. "Find a place to cultivate. Don't think about going out for the time being, you won't be able to leave anyway," Yang Kai ordered before leaving. After Yang Kai left, He Miao glanced around, took a deep breath and patted her chest with her small hand. "That scared me to death. I thought he was really going to..." He Zhao smiled. "What did you think he was going to do?" He Miao blushed and shyly remained silent. "He's not that kind of person. He brought us in here to punish Master and to give us some benefits." "Give us some benefits?" He Miao was stunned. "When Guizhou was about to throw him into the void corridor, didn't we put in a good word for him?" He Zhao smiled, the desolate stone room suddenly becoming brilliant. "He's a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. Bringing us here is definitely to let us cultivate." "Really? I think he's quite scary." He Miao's expression was one of lingering fear. Now that she recalled Yang Kai's appearance, she couldn't help feeling some fear, secretly feeling that this person was too cruel. "What about Master?" He Miao asked. She could still hear Yushi's hoarse voice filled with grief and indignation, making her anxious. Zhou smiled mysteriously and took out her communication artifact, the two sisters exchanging a glance with each other, their beautiful eyes shining brightly. Zhou poured her divine sense into this artifact and sent a message to her master, informing her of her sister's current situation. In another stone room, Yang Kai found a place to sit down cross-legged and think about his future plans. Although he had now reached an agreement with Guizhou, whether he could leave this continent by tearing the void was something he wasn't sure about. Just now, when he was being chased by Guizhou, he had tried to tear space several times but was only able to appear somewhere on this continent, unable to leave this place and arrive at Starfield, making him feel quite helpless. If this method didn't work, Guizhou would definitely not let him go, and when that time came he would die a more miserable death than anyone else. Fortunately, he could still buy some time, so Yang Kai felt that he had to find a solution as soon as possible. At the very least, he had to let Guizhou see some hope. Hearing Shintu's voice from outside, Yang Kai's expression changed as he raised his head and asked, "Senior, can my friend come in?" "You can let whoever you want in. In any case, there are many stone rooms here," Guizhou's voice sounded. Yang Kai nodded, releasing his divine sense to inform Shintu's day. A moment later, Shintu walked in carrying several large and small bags. As he walked, he couldn't help marveling at the cultivation environment here, seemingly impressed by it. Arriving at the stone room where Yang Kai was, Shintu gently put down the things he was carrying on his shoulders and said, "All the things Purple Star collected during this time are here. Lu Guichen didn't dare leave anything behind. There are also Saint crystals." A beautiful figure flashed behind Shintu as the beautiful woman, Bai Ye, appeared in front of Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai stared at her for a moment before turning to look at Shintu's day. Shintu shrugged his shoulders and said, "She wanted to follow me in, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to carry so many things by myself. Little brother, I came here to apologize to you." Bai Ye put on a delicate and pitiful look, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, like a little girl who had done something wrong. Biting her thin red lips, she said in a pitiful voice, "You're a magnanimous person, can't you let bygones be bygones?" Her voice was soft and sweet, but her beautiful eyes were filled with bitterness. In the depths of her beautiful eyes, there seemed to be a strong sense of regret, making anyone who saw her feel like she was sincerely admitting her wrongs, making them want to protect her and forgive her for all her previous actions. Shintu, on the other hand, couldn't help shivering as he rubbed his arms in dissatisfaction. "Damn, you're making me feel goosebumps all over. Can't you speak properly? Why do you have to be so whiny?" Bai Ye glared at him fiercely before turning to Yang Kai and smiling, "I know I'm cheap, but as long as little brother doesn't mind, I'll only listen to you from now on. I'll do anything you want and serve you like an ox or a horse without complaint." Shintu was surprised. "You also know you're cheap?" Bai Ye's face twitched as she looked like she couldn't wait to strangle Shintu, but in front of Yang Kai she didn't dare get angry, her pretty face turning ugly. "Serve you like an ox or a horse?" Yang Kai's mouth curled into a playful smile. Bai Ye nodded firmly, "I'm sincere. What do you want?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. "Life," Bai Ye said concisely. "Good, since you're so honest, you'll follow me from now on." Yang Kai gently nodded. Bai Ye's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly burst with a dazzling brilliance as she happily said, "Many thanks, little brother. This servant will do her best to serve you. I promise you I won't let you down. And what should this servant call you from now on? Master?" A faint blush appeared on her face as if she was a little shy, a little sincere, a little touching. Shintu couldn't help staring at her and shaking his head. "Woman, you really know how to act. If I didn't know your background, I'm afraid I would have been deceived by you." Anyone who saw her like this would probably feel some compassion and relax their vigilance towards her. "You two, master and servant, have fun, I won't disturb you," Shintu said before asking, "Yang Kai, can I find a place to stay here?" "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "Many thanks." Shintu grinned and was about to leave when he saw Yang Kai toss him a jade bottle. Reaching out and catching it, Shintu asked, "What is this?" "A bottle of Saint pills. Used for cultivation." Shintu laughed heartily. "Brother is quite considerate. Help yourself, I'll seal off my divine sense so I won't hear anything," he said meaningfully and soon disappeared without a trace. "Master, would you like this servant to help you massage your shoulders? You seem to be very tired." Bai Ye stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. a strange red glow appearing on her slender white neck, and even her breathing seemed to become hotter. Saying so regardless of whether Yang Kai agreed or not, Baya walked over to him, sat down cross-legged, and pressed her tender body against his, placing her 2 jade hands on Yang Kai's shoulders and gently massaging them. Her movements were as gentle as water, as if she was treating someone she was infatuated with. Her strength was just right. An inexplicable force stimulated Yang Kai's body through her fingertips, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely comfortable. The excessive fatigue he had felt from being chased by Guizhu instantly disappeared, and he was filled with vigor and vitality. Chapter 10:19. Your craftsmanship is quite good, Yang Kai was stunned. As long as master likes it. Baya whispered into Yang Kai's ear and said with some self-pity, this servant doesn't have any other skills, but she knows how to serve people. Serve men? Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Baya giggled and didn't care about Yang Kai's teasing. Enough, don't try to use your beguiling techniques on me, they're useless against me, Yang Kai shouted impatiently. Baya's movements stiffened and she quickly withdrew her charm, forcing a smile. This servant is used to it, please don't take offense, master. If I wanted a woman, there are 2 innocent women in the stone room next door. Even if you tried to seduce me, it would be useless. Master thinks my body isn't clean. Baya smiled bitterly and suddenly said, would you like me to teach those 2 girls a lesson? I'm quite good at teaching women. I can guarantee that they won't be able to resist master's charm and will willingly offer themselves to you. Not only will they let you do whatever you want, they'll also take the initiative to ask for more. Yang Kai's face went black. I'm regretting keeping you here. Baya didn't dare to say anything and obediently served Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally pressing her hot body and plump breasts against Yang Kai's back. After a while, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, you can withdraw and find a place to live. If I need you, I'll call you. Without my permission, you're not allowed to enter this place. Yes. Baya got up and walked away, her beautiful hips swaying. In the stone room next door, He Miao leaned over and pressed her ear against the stone wall, suddenly calling out angrily, elder sister, Yang Kai actually hooked up with that woman Baya, he's too shameless. I think we really need to be on guard against him in the future. He Zhao sat cross-legged on the ground and remained silent. Guizhu didn't show up for half a month and no one knew what he was doing. During this period of time, Yang Kai had been concentrating on cultivating without any distractions. In the stone room in the belly of the mountain, He Zhao, He Miao, Shen Tu and Baya were all safe and sound, especially Baya. She had changed her previous licentious nature and pledged her allegiance to Yang Kai, becoming more honest than anyone else, no longer acting frivolously like before. Unless Yang Kai summoned her, she would stay in her stone room and never come out. She knew very well that she couldn't move a character like Guizhu, so if she wanted to live, she could only work on Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai was happy, she had a chance to survive. For this reason, she did not hesitate to become enemies with Lu Guiqin and even handed over the compass artifact used to communicate with the Purple Star cultivator to Yang Kai to show her determination. Yang Kai had summoned her several times, but he hadn't done anything to her, which made Baya very puzzled. She didn't know if Yang Kai had some kind of problem, otherwise, why would he be so indifferent towards women? She had made it clear that she wouldn't resist, so why wasn't he the slightest bit tempted? This young man was full of vigor and vitality, so his desire in that aspect was stronger than anyone else's. Could there really be some kind of problem with his body? Baya became more and more suspicious, the look in her eyes changing as she stared at Yang Kai, becoming somewhat sympathetic and pitiful. One day, while Yang Kai was cultivating, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly opened his eyes, only to see Guizhu standing quietly in front of him, staring straight at him, his expression fluctuating slightly. Yang Kai's body stiffened as his heart filled with shock. Yang Kai's current divine sense was quite outstanding, but he still couldn't detect when Guizhu had come here. It had to be said that this old monster's cultivation was simply too heaven-defying. Senior, are you looking for me for something? Yang Kai asked. Boy, have you forgotten your task? Guizhu said with some dissatisfaction. I didn't bring you here to improve your strength. Of course I haven't forgotten. It's just that the space territory of this continent hasn't completely stabilized yet, so even if I use my ability to tear space, I won't be able to detect anything. Yang Kai replied indifferently, hesitating for a moment before continuing. However, if Senior is in a hurry, I can inquire about something else. Something else? Guizhou showed a puzzled expression. That seven-colored sky. If I'm not mistaken, that seven-colored sky is the cage that binds this continent, and it is because of it that Senior is unable to leave. Guizhou's eyes lit up as he nodded heavily. Boy, you have good eyesight. The sky of this continent is filled with the various territory fields of the chaotic abyss, making it even stranger than the chaotic abyss itself, making it impossible for anyone to fly away from this continent. You being able to see this is beyond this old master's expectations. Since that's the case, I might as well inquire about it. Saying so, he directly grabbed Yang Kai and left the mountain like a bolt of lightning, arriving in the sky above the continent. By the time Yang Kai came back to his senses, he found that he was already standing 10,000 meters above the ground. Look around carefully, what else can you see? Guizhou stood beside Yang Kai and ordered lightly. Yang Kai nodded and released his divine sense in all directions. A moment later he frowned and said, "This place is indeed very chaotic, and even my divine sense can't find the right direction. The overlapping territory fields are interfering with my normal judgment. How large does Senior estimate this territory field covers?" Guizhou pondered for a moment before saying, "This continent isn't too big, so the range of this chaotic territory field shouldn't be too large, probably several thousand kilometers or even 10,000 kilometers. Every time I tear space, I can only teleport 600 to 700 kilometers at most. If this territory field covers such a large area, it means I would have to tear space at least a dozen times before I can escape from this territory field, and I can't make a single mistake." Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "Difficult? If you think it's difficult, why should I keep you around?" Guizhou sneered. "It's better to kill you now and search your memories with a soul-searching technique while this old master finds a way to escape." Yang Kai chuckled. "That's a last resort. Unless it's absolutely necessary, Senior doesn't want to do this, right?" Guizhou coldly snorted. "This kind of thing can't be rushed. Senior, please wait for half a month. After half a month, the continent's territory field should stabilize, and I'll find a way to escape." "That's all we can do," Guizhou nodded helplessly. "Does Senior have any other instructions? If not, Junior will take his leave first." "Wait a moment." Guizhou raised his hand and said, suddenly reaching out and placing it on Yang Kai's shoulder. The next moment, an extremely cold force rushed into Yang Kai's body and swept through every inch of Yang Kai's physique like a swarm of locusts, inspecting him inside and out. Yang Kai paled, not knowing why Guizhou suddenly did this. The next moment, Guizhou's expression changed slightly as he waved his hand and summoned something into it. The demon mystic tome. Yang Kai's face suddenly became extremely ugly as his eyes flashed vigilantly as he stared at Guizhou. "Do you think this old master can't sense the existence of this storage artifact in your body?" Guizhou sneered. "This old master simply doesn't put it in his eyes, but this thing is a bit strange. Where did you obtain it?" "The continent I came from," Yang Kai replied honestly. "There seems to be some kind of inheritance inside it?" Guizhou continued to ask. "Yes." Yang Kai was shocked on the inside but remained calm on the surface. "No wonder there are two completely different types of power in your body. There are also some strange external forces in your body." Yang Kai understood that the external forces Guizhou was referring to were the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress tattoos on his body. "Boy, have you ever thought about fusing these two completely different forces together?" Guizhou suddenly asked. "Fusing together?" Yang Kai was stunned. "And you have two forces you can use, but don't you think it's inconvenient? Their attributes are polar opposites. If you use one, you'll have to temporarily give up on the other, right?" "Yes. If you can fuse these two forces together, your strength will undergo earth-shaking changes." "What should I do? Please enlighten me, Senior." Yang Kai immediately shouted. Guizhou's words had opened his eyes to a whole new world and he couldn't help feeling excited. However, Guizhou simply rolled his eyes. "How should I know? That's your problem, you figure it out yourself." However, this old master did see someone who was able to perfectly fuse ice and fire forces. That person was a strange genius. Whether you can do it or not will depend on your own efforts. This old master can't help you with this kind of thing as I have no experience with it. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Then why is Senior telling me this?" "Because this old master thinks that the stronger you are, the better chance we have of leaving this place. And no matter how strong you are, you can't escape from this old master's palm, so this old master isn't worried about seeing you become stronger and is instead looking forward to it. Guizhou chuckled, not putting Yang Kai in his eyes at all. That's true. Yang Kai nodded with a wry smile. How could an Origin King Realm Star Master care about a small character like himself? Oh, there's actually a strange tree in this storage artifact of yours? It must have been thousands of years for it to grow to such an extent, right? Guizhou suddenly exclaimed, his divine sense wandering around Yang Kai's demon mystic tome, marveling at the existence of this divine tree. He didn't care about Yang Kai's ugly expression and continued to pry into the secrets of the demon mystic tome. What is this spirit liquid, spirit milk and spirit cream? It seems to be quite good. Guizhou continued to be surprised. This spirit cream should be at least Saint King grade. Senior, can you give my things back to me? Yang Kai's face went dark as he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Guizhou sneered. Are you afraid this old master will covet your treasures? Don't worry, although these things are very good for you, they are of no use to this old master. I won't steal them. Saying so, he continued to investigate. Suddenly, his expression changed and he exclaimed, You actually have this kind of thing? What? Yang Kai was stunned, not understanding what Guizhou had discovered in the demon mystic tome that made him look like he had seen a ghost. Where did you get these? Guizhou stretched out his hand and pulled out 3 stones. One of them was blood red and contained a rich blood qi, the blood essence stone Yang Kai had obtained before. The other 2 were strange pitch-black round stones. These round stones had many lines that resembled the meridians of a human body, and if one listened carefully, one would be able to hear a rhythmic sound coming from these round stones. Yang Kai looked at Guizhou's slightly changed expression and suddenly realized that these 2 pitch-black round stones should have a great origin. Chapter 10:20. Where did you get these things? Guizhou asked again. Yang Kai answered honestly. The 2 pitch-black round stones had been obtained from different places by chance, while the blood essence stone had been snatched from someone else. Back in Xian realm, Yang Kai had already obtained it. Yang Kai only understood the role and purpose of the blood essence stone and had used it many times, but he didn't know what these 2 pitch-black round stones were. Senior, do you recognize these 2 strange stones? Yang Kai observed Guizhou's expression and asked tentatively. Guizhou's eyes flashed with a strange light as he stared deeply at the 2 pitch-black round stones, observing the complex patterns on them and listening carefully to their internal movements. After a while, he nodded and said, It seems you don't know what these things are. Please enlighten me, Senior. Yang Kai looked at him seriously. Guizhou grinned and threw the blood essence stone and the 2 pitch-black round stones back into the demon mystic tome before tossing it to Yang Kai and saying mysteriously, Take good care of them, one day you'll understand. And these things require a lot of mineral essence. If you don't have any minerals, you can also use an artifact. Leaving behind these seemingly inexplicable words, Guizhou disappeared. Yang Kai was left standing alone in the sky, completely confused by what had just happened. Guizhou was obviously unwilling to tell Yang Kai what he knew, which made him very depressed. However, Guizhou's words were intriguing. He actually wanted Yang Kai to take good care of these 2 pitch-black round stones. What was so good about taking care of these 2 stones? They weren't living things. Unable to understand, Yang Kai didn't bother to think about it and simply ordered the divine tree to continue monitoring the situation of the pitch-black round stones before putting the demon mystic tome back into his body. Returning to the flat area on the mountainside as soon as he appeared, Yang Kai noticed a pair of ferocious eyes glaring towards him. This gaze belonged to Yushi. Her strength had long since been restored, so Guizhou had no intention of imprisoning her. Over the past few days, she had remained in this flat area on the mountainside in a daze, no longer possessing the dignified and noble image of a beautiful woman. Seeing her at this moment, this woman's hair was disheveled and her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with a deep hatred as she glared at Yang Kai. It was as if she couldn't wait to swallow him whole. Although she had learned everything from He Zhao and He Miao, learning that Yang Kai hadn't done anything to them and had simply left them in the stone room to punish her for her previous rudeness, Yushi still found it somewhat unacceptable. She felt that Yang Kai was too arrogant, too sinister. She regarded everything that had happened before as a great humiliation, and she secretly bore a grudge in her heart. Now that she was under the eaves and had no choice but to lower her head, she didn't dare take any excessive actions and could only vent the dissatisfaction and anger in her heart with a hateful glare. Yang Kai didn't seem to see her at all and walked straight into the mountain, his figure disappearing. Yushi closed her beautiful eyes and took a deep breath to calm her mood. That little brat thinks he can be safe with Guizhu's protection, but he doesn't know that he's already dead. Lu Guichen suddenly appeared beside Yushi and sneered, "Once Guizhu is able to leave here, he will definitely not let him off. When that time comes, he will die." "Why are you telling me this?" Yushi opened her eyes and glanced over at Lu Guichen coldly. "Don't you hate him? He killed one of your disciples and brought your 2 female disciples into the cave. I think you know better than me what will happen to them. He also humiliated you. Don't you hate him? Don't you want to kill him with your own hands? That's my business, it has nothing to do with you." Yushi snorted. Lu Guichen smiled. "Of course it has something to do with me, I also want his life." "Really? Then why did you wag your tail around him a few days ago?" Lu Guichen's expression became awkward as he pinched his nose and said, "The situation forced me to. Do you think I like showing weakness to someone like him? If it weren't for Guizhu's protection, I could have killed him at will." "Lu Guichen, I want to ask you something, answer honestly." Yushi suddenly looked at him seriously. "What? My disciple Wei Wu. Did he join your Purple Star long ago? What benefits did you promise him that he would not hesitate to betray me and Sword Union?" Yushi shouted. Lu Guichen's eyes flashed as he chuckled. "What do you mean? I don't understand." "You know in your heart. I'll settle this account with you sooner or later. In addition, if you want to take that junior's life, go kill him yourself. Don't try to provoke me and use me to do it. I'm not stupid enough to do that," Yushi said, turning around and walking away, a look of shame on her face as she spoke. Staring at her back, Lu Guichen's face became gloomy. He hadn't expected Yushi to be able to endure this anger. According to common sense, her 2 female disciples had been taken into the cave by Yang Kai and humiliated, so she would have rushed in without hesitation. Lu Guichen didn't understand why Yushi hadn't taken action yet. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai sat next to the spirit stream, watching it flow slowly, lost in thought. Guizhu's words today had cleared a layer of fog for him, allowing him to see a new world he had never seen before. Could the 2 forces in his body really be merged together? Yang Kai cultivated the true Yang secret art, so the energy in his body was true Yang Saint Qi, while the energy in his unyielding golden skeleton was filled with evil power. Every time Yang Kai used it, he could only use one of these forces while temporarily giving up on the other. He had always thought that the true Yang Saint Qi in his body existed to suppress the evil power in his unyielding golden skeleton, but now that he thought about it carefully, this wasn't the case. Because even if he used his demon god transformation when his body was filled with evil energy, he wouldn't lose his reason and humanity, nor would he become like an evil demon who didn't recognize anyone. He really hadn't thought about mixing these 2 diametrically opposed forces together before, so it was difficult for him to imagine what kind of scene it would be. So now he was at a loss. However, since Guizhu said so, he must have his reasons, so in this case Yang Kai chose to believe him. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't understand. Cheering himself up, Yang Kai prepared to try. Calming his qi, Yang Kai controlled the true Yang Saint Qi in his physique and meridians to return to his dantian. After a while, the strength in his physique disappeared, making him feel a little empty and uncomfortable. This feeling of strength suddenly disappearing was something he had experienced several times before, all of which were due to excessive consumption, but today was the first time he had voluntarily dissipated his strength. Yang Kai then carefully guided the true Yang Saint Qi in his dantian into his own meridians. Next he stimulated his unyielding golden skeleton, drawing out the same portion of evil energy into the same position. When the diametrically opposed energies collided, in an instant, Yang Kai's body shook and a look of pain appeared on his face. He felt that there seemed to be some kind of violent conflict between these 2 forces, as if 2 cultivator teams with a blood feud had encountered each other and were fighting to the death. This conflict caused his physique to ache and his meridians to swell. If he listened carefully, he could even hear a burst of crackling sounds coming from there. His true Yang Saint Qi and evil energy were colliding and melting. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as his expression became ugly. In just a short time, the 2 energies had completely melted away, leaving nothing behind. His first attempt ended in failure. Yang Kai frowned. This was the first time he had allowed these two forces to exist in his meridians at the same time. He didn't expect it to bring him such uncomfortable memories. The reason why the evil energy and true Yang Saint Qi could coexist in his body was because they were stored in different places and had never intersected. It was really difficult to forcibly merge them together. Yang Kai, are you okay? Suddenly, Zhao's voice came from outside. It seemed that she had been alarmed by the movement just now. I'm fine. Yang Kai looked up and saw the two sisters Zhao and Miao standing outside looking towards him. Both of them looked like they wanted to say something but hesitated. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, "Are you looking for me? We want to go out and accompany Master. It's been more than half a month. She must be very worried about our situation, and you should have calmed down by now, right?" Zhao pursed her red lips and said with some embarrassment, "Didn't you already send her a message?" Yang Kai chuckled. "What is she worried about?" Zhao was stunned. "Do you think I don't know?" Yang Kai looked at them with amusement and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Go tell your master my attitude. If she dares to hold a grudge against me and wait for an opportunity to retaliate, I will not let her go." Zhao nodded and frowned. "I will persuade her, but don't be so unforgiving. After all, my master is older than you." Yang Kai closed his eyes. Zhao and Miao glanced at each other before helplessly shaking their heads and turning to leave. After they left, Baiya leisurely appeared and looked at their backs, snorting lightly before turning to look at Yang Kai. "Come in." Yang Kai beckoned to her. Baiya suddenly walked over, her beautiful figure gracefully standing in front of Yang Kai, her tender body exuding an invisible ripple that made her look radiant and dazzling. "What orders does Master have for me? Let me ask you something. Have you ever seen someone who was able to perfectly fuse two completely different forces together?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. "Two completely different forces?" Baiya was surprised. "For example, water and fire, life and death, light and darkness. How is that possible? Every type of energy is extremely complicated. Even if those powerful experts spend their entire lives, they might not necessarily be able to understand the true essence of a type of energy. It's too unrealistic to want to fuse the energy of water and fire together. They are natural opposites to each other." Baiya smiled tenderly, not knowing why Yang Kai had suddenly asked such a strange question. However, if someone could really master both the water attribute and fire attribute at the same time, perhaps they would be able to accomplish this. In any case, this servant has never seen such an extraordinary person in her life. Chapter 1021. The True Essence of Strength? Yang Kai frowned. Only by studying the mysteries of strength to the extreme and gaining insight into its true essence can one display its full potential. Baiya explained with a smile. And Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although Guizu's words made him feel extremely excited, secretly feeling that a new world had opened up in front of him, Yang Kai knew that Guizu was just speaking casually. Yang Kai couldn't point out a clear path, nor could he give Yang Kai any advice. "Although this servant has never seen such a strange person before, I have seen two people who cultivate two different attributes fighting side by side. These two attributes should have been mutually exclusive, but in the end they were able to enhance each other's strength," Baiya added. "There are many such people. I believe Master should have seen them as well." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at Baiya with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Baiya forced a smile and asked shyly, "Why is Master looking at this servant like that?" Yang Kai didn't answer, but instead felt as if a storm was brewing in his heart. Baiya's unintentional words had reminded Yang Kai of some key points in his thoughts. Indeed, it was extremely difficult or even impossible for two diametrically opposed forces to fuse. However, when two people who cultivated two completely different attributes fought side by side, they could complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. This was a common occurrence. Yang Kai and Zhou Xian were like this. Zhou Xian's ice cold and his fire attribute could not coexist, but once they fought side by side, their strength would greatly increase. This was because of the existence of the yin-yang joyous unification art. This was even more so when the two of them were dual cultivating. The two attributes coexisted in each other's bodies, transferring from one person to the other and back again. In this process, Zhou Xian's ice-cold attribute and his true yang attribute were both baptized and sublimated, allowing their strengths to become purer and more condensed. The yin-yang joyous unification art. Yang Kai's expression changed as he fell into a deeper level of contemplation. Recalling the scene of him and Su Yan dual cultivating, Yang Kai savored the bone-chilling sensation, as if Su Yan was right in front of him, their divine senses connected, their hearts and minds connected, and they cultivated together, unable to extricate themselves. Hong. Faintly, Yang Kai felt like he had torn apart a barrier that blocked his vision, allowing him to see a more wonderful world and a higher realm. Yang Kai's body shook violently as his eyes flashed brilliantly. At that moment he thought of a possibility. Ice and fire could fuse because they were in a cycle, an endless cycle. In this cycle they complemented each other and were not restrained by each other. Instead they strengthened each other's power. Ice and fire Yang Kai's true strength Yang Kai then. Strictly speaking, the evil qi inside the unyielding golden skeleton was also a kind of coldine qi, but it was different from Su Yan's ice-cold qi. The unyielding golden skeleton's ice-cold qi was able to make people feel as if they had fallen into the depths of hell, causing them to tremble from their flesh to their soul. An invisible wave of qi suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body, and in an instant Baiya felt both hot and cold, causing her tender body to shiver as if she had been plunged into an ice cellar. She called out tenderly, suddenly realizing that something was wrong with Yang Kai's situation and suddenly feeling frightened. During this time she had been trying her best to please Yang Kai in order to gain his sympathy so that she could obtain his protection and safety. If something happened to Yang Kai, then all her efforts during this time would have been in vain. Baiya was naturally nervous. "Go away." Gui Zhu's shout came from the void and Baiya was immediately grabbed by an invisible force and thrown out of the stone room. Feeling a breeze beside her, Baiya turned her head and was shocked to find that Gui Zhu was already standing beside her, his pair of gloomy eyes flashing a strange light as he stared at Yang Kai who was sitting in the stone room. "Senior, what happened to him?" Baiya mustered up her courage and asked. "I don't know, but he seems to have gained something." Gui Zhu frowned. "What did you talk to him about just now?" Baiya hurriedly explained what had happened just now. Hearing this, Gui Zhu's expression changed and he let out a strange laugh. That little brat, just because this old master said something in jest, he was able to study to such an extent? I really don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. "Senior, is he in danger?" Baiya covered her mouth. "He wants to fuse two different forces together. Do you think that's not dangerous?" Gui Zhu grinned. "If he makes a mistake he'll die on the spot. His courage is quite big." "Senior, can't you stop him?" Baiya exclaimed, anxiously asking, "Don't you need his help to find a way out?" If he dies, that's good. I don't think that little brat really wants to help. Even if he finds a way out, I'm afraid he'll find a way to abandon this old master. If he dies, this old master can collect his soul and use my soul-searching technique to explore his memories." Gui Zhu didn't seem to care, instead choosing to just sit back and watch. Baiya suddenly understood that begging him was useless. "Little girl, you're not really worried about his safety, so why are you so nervous?" Gui Zhu glanced at Baiya disdainfully. Baiya forced a smile and said, "Senior must be joking. I really don't want him to die now." "What happened?" To the side, Shintu shouted as he quickly approached. When he reached the stone room he couldn't help being dumbfounded and hurriedly asked, "What happened to Brother Yang? Why does he look like he's about to die?" As soon as his voice fell though, Gui Zhu's expression suddenly became solemn and he shouted, "Let's go." With that he disappeared without a trace. Seeing Gui Zhu's serious look, how could Baiya and Shintu dare to remain? Using their movement skills, the two of them quickly flew out. Just as they left the mountain and arrived at the flat ground outside, two diametrically opposed forces suddenly erupted from the mountain. One was as hot as fire, the other was as cold as ice. Both of these forces were so powerful that they swept through all the stone rooms and corridors inside the mountain, spreading all the way to the outside. Lu Guichen, who had been standing on the flat ground halfway up the mountain, suddenly turned his head and stared towards the sky with trembling eyes. Yushi, who was talking to He Zhao and He Miao, also turned her pretty face towards the same direction. The entire mountain peak was now in a bizarre state, as if it had been split in half. The left half of the mountain was shrouded by the scorching yang energy, which was golden in color. The right half of the mountain was covered by pitch-black evil energy, which contained a bloodthirsty, violent and cruel aura. It was as if night had fallen, covering half of the mountain peak. These two opposite forces were violently colliding, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble and rocks to tumble down, as if the end of the world had arrived. "What's going on?" Lu Guichen shouted as he quickly retreated. At the same time, everyone halfway up the mountain hurriedly retreated a dozen kilometers to the foot of the mountain. "I can sense that Junior's aura. What is he doing?" Yushi's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked He Zhao and He Miao. "I don't know. When we came out he didn't seem to be doing anything." He Miao shook her head. "Purple stars. Bai Ye definitely knows." He Zhao turned her gaze to the side where Bai Ye and Shin Tu were staring towards the mountain peak with worried expressions. Lu Guichen had already arrived beside them and was asking them questions. Listening to their conversation, Yushi quickly figured out what was going on. A strange look appeared on her pretty face for a moment before she actually smiled and nodded. "That Junior is dead for sure this time. It seems I don't need to do anything myself." A trivial first-order saint actually daring to try such a thing. He must be tired of living. "Master, is Yongkai in danger?" "His life was hanging by a thread," Yushi said with a happy expression. "Master, please save him. You're just angry he was disrespectful to you. You don't really want him to die, right?" He Zhao pleaded. "Naturally I want him to die. I can't wait to skin him alive," Yushi said bitterly, "and this kind of thing can't be helped. Didn't you see Senior Guizhu? Stay out of it." He Zhao and He Miao looked up and saw Guizhu standing in the sky with a gloomy expression. "If I try to stop him by force he'll die." Yushi frowned and quickly said, "He still has a glimmer of hope now. It all depends on how hard he tries." After speaking for a while she suddenly found that He Zhao and He Miao were both looking at her strangely, causing Yushi to suddenly go silent, her pretty face twitching slightly. He Zhao smiled. "Master really doesn't mean what she says. You don't hold a grudge against him." "Ghost girl, don't judge your master." Yushi's expression became ugly. "If he doesn't die this time, all of you stay far away from him in the future. Never approach within 10 meters of him again." "Yes." He Zhao and He Miao both nodded. "Senior, can't you think of a way?" Shin Tu stood at the foot of the mountain and shouted to Guizhu. Guizhu grinned. "This old master has no way. This time he will either die or soar to the heavens. It all depends on his own good fortune." Heh, no matter what the outcome is, this old master is looking forward to it, so even if there is a way, this old master won't stop him. Guizhu suddenly became very interested in Yongkai. Although he had been surprised when he learned that Yongkai was proficient in the Tao of space and had been paying attention to Yongkai's movements these days, it wasn't until this moment that Guizhu realized that he had been underestimating Yongkai all this time. With just a few words, Yongkai was able to comprehend his own strength to such a degree in such a short period of time. Not just anyone could do this. Guizhu wanted to see if Yongkai could succeed, and if he succeeded, what would happen after the fusion of his two strengths and how much of an improvement it would bring him. If he didn't die, Yongkai would have an extremely bright future ahead of him, perhaps even becoming the brightest star in the star territory. At the foot of the mountain, everyone stopped to watching as the mountain peak was covered by the two forces and the two forces clashed. Some people hoped that Yongkai would die early, some hoped he would survive, and some had an indifferent attitude, simply watching a good show. Everyone's mood and expression were all different. Chapter 10:22. At the foot of the mountain, everyone stopped to watch, each with different thoughts. Inside the belly of the mountain, Yongkai felt his strength erupt and his expression became ugly. The maximum power a cultivator could possess was the limit of what their physical body could bear. The transcendent realm had its own limit and the saint realm had its own limit. But this limit had no effect on Yongkai because his secret art was special and his body was special. The true Yang secret art he cultivated allowed the Yang attribute energy in his body to become saturated, condensing it into Yang liquid and storing it inside his dantian, ready to be used when needed. The unyielding golden skeleton's special ability allowed it to contain unimaginable power. These were Yongkai's two great power warehouses, something no other cultivator could compare to. Could be said that there was no limit to the power he could store. And now Yongkai had opened both of these warehouses. The unimaginable evil energy stored inside his unyielding golden skeleton erupted in an instant, and in order to alleviate the erosion of his will and body, Yongkai simultaneously released drop after drop of Yang liquid. The evil energy and Yang Yuan energy violently collided with each other inside the two warehouses, like a dam bursting, wanting to swallow the entire mountain. This kind of power was so powerful that even Yang Kai felt his heart palpitate. This was far beyond the limit of what his body could bear, hundreds, if not thousands of times more. His flesh and blood spasmed and squirmed as his blood rapidly flowed under his skin. A huge amount of power burst out, causing Yang Kai's skin to crack inch by inch. Golden blood flowed out of his body, healing his wounds over and over again. Then the healed wounds split open again, repeating the process over and over again as if there was no end. Yang Kai's mood was very calm. He used his heart to feel the two forces in his body, understanding how they flowed, understanding their rules, and prying into their true essence. Time slowly passed and more evil energy and Yang Yuan energy escaped, melting away as they collided. As they melted away, Yang Kai's understanding of these two forces became deeper and deeper. His divine sense spread out like a tide as he carefully sensed every movement. He had never thought that the two forces he possessed would undergo so many wonderful changes when they encountered each other. These bursts of energy seemed to have a life of their own as they whispered into Yang Kai's ear, trying to reveal their secrets. Yang Kai felt like he was witnessing flowers blooming and wilting, tides rising and falling, one cycle after another. Yang Kai's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his heart became more and more confident. He did not care about the collision and melting of his own powers. He continued to stay in the center of the two powers, attaching all of his consciousness to the dark energy and Yang essence. He was like an outsider, staying out of the matter and silently observing everything. After a long time, he suddenly had a strange feeling. It was only now that he truly grasped the crux of his powers and understood their true essence. His expression shook as he began circulating the yin-yang joyous unification art, using the joyous unification art as a foundation to guide the yang yuan and dark energy that had escaped from his body back into his body. The hundreds of millions of pores on his body opened up, and his body became a bottomless pit in an instant, the two forces that had escaped from his body obediently returning to him. On the way back, they obeyed Yang Kai's orders and no longer viewed each other with hostility, instead beginning to fuse together, undergoing some delightful changes. Feeling these subtle changes, Yang Kai's expression became joyful and he worked even harder to guide them. At the foot of the mountain, everyone was discussing whether Yang Kai would live or die when he Miao suddenly called out in alarm, "There's a change." There was no need for her to remind them as everyone noticed the change in the atmosphere around them and couldn't help turning to look at the mountain. What they saw stunned everyone on the spot, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Before this, the entire mountain had been divided into two halves by two different forces. One side shrouded in a scorching hot golden light while the other side was shrouded in a boundless darkness by an evil force. But now everyone could feel that these two forces were slowly moving closer to each other, as if they had some kind of attraction to each other. Even if they leaned against each other and fused together, there would not be any conflict. Did he really succeed? Gui Zhu's expression became strange as he sent his divine sense into the mountain, a moment later curling his lips and snorting, "This little brat." Clearly, he had found the correct method and understood the mystery of his own power. As long as he continued, he would definitely be able to do as he joked earlier and combine the two completely different powers. Gui Zhu found that he had still underestimated Yang Kai's ability and couldn't help showing a look of admiration and envy. What he had said before was just unintentional. He felt that Kai Yang could work hard in this direction in the future and spend a few decades, 100 years or even a few hundred years to achieve this. The premise was that he could live that long. How could Gui Zhu have imagined that Yang Kai would accomplish this in such a short time? This kind of thing was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Gui Zhu was certain that Yang Kai's understanding of his own strength had reached a certain height even before this. Gui Zhu believed that even if Yang Kai didn't do it now, as long as he had a little opportunity in the future, he would probably be able to accomplish what he did today. Realizing this, Gui Zhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had inadvertently helped Yang Kai. "Is Yang Kai fine?" Shen Tu raised his head and asked. How would this old master know? Gui Zhu's expression became disgruntled as he flicked his sleeve and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "That means he's fine." Shen Tu observed Gui Zhu's expression and grinned meaningfully, his heart relaxing. In this short period of time, the scenery of the entire mountain changed again. The golden light and darkness fused together, making the entire mountain look like it was burning. However, the fire that burned was different from the rest. It was a pitch-black flame, a demonic flame. These strange flames seemed to be able to burn everything in the world, and no one could resist the power contained within them. Just looking at them made one feel uncomfortable, as if their souls had been thrown into these demonic flames, causing them to suffer the pain of being burned forever, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. These demonic flames not only contain the yang energy of true yang yuan qi, impervious to all evil, but also contained a bloodthirsty and brutal aura, causing one to involuntarily feel the evil thoughts hidden in their hearts. This kind of extreme contradiction was the most terrifying, making it impossible to resist. Everyone instinctively turned their eyes away, not daring to pry into the mysteries of this demonic flame. It looks like he's soared to the heavens. Bai Ye's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she secretly wondered if she should change her attitude towards Yang Kai and treat him with sincerity. The biggest reason she had stooped so low, not hesitating to serve Yang Kai as a slave, was because she was afraid he would come looking for trouble with her, so she had no choice but to swallow her pride and endure humiliation. She had never truly felt that Yang Kai was anything special. She believed that the reason Yang Kai could act so unscrupulously in this world was only because of Guizu's blessing. Without Guizu's protection, Yang Kai was nothing. This kind of fox exploiting the tiger's might was the most hateful. So during this time, although she had done her best and granted all of Yang Kai's requests, she had never acted with sincerity, even somewhat looking down on Yang Kai. But now she didn't dare to think so. This young man really had his own uniqueness. Such a person with such great potential had always been the target of all the great forces in Star Territory. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to bloom with amazing brilliance. He would occupy an important position and become an overlord, so having a good relationship with him wouldn't be a bad thing. Bai Ye's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as her pretty face glowed brilliantly. Secretly glancing around, she found that Lu Guiqin and Yushi both had extremely dignified expressions, no longer showing any contempt towards Yang Kai. She knew that these two had finally realized Yang Kai's abilities and were definitely scheming something in their hearts. Curling her lips disdainfully, Bai Ye couldn't help feeling a subtle sense of superiority. Because she was close to Yang Kai and because she could serve him, this feeling of superiority made her feel both ashamed and inexplicably excited. She couldn't help licking her ruby-red lips as her tender body began to heat up. After realizing that Yang Kai was fine, Shintu no longer paid attention to the movements on the mountain peak and instead focused on his own matters. Over on Sword Union's side, the remaining 4 or 5 cultivator gathered together. Yushi frowned, wanting to say something but hesitating for a moment before lightly coughing and saying, "Master takes back what she said just now. You two sisters should interact with him more in the future. And it would be best if you ask him if he is willing to join our Sword Union. If he is willing, that would be best, but if he isn't, then forget it." He Zhao and He Miao glanced at each other, their eyes shining brightly as they nodded. "Yes, master." He Miao said, "In fact, this person isn't bad, it's just that he always hangs out with that slut Bai Ye. It's really shameful." Yushi glared at her. "It's fine to interact with him, but keep enough distance, don't let him take advantage of you." "Yes, master." He Miao nodded firmly. Inside the mountain, inside a stone room, Yang Kai continued to circulate his joyous unification art, guiding the fusion of 2 different forces. At first, the process wasn't very smooth and the forces he guided into his body would sometimes clash with each other, but it didn't matter much. As time passed, Yang Kai found that everything became extremely smooth and there was no longer any sense of obstruction. The evil energy that poured out of the unyielding golden skeleton and the energy contained in the yang liquid that exploded inside the dantian, except for a small part that was consumed at the beginning, the rest was returned to him without any waste. Yang Kai clearly felt that he was rapidly becoming stronger. That flesh and blood contained power that he could not compare to in the past. It made him go wild with joy and he gladly endured it. Guizhu was right. After fusing these 2 forces together, Yang Kai's strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. This change was obvious and could be clearly perceived. After tasting it, Yang Kai began circulating his joyous unification art more and more greedily. The entire mountain suddenly transformed into an invisible vortex, and as this invisible vortex rotated, the world's world energy began to gather towards it. The stream of spirit water in the stone room under the guidance of this force was transformed into the purest form of world energy and poured into Yang Kai's body, all of it being absorbed by him. Chapter 1023. The mountain peak where Guizhou originally lived was lush and beautiful, filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. But at this moment, the entire mountain seemed to have been burned down, leaving only scorched earth and dead trees. No trace of its former beauty could be found. Even the spell formation that had been set up to gather spiritual qi seemed to have been destroyed. Inside the mountain, the spirit stream had completely dried up, and the water that originally flowed through it had long since disappeared. Inside a stone room, an invisible vortex was rotating, drawing in the surrounding world energy and then absorbing it. Guizhou's figure appeared leisurely and stood in front of Yang Kai, frowning as he stared at him motionlessly. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice this, and only after a long time did he take a deep breath and stop circulating his secret art. Silently inspecting himself, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. The yang liquid in his dantian and the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton had completely disappeared. Instead, they had fused together, forming a new type of energy that possessed the characteristics of both, but was far more powerful and lethal than either yang essence or evil energy. This new energy flowed through Yang Kai's meridians, nourishing every inch of his physique and storing it in the unyielding golden skeleton. Yang Kai felt like he had been reborn from the inside out, as if he had been reborn, his entire body filled with unparalleled explosive power. A single moment of enlightenment and a single moment of cultivation had caused him to undergo earth-shaking changes. He even felt like he could fight against a Saint King Realm Master. His cultivation had also improved slightly, reaching the second-order Saint Realm without any hindrance. Yang Kai didn't even know when he had broken through. He had been immersed in the process of fusing his two strengths all this time and hadn't noticed anything else, so this unexpected surprise made him even happier. With a thought, Yang Kai tried to display his demon god transformation. Invisible demon crests climbed up and merged into Yang Kai's physique. In an instant, his vitality rose madly along with his vitality fluctuations. It seems that I can still display the demon god transformation, Yang Kai thought to himself. After all, after the fusion, his strength contained both the characteristics of his Yang Yuan Qi and evil energy. Not bad, you're really good. Guizhou's voice suddenly came from in front of him, praising him sincerely. Yang Kai opened his eyes, dispelling the demon god transformation and cupping his fists respectfully. Senior, many thanks for Senior's guidance. Guizhou's expression became strange as he coldly snorted. This old master didn't teach you anything. There's no need to thank this old master. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Senior may have just said it casually, but if it weren't for your words, it would have taken this junior several years or even longer to reach this step. So, in any case, I still have to thank Senior for enlightening me. Think what you want. Guizhou waved his hand impatiently, seemingly unwilling to have anything to do with Yang Kai, quickly saying, You've been in retreat for more than a month now, and this old master has generously given you so much time to improve your strength. Now that you've succeeded, isn't it about time you did your part? He stared coldly at Yang Kai, seemingly unhappy that he had to wait for so long. Yang Kai nodded quickly. Junior will begin immediately. But before that, I want to take a look at the space array. Do as you wish as long as you can find a way out. It doesn't matter how you struggle, but remember, if you can't find a way out, this old master will extract your soul and torture you forever. If you disappoint this old master, you will not have a good end. Guizhou fiercely threatened before sending a jet of black energy into Yang Kai's body, disappearing in an instant. The jet black energy shuttled back and forth through Yang Kai's body and soon arrived at his arm, where a terrifying face mark appeared. This mark contained Guizhou's divine sense, allowing Guizhou to monitor Yang Kai's every move through it. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head before walking out. A short time later, Yang Kai left the mountain and arrived at the flat ground where the space array was arranged. This space array had been left in use since the last time Guizhou used it. The countless saint crystals inside the array were dim and the energy stored inside had almost been completely consumed. The space gate, which had been refined from the starship debris, was still standing in place with a thin layer of space spirit crystal covering its frame. Yang Kai had secretly observed this space array more than once in an attempt to gain some inspiration from it and enhance his understanding of space arrays. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai discovered that although Guizhou's attainments in the Tao of space were poor, after 1,000 years of research, Yang Kai did indeed have some insights. He had actually thought of using Space Spirit Crystal as a key to opening a void corridor and as a medium to stabilize it. Unfortunately, the gate used to form this void corridor was refined from the St. King grade starship debris, so its grade was still a bit low. The Space Spirit Crystal covering the gate frame was also lacking, so the void corridor opened by Guizhou was so chaotic and unstable that it could collapse at any time. If Guizhou was provided with enough materials, he may be able to successfully arrange a stable space array. As for where this space array would teleport people, Guizhou probably didn't know. Yang Kai observed this space array, comprehending Guizhou's research into the Tao of space and turning it into his own understanding. A moment later, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and was surprised to find that all the people who were still alive on this continent had come over. They seemed to have seen Yang Kai come out of seclusion and had rushed over. "Master." Baiye didn't care about the contemptuous looks directed at her from all around and called out affectionately, smiling as she walked over to Yang Kai and sincerely said, "Congratulations, Master, for your great increase in strength and enlightenment." This time she sincerely wanted to pledge her allegiance to Yang Kai and follow him, no longer feigning civility and flattery like before, so her smile was incomparably bright. Yang Kai gently nodded. "Brother, it's good that you're fine, don't do such dangerous things again in the future." Xianxia laughed, but a trace of doubt flashed across the depths of his eyes. He had never been clear about Yang Kai's true bottom line. Although Yang Kai had suddenly killed a third-order Saint Cultivator inside the Purple Star starship, that momentary burst of strength didn't mean anything. Xianxia had also been trying to guess what Yang Kai's true strength was. Before Yang Kai entered retreat, he hadn't felt any pressure from Yang Kai, but every time he was with Yang Kai, there was a voice in his heart that screamed. If he really fought with Yang Kai, the one who would die would be him. This was Xianxia's intuition as a cultivator, so he had always felt that Yang Kai was hiding his cultivation and strength. But now, seeing him again, Xianxia found that the feeling Yang Kai gave him was even less threatening than before, and his previous instincts didn't warn him this time. Xianxia was puzzled, wondering what Yang Kai's retreat meant by causing such a big commotion. Had he succeeded or failed? However, the fact that his cultivation had risen by a minor realm was obvious to all. "I'll be careful in the future," Yang Kai chuckled. The He Zhao and He Miao sisters also smiled and nodded to Yang Kai, happy that he was safe. Yushi stood behind her two disciples somewhat unnaturally, her pretty face cold. To the side, Lu Guichen squeezed out a slightly reluctant smile and nodded to him. "Little brother, there is one thing we haven't quite understood. If it's convenient, could little brother tell us?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said lightly, "What is it?" Lu Guichen glanced around, calmed himself down and whispered, "You said before that Senior Guizhou had something to ask of you. What exactly is it?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone turned burning eyes towards Yang Kai, expecting him to give them an answer. They really didn't know what Yang Kai was capable of, a trivial Saint Realm cultivator actually reaching an agreement with a master like Guizhou. What did Guizhou see in him? "You might as well ask Senior Guizhou about this. If he is willing to tell you, he will definitely tell you." Yang Kai smiled gently. Lu Guichen's expression became awkward as he suddenly fell silent. He didn't even have time to hide from Guizhou, so how could he ask him about this kind of thing? If he made him unhappy, Guizhou would probably kill him. "Little brat, if you waste any more time with them, this old master will teach you a lesson." Guizhou's voice suddenly sounded in his ear, clearly impatient. Yang Kai's expression changed as he cupped his fists and said, "My apologies, Senior is urging me, I won't waste any more time." As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and transformed into a blue streak of light before disappearing. 10,000 kilometers away from the flat ground on the mountainside, Yang Kai came to a stop. Currently only Guizhou knew how to tier space. It was one of Yang Kai's trump cards, so he wasn't willing to reveal it, at least not to someone like Lu Guichen. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai circulated his strength, condensed it at his fingertips and tore. Suddenly, a crack appeared in space. The crack was dark, cold, and empty. Waves of strange and inexplicable fluctuations were emitted from it. Yang Kai didn't rush in and instead stared at this crack in a daze. When he tore space before, the place where he was torn was as smooth as a knife or sword. But now, at the edge of this tear, there was a cluster of black demonic flames burning. These demonic flames were sometimes hot and sometimes cold, constantly changing, making it impossible for anyone to grasp them. These flames seemed to be able to burn space itself, making it impossible for the torn space to heal. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He hadn't expected that the new demonic flames born from the fusion of his two strengths would be so strange. It seemed it was necessary for him to re-examine himself. Without stopping, Yang Kai flashed into the crack, and with a single thought, the demonic flames were extinguished, allowing the torn space to close again. Inside the turbulent space, Yang Kai didn't panic, glancing at the human face mark left on his arm by Gui Zhu and chuckling. What Gui Zhu was planning, Yang Kai knew better than anyone else. The reason he didn't kill him and urged him to find a way to leave was because he wanted to monitor his movements, pry into how he tore space apart and observe the movements in the chaotic streams of space, and use this to strengthen his understanding of the mysteries of space. Gui Zhu wanted to steal this method. How could someone like Gui Zhu place all his hopes on Yang Kai? He had other plans. Chapter 1024. Gui Zhu's little scheme was something Yang Kai was well aware of, but he had never pointed it out. However, in this turbulent space, everything was cut off from the outside world. Gui Zhu couldn't even sense where he was, let alone spy on him, so Yang Kai wasn't worried that Gui Zhu would steal his methods. Although Gui Zhu's words had enlightened him and greatly improved his strength, something Yang Kai was very grateful to, he still needed to be vigilant. Yang Kai had never been able to relax around Gui Zhu. For an old monster like him, going back on his word was a common occurrence. Yang Kai now not only had to find a way to leave this place, but he also had to ensure that Gui Zhu wouldn't try to kill him after he left. This is difficult. Yang Kai's stomach was knotted up, but he couldn't think of a good solution for a while, so he could only take one step at a time. After staying in the turbulent space for a while, Yang Kai left. As soon as his figure appeared, Gui Zhu's voice sounded in his ear. "Boy, did you gain anything?" Gui Zhu had an impatient look on his face as if he was very anxious. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "How could it be so easy? Senior, please don't worry, I was just confirming whether the space territory here had stabilized." "What was the result?" Gui Zhu continued to ask. "And it's stabilized and won't interfere with my judgment." "That's good. Senior, how far did I move just now?" 1,000 kilometers or so. Gui Zhu coldly snorted. "Your methods have improved a lot compared to last time. It seems that your strength has improved greatly." Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help lighting up as he became excited. Before, when he tore space, he could only move a few hundred kilometers at a time, but now he could move 1,000 kilometers in an instant. It had to be said that this was a huge improvement. "Don't try to play any tricks with me. You and I both know that you can't escape from this old master's palm. Do your best for this old master, and as long as we can leave this place, this old master promises not to hurt you." "Junior understands," Yang Kai gently nodded. "If Senior has nothing else to say, Junior will continue. Go." Yang Kai once again tore space apart and placed himself in the turbulent flow of space, searching for an opportunity and direction within it. After his strength and experience improved, Yang Kai suddenly realized that his understanding of the Tao of space was still very shallow. Although his understanding of the Tao of space was deeper than Gui Zhu's, it was obviously not enough for him to leave this strange continent. So, just like many years ago, he came to this chaotic flow of space to comprehend the profundities of space and pry into its profundities from its surging and erupting. He didn't say anything to Gui Zhu because Gui Zhu was impatient and wanted Yang Kai to take him away from here immediately. Time passed day by day. Yang Kai had always been in the turbulent space, comprehending the profoundness of it to his heart's content. Every day, Yang Kai had to return to the continent to report his progress to Gui Zhu and appease his anxiety. Yang Kai's progress was remarkable. His harvest was huge. His understanding of space had become much smoother. One day he suddenly had a strange idea and escaped from the space turbulence. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai replaced his physical body with his divine sense to break through the barrier of space and achieve his goal of teleporting. If he wanted to leave, he had to break through the shackles of the seven-colored sky. Gui Zhu had said that the seven-colored sky was formed by the convergence of the various territory fields in the chaotic abyss, covering an area of at least several thousand kilometers. Even with Yang Kai's current means, he had to accurately tear space several dozen times in order to break through the barrier of this chaotic territory field. He didn't dare to use his physical body to test the waters because any mistake could cause him to be lost in this territory field. However, he could use his divine sense, so even if he lost his divine sense it wouldn't be a big problem. At most, his soul would be damaged, but with the 6-colored soul-warming lotus he could quickly recover. Yang Kai's divine sense spread out in all directions like a tidal wave as he condensed his divine sense into invisible threads, attaching them to his own comprehension of the Tao of space and thrusting them into the void. These strands of consciousness contained the subtlety of space as they flew. Strands and strands of untraceable traces shuttled back and forth across the entire continent. They disappeared from one place and suddenly reappeared in another. They broke through the restraints of space and displayed a strange state of teleportation. The range of Yang Kai's divine sense grew wider and wider. Inside the mountain peak, Guizhu, who had been monitoring Yang Kai's movements, suddenly showed a look of surprise and couldn't help nodding to himself. Good, it seems he's making some progress. He couldn't help grinning. Yang Kai's progress meant that his chances of leaving this cage were greater, so he didn't disturb Yang Kai and let him experiment on his own. After an hour, Yang Kai showed a tired look. This was a sign that his divine sense was too vast and far beyond his current realm. At this moment, Yang Kai's divine sense had covered almost half of the continent, a level that a second-order saint cultivator could not achieve. Even masters like Yu Shi and Lu Guichen would not be able to achieve this level. Because Yang Kai's divine sense was constantly jumping and breaking through the shackles of space, unlike ordinary people's divine sense. This was why he could detect half of the continent. Taking back his divine sense, Yang Kai wanted to restore himself. However, at that moment one of the divine senses he had spread out suddenly noticed some unusual movements. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he took back the rest of his divine sense and focused his spiritual energy on a particular spot to continue exploring. A moment later, his expression shook as he made an astonishing discovery. At the center of this continent, 10,000 meters below ground, there was a terrifying surge of energy. This energy was extremely well hidden, as if it had always been there. If not for Yang Kai's divine sense passing through that spot, he wouldn't have been able to discover it. Furthermore, he also discovered that there was a layer of barrier around the energy. That barrier was incomparably sturdy and protected the energy, perfectly concealing it from others. Yang Kai's divine sense that had accidentally jumped into this barrier stayed there for a moment and was greatly nourished, the divine sense thread that had almost disappeared growing again. Yang Kai was shocked and immediately realized that this massive energy was somewhat unusual. Remaining calm, Yang Kai left his divine sense thread in place to determine its location while he sat down cross-legged and began to restore himself. He wanted to figure out what this massive energy was. Would Guizhu, who had lived here for 2,000 years, know about it? Soon Yang Kai faintly felt that Guizhu should not be aware of its existence. Because if he knew, he would not have let it go. Yang Kai believed that even Guizhu would not be able to ignore such a huge amount of energy. But why hadn't he discovered it? Guizhu was already an Origin King Realm Master, so with a single thought he knew the situation of this continent like the back of his hand. Senior, Yang Kai called out with his divine sense. What's the matter? Guizhu replied immediately. This junior wants to ask, after living on this continent for so long, have you discovered anything special about it? Special? Guizhu coldly snorted as he roared angrily. What do you want to ask? In addition to the rich world energy and abundant materials, this place is basically a hateful prison. A prison that has trapped this old master for 2,000 years. This old master will leave this place sooner or later. Have you discovered something? Guizhu suddenly became vigilant. No, I just want to inquire about some things so I can determine the direction to leave this place. Yang Kai replied casually. You'd better, if this old master finds out you're playing tricks. Don't blame me for being impolite. Guizhu snorted. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, Do you want to use your special divine sense to find the source of this damned place's stars? Star source? What's that? Yang Kai was stunned. You don't understand? Guizhu was also stunned. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. This junior was born on a low-level continent. The people there have never even ventured deep into the star field, so I don't know much about the star territory. Barbarian. Guizhu snorted disdainfully. Star's source is star's source. Any cultivation star has one. Can be said that it is the essence of a cultivation star. For example, if a star is a cultivator, then star's source is equivalent to the cultivator's dantian, equivalent to the cultivator's knowledge C. If a cultivator can carve their own soul brand on the star source of a cultivation star, then they will become the master of that cultivation star. They will be able to clearly understand everything about that cultivation star. If they want, they can cause a natural disaster to erupt anywhere on that cultivation star. With a single thought, they can turn the mountains of that cultivation star into a vast ocean or flatten an abyss into a flat land. Yang Kai couldn't help being shocked. Isn't that the same as controlling a cultivation star? Exactly. Within a cultivation star's territory, every star master controls the source of their cultivation star. They can absorb the energy of that cultivation star at will to supplement themselves. On this cultivation star, their strength will never be exhausted. It is inexhaustible. Boy, do you understand the power of a star master now? I understand. Yang Kai's face went pale. Then this place. I said you were a barbarian, but you really are a barbarian. This is just a strange continent, not a star, so where did this star source come from? This old master searched for it more than 1,500 years ago. If there really was one, how could you have come here to take advantage of it? Yang Kai smiled wryly. What Senior said is right, I was just asking casually. I wasn't looking for any star source. I've never even heard of it before. Good, if you know, then hurry up and find a way out. Don't think about such nonsense, it's too unrealistic and won't do you any good. Gui Zhu reprimanded before cutting off contact with Yang Kai, no longer paying any attention to him. Yang Kai continued to restore himself as he fell into contemplation. As Gui Zhu said, this place really didn't look like a star, but rather a strange continent. However, Yang Kai had seen stars shaped like ancient trees in the chaotic abyss. They were like huge towering trees with branches and leaves that grew in the chaotic abyss, exuding a rich wood attribute energy. From this perspective, it was not an exaggeration to call this continent a star. After all, its size was not small, far larger than a meteorite. Chapter 1025. This inadvertent discovery caused Yang Kai's mood to waver. Whether or not this massive energy was star's source, Yang Kai wasn't clear. Under Gui Zhu's strict surveillance, he didn't dare to investigate too deeply and could only leave things as they were. However, Yang Kai also had his own speculations. If this was really star's source, it must have formed in the last 1,500 years, or it could have deceived Gui Zhu's detection. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to remain unscathed and be ignored by Gui Zhu. Yang Kai didn't withdraw his wisp of divine sense and instead left it there, nourished and strengthened by this inexplicable energy. Yang Kai planned to wait until he had a chance to come back and take a look at the situation. The wisp of divine sense he left there could provide him with an accurate location. Yang Kai did this without leaving a trace, so it didn't attract too much attention from Gui Zhu. As time passed, Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space became more and more profound. His divine sense was now able to easily cover half of the continent. His divine sense, which was infused with the Tao of space, was able to easily reach any location he wanted. Yang Kai explored the seven-colored sky many times, constantly experimenting, and after countless strands of his divine sense were lost in the chaotic territory, he finally had some confidence he could leave this place. Remaining calm and silent, Yang Kai continued to explore and experiment, striving to achieve perfection and not make any mistakes. Every day Yang Kai would report to Gui Zhu, but he didn't tell him the truth, so Gui Zhu didn't know anything. On this day Yang Kai returned from the seven-colored sky, and as soon as he arrived at a flat area halfway up the mountain, he smelled a bloody scent in the air. His expression changed slightly as he spread out his divine sense and soon discovered something was wrong. The people who were still alive on this continent were gathered together at this moment, and the atmosphere was heavy as if they were discussing something. What's wrong? Yang Kai walked over and asked. Someone died. Shin Tu's expression became ugly. Yang Kai was surprised and turned to look in front of him. Sure enough, he saw a cultivator lying on the ground, his vitality drained away. His body seemed to have been subjected to great pressure and burst open in an instant, making his corpse look horrible. Which side are they from? Yang Kai asked. Our people. Hizeo replied sadly. He Miao and Yu Shi both wore looks of grief and indignation, and even Lu Guichen couldn't help showing a trace of sadness. Back then their Purple Star and Sword Union had more than 100 cultivators who had fallen into this predicament, but after more than a year, only a dozen or so cultivators were still alive. They had lived in peace for several months, but now another cultivator had died right under their noses. No one even knew how he died. Who killed him? Yang Kai raised his head and asked. No one dared to answer, all of them smiling bitterly. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Here besides Guizhu no one else had the courage to kill. That old monster seemed to be in a very bad mood. Otherwise he wouldn't have attacked a junior for no reason. Yang Kai, can you talk to Senior Guizhu? We don't have any intention of resisting him, so can you ask him not to kill again? Hizeo pursed her red lips and turned to Yang Kai. This time one of Sword Union's cultivators had died, so if Guizhu wanted to kill again next time, who would suffer? Maybe it would be someone else, maybe it would be them. Besides Yang Kai, who could sit back and relax, everyone else was on edge. Once Guizhu killed everyone here and saw no hope of leaving, he likely wouldn't spare Yang Kai's life. He would use soul-searching to strip Yang Kai's memories, devour his understanding of the Tao of space, then cut off all means of retreat and figure out a way to leave on his own. That's right, Yang Kai. Shintu also spoke up. You're the only one here who can speak with Senior Guizhu. I don't want to die without knowing why. Everyone else looked at him eagerly, treating him as a life-saving straw. Yang Kai gently nodded. I'll talk to him, but whether he'll listen or not, I don't know. As long as he can talk to him, Shintu smiled helplessly. Himiao, come with me and bury him, Yushi whispered. Yes. The remaining 3 from Sword Union worked together to carry the dead cultivator's body away and find a place to bury him. Yang Kai turned around and walked into the mountainside, turning a few corners in the corridor before arriving at the stone room where Guizhu lived. Yang Kai had never been to this stone room before, only knowing that Guizhu lived here. This was his first time coming here. The entire stone room was very different from the rest. It seemed to be immersed in endless darkness without a trace of light. Inside this stone room, there were faint shadows shuttling back and forth as a serene soul, like energy, roamed about. As soon as he arrived here, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine as a terrifying sound rang out in his ears, causing his mind to tremble. In an instant, a strange scene appeared in front of his eyes. In that scene, a ferocious-looking ghost rushed towards him, wanting to gnaw at his flesh and soul, dragging him into the 9 nether purgatory, never to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yang Kai's whole body went stiff and he couldn't move. A cluster of demonic flames suddenly emerged from his body, connecting together and making him look like he was burning. Yang Kai broke free from this illusion. Guizhu's strange laughter rang out in his ears as he shouted, "Boy, what are you doing here?" Yang Kai frowned, allowing the demonic flames to continue burning, dispelling the influence of the ghostly shadow on him, carefully choosing his words before asking, "Did Senior kill someone today?" Guizhu smiled and said, "What's so surprising about killing someone? You didn't come looking for this old master for such a trivial matter, did you?" They were very nervous, afraid that they would be next, Yang Kai quickly said. And that's right. Guizhu seemed to be very happy. This boring world, this old master is tired of living such a boring life. This old master just wants to have some fun. This old master likes to see people on tenterhooks, so let them be. Just because you were bored you killed someone? So what? Guizhu coldly snorted and the dark stone room suddenly lit up. The strange stones that had been decorating the stone walls began to glow as Guizhu sat in the center of the stone room, his pair of gloomy eyes staring towards Yang Kai as he sneered, "You came to intercede for them? You're not that kind of person, are you? Even if this old master kills them all, you won't show any mercy." Senior must be joking. Junior is also a human and there are a few of Junior's friends among them. Naturally, I don't want you to continue killing them. Friends? Guizhu was startled for a moment before bursting into laughter. You can deceive others, but you can't deceive this old master. And you do have some friendship with a few of those people, but it's far from enough for you to disobey me for them. To put it simply, if you have some benefits, you'll take them with you, but if you're facing a crisis, you won't sacrifice your life for them. You're not stupid, you know what the consequences of disobeying me are. Yang Kai fell silent. Guizhu seemed to have hit the nail on the head. You're afraid this old master will kill all of those people and then attack you? Guizhu shouted. Yang Kai nodded calmly. Yes, Senior's insight is as clear as day. Junior has such concerns. Guizhu gently nodded. If you really have such concerns, you might as well work harder and find a way to leave as soon as possible. Before this old master kills all of those people and attacks you, I believe in your ability and I believe you haven't done your best. Junior already has some ideas. Yang Kai frowned. Guizhu's body shook as his eyes flashed brilliantly, shouting, Good, good, as long as you have some ideas, good. And this news of yours has made this old master very happy. This old master's mood will probably be maintained for some time. Continue to work hard, don't let this old master down. Junior will take his leave. Yang Kai cupped his fists and quickly left. The moment he turned around, Yang Kai's expression became dignified. He suddenly understood that Guizhu didn't kill those people because he was in a bad mood, but rather to warn him and put pressure on him. Guizhu should have become vigilant about Yang Kai's concealment, otherwise he wouldn't have suddenly started killing people. It was just that Guizhu didn't know what Yang Kai was concealing and couldn't point it out, so he used this method. Guizhu wanted to tell Yang Kai that his patience was limited, and if Yang Kai couldn't satisfy him, he would end up like that dead man. Yang Kai understood this clearly, so he had no choice but to appease Guizhu in the end. However, this appeasement wouldn't last long. The next time Guizhu lost his patience, he might really kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became ugly as he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of helplessness. He had been planning to leave secretly after finding a way out, ignoring Guizhu and letting him continue to be trapped here, allowing him to die of old age. However, the difference in strength between them was so great that Yang Kai was forced into a passive position. He realized that his idea was somewhat unrealistic. Even if he really managed to find a way out, he would likely be stopped by Guizhu before he could leave safely. Yang Kai pondered, wondering if he should believe Guizhu's oath and leave this place with him, then everyone would be happy. Doing so was undoubtedly very risky, and Yang Kai wasn't sure if Guizhu could really keep his promise. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind like lightning, his expression becoming more and more serious. Returning to his stone room, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began to restore his consumed strength while contemplating. From outside, the sound of light footsteps could be heard as Baiya walked in uninvited, gently arriving behind Yang Kai, pressing her tender body against his as she gently rubbed Yang Kai's back with her plump hands while gently kneading Yang Kai's shoulders. Opening her red lips lightly, she asked, Master, when we can leave this place one day, can you take this servant with you? Naturally, Yang Kai said casually. Baiya smiled bitterly, her hands still moving as she whispered, You don't need to patronize me, I know you never intended to take me with you. After all, I've been rude and disrespectful to you before and I'm not a good person. She suddenly started to blame herself, causing Kai Yang to be confused. He didn't know what she was doing. Chapter 1026. Inside the stone room, Baiya's expression was bleak and her voice was bitter. During this time she had been serving Yang Kai, and although she had been very docile and well-behaved, Yang Kai had always said 1 was 1, 2 was 2, and she hadn't dared to resist in the slightest. But she wasn't stupid, on the contrary, this woman was very shrewd. She had long seen through Yang Kai's intentions. Even if they could leave this place, Yang Kai wouldn't take her with him. That was why Baiya had made things clear in advance. She wanted to use her sincerity to impress Yang Kai and change Yang Kai's mind. If we can leave here, I will definitely listen to you in the future and do whatever you want me to do. I don't want to be left here, I promise to only be loyal to you. Baiya begged. Even a master like Guizhu had been trapped here for 2,000 years without being able to find a way out. If she was left here, she would only die of old age alone. That kind of ending was simply too terrible. Yang Kai turned his head and stared at her deeply. Baiya calmly stared back at Yang Kai, not showing the slightest trace of panic in her beautiful eyes. After a moment, Yang Kai gently nodded. If that day really comes, I will tell you. Baiya froze for a moment before smiling bitterly. Thank you. Good, I have something to think about, you can leave now. Yang Kai waved his hand. Baiya politely bowed and left, her expression becoming more and more bitter. Because she knew that Yang Kai's last words were just perfunctory, he had no intention of changing his mind. Time flew by and about 10 days later. Another person died tragically, this time it was one of Lu Guichen's subordinates, a First Order Saint King Realm Master. He had been meditating on the flat ground on the mountainside when suddenly his body exploded into a bloody mist. The death of this second person made the people who were still alive even more nervous. Once again they went to find Yang Kai and asked him to think of a way. Even Yu Shi, who had always been proud and unwilling to bow her head, had no choice but to lower her head and plead with him to persuade Guizhu. Yang Kai agreed casually. However, he knew that no matter how he tried to persuade Guizhu, it would be useless. The most important thing now was to let Guizhu see some clear hope. Only then would he be happy, and once he was happy he would stop killing. Yang Kai's star shuttle, and he flew up into the seven-colored sky. Yang Kai sat cross-legged atop his star shuttle, condensing his divine sense threads and space divine sense. Powerful threads of divine sense leapt forward, breaking through the seal of space and escaping the constraints of distance. With a single thought, Yang Kai could cross 1,000 kilometers. Sun Yang's. Yang Kai's soul's divine space. Yang Kai Yang Kai Yang and Yang, of course, and Yang. Yang Yu Yang to Yang to the Yang Yu Yang. Yang Kai's face was pale and his divine sense was slightly damaged. Quickly stuffing a saint pill into his mouth, Yang Kai urged the power of the six-colored soul-warming lotus to repair his soul. After another hour, Yang Kai released his divine sense again. Inside the mountain, in the dark stone room, Guizhu grinned. "Little brat, do you really think this old master doesn't know what you're up to? If I didn't give you some pressure, you wouldn't have been willing to put in any effort. I hope you'll be more honest this time. Otherwise don't blame this old master for killing you again. This old master showed mercy the last 2 times, but this time I'll kill those who have some friendship with you. I want to see if you really have a heart of stone." In his eyes, the figures of Shin Tu, He Zhao and He Miao suddenly appeared. At the same time, the expressions of the 3 people in different positions all changed as they felt a chill run down their spines. A kind of aura of death filled their bodies, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Up in the seven-colored sky, Yang Kai sat cross-legged atop his star shuttle, stabilizing his body as his divine sense drifted back and forth, shuttling back and forth through the chaotic territory. He was unable to perceive the passage of time, but he was constantly probing the void with his divine sense. After trying more than 20 times and losing his divine sense more than 20 times, Yang Kai still didn't have any substantial gains. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to find a way to leave in such a crazy way, even if they were stronger. Once one's divine sense was damaged too frequently and too severely, it would become irreparable damage, causing a person to become muddle-headed. The six-colored soul-warming lotus was able to repair Yang Kai's damaged divine sense, allowing him to eliminate this worry. At a certain moment, Yang Kai once again felt his divine sense drying up and couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. Because this time he still hadn't succeeded. Just as he was about to withdraw his divine sense, Yang Kai suddenly noticed some subtle changes in the territory in a certain direction and couldn't help gathering all his divine sense together and piercing towards that direction. To his surprise, this time his divine sense easily broke through a barrier and his divine sense instantly broke free of the seven-colored sky's shroud and escaped this cage-like existence. Soon Yang Kai saw countless beautiful stars. Each of these stars exuded a surging energy. Some were extremely cold, some were as hot as fire, some were filled with tornadoes that swept across the stars, and there was even one that resembled a huge ancient tree that grew healthily in the star field. The chaotic abyss. Yang Kai couldn't help shouting, his eyes shining brightly. This was the first time he had broken through to the chaotic abyss with his divine sense. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling ecstatic. Being trapped here, not only was Guizhu anxious, but Yang Kai was also impatient. After spending so much time with Guizhu, Yang Kai felt as if his life was hanging by a thread. Now that he saw the chaotic abyss, he saw hope for survival. Yang Kai was genuinely excited. Calming his mood, Yang Kai carefully confirmed again that the place his divine sense had reached was the chaotic abyss before carefully withdrawing his divine sense, not daring to act too hastily. In the process of withdrawing his divine sense, Yang Kai left a few strands of his divine sense along the way as a guide. These divine sense strands wouldn't last long. Yang Kai estimated that they would disappear completely in less than a day, but as long as he had these divine sense strands to guide him, he didn't have to worry about getting lost in the seven-colored sky of this territory. He was fully confident he could leave this place. Soon Yang Kai took back the remaining strands of his divine sense, his expression uncertain and hesitant. He wanted to follow the direction marked by the divine sense strands and leave this place directly. However, he knew that once he left, everyone on this continent would die because of him. This was secondary though. The most important thing was that Yang Kai didn't know if he could successfully leave this place before Guizhou intercepted him. Looking at the face mark Guizhou had left on his arm, Yang Kai sighed softly. Standing up, Yang Kai gave up on the restlessness in his heart and summoned his star shuttle to fly towards the mountain peak. A moment later, Yang Kai returned and walked straight to the stone room where Guizhou lived. Dark and cold as always, Yang Kai stood in front of the stone room. "Boy, how's it going?" Noticing his arrival, Guizhou asked in a deep voice. In the darkness, his pair of eyes stared fixedly at Yang Kai, unwilling to miss the slightest change in his expression. "We can leave now," Yang Kai replied. Unexpectedly, Guizhou did not respond, as if he was stunned by this huge surprise, unable to speak. After a while he muttered, "Really?" Guizhou's voice trembled slightly, revealing the excitement in his heart. "Boy, you should know what kind of fate awaits those who dare to fool this old master. This old master has been waiting for this day for far too long," Guizhou roared in a low voice. "I'm not fooling you, we can indeed leave now," Yang Kai said indifferently. "Ha ha ha." Guizhou suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter rumbling like thunder, causing the mountain peaks to tremble and rocks to tumble down. Halfway up the mountain, Lu Guichen, Yushi and the others all looked over in horror. They didn't know what Guizhou was thinking, but all of them felt like they were facing a great enemy and couldn't help gathering together in an attempt to find some sense of security. "Good, I knew you wouldn't let this old master down, boy." Guizhou's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, his hand grabbing onto Yang Kai's arm like an iron hoop as he said impatiently, "Let's go, let's leave this place." Because of his excitement, the strength of his hand was so great that Yang Kai's bones were almost crushed. "There's no need to rush." Yang Kai struggled and broke free from Guizhou's big hand. "No need to rush? This old master is in a hurry." Guizhou squinted at him, his eyes filled with hostility. "Are you still planning something?" "Senior worries too much, but before we leave I feel there are some things I need to make clear," Yang Kai said lightly. Guizhou's eyes flashed with a strange light, his excited expression suddenly calming down as he gently nodded. "Speak, this old master is listening." Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before saying, "Although this junior is willing to believe in senior's character and promises, just to be on the safe side, this junior wants to confirm that you won't do anything to me after we leave this place." Guizhou smiled wickedly. "Rest assured, if you can satisfy this old master's wish to leave this place, this old master will never hurt you. This is this old master's lifelong wish. I can only thank you for it, so how could I possibly harm you?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he quickly said, "I hope so, and I hope senior can remember the oath he made before." "And this old master remembers," Guizhou pointed to his head. "I remember it clearly." "That's good, right? Can we leave now?" Yang Kai shook his head. Guizhou's face sank as he impatiently asked, "What else do you want?" "I want to take a few people with me, it's just along the way." Guizhou immediately understood who he wanted to take with him and said indifferently, "As long as they don't hinder this old master, it doesn't matter if you take them all with you. They won't hinder you. And I'll have to trouble senior to call in the people I mentioned." Guizhou looked at him with interest. "Call who?" Yang Kai immediately reported a few names, and Guizhou nodded before summoning them with his divine sense. Chapter 1027. Halfway up the mountain, Yushi, Hizeo, Himiao, Shentu and the others who were feeling nervous because of Guizhou's crazy laughter, suddenly stiffened and their faces went white as paper. Guizhou's voice suddenly rang in their ears. "What happened?" Lu Guichen hurriedly asked. Guizhou summoned. Yushi couldn't help gulping. Lu Guichen was startled and the look in his eyes towards Yushi immediately changed, some kind of schadenfreude, some kind of sadness, but also some kind of relief, no longer saying anything. "I was also summoned." Shintu's face went pale as a deep sense of powerlessness filled his heart. Baya squeezed her hands together as her tender body trembled. "Master, what should we do?" Hizeo looked at Yushi nervously. Yushi's heart was also in chaos and she didn't know what to do for a while. Of the more than 100 people who had died because of Guizhou, only a few of them remained. Today Guizhou had summoned so many people at once. Only the heavens knew what he wanted to do. It's a blessing, not a curse. Yushi smiled bitterly and gave up on the idea of escaping, because in front of an Origin King Realm Master, there was no way she could escape. Come with me if you really die today, stay by Master's side. She looked at He Zhao and He Miao lovingly and secretly vowed to protect her two disciples. Even if it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, she wouldn't hesitate. The three of them took the lead and walked into the mountain. Shen Tu and Bai Ya exchanged a glance and could only helplessly follow. Looking at their departing backs, one of the Purple Star cultivators came over to Lu Guichen and said, "Master, they probably won't be able to return." Lu Guichen sighed softly and smiled bitterly. "I don't know whether to rejoice or grieve for them, but we have escaped this disaster for the time being. Next time, I'm afraid." The 3 or 4 subordinates gathered around him all wore gloomy expressions. They all thought that the people who had been summoned this time were dead. Yang Kai waited in the mountain corridor and soon saw Shen Tu and the others come over. Gently nodding to them, he immediately showed a suspicious look and asked, "What's wrong with you? All of you look so sad." Shen Tu's mouth twitched as he said unwillingly, "He was summoned by Guizhou." Saying so, he gently patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and whispered, "Brother, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape this time. If you have a chance to escape from here, please send a message to Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce saying I disappointed my father. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have acted so mischievously." He looked like he was giving his last words and his expression was solemn. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce? Yushi looked at him thoughtfully, a trace of doubt flashing across her beautiful eyes. "Remember, make sure you deliver the message. Of course, if you can't leave this place, then forget it." Shen Tu patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and sighed deeply. Yang Kai had an odd expression on his face. Thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly understood why these people were so dejected, as if a great disaster was about to befall them, and couldn't help smiling. "What do you think Senior Guizhou summoned you for?" "I don't know, but it can't be anything good." Shen Tu froze for a moment before looking at Yang Kai in surprise. "Do you know something? Tell me, what is he going to do to us?" Everyone couldn't help turning their eyes towards him. "I asked Senior Guizhou to summon you," Yang Kai said bluntly. Everyone's expression became puzzled. "I'll take you out of here," Yang Kai continued. Shen Tu was shocked, and the beautiful eyes of Yushi, He Zhao, He Miao and Bai Ya also flashed a strange light, all of them staring at Yang Kai incredulously. "I found a way to leave, and I talked to Senior Guizhou and he agreed to let you come with me." "No way, did I hear that right? We can leave this place?" Shen Tu muttered in a daze, a look of disbelief filling his face. He Zhao and He Miao's pretty faces also showed a look of excitement, their eyes filled with gratitude. He Miao eagerly asking, "Yang Kai, is what you said true? You're not lying to us, right?" Yang Kai shook his head. She suddenly became overjoyed. She covered her small mouth, and a layer of watery light appeared in her beautiful eyes. "That's great, that's great." On one hand, she had thought that after being summoned by Guizhou she would die without a doubt, but now things were not as she had feared. On the other hand, she had learned that she could escape this cage, so she couldn't help herself. He Zhao hugged her shoulder and the two sisters looked at each other before bursting into laughter. Bai Ya also seemed to be shocked by this news, standing in place stupidly, unable to recover for a while as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, unable to understand why he had suddenly changed his mind. Not long ago, Bai Ya had looked for Yang Kai and talked to him about this, but Yang Kai's attitude at that time was clearly perfunctory, yet now he wanted to bring her along. Bai Ya couldn't help feeling that this was unrealistic, as if she was in a dream. Among everyone present, the one who was the most confused was Yushi. She stared at Yang Kai with a complicated expression, no one able to tell what she was thinking. She wanted to open her mouth and thank him, but she couldn't bring herself to say those words, her heart twisted in knots. "You wait a moment, Bai Ya, come with me." Yang Kai didn't pay attention to Yushi and instead beckoned to Bai Ya and walked over. Bai Ya responded quickly and followed behind Yang Kai. The two of them stood a short distance away and Yang Kai stared at her, his brow furrowed slightly, hesitating for a moment before saying, "To be honest, I really don't want to take you with me, nor do I care about you. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me." Bai Ya smiled bitterly. "I understand, after all, I've done a lot of bad things to you before. There is a saying that it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's surname. You're a dissolute and treacherous woman. Men are nothing more than playthings to you, a source of strength for you to enhance yourself. Now that you have something to ask of me, you're acting so docile. Who knows if once you leave this place, you'll revert to your original nature and hold a grudge against me and seek revenge. No, I won't do that, Baya quickly waved her hands. I don't trust you. Yang Kai shook his head. Baya's face paled, seemingly feeling that her hope of leaving this place was getting further and further away. But you've served me well these past few days, and whether you're being hypocritical or sincere, you've served me for so many days. If I were to just leave you here, it would make me seem too cold-blooded. What do you want me to do to make you trust me? Baya understood the meaning behind his words, and her beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai imploringly. Tell me, I'll do whatever you say, I won't let you down. Yang Kai gently nodded. Release your knowledge, seize defenses. I want your soul brand. I want to be able to control your life and death. Baya froze for a moment, a trace of panic flashing across her beautiful eyes, but after hesitating for a moment she nodded heavily and took the initiative to release her knowledge, seize defenses. The next moment, Yang Kai's divine sense pierced into Baya's knowledge sea, shuttling back and forth, searching for something. A moment later, Yang Kai took back his divine sense and took away her soul brand. Baya's face paled slightly, her red lips trembling slightly as she asked, Is this all right? Yang Kai looked at her strangely for a moment before nodding. It's all right. After a pause he asked, How many men have you harmed? Baya pursed her lips and giggled. Did you peek into other people's memories? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. It's inevitable. Inside Baya's knowledge sea, there was a series of filthy memories. Even though Yang Kai was a man who had seen much of the world, he couldn't help feeling a little shocked. This woman was simply a source of calamity. Any man who was targeted by her could not escape from her poisonous hands, dying one after another as their blood essence was sucked dry. However, those men all had happy expressions on their faces when they died, completely unaware of what their fates would be. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little scared. If not for the many twists and turns on the Purple Star starship, he might have ended up in the same situation, sleeping with her for a while before dying on her belly. I'll be yours from now on. Baya bit her thin red lips lightly, her seductive figure radiating invisible ripples that impacted Yang Kai's mind. I'll serve you more diligently in the future. Forget it, I don't want to have anything to do with you. After we leave here, you and I will go our separate ways, Yang Kai snorted. You wouldn't really. Baya covered her mouth as she looked Yang Kai up and down. Really, what? Is there a problem with that? Baya asked the question that had been lingering in her heart for a long time, her eyes pausing between Yang Kai's legs, a look of pity appearing on her face. Yang Kai's face went black. If you dare talk nonsense again, I'll leave you here. Saying so, he no longer paid any attention to this crazy woman, turned around and left. Baya's wild laughter came from behind him, seemingly not caring about Yang Kai's threat at all. Yang Kai had just arrived at the place where everyone was gathered when Gui Zhu appeared leisurely. The several people who had been whispering to each other quickly shut up, not daring to speak again. Have you dealt with it? Gui Zhu looked at Yang Kai. Then let's go. Gui Zhu laughed. Wait a moment, I have something to say. Yang Kai looked around at the crowd solemnly. I have to let you know that when I took you out of here, I used a method called tearing space. Tearing space? Yushi called out in amazement, staring at Yang Kai strangely. You also know about the mysteries of space. Nodding, Yang Kai said, Not bad. Yushi's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she turned to Gui Zhu in realization. No wonder Senior Gui Zhu reached an agreement with you, so that's how it is. They had been wondering what it was about Yang Kai that made Gui Zhu want to protect him and provide him with a good cultivation environment. Gui Zhu's attitude towards Yang Kai was completely different from how he treated others, and it wasn't until now that they understood. Tearing space meant there was a chance to escape from this cage. This was the direction Gui Zhu had been researching for 1,000 years, and it was also a territory he had never been able to understand. It was his only hope to leave. Chapter 1028. No one had expected that someone like Yang Kai would also dabble in the mysteries of space. The Tao of space had always been an extremely obscure existence. Not only was it difficult to comprehend, but it was also extremely difficult to break through. A cultivator who understood the mysteries of space was extremely rare. Even looking at the entire star territory, a cultivator proficient in the mysteries of space was extremely rare. Even a master like Guizhu, who had studied the Tao of space for 1,000 years, hadn't been able to produce any useful space arrays at all. Brother. Shintu pursed his dry lips and murmured, "Did you really come from a low-level continent? You haven't been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, have you?" He asked the same question everyone was thinking. Almost all of them had the same thought, thinking that Yang Kai's background was extraordinary and that he was simply putting on an act to deceive them. Yang Kai smiled. "If I didn't come from a low-level continent, I wouldn't be so ignorant about the common sense of star territory." Shintu thought about it carefully and nodded lightly. That's true. Since he met Yang Kai had constantly asked him questions about common sense. If all of this was just an act, then it was simply too much. But you really are quite surprising. Shintu smiled bitterly. "Why are you telling us all this now?" "Because I need your cooperation to take you away." Yang Kai's expression became dignified. "I can tear space and take you into the void to find a way out. But the space I tear is different from the void corridor that has been around for a long time. The void corridor is stable and connects 2 points in space, allowing people to freely shuttle between them, but the space I tear is unstable." Everyone's expression changed slightly, suddenly realizing that things were not as simple as they had imagined. The road to leaving seemed to be full of thorns. "I need you to promise me that you won't use any of your strength in there." Yang Kai swept his eyes over everyone solemnly before finally settling on Guizhu. "Senior, you too, because once you use your strength, the turbulent flow of the void will become even more chaotic. We will most likely be exiled to some unknown crevice in the void, and once we can't determine where we are, even I won't be able to leave." Guizhu grinned and nodded. "Good, this old master won't use his strength. Have you all memorized it?" Yang Kai looked at the others. Everyone frowned. "There's nothing else. As long as you follow me, you'll be fine." Yang Kai thought about it carefully and felt that he had said everything he needed to say. Then he said, "If you're ready, let's go." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and tore a crack in the void. That crack seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand, and it was several feet wide. It was pitch black inside, without the slightest bit of light. Violent void energy collided and pulled inside, forming a terrifying area like a swamp. It was incomparably strange. Guizhu's expression couldn't help becoming dignified as he stared deeply into the void crack. Everyone else was even more nervous than the last. In Kai Yang's hand was a piece of glowing stone that he had taken from the wall. Without saying a word, he entered the cave. Guizhu's eyes flashed, but he didn't rush to keep up with Yang Kai's pace and instead threw Shintu in. Baiya followed closely behind Shintu while Guizhu entered unhurriedly, squeezing Yushi's group of 3 behind him. After the 7 of them had all entered, the rift that had been torn open quickly closed and disappeared. Surrounded by cold darkness, the only light came from the strange stone in Yang Kai's hand, guiding everyone forward. None of them dared to take a single step behind, all of them walking through the void as if they were treading on thin ice, quietly glancing left and right, all of them looking shocked. None of them had ever had such a strange experience before, nor had they ever imagined that one day they would be able to walk through the void. The spatial turbulence in the surroundings was extremely chaotic, and it was like the most terrifying ferocious beast had opened its savage maw with the intention of swallowing all of them. On the other hand, the spatial turbulence looked like the most dangerous swamp, and it was filled with muddy traps. The slightest carelessness would cause one to be pulled into it and exiled to the end of the world. Violent heartbeats rang out from everyone's chests. As they looked around in amazement, they couldn't help feeling a sense of trepidation. What gave them peace of mind, though, was that wherever Yang Kai walked, the chaotic void seemed to be smoothed out and the muddy turbulence became as solid as flat ground, making it less dangerous to walk through. Everyone was keenly aware that Yang Kai's essence, qi, and soul seemed to have formed a strange resonance with the turbulent void, allowing him to find a way out. Everyone held their breaths as they followed in the footsteps of their predecessors, moving forward one by one. Suddenly, a brief exclamation rang out and Yang Kai couldn't help pausing, turning his head and asking, "What happened?" "Nothing." He Miao patted her chest and said apologetically, "Sorry, I thought I fell down." The expanse of space by her feet exploded apart inch by inch. and it was like the surface of a shattered mirror that caused others to be unable to help but arouse the misconception that they had fallen into an abyss. Yang Kai nodded and didn't say anything, continuing to lead the way. Little girl, don't be so startled, this old master was also scared half to death by you. Gui Zhu turned around and smiled at He Miao, his gloomy smile causing He Miao's already gloomy expression to become even uglier. Yang Kai, who was walking in front of them, stopped again, stretched out his hand and tore open another crack in the void. He leapt out. Everyone followed closely behind. Fresh air rushed into everyone's nostrils and everyone felt like they had just walked through the gates of hell, their bodies dripping with sweat. Looking around for a while, Shintu suddenly wore a strange expression and said, Yang Kai, we don't seem to have gone far. As he said so, he looked down. Just below everyone's feet, there was a burned mountain peak that was completely bare. On the flat land halfway up the mountain, there seemed to be a few people moving about. These people were clearly Lu Guichen and the Purple Star cultivators. They had also noticed the situation here and were pointing towards them, not understanding what was going on. And it really wasn't that far, just a few thousand kilometers. Yang Kai nodded and explained, this time we just wanted you to familiarize yourself with the feeling of moving through the void. What's next is the main event. Pointing to the seven-colored sky, he declared, we need to penetrate this sky and break through the blockade of that chaotic territory. Understood. Shintu nodded. Let's continue. Yang Kai smiled lightly, I can still do this a few more times. Slightly sensing the fluctuations of the divine sense thread he had left behind before, Yang Kai confirmed its position and tore space again. As everyone filed in, He Miao suddenly turned her head and glanced down, whispering, Master, Lu Guichen and the others seem to be rushing over here. Don't pay attention to them, keep up. Yushi urged. Lu Guichen, just wait for your death here. Yushi sneered softly, glancing down casually, the last one to enter. A moment later, Lu Guichen, who had arrived on his star shuttle, looked around in a daze but couldn't see anyone. He suddenly realized that he had been abandoned and his face instantly went pale. The people Gui Zhu had summoned before were clearly related to Yang Kai. The only ones who hadn't been summoned were those from Purple Star. He was still gloating a little, thinking that Yushi and the others were about to die, but they didn't know that it was actually a way to survive. On the contrary, he and his 3 or 4 subordinates had been abandoned here forever. Lu Guichen's face changed dramatically as he roared angrily. Up in the 7-colored sky, the territory of the various stars from the chaotic abyss intersected, making this several thousand-kilometer area even more mysterious than the void. Somewhere, a crack in space suddenly opened and Yang Kai stepped out, closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings, his heart calming down. The divine sense thread he had left behind before was not far away, and although there were some errors, it didn't matter. As long as he followed the trajectory of the divine sense thread, he was confident he could reach the chaotic abyss. Once he reached the chaotic abyss, he would truly be free. One figure after another appeared behind him, and after everyone saw the scenery in front of them, all of them couldn't help sighing in amazement, because all around them were 7-colored, brilliant and beautiful. However, everyone soon discovered that they couldn't extend their divine senses in this place because they would be affected by the chaotic territory around them and become lost, making it impossible for them to withdraw their divine senses. Gui Zhu gently nodded. Very good, you really have the ability to leave this place. This old master was right to trust you. At a glance, he could tell that this place was somewhere above the floating continent, a place he had never been before, so he couldn't help feeling confident in Yang Kai. It seemed that because his long-cherished wish of 2,000 years was about to be fulfilled, his expression was no longer as gloomy and terrifying as before, instead wearing a smile of expectation. Yang Kai glanced over at him and smiled lightly. The human face mark on his arm gave off a much colder aura than before. He knew that Gui Zhu was on guard against him suddenly abandoning him. If he was really left here, Gui Zhu wasn't confident he could return to the floating continent. Yang Kai indeed had this intention, but he didn't dare act rashly. He wasn't confident he could pull any tricks under Gui Zhu's nose, so he remained obedient. Once again, Yang Kai sensed the position of the divine sense thread in front of him and tore space. Teleporting 1,000 kilometers at a time, Yang Kai led the other 6 through the void, everything going smoothly as they drew closer and closer to the chaotic abyss. After tearing space 5 times, Yang Kai walked out of the void and immediately sat down cross-legged, gasping for breath as he said, "Wait a moment, I need to restore myself first." Every time he used this method it consumed a huge amount of energy, so Yang Kai couldn't continue like this endlessly. The power in his knowledge sea had been consumed by more than half, so he needed to replenish it in case something unexpected happened. Chapter 1029. After an hour, Yang Kai had fully recovered and led the group forward through the void. Every time he used this method he had to determine the direction of the divine sense threads he had left behind before. Otherwise, there would be no way to advance through this seven-colored territory. Things proceeded unexpectedly smoothly, none of the things Yang Kai had been worried about happening. The 6 people behind him also remembered Yang Kai's instructions and didn't dare to use any of their strength. Even Guizhu behaved very obediently and cooperated. It seemed that if they continued like this, they would really be able to reach the chaotic abyss soon. With hope in front of them, everyone's expression became excited. Somewhere in the 7-colored sky, Yang Kai appeared again, and after the other 6 appeared, the void crack that had been torn open slowly closed. Yang Kai smiled and looked at the group. "This is the final stretch of the road. As long as we pass through the void one more time we will reach the chaotic abyss." Hearing what he said, everyone's eyes lit up with anticipation. "Little brat, hurry up, this old master can't wait to see the outside world," Guizhu grinned and urged. "I still need to restore myself," Yang Kai said lightly. "And hurry up." Yang Kai sat down cross-legged without saying a word. He wasn't lying to everyone, there was indeed only one final stretch of the road ahead. As long as he tore the void one more time he was confident he could reach the chaotic abyss, but at this moment he still felt a little uneasy. This uneasiness came from Guizhu. He had no good way to restrain this old monster who had lived for more than 2,000 years from making promises after they were safe. He could only passively choose to believe him and pray that he wouldn't go back on his word. This feeling made Yang Kai very uncomfortable. "Senior, can you take back this mark on my mark?" Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and said to Guizhu, "You'll be free soon so there's no need to monitor me anymore, right?" Guizhu chuckled softly and didn't say anything. Nodding, a wisp of resentment suddenly flew out from the human face mark on Yang Kai's arm and rushed into Guizhu's body, causing the mark to disappear. Yang Kai's body and mind became light, as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "Boy, do your job honestly and this old master won't do anything to you," Guizhu snorted lightly. "Senior, please forgive me." Yang Kai chuckled, stood up and took a light breath. Under the gazes of the crowd he casually tore open space. He was the first to enter and lead the way. As soon as he stepped into the space turbulence, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became dignified. He stood in place and did not move forward. Instead he quietly sensed his surroundings. "What are you dilly-dallying for? Don't tell me you're trying to play some kind of trick at this last moment?" Guizhu, who had followed him in, saw him acting strangely and couldn't help calling out. Yang Kai did not answer and continued to sense. Suddenly his face changed as he shouted, "Go quickly, don't stop. The space turbulence here is more chaotic than anywhere else. It should be because we are close to the chaotic abyss." Yang Kai's appearance as if he was facing a great enemy caused the faces of the other 6 people to pale as they hurried to keep up with him. Wherever Yang Kai passed the turbulence in the void would be temporarily smoothed out so that they wouldn't be pulled into the chaotic space. But now, everyone faintly felt that wherever their feet passed, the land that should have been smooth had become somewhat viscous, tugging at their bodies. The surrounding void barriers were also squirming fiercely, and the turbulence was like a swarm of locusts, shuttling back and forth around them, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Kacha. A series of cracking sounds were transmitted to the depths of one's soul as the surrounding space barriers seemed to crack at this moment, forming one void crack after another. From these void cracks, an unparalleled suction force emerged that seemed to want to swallow everyone. Although none of them were proficient in the mysteries of space, they all knew how terrifying these void cracks were. These void cracks were completely traceless and no one knew where they existed in the star's territory. Once one was swallowed into one, it was likely no one would be able to find them again. As such, all of them mustered all their strength to follow Yang Kai, not daring to fall behind. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he didn't hesitate, his figure quickly moving forward, arriving at a certain spot in front of him where he stretched out his hand and tore. The void barrier was torn apart, and from this tear, a familiar scene appeared before everyone's eyes. The gigantic stars filled with energy were scattered in every corner of the chaotic abyss. They were as enchanting as ever. The chaotic abyss. Yang Kai's face lit up and he prepared to rush out. At that moment, Shintu and Baiya suddenly exclaimed, as if something unexpected had happened behind them. Hearing their shouts, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Guizhou with an anxious look on his face, his figure flickering as he prepared to escape the danger ahead of everyone else. However, as soon as he began circulating his strength, the turbulence in the entire void crack seemed to be stimulated and all of it erupted, breaking the stability Yang Kai had been trying to suppress in an instant. Before Guizhou had time to rush out, half of his body was swallowed up by a void crack, causing him to freeze on the spot. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to escape from this void crack. Yuxi and her master, who were following behind him, were also swallowed up by this void crack. When Yang Kai turned around, he saw them casting him a pleading look. He saw their longing for life and he saw their blankness. Even now, they still obeyed Yang Kai's previous instructions and didn't dare to use any of their strength. Guizhou also realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and his gloomy ghost chi burst out in an attempt to violently break free from this void crack. However, this void crack was like a swamp, and the stronger Guizhou's strength was, the faster he would sink, causing his old face to pale. Fuck. Shintu couldn't help cursing, "Brother Yang, run." Yang Kai's expression fluctuated as his eyes filled with hesitation and struggle. He stared at Guizhou, who had been swallowed up by the void crack with only his head remaining, then at He Zhao and He Miao, all kinds of thoughts flashing through his mind. Yang Kai's body stiffened in place as he struggled internally. If he took another step forward, he would be able to reach the chaotic abyss and escape from the threat of Guizhou. Once he was swallowed up by this void crack, even Guizhou wouldn't be able to find a way out. He would taste a life even more bitter and difficult than being trapped on the floating continent, spending the rest of his life alone in this void crack. Yang Kai was happy to see this scene. However, He Zhao and He Miao would also die. He still remembered that when Guizhou wanted to throw him into the space array to test out the void corridor, it was He Zhao who had been the first to stand up and speak up for him. "Brother Yang." Shintu's roar sounded again. Yang Kai had blocked his and Baiya's way forward, but Shintu was too embarrassed to cross Yang Kai and anxiously stomped his feet. Baiya's heart was also in turmoil, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai, wondering what choice he would make. This hesitation only lasted for a moment before Yang Kai's eyes became firm. Waving his hand, the edge of the void crack he had torn suddenly ignited with demonic flames, making it impossible for the void crack to close for the time being. "Go," Yang Kai said, grabbing Shintu in one hand and Baiya in the other, throwing the two of them out before flying off with a gloomy face. "Brother Yang." Shintu's face changed as he watched Yang Kai brush past him, and by the time he recovered he had already arrived in the chaotic abyss. Amidst the void, Yang Kai soon arrived in front of the void crack that had swallowed up the group of four, stared at Guizhou and hurriedly said, "If you want to live, restrain your strength, don't cause trouble for me." Guizhou's face went from blue to white as he obediently withdrew his strength, no longer resisting. "I'll save you, so don't panic and don't do anything," Yang Kai said to He Zhao and He Miao before sitting down directly in front of the four of them and releasing his divine sense, condensing his saint chi and spiritual energy into a single point before pouring them into the void crack. He fused his own understanding of the mysteries of space into this crack, resonating with it and making it listen to his control for the time being. Soon, the four people who were gradually sinking down were pleasantly surprised to find that the pulling force had weakened and disappeared. Not only that, there was also a reverse force that was pushing the four of them upwards, allowing them to escape the restraints of the crevice. All four of them looked excited. The He sisters He Zhao and He Miao's beautiful eyes filled with tears as they stared at Yang Kai in front of them, their hearts filled with joy. They had thought that they were going to die this time, but at the last moment Yang Kai had returned to save them. They all knew that Yang Kai had taken a great risk. This made their mood subtly change as an inexplicable feeling flowed through their hearts, warming their tender bodies. This feeling dispelled the panic in their hearts and made them glow, as if they were no longer afraid of any kind of danger. Even Yuxi at this moment changed her opinion of Yang Kai, a look of gratitude filling her pretty face. "Ah." He Miao suddenly exclaimed as she pointed to a certain place below Yang Kai. Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing and their expressions changed again. Where Yang Kai was standing, another void crack appeared, allowing him to slowly sink into it. At the same time, more and more void cracks appeared, seemingly wanting to swallow up this already chaotic space. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Come out." Hearing his shout, the four of them dared to move, one after another escaping from the void crack and rushing out. Yushi was at the back of the group, and whether it was because of nervousness or something else, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Yang Kai quickly picked her up and wrapped his arm around her waist, before the countless cracks in the ground widened and disappeared like a bolt of lightning. Yushi instantly stiffened as she felt the strength and heat from the big hand around her waist. It was as if she had been cursed, unable to summon the slightest bit of strength. She turned her head and looked at the junior beside her, inexplicably feeling a sense of security, as if she was a ship in a tranquil harbor, causing her mood to become complicated. Chapter 1030. Back in the chaotic abyss, Shintu and Baiya both anxiously looked towards the void crack, hoping to see Yang Kai's figure. However, they couldn't see the situation inside at all. The demonic flames had already begun to close, but there was still no sign of anyone escaping. Yang Kai and the others seemed to be trapped inside forever. Could something have happened to him? Shintu muttered, "Brother Yang's understanding of the Tao of space has already reached a very high level. Nothing should have happened to him, right? What do you think?" He turned to look at Baiya, hoping she could confirm his statement. "I don't know." Baiya shook her head, her mood was also very complicated, "but I hope nothing bad happens to him." If Yang Kai didn't return and was swallowed up by the void, the soul brand she had under Yang Kai's control would disappear. Once her brand disappeared, she would die. Naturally, she didn't want anything to happen to Yang Kai. "He's coming out." Shintu suddenly shouted, rushing forward to greet him when he saw a figure rush out from the void crack that was about to close. It was Guizhu. Seeing his face, Shintu shouted with dissatisfaction, "How could it be you? Where's Brother Yang?" Behind him, Guizhu turned his head and saw the He Zhao and He Miao sisters break out, followed by Yang Kai and Yushi. As soon as Yang Kai left, the void crack burned by demonic flames closed again, disappearing without a trace. "Ah, I knew Brother Yang was blessed, nothing bad would happen to you." Shintu laughed heartily, sincerely feeling happy for Yang Kai. Saying so though, his expression suddenly became strange as he stared at Yang Kai with great interest, chuckling meaningfully as if he had discovered something, an ambiguous look appearing on his face. Everyone else's eyes also gathered on this scene, their expressions becoming strange. Yang Kai was holding Yushi's waist at this moment, but Yushi didn't seem to resist, her neck blushing slightly as an unnatural look appeared on her pretty face. He Miao couldn't help covering her mouth as her beautiful eyes widened, staring at this incredible scene. She didn't know what had happened between her master and Yang Kai after she and her elder sister left to suddenly become so intimate. What was most incredible to her, though, was that her master didn't seem to have any intention of resisting. She had never allowed any man to get within 10 meters of her, let alone be embraced by another. This was the first time she had ever seen such a scene. If her master's admirers from Sword Union were to learn of this, they would definitely go after Yang Kai. He Zhao couldn't help but cough lightly, not knowing what to say to remind her master. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes, Yushi's expression became even more unnatural, wishing she could dive back into the void and never come out again. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't say a word and simply let go of her before his figure flickered and he suddenly flew 1,000 meters away, staring coldly and vigilantly at Guizhu as he prepared to tear space and escape at any moment. The ambiguous atmosphere was instantly broken and everyone's expression became dignified, all eyes turning towards Guizhu as if they were facing a great enemy. Now that everyone had left the floating continent and successfully arrived at the chaotic abyss, Guizhu had achieved his long-cherished wish of 2,000 years. If he were to suddenly attack them at this time besides Yang Kai, no one else would have a chance of survival. Out in the vast star territory, the sky was filled with stars and the atmosphere was quite oppressive and tense. Guizhu smiled softly as his pair of gloomy eyes stared at Yang Kai 1,000 meters away, no one able to tell what he was thinking. Violent heartbeats rang out from everyone's chests, like the beating of a drum. "Boy, what are you afraid of?" Guizhu asked. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he bluntly said, I'm afraid that Senior will go back on his word. Is this old master so untrustworthy? Guizhu coldly snorted. Based on your words alone, this old master can kill you a dozen times over. Don't think that just because you can tear space you can escape from this old master's palm. Your strength is too weak. I can stop you before you even begin. I believe Senior has such strength, but if you really do try, this Junior won't just sit still and wait for death. Yang Kai said solemnly. Senior Guizhu, seeing that Brother Yang fulfilled his promise and successfully brought you out of that place, you. Shen Tu tried to persuade, but before he could finish, Guizhu glared at him coldly, causing Shen Tu's expression to fill with pain as he clutched his head and howled miserably. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Senior. Yushi called out. Guizhu turned to look at her again, causing Yushi's face to go pale as she screamed in pain like Shen Tuesday. This old master is Guizhu. This old master has never been a trustworthy person. Trusting me was your biggest mistake. Guizhu snorted. His body suddenly became blurry, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of alarm and quickly push his strength. But before he could tear space, a gloomy aura invaded his body, making him unable to move. Guizhu, who had disappeared, reappeared in front of him, looking down on him. And this old master really intended to kill you after you took me out of that place. You should know why, because you never really wanted to cooperate with me, Guizhu grinned. Do you think this old master doesn't know what you're planning? If this old master's strength was not above yours, any other Saint King realm or even origin returning realm cultivator would have been killed by you. Yang Kai didn't say anything because what Guizhu said was true. It was because Guizhu's strength was too high that Yang Kai's various ideas could not be realized. Half a cup of tea's worth of time ago, this old master planned to do just that. Guizhu's expression suddenly changed and became strange. But now, this old master has changed his mind. No matter what, you risked your life to save me, although that was not your intention and was just something you did to save those girls. If this old master really killed you, it would be too ungrateful and would only make him a laughingstock. This old master doesn't like to owe others favors. You brought me out and saved me, giving this old master a chance to take revenge, so this old master will spare your life. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at Guizhu in amazement. Surprised? Did you think this old master was someone who didn't have a human heart? Yang Kai frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, Junior didn't think so. Senior being able to remember the grudge from 2,000 years ago, presumably you still have a human heart. Perhaps 2,000 years ago Senior was still a good person. Huh. Guizhu laughed loudly. A good person? And this old master was indeed a good person at the time, but after 2,000 years of loneliness, any good person's character will change. Boy, do you want to follow this old master? Guizhu shouted as he stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes. This old master thinks you are quite pleasing to the eye. If you follow this old master can guarantee you that no one will dare embarrass you in the entire star territory. This old master can also teach you cultivation so you can reach the origin returning realm in the shortest time possible. With your aptitude, I'm afraid it won't even take 100 years. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and shook his head. Senior's kindness must be appreciated, but Junior does not want to live such a life. You refuse this old master? Guizhu looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. You dare refuse this old master? Do you look down on this old master? His expression suddenly became fierce and violent, as if Yang Kai's answer had dissatisfied him and he would immediately kill him. Yang Kai remained calm and laughed. Senior must be joking. You are an Origin King Realm Star Master. Presumably anyone would place their hopes under your wings. Junior admires you greatly, so how could he look down on you? Then why do you refuse? Yang Kai frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, Junior does not want to grow up like a flower in a greenhouse that is too delicate and cannot withstand the wind and rain. I believe Senior's words. With your guidance, I will be able to reach the return to void stage in less than 100 years. However, perhaps the return to void stage will be my limit after growing up in that kind of environment. If I want to pursue a higher cultivation base like Senior's, I will need to sharpen myself and fight. Guizhu's originally unhappy look suddenly changed as he looked at Yang Kai approvingly and nodded gently. What you say makes sense, so this old master won't force you. If one day you find a way, you can come find me at any time. This old master's name will soon resound throughout the entire star territory, so it won't be too difficult for you to find me. Then this junior wishes senior the best in obtaining his revenge and ending a 1,000-year-old grudge. Yang Kai cupped his fists. This sentence struck a chord with Guizhu's heart, causing him to grin happily. Little brat, you know how to talk. This old master's opinion of you is becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Forget it, take this thing, this old master has no use for it. Consider it my thanks for saving my life. Saying so, he flicked his hand and a dark object suddenly flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and examined it carefully. He was surprised to find that it was actually a token. This token had a single character engraved on it, Emperor's Emperor. This character gave off an extremely oppressive aura that made Yang Kai almost unable to breathe. A star sect token? Yang Kai exclaimed. He still remembered that this token was found by Guizhu from Yushi's space ring. When this token appeared, Yushi, Lu Guichen and the others all paled. He also realized that this star sect token was an excellent treasure that everyone coveted. Senior, this thing, you don't know what it's used for? Guizhu asked. Yang Kai shook his head. And as someone from a low-level continent, I really don't know. Star sect tokens, also known as Star Emperor tokens, are the tokens of the Great Emperors of Star Territory. Great Emperors of Star Territory? Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a strange light. He's just a legend. Legend has it that the entire Star Territory was once controlled by a single person, one of the Great Emperors of Star Territory. His cultivation is so high that it can penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. Even this old man might not be as good as him. When he controlled Star Territory, he produced 10 Star Emperor tokens, each of which sealed a divine technique of his, a divine technique capable of destroying a star. Yang Kai paled, his eyes bulging as he realized why Lu Guichen, Yushi and the others were fighting over this Star Emperor token, thoroughly understanding just how precious this Star Emperor token was. Chapter 1031. Sealed inside the Star Emperor token was the divine technique of the Great Emperors of the Star Territory. Once it was used, it was capable of killing an origin king. Yang Kai was shocked, speechless. In this old master's time, someone once used the Star Emperor token to kill an origin king. Can it really kill an origin king? That's what the rumors say, but this old master has never seen it with his own eyes, so I don't know how powerful it really is. It may have been exaggerated, but I'm certain its power is extraordinary. Now that so many years have passed, I'm afraid there aren't many left of the 10 Star Emperor tokens. Take care of them carefully. If you really encounter some kind of unsolvable disaster, you can use them, but remember this Star Emperor token can only be used once. Guizhu said. Yang Kai suddenly felt that this Star Emperor token was a bit too precious and looked at Guizhu hesitantly. Senior, since this token is so precious, why are you giving it to me? Guizhu grinned. This old master has no children, no attachments, and his strength has reached a level where no one can threaten me, so what use is there for this token? If you don't want it, just throw it away. I'm sure those people over there will be happy to take it. He pointed to Shintu and the others who were looking over 1,000 meters away. Yang Kai decisively put the Star Emperor token into the Demon Mystic Tome and hid it in the most secluded corner. Seeing this, Guizhu nodded with satisfaction. Good, good. And do you want this old master to take you out of here? No need, I can find the way out, Yang Kai refused politely. Guizhu didn't say anything more, simply grinning and saying, good, good. Live well, this old master will be going. Saying so, he didn't linger, his figure transforming into a black cloud and quickly flying away. Looking in the direction he left, Yang Kai stood in place with a strange look on his face for a while before shaking his head and smiling, turning around and approaching Shintu and the others. Shintu and Yushi stood there quietly. Shintu and Yushi had just been targeted by Guizhu and still had some lingering fear. Thinking about Guizhu's mysterious methods, both of them couldn't help shuddering. Brother Yang, did he leave? Shintu asked nervously. And let's go. Yang Kai nodded. Are they really leaving just like that? Shintu was surprised. When Guizhu suddenly approached Yang Kai just now, they all thought that Yang Kai was doomed, but Guizhu only spoke a few words to Yang Kai before leaving. This was beyond everyone's expectations. He's really gone. Yang Kai repeated, you don't have to be nervous. Actually, he's not bad, just a little grumpy. Hearing Yang Kai's words, everyone couldn't help but gasp for breath, their bodies and minds relaxed. Masters are all like this. Yushi smiled bitterly, they don't put people like us in their eyes. Brother Yang, what did he say to you just now? You two seem to be having a good conversation, Xiantu asked curiously. He didn't say much, just thanked me then reprimanded me. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and casually spouted some nonsense. He believed that what he had just said to Guizhu was completely unknown to these people. Now that the Star Emperor token had fallen into his hands, it was impossible for him to tell others about it. The value of this token was too great, and once news of it leaked out, it would likely cause many unnecessary storms. Looking around, Yang Kai said, "Let's go, we need to leave this place." Everyone looked at him with a bitter expression and no one dared to move. "How do we leave? This isn't some random place, this is the chaotic abyss. Our Sword Union's chart masters and Purple Star's chart masters are not here." Yushi smiled bitterly. Baiye checked the star shuttle under her feet and shook her head. "My star has been damaged by the chaos in this territory. Without the guidance of a star shuttle, we won't be able to find a way out." The joy of freedom they had just experienced was once again replaced by despair as everyone's faces became uglier than the last. "Oh, Senior Guizhu just gave me some directions, just follow me," Yang Kai said lightly. Everyone's eyes were instantly filled with surprise as they stared at him. Xiantu shouted incredulously, "Brother Yang, you mean Guizhu not only didn't kill you, but also kept his previous promise and kindly gave us directions?" And Yang Kai nodded. "How could that be? How did he suddenly become so nice?" Xiantu still couldn't believe it. "That doesn't make sense." "That's the truth, let's go." Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and Xiantu stepped onto it without any trace of politeness, grinning widely as he said, "Brother Yang, I'm relying on you, I don't have any artifacts on me." "It's fine." A group of 6 people, 4 star shuttles, shuttled through the chaotic abyss as fast as lightning. While leading the way, Yang Kai immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea, spying on the vast star that adorned his knowledge sea to determine his position. He quickly realized the preciousness of this star, because through this star he could easily determine his position, allowing him to accurately determine the direction to leave the chaotic abyss without any interference from the various territory here. Yang Kai didn't know where the Purple Star Master named Wuxia had obtained this treasure, but this treasure now belonged to him. He was faintly grateful to this Wuxia, because if he hadn't died by his side, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to obtain this star and gain insight into the various stars and dangers in this territory. With this star, Yang Kai could go anywhere he wanted. Time passed by, and among the group of 6, besides Xiantu who was constantly muttering nonsense, everyone else remained silent. Baiye would occasionally chat with Xiantu, but after noticing how talkative this guy was, she began deliberately ignoring him. After experiencing this series of hardships, the other 5 had already regarded Yang Kai as their only hope and unconditionally chose to believe in him, not objecting to any of his instructions. Following behind Yang Kai, they flew through the chaotic abyss for 2 months. On this day, a scene they had never seen before suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a dense sea of asteroids. Countless asteroids, large and small, were scattered throughout the starry sky. They were all flying at high speed under the influence of an inexplicable force. The sea of asteroids was so long that one couldn't see the end of it. It seemed like it could wrap up the entire starfield. Seeing this asteroid sea, everyone's eyes couldn't help lighting up. "We're leaving," Xiantu shouted. "Ha, we're finally leaving this place." "How did you know?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. "The periphery of the chaotic abyss is covered by this asteroid sea. Everyone knows about it," Xiantu replied. Yang Kai looked around at the others and saw them all nodding. "It's me who is ignorant." Kai Yang rubbed his nose. Xiantu laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. "The place you came from is a bit, and it's small, it's normal for you not to know, you'll slowly understand in the future. I won't go to the chaotic abyss for the rest of my life, it's really full of disasters." "You're the young master of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. How could you have been captured by Lu Greichen? Where are your guards?" Yushi suddenly asked. "The young master of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce?" Baiye covered her red lips and exclaimed, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she stared towards Xiantu's day. Xiantu glanced over at Yushi and chuckled meaningfully. "When did you see through my identity?" "I didn't, it was just a guess. When you were on the floating continent you asked Yang Kai to send a message to Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, and your appearance is somewhat similar to a master I met many years ago. And that master was called Aio," Yushi quickly said. "Aio? Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's President AIO? Baiye exclaimed, staring at Shen Tu with a somewhat different look. Even He Zhao and He Miao couldn't help trembling, none of them having expected Shen Tu to have such a background. Yang Kai listened to their conversation silently, suddenly understanding that Shen Tu's background wasn't small. He had learned from Shen Tu that Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce was a great force within Star's territory that was not inferior to Purple Star or Sword Union. However, unlike Purple Star and Sword Union, Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's focus was on commerce. The Chamber of Commerce's industries and businesses were spread throughout Star's territory and had dealings with all the great forces within Star's territory. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce occupied several of the most abundant cultivation stars in Star's territory, so they could provide many rare cultivation resources to these great forces. Your President AIO's son? Baiye looked at Shen Tu in amazement. How come I've never heard of you before? I'm an illegitimate son, I've never made it public. Shen Tu grinned meaningfully. It's natural that you haven't heard of me. She couldn't help coughing dryly, her expression unnatural as she said, there are rumors that President AIO is a womanizer and has many affairs outside. Baiye smiled bitterly. Since you have such an identity, why didn't you just tell Master Lu at the time? He would have treated you with utmost respect. How could he have thrown you into the starship's power room? As soon as Lu Guichen was mentioned, Shen Tu ground his teeth and said, I told him, but he didn't believe me. If it weren't for Brother Yang helping me, I'm afraid I would have already died on your Purple Star starship. Everyone's faces went black, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt that Lu Guichen not believing Shen Tu's words made sense. AIO was a master and had several sons. The names of these sons were no secret, so if a little brat they had never heard of suddenly claimed to be President AIO's illegitimate son, no one would believe him. Everyone would think he was just spouting nonsense to deceive them. You're really unlucky, Yang Kai looked at him sympathetically. Who said I wasn't? Shen Tu said angrily, if I had died on this trip, how unjust would that have been? Seeing his aggrieved appearance, He Miao couldn't help giggling. The group continued chatting as they shuttled back and forth through the endless asteroid sea. After a few days, the six of them finally rushed out of the asteroid sea. The scene in front of his eyes suddenly changed. What he saw was a sky full of stars. There were solar stars that had been emitting enormous heat since ancient times, cold moon stars, and many different kinds of cultivation stars that exuded exuberant vitality. There were even more dead stars where not even a blade of grass grew. There was nothing there, not even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was boundlessly desolate. We're out. Shen Tu shouted. Chapter 1032. The four streaks of light came to a stop outside the chaotic abyss. Looking at the familiar scenery of this star territory, except for Yang Kai, everyone else trembled with excitement. Shen Tu even let out a long roar, venting the excitement in his heart. After a while, everyone's mood slowly calmed down. Where are we? Baiye turned her head and looked around. Although she knew that this was the periphery of the chaotic abyss, she couldn't determine their exact location. I recognize this place, I was captured not far from here. This place isn't far from our Chamber of Commerce's main continent, Water Moon Star. And if we use a star shuttle, it'll only take us a month to get there, Shen Tu explained. Water Moon Star? Yushi said thoughtfully, if you say so, I can recognize the direction. Sword Union's main continent, Sword Star, should be in that position. She pointed to a certain spot in the star field. Would you like to head to Water Moon Star for a few days? Shen Tu looked around and invited everyone. After experiencing such a difficult escape, everyone felt much closer to each other and had put aside their previous grievances. Yushi glanced over at Yang Kai and seemed to want to agree, but soon her expression became bitter as she shook her head. No, this time I lost a Saint King grade high-rank starship and several hundred elites. I have to return to Sword Union quickly to report this matter. Shen Tu looked at her and said with some sympathy, if one day you can no longer stay in Sword Union, I welcome you to Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Although my status in the Chamber of Commerce is not as high as my brother's, I can still recommend someone to join. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly understood that Yushi would likely be punished by Sword Union when she returned. After all, her losses this time were too great and she had even lost a Star Emperor token. When that day comes I'll see. Yushi smiled bitterly. She turned to look at Yang Kai again with a complicated expression. Only after a long time did her red lips move slightly. Yang Kai, thank you for bringing us 3 master and disciple out of that cage. Thank you for saving our lives in that void crack. She hesitated for a moment before whispering, also, I'm sorry. As he said this, he bowed and sincerely apologized. He apologized for all the unpleasant things that happened between him and Yang Kai in the past. Yang Kai nodded and accepted her apology. Everyone, us 3 master and disciple will take our leave first, Yushi said, turning around and heading towards the direction of Jianxing. Yang Kai, you have to take care of yourself. I hope that we can meet again one day. He Miao waved goodbye to Yang Kai, seemingly reluctant to part with him. Take care. He Zhao nodded. You too. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand, watching their figures gradually disappear into the vast star territory. If they don't want to go, Brother Yang, you won't refuse, right? Shintu looked at Yang Kai and asked. I don't mind. In any case, I've only just arrived on Star's territory and haven't decided where to go yet, nor do I have a place to stay. Yang Kai grinned. There's no harm in sending you back to Water Moon Star. Many thanks to Brother Yang. If I had to fly back to Water Moon Star alone, I would probably die halfway. Shintu was overjoyed. Then let's go. Wait a moment, Yang Kai said, turning to Bai Ya and saying faintly, you should also go. Where am I going? Bai Ya looked confused. I don't know, you can go wherever you want as long as you don't follow me around. Bai Ya's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai with some surprise and joy. You mean, I'm free? I told you on that continent that after we left, you and I would go our separate ways. I never intended to bind you. Then why did you? Bai Ya looked at Yang Kai in confusion, not understanding why he had taken her soul brand and taken control of her life and death if he already had such a plan. That was your punishment. You are different from others. We have a lot of grievances between us. I can abandon Lu Guichen and let him fend for himself, but since I brought you out, you must pay a price. Your soul brand is that price. Yang Kai quickly said, I will keep that brand so I can make sure you don't reveal my secrets and that you don't hold a grudge against me. After a few dozen years or even 100 years, I may return it to you. Bai Ya's brow furrowed as she stared at Yang Kai faintly, biting her lip as she asked, what if you accidentally die? You should pray that I won't die, that my life will be as long as the heavens. Yang Kai looked at her seriously. Bai Ya couldn't help laughing. Your appetite is too big. Forget it, in any case I was able to come out alive. If you want to keep that brand, then keep it. However, I don't have anywhere to go right now. I don't dare go back to Purple Star. So many people have disappeared. If I go back alone, I will definitely be questioned. And young Master Shen too, can you recommend me to your Chamber of Commerce? My strength isn't bad, I'm a 3rd order saint. After living on that continent for so long, I feel like I'm on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King realm. With my current cultivation, I should be able to deliver supplies to your Chamber of Commerce. Shintu thought about it for a moment before nodding. If you really have a Saint King, our Chamber of Commerce will be happy to accept you. That's great, I'll go to Water Moon Star with you. Within a month I'll definitely break through, Bai Ya cheered happily. Saying so, she shot a flirtatious glance towards Yang Kai. It's you who didn't know how to cherish this servant, don't regret it in the future. Your Chamber of Commerce can accept such a woman? Yang Kai looked at Shintu in amazement. Is there a problem? Shintu was puzzled. Yang Kai just shook his head and didn't say anything. The secret art Bai Ya cultivated was obviously one that used yang energy to supplement her yin energy. Such a woman, if placed in Tong Xian realm, would definitely be hated by all. She would likely be killed before she could even mature. On Tong Xian realm, there were too many apologists and self-proclaimed righteous people. People like Bai Ya were the ones they hated the most. However, Shintu didn't seem to care about this at all and was even willing to recommend her to the Chamber of Commerce. The Star Territory was really different from Tong Xian realm. It seemed that they didn't care about evil as long as one had strength. Hey, what kind of woman am I? Bai Ya suddenly became unhappy, and after confirming that Yang Kai was no longer restricting her like before, she immediately relaxed her body and mind, no longer holding back. Don't you know what kind of woman you are? Yang Kai glanced over at her. Isn't it just because my surname is Yang? Aren't all men like this? Why can men do it but women can't? Bai Ya grumbled discontentedly. Enough, let's go, I can't wait to return to Water Moon Star to rest. Shintu interrupted the quarrel between the two and pointed in a certain direction to Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately ordered his star shuttle to fly in that direction. Along the way no one spoke, only Bai Ye's unbridled giggles could be heard. She was like an oriole that had just escaped from its cage, giggling all the way. Yang Kai soon discovered that the star shuttle under her feet seemed to be flying faster than his own. This wasn't simply because he was carrying Shintu, but rather because her star shuttle was of a higher grade. This made Yang Kai secretly make up his mind that when they arrived at Water Moon Star, he would definitely switch to a higher grade star shuttle because he would be spending a lot of time shuttling through the star field in the future. A good star shuttle would save him a lot of time. Shintu was very familiar with the terrain around Water Moon Star, and under his guidance, the group of three avoided many dangers along the way. On this day, a huge multicolored stars suddenly appeared in front of the trio. These stars exuded a rich vitality and overflowed world energy. Standing atop his star shuttle, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he immediately understood that this was the main continent of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, the Water Moon Star that Shintu had mentioned. The entire stars were covered in a layer of clouds, and from the territory of this star, one could vaguely see the continental plates and oceans of this star. There were also a number of densely packed buildings that stood in different positions, and inside these buildings, there were many small black dots moving about. These were living creatures. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he realized that it was only now that he had successfully set foot on the real territory of this star. After leaving Zhou Xian realm, Yang Kai had wandered around and explored the depths of this star territory, but he hadn't really seen the many wonders of this star's territory, nor had he come to a cultivation star where living creatures gathered. Water Moon Star was his first stop. Yang Kai was a little excited. Over there. Shintu pointed to the left. Let's go there, my palace is in that direction. And Yang Kai followed his instructions and changed the direction they were heading in. A short time later, the group of three passed through the thick clouds and landed on Water Moon Star. A strong attractive force came from the star and pulled the star shuttle downwards. But this attractive force wasn't too strong, so Yang Kai was able to easily circulate his strength to resist it. After passing through the clouds, the world suddenly opened up and everything on Water Moon Star was instantly imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai was like a country bumpkin who had just entered the city, looking around feeling incomparably refreshed. Seeing his curious look, Bai Ye and Shintu exchanged a glance and couldn't help snickering. They both knew that Yang Kai came from a low-level world, but he had probably never experienced such a thing before. High up in the sky, a series of blue lights flew about as cultivators' star shuttles hurried on their way. Unlike on Zhou Xian realm, where only Yang Kai had a star shuttle artifact, on Water Moon Star this kind of scene was common. Shintu continued to point the way, not allowing Yang Kai to land. Along the way they passed by many towering and majestic cities. Within those cities, all kinds of living beings coexisted peacefully. Yang Kai saw the demon race, the monster race in human form, the horn race from great demon gods' memories, and many other races he couldn't name. They all lived together and didn't have any concept of race. How can a single force manage a few cultivation stars? How can they manage all of them? Yang Kai was puzzled. When he was the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, he was incredibly busy. Just Nine Heavens Holy Land alone took up a lot of his time and energy, so it was hard for him to imagine what kind of scene it would be if the entire Zhou realm was under his control. Chapter 1033. Yang Kai couldn't imagine how a person at the helm of a great force managed several cultivation stars at once. Most likely they wouldn't even have time to cultivate, just dealing with all kinds of matters would fill their schedule to the brim. Managing one layer at a time, Shintu smiled. The top management is the middle management is the lower management, each layer is responsible for the next. How could there not be enough management? There's no need for a leader to do everything himself. With this explanation, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had asked a stupid question and immediately fell silent. He had not reached such a height, so he felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. However, people walked to higher places and water flowed to lower places. As long as it was a living creature, there was not a single one who did not painstakingly climb up. Beast herds had beast kings and empires had sovereigns. They stood at the peak, enjoying the unique scenery and had the ability to govern their own race and empire. This wasn't something he needed to worry about. After an hour, a group of buildings appeared not far ahead, covering a large area. Shintu directed Yang Kai to land there. The shapes of these buildings were strange, all of which Yang Kai had never seen before. Some were like minarets while others were like skyscrapers, towering thousands of meters high. We're here. With this place as the center, the surrounding 3,000 kilometers is my territory. Shintu jumped off his star shuttle, spread his arms and breathed in the air exaggeratedly, a happy expression on his face. Yang Kai and Baya also put away their star shuttles and landed behind him looking around. Yang Kai released his divine sense and quickly discovered that there were hundreds of cultivators gathered here. These cultivators' cultivation varied greatly, some of them not very high, only reaching the immortal ascension boundary or transcendent realm, some even reaching the Yuanqi boundary, but there were a few whose auras were quite powerful, not any weaker than Yuxi or Lu Guichen. These were all Saint King realm masters. Yang Kai understood that although there were many experts within the star territory, these experts had grown up step by step. Each of them had experienced the initial element stage, the Qi transformation stage, the separation and reunion stage, the Yuanqi stage, the immortal gate stage. He cultivated step by step, breaking through layers upon layers of shackles and fetters, obtaining a powerful cultivation base that he was proud of. However, a cultivator who could break free from the shackles of a cultivation star and go deep into the star field was at least in the saint realm. Therefore, the people Yang Kai saw in the star field were not weak. A cultivator below the saint realm, even with the protection of a star shuttle, would not dare expose their body to the star field. The merciless star field would kill them all. They had to hide inside the starship to ensure their safety. It seemed that the arrival of the trio had alarmed the cultivator here, and a middle-aged man in black clothes suddenly flashed out. After seeing Shintu, he couldn't help smiling and calling out, "Young Master Shintu, you're back?" "I'm back." Shintu nodded gently at him and grinned. "Did anything happen here while I was away?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Nothing happened, but President Aio came looking for you half a year ago because young master suddenly disappeared. He was furious for a while." Shintu couldn't help paling slightly as he shrank his neck. "Father came looking for me? Did he say what he wanted?" The middle-aged man said, "He didn't say anything, he only said to wait for young master to come back and see him as soon as possible." Shintu's expression became bitter as he muttered, it's over, this time I'm dead, I'll definitely suffer some physical pain." While the two of them were talking, Yang Kai carefully observed their expressions and guessed that this middle-aged man and the other masters hidden inside were all Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's subordinates who had been sent to protect Shintu's day. The middle-aged man was also intentionally or unintentionally looking at Yang Kai and Bai Ye. When he looked at Yang Kai, he didn't show much emotion, but when he looked at Bai Ye, there was obvious disgust. He seemed to be able to tell at a glance that Bai Ye was a loose woman and thought Shintu had been seduced by her. "Young master, these two are..." The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai and Bai Ye and asked, "Oh, this brother's name is Yang Kai." Shintu pulled Yang Kai to his side and affectionately put his arm around his shoulder, solemnly introducing him, "This is a life-and-death brother I made on this trip. And Uncle Yang Kai, treat him as my benefactor." "Young master's benefactor?" The middle-aged man named Yang Kai wore a solemn expression and didn't ask much, cupping his fists and bowing to Yang Kai. "Many thanks, little brother, for taking care of my young master while he was away. Young master is naturally stubborn and has caused a lot of trouble for little brother. I hope little brother can forgive him. Senior is too polite, brother Shintu and I were just helping each other out." Yang Kai smiled modestly. Yang Kai nodded gently, a satisfied look flashing across Garen's eyes. "This woman..." Shintu pointed to Bai Ye. "And she was originally from Purple Star, but now she wants to join our Chamber of Commerce. Uncle Garen, please arrange a job for her." "Purple Star's people?" Yang Kai frowned. "Her strength is a bit low. As long as I can enter retreat for a while, I can break through to the Saint King realm within half a month." Bai Ye said anxiously, as if she couldn't wait to find a place to stay. "Break through to the Saint King realm in half a month?" Garen's thick eyebrows rose. "If there really is a Saint King, the Chamber of Commerce can accept them. And you can enter retreat here for the time being." Saying so, he gently clapped his hands and immediately one of the guards who had been standing nearby came over. "Take this girl to the secret room and provide her with some saint crystals and pills," Yang Kai ordered. "Yes." Many thanks, young Master Shintu. Many thanks, Master Garen. Baiye's pretty face was filled with joy as she bowed to Shintu before turning to look at Yang Kai and saying, "Until we meet again." Yang Kai nodded gently. After Baiye was taken away, Shintu enthusiastically welcomed Yang Kai into the palace. The middle-aged cultivator named Yang Kai followed closely behind. Along the way, the guards and maids they met all bowed and respectfully said their greetings. "Brother, I'm going to take a bath and change clothes first. You should also tidy yourself up. We can talk later." After entering the palace, Shintu said casually, "Here, don't treat yourself as an outsider." "Good," Yang Kai nodded. Shintu grinned meaningfully, reaching out and hugging the two young girls next to him, smiling wickedly as he walked inside. "Young master, this way please." Another maidservant walked up, her beautiful eyes sparkling and her figure graceful, smiling as she led the way for Yang Kai. Following behind her, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth through the palace. Although Shintu claimed to be President Aio's illegitimate son and had never made it public, judging from the number of people here and the size of the territory he occupied, Shintu's position in President Aio's heart wasn't low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been provided with several Saint King realm cultivator as bodyguards, nor would he have granted him a territory of 3,000 kilometers. Yang Kai was too lazy to inquire about other people's affairs, so he simply followed the maidservant all the way to a huge room. Inside this room, there was a large bed shrouded in pink curtains that gave off a warm aura. The fragrance of flowers filled the room, and in the center of the room was a huge bath carved from white jade. This bath was filled with hot water that was steaming hot and filled with mist. The bath was filled with colorful flower petals, and next to it, there were several beautiful women wearing seductive dresses. When Yang Kai walked in, these women smiled towards him and politely bowed. The mist that surrounded them gave them a kind of hazy beauty. This mist caused the gauze to become wet and clung to their seductive figures, making them appear even more alluring, causing one's blood to boil. Yang Kai was startled, not having expected such a scene to be waiting for him, his breath suddenly becoming heavy as his eyes swept over the bodies of these young girls. None of them looked very old, but each of them was full of life, their snow-white skin glowing with an attractive rosy luster. Their looks were outstanding and their temperaments were all different. Each of them had a charming smile and enchanting figure that could intoxicate any man. As Yang Kai's gaze swept over them, some of them boldly responded, some of them blushing shyly, some of them trying to cover up their beautiful lower bodies and chests, clearly wanting to meet him but also feeling shy. This Shintu guy's life is actually so licentious. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing silently. "Young master, do you need this servant to help you change your clothes?" The maidservant who led him in asked with an intoxicating smile, seeing Yang Kai standing motionless in place, couldn't help asking softly. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze, shook his head and asked, "Was this arranged by your young master?" "It was this servant who arranged it." The maidservant replied, "But this was also the young master's intention a long time ago. You are an honored guest he has brought back, so this servant will receive you with the highest standards. And you are the second guest to enjoy this privilege." "There was one before." "Yes." The maidservant nodded, "But you can rest assured, these sisters are all pure white jade and have never been sullied before. They are all very happy to serve young Master Shintu's honored guests." "Why are they so happy?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Because they are indebted to young Master Shintu, they all voluntarily came here to serve as maidservants. No one forced them to do anything. Before this servant made these arrangements, she also asked for their opinions." Yang Kai once again met the eyes of these young girls and found that they really didn't have much unwillingness, so he knew that the maidservant who led him here was telling the truth. "Is young master not satisfied? If you are not satisfied, this servant can call some more people over so young master can definitely find a suitable one." "No need," Yang Kai shook his head. "Then Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before grinning. "Forget it, Shintu's good intentions, it would be impolite for me to refuse." Saying so, Yang Kai calmly took off his clothes and jumped into the bath. The women standing around the pool all smiled and also jumped into the water, like mermaids, gracefully swimming over to Yang Kai's side, taking the initiative to lean their seductive bodies against Yang Kai's skin, displaying their beauty while attentively serving Yang Kai. Chapter 1034. The girls in the bath were all inexperienced women. Although they had been trained in this area before, this was their first time, so it was inevitable that they would be a bit clumsy and unpracticed. However, this was just right for Yang Kai. Leaning against the wall of the pool, he closed his eyes and allowed the girls to scrub every part of his body. The maidservant who led Yang Kai in was carrying a flower basket, her jade-white hands picking up the petals and scattering them into the water, lightly opening her mouth and saying, "This is a soul-nourishing flower. Its fragrance can nourish one's soul. Using it to bathe can also strengthen one's body. And it can also enhance a man's ability in that regard." As she spoke, her cheeks began to blush red as if they were about to bleed. Yang Kai casually grabbed her hand and pulled her into the bath as she screamed. The water soaked her clothes, causing her to straighten up and wipe the water stains from her cheeks, turning a somewhat embarrassed look towards Yang Kai. Her wet clothes clung tightly to her body. Her pair of jade peaks were tall and straight. They were much more well-endowed than the other girls. Her entire body exuded a mature and plump charm. "You aren't also a virgin, are you?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. The maidservant's face became even redder as she nodded shyly. "This servant is no longer a virgin, so this servant is not qualified to serve an honored guest like you. Whether or not I am qualified is up to me." Her beautiful eyes lit up and she took the initiative to remove her clothes before diving into the water and disappearing. Soon Yang Kai showed a strange expression. Inside the main hall, the sound of wind instruments filled the air as a number of beautiful girls sang and danced, their movements extremely elegant. On a long table there were many rare ingredients and fine wines. Shintu and Yang Kai sat side by side, drinking and enjoying themselves. More and more delicacies were constantly being served by the palace's maids. Yang Kai could barely recognize what these things were, but each of them exuded extraordinary energy fluctuations. Eating these foods not only filled his stomach but also enhanced his cultivator's strength. Yang Kai didn't act polite, nor did he act reserved, eating and drinking in a natural manner. The middle-aged cultivator named Jia Long stood not far away, watching Shintu receive Yang Kai in such a manner. Watching him and Yang Kai happily drinking and chatting, Jia Long suddenly realized that this young man, who was only a second-order saint, had a very high status in Shintu's heart. Jia Long couldn't help wondering what was so outstanding about this young man that Shintu treated him so seriously. The maidservant who had served Yang Kai before stepped forward, leaned over and whispered a few words in Shintu's ear before glancing over at Yang Kai with a blushing face and retreating. Shintu couldn't help laughing as a strange look appeared on his face, but he didn't point out what had just happened and instead moved closer to Yang Kai and asked, "Brother Yang, where do you want to go from now on? Do you have any plans?" Yang Kai. Shintu knew that he had just arrived in Star Territory and likely didn't have a destination in mind, let alone where he should go. Therefore he couldn't help thinking about recruiting Yang Kai. Water Moon Star was Yang Kai's first stop after arriving in Star Territory, and he had a good relationship with Yang Kai, so Shintu believed that as long as he persuaded him properly, Yang Kai would stay in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and his palace. After experiencing a series of events, Shintu discovered Yang Kai's potential and ability and knew that as long as such a person was given enough time, he could grow to a terrifying degree. If you haven't decided yet, there's no need to worry. In any case, you can live here with your brother for the time being. When you're done, we'll talk about it later. Shintu didn't directly ask him to stay. This kind of thing still depended on Yang Kai's own intentions. He couldn't treat Yang Kai the same way he treated his subordinates. "Good, I'll let you know when I've decided." Yang Kai smiled lightly, his eyes continuing to cast towards the group of girls below, appreciating their elegant postures. 2 hours later, after eating and drinking to his heart's content, Shintu went back to his room to rest while Yang Kai, under the guidance of a maid, was brought to one of the rooms. The room was quite large and located at the top of a 3,000-meter tall building. Yang Kai walked over to the window and looked out through the transparent window, watching the lights of tens of thousands of homes below, watching the crowds of people, suddenly feeling a sense of loneliness. Even when he came to Tong Xian realm from the central capital many years ago, he hadn't felt this way. That was because the central capital and Tong Xian realm were on the same stars. But now he was somewhere in the vast territory of the Star Territory. Tong Xian realm's location was unknown, and he didn't even know how far away it was from this place. Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. His heart was overflowing with thoughts and concerns. Suddenly, his expression changed and his eyes flashed with surprise, his figure flickering as he sat down cross-legged on his bed. Immersing his consciousness into his knowledge sea, Yang Kai summoned his soul avatar. Then looking up at the huge star above his knowledge sea, Yang Kai used his divine sense to shuttle through this star, trying to find the location of Zhou Xian realm. This star chart was extremely complex, depicting all the large and small stars of the entire territory of Zhou Xian realm, and it wasn't static. It was constantly changing under the influence of some unknown force, constantly undergoing subtle changes. These changes were the real changes taking place in Zhou Xian realm's territory. It projected the situation of the entire territory of Zhou Xian realm. If it was detailed enough, it should show the existence of Zhou Xian realm, Yang Kai thought to himself. As his divine sense leapt through the stars, Yang Kai followed his senses and calculated the direction of Zhou Xian realm. After an hour, Yang Kai couldn't help showing a tired look as the strength in his knowledge sea was nearly exhausted. He had no choice but to stop and replenish his energy. Repeating this action over and over again, Yang Kai was unable to find Zhou Xian realm, but he had gained some understanding of the arrangement of the stars in Zhou Xian realm's territory and the existence of some danger zones. Yang Kai found that he had still underestimated the mysteries of this star chart. There was no way for him to explore a large area. The range of this star chart seemed to be endless. Yang Kai had spent an entire night exploring only a small area of the entire Zhou Xian realm's territory. Compared to the entire territory of Zhou Xian realm, such a small area was not even worth mentioning. Yang Kai realized that his strength was not enough. If he was strong enough, the speed of his exploration would become much faster and easier. As the sky brightened, Yang Kai looked dispirited and gave up on studying and exploring the star chart. He planned to wait until he grew up before searching for the exact location of Zhou Xian realm. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and Yang Kai responded casually. The door was pushed open and the familiar maidservant stood in the doorway, gracefully bowing before saying with a smile, "Young Master Yang, young Master Shen Tu asked me to inform you that he has been summoned by the president and may not return for a few days. He asked you to rest here and wait for him to return before we can discuss anything further." Understood, Yang Kai nodded lightly. The maidservant didn't rush to leave, her red lips trembling slightly as she shyly asked, "Does young Master Yang have any other requests?" She seemed to be implying something. "If I need anything I'll let you know," Yang Kai smiled at her. The maidservant blushed slightly before gently nodding, closing the door behind her before leaving. After she left, Yang Kai sat on his bed and frowned. With Shen Tu not here, he didn't know what to do for a while. This feeling of being at a loss made him very unhappy. Tossing a pill into his mouth, Yang Kai began recovering while contemplating. After a while he suddenly remembered what he needed to do right now: change to a new star shuttle. His star shuttle was something he had discovered in the star field with the leader of the ancient demon clan, Li Rong, a long time ago. On Zhou Xian realm his star shuttle had an absolute advantage, but in this place his star shuttle had fallen behind. Even Bai Ya's star shuttle was better than his. In addition, Yang Kai also needed to purchase some precious ores. Guizhu had said that the 2 pitch-black round stones in his demon mystic tome needed to be properly nurtured because one day they would bring him a pleasant surprise. What Yang Kai needed to nurture these 2 pitch-black round stones was the essence of ores. What made Yang Kai feel regretful was that before Guizhu left, he had forgotten to ask him what those pitch-black round stones were. In the end, his relationship with Guizhu had eased, so if he had asked, Guizhu would have answered his questions. But at that time he had been so shocked by the Star Emperor token that he had completely forgotten about this. Considering all this, Yang Kai stood up and strode out. Walking all the way to the bottom floor, Yang Kai was about to leave Shen Tu's palace when the middle-aged cultivator named Jia Long suddenly appeared and asked with a smile, "Does little brother want to go out?" "And I want to buy something," Yang Kai nodded. "Buy something?" Jia Long suddenly grinned. "What does little brother want to buy? If it's convenient, can you tell me about it?" "I want to buy a good star shuttle and some ores." "A star shuttle and ores?" Jia Long didn't ask Yang Kai what he wanted ores for, instead saying, "Little brother is new here and may not be familiar with this place. If you wait a moment I'll call someone to accompany you." Yang Kai smiled happily. "Then I'll have to trouble you." His proposal was exactly what Yang Kai had been hoping for. Little brother is too polite. Before young Master Shintu left, he ordered us to satisfy all your requests. I dare not neglect such an honored guest like you. Saying so, he took out a compass-like artifact and poured his divine sense into it. After a while he took back the compass-like artifact and smiled to Yang Kai. Please wait a moment, someone will come in a moment. Yang Kai waited with him. Not long after, a person flew over from a distance and stopped in front of Yang Kai and Jialong, raising his brow and asking, "What's the matter?" He was burly and had a wild temperament like a fierce beast, exuding a palpitating aura. His cheeks were covered with thick hair, making him look like a mad lion. Monster race. Yang Kai immediately understood and inferred this person's race from the energy fluctuations emanating from his body. He was definitely a member of the monster race because of the existence of demonic qi in his body. Chapter 1035. Outside Shintu's palace, Jialong pointed to Yang Kai and said, "Young Master Yang wants to go buy some things. You should accompany him and ensure his safety." Young Master Shintu's guest? The monster race master turned to look at Yang Kai and gently nodded. No problem. He had obviously also heard of Yang Kai's existence. After all, Shintu rarely brought people to his palace as guests, but those he did bring back were all highly valued. "Please come with me," he beckoned to Yang Kai. "Many thanks," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Following behind this monster race master, Yang Kai noticed that he was somewhat taciturn and didn't seem to like talking much. Yang Kai had no choice but to take the initiative to ask, "What is this friend's name?" This monster race master was definitely a Saint King realm master because when Yang Kai faced him he always felt an inexplicable pressure. Only a Saint King realm master could give Yang Kai such pressure. However, since he was one of Shintu's subordinates, Yang Kai calling him a friend wasn't excessive. "I wouldn't dare, you can just call me Shui Tong." Shui Tong? Yang Kai raised his brow. "Which branch of the monster race do you belong to?" "Blood-eyed main master," Shui Tong explained casually. Only now did Kai Yang notice that the color of his eyes was indeed somewhat different. They were a light red, but this was only the color of his eyes in his normal state. Once he really started fighting, his eyes would most likely turn crimson red. At that time he would become violent and ruthless, causing his fighting strength to soar. "You're a human, so why do I feel monster chi from you?" Shui Tong frowned as he stared at Yang Kai. "And your bloodline seems to be very pure, even nobler than mine. That's the aura of a monster emperor. Did you have some kind of fortuitous encounter in the past that is related to the monster race?" "And a bit," Yang Kai smiled lightly. The golden dragon and ice phoenix patterns on his body did contain traces of the monster clan's aura, so it was normal for him to sense it. The golden dragon and ice phoenix were both emperors of the monster clan. This was true even in the territory of the star realm. Crimson Eye didn't say anything else, but it seemed that Yang Kai's monster yuan qi made him feel close to him, and his expression became even more amiable. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a city where blue streaks of light flashed across the sky as many cultivators swaggered forward on their star shuttles. Shui Tong led Yang Kai forward with familiarity, asking as they walked, "What do you want to buy?" "A good star shuttle and some rare ores," Yang Kai replied. "It's not hard to get." Crimson Eye pondered for a moment. "Do you want to buy it here or elsewhere?" "What's the difference?" Yang Kai asked. "This city isn't very prosperous on Water Moon Star, so the grade of the things here isn't too high. If you want a star shuttle, I suggest you get a Saint King grade high rank one. You can barely display the speed of a star shuttle of this grade and won't need to replace it for a long time. Then a Saint King grade high rank star shuttle it is." Yang Kai nodded. "Then we'll have to go to another city about 30,000 kilometers away from here." "That's a bit far." Yang Kai frowned. 30,000 kilometers, even if he used a star shuttle, would take some time to travel. Crimson Eye smiled mysteriously. "It's not too far, we can get there immediately." Yang Kai was puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions and continued to follow Crimson Eye through the city. A short time later, the two of them arrived in front of a building, but before they even entered, Yang Kai noticed a strange fluctuation coming from inside. Sensing it carefully, he immediately understood what this fluctuation was. It's actually void force. Yang Kai couldn't understand why void force would appear here. Outside the building there were many Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce guards standing guard, but when they saw Crimson Eye arrive they all saluted him. They seemed to recognize him as Shintu's guard. Crimson Eye walked straight into the building. After passing through several gates, the void force fluctuations became stronger and stronger. After arriving at the innermost part of the building, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he exclaimed, "A space array?" In front of him was a large spirit array. The layout of this spirit array was almost identical to the one Guizhou had set up on the floating continent. The only difference was that there were many subtle differences. Guizhou's space array arrangement wasn't very proficient, and there were many places where it wasn't perfect. The space array in front of him, on the other hand, was extremely strict, without the slightest mistake. In the center of this spirit array was a mirror-like structure covered with a thick layer of space spirit crystal. At the base of this mirror were several grooves, obviously used to hold saint crystals. Can this thing be used? Yang Kai looked at Crimson Eye in amazement. Naturally, we can use this space array to reach a more prosperous city. Wasn't it said that this thing had been lost? Yang Kai's eyes flashed a strange light. It has indeed been lost. However, there are remnants of space arrays on many cultivation stars. No one knows who or when these space arrays were set up. Everyone can only use them now. We can't understand the mysteries behind them. A few experts might be able to decipher the secrets, but that's not something we can hope for. Hearing his explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood that this space array should be a relic from a long time ago. With this kind of thing, wouldn't it be easy to travel back and forth from Cultivation Star? Yang Kai exclaimed. He knew how far apart cultivation stars were and that a single round trip would take a cultivator a great deal of time, but with a space array it would be a different story. Crimson Eye smiled and shook his head. That's impossible. All space arrays can only transport a maximum of 100,000 kilometers. Each cultivation star's space array can only be used on its own star and cannot be connected to other cultivation stars. Saying so, he took out a few high-quality saint crystals from his space ring and carefully placed them in the grooves on the base of the mirror before beckoning to Yang Kai. Please come with me. Yang Kai walked over and stood side by side with him. Crimson Eye circulated his strength and the space array immediately began to move. The mirror in front of the two of them seemed to become as calm as the surface of a lake, rippling as the energy from the saint crystals embedded in the base rapidly drained away. A moment later, the mirror shattered, revealing a pitch-black hole. Let's go. Crimson Eye shouted and took the lead. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and followed closely behind him. Unlike tearing space and teleporting through a space array, Yang Kai didn't feel anything as he rushed through the mirror and arrived at a different place. Looking back, there was also a space array here, but it was definitely not the one from before. Yang Kai understood that the space arrays in these two places had some special connections and temporarily opened a stable void corridor between the two places, allowing one to instantly teleport tens of thousands of kilometers. These space arrays were all the property of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Crimson Eye smiled and said, although space arrays are convenient, no cultivator will use them often. Why is that? The Tao of space is too mysterious. If one uses space arrays too frequently to shuttle back and forth between two places, it may cause some unnecessary harm. So, if one is not proficient in the Tao of space, they will only use them once every few months. Most of the time, we will use star shuttles to travel. Understood, Yang Kai smiled, so we'll have to fly back later, right? Crimson Eye nodded. Let's go, I'll take you to a good place. The Grandmasters there refine the best star shuttles on Water Moon Star. You should be able to find a star shuttle that suits you. Yang Kai suddenly looked forward to it. This city was indeed much more prosperous than the previous one. There were a variety of shops on the streets and countless cultivators, all of them belonging to different forces. Yang Kai saw a cultivator from Sword Union and Purple Star here, as well as many other cultivators from unknown forces. Because this was the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, it was the most frequently traded place in the entire star territory. The major forces scattered throughout the star territory would send people to guard this place. If they needed any materials, they would negotiate with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and have Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce deliver them. A starship loaded with supplies set sail from a certain part of the city, flying towards the star field and gradually disappearing. Yang Kai had completely conquered the star territory, and seeing the prosperity of this place, he couldn't help feeling a little excited. Following behind Crimson Eye, the two of them soon arrived at a multi-story shop. As soon as they entered, someone immediately greeted them, cupped his fists and smiled. Master Crimson Eye, it's been a long time since I last saw you. Is there something young Master Xianxia needs this time? Crimson Eye shook his head. It's young Master's guest who wants a star shuttle. Please take us to the 3rd floor. The man glanced over at Yang Kai before nodding immediately and bowing. This way, please. Yang Kai looked around and found that all the things sold in this shop were star shuttles, nothing else at all. Refined star shuttles were placed on display on the counter and many cultivators were hanging around, haggling with the shop's staff. From time to time someone would leave satisfied. This is also one of our Chamber of Commerce's businesses. The Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle you want is sold on the 3rd floor. The quality of the ones on the 1st and 2nd floors isn't enough. Crimson Eye explained to Yang Kai as he led the way. Yang Kai gently nodded. He also noticed that the star shuttles on the 1st floor were only of spirit grade, and the strength of the cultivator s who came here to purchase them wasn't too high, most of them being transcendents while a few were saints. Spirit grade star shuttles, whether it was in terms of speed or energy, were at the bottom of the list. Such star shuttles couldn't even leave the shackles of the stars and enter the territory of Star Field. They also couldn't withstand the world energy of Star Field's territory. Seeing the shop assistant enthusiastically lead Yang Kai and Crimson Eye to the upper floor, everyone cast a surprised look, wondering which master had come. The 2nd floor was filled with saint-grade star shuttles, and the energy fluctuations radiating from these star shuttles were obviously stronger than those on the 1st floor. In fact, these star shuttles were much more outstanding than those on the 1st floor. Clearly, these star shuttles were much better than the ones Yang Kai had. Many martial artists were buying things on this floor. The shop assistants were so busy that they didn't even have time to spare. Chapter 1036. The group of 3 didn't stop on the 2nd floor. It wasn't until they reached the 3rd floor that the shop assistant stopped and smiled. Honored guest, please feel free to choose anything you like, just let me know. Yang Kai nodded and began to wander around the counters on the 3rd floor. These refined star shuttles varied in length and size, and even their shapes were no longer the same. It seemed that in order to meet the different needs of different customers, the artifact refiners here had deliberately refined star shuttles into different shapes. But this didn't affect the quality of these star shuttles. The strength of the cultivator who came to purchase star shuttles on the 3rd floor was obviously different. The cultivators who were wandering around the counters were all saints and saint kings, each of them possessing a certain level of status and strength. However, no matter how strong they were all very obedient. In any of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's shops, no one dared to act rashly because this was the Chamber of Commerce's home star, its foundation. The Chamber of Commerce would not allow anyone to obstruct its business. Yang Kai walked around looking for Saint King grade high-rank star shuttles, asking the shop assistant to take out one he was satisfied with so he could try it out. Xue Tong followed behind him, but seeing him looking for a long time without finding a suitable one, he couldn't help saying, "If you're willing to wait, you can ask the artifact refiners here to tailor one for you." "How long will it take?" Yang Kai turned around and asked. Even with young Master Shintu's relationship, it'll take at least 1 to 2 months. Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "Forget it, there's no need to go through so much trouble. In any case, this thing will have to be replaced when my strength reaches a certain level. For now, I'll just have to make do with it." Saying so, his eyes suddenly turned to a sleek fish-like star shuttle on the counter and said to the shop assistant, "Take that out for me to see." The shop assistant nodded and took it out. Yang Kai held the star shuttle and tried to circulate his Saint Chi, his eyes quickly lighting up. Yang Kai's Saint Chi flowed through this star shuttle unimpeded, much better than the previous ones he had tested. Because when refining a star shuttle, the materials added by an artifact refiner might be different and the spirit arrays they inscribed might also be different. Each star shuttle had its own unique characteristics. Whether or not it could be perfectly integrated with the power of a cultivator was an indicator of its practicality. The item in Yang Kai's hand was undoubtedly very suitable for the power in his body. Not intending to continue looking, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Just this one. How much does it cost?" Hearing this, the shop assistant glanced at Blood Eye. Crimson Eye said, "Let's go with the normal price." "Yes." The shop assistant nodded and said, "Generally speaking, a Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle is worth 10,000 high-rank Saint crystals, but the price varies slightly. The one in customer's hand is the best one on the 3rd floor, valued at 12,000 high-rank saint crystals. 12,000 high-rank saint crystals. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly realizing that he didn't quite understand the value of saint crystals here. He didn't know what kind of wealth these 12,000 high-rank saint crystals were. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Blood Eye. Blood Eye smiled and said to the shop assistant, "Put the bill on young Master Shintu's head. You can go to the palace and ask young master for payment some other day." "Yes. No need, I have enough saint crystals on hand," Yang Kai said. "I'll pay for it myself." Yang Kai did have a lot of saint crystals on hand. These saint crystals originally belonged to the cultivator from Purple Star and Sword Union who he had plundered on the floating continent. There was a considerable amount of them, more than enough to pay for this star shuttle. As such, he didn't want to owe Shintu a favor. The shop assistant couldn't help looking at Blood Eye awkwardly. Blood Eye's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything and just nodded gently. The shop assistant breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Then please come with me." Following him to the first floor, Yang Kai continued to take out saint crystals from the demon mystic tome. After a long time he finished processing the bill and the shop assistant respectfully escorted him and Blood Eye to the door. Outside the shop, Blood Eye led Yang Kai to several other shops to purchase rare ores. On Water Moon Star, anything one wanted could be bought as long as one had enough money. Even super large artifacts like starships could be purchased. The starships built by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce were the best and fastest in the entire territory of Water Moon Star. So many great forces were willing to order them from Water Moon Star. Yang Kai didn't have any interest in such things for the time being as he knew he couldn't afford the price of a starship. He didn't know how much saint crystals were worth, nor did he have any concept of price, so he simply followed behind Blood Eye and began collecting ores. The ores he chose were all Saint King grade, spending all of the saint crystals he had on hand until he only had a few hundred pieces left. Inside the demon mystic tome, there was a large pile of rare ores placed next to the two pitch-black round stones, allowing them to absorb the essence of these ores. It seemed that because Yang Kai didn't force Shintu to spend money on him because of his status as a guest, Blood Eye's look towards him became more and more amiable, feeling that this young man was very principled and not trying to become friends with him because of his status as young Master Shintu's day. After completing his purchase, Blood Eye acted as the host and invited Yang Kai to the most luxurious restaurant in the city for a drink. It wasn't until the next day that the two of them set off to return. Blood Eye's speed was extremely fast and his star shuttle's grade was also not low. About 2 hours later, the two of them returned to Shintu's palace and Blood Eye excused himself before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai walked into the palace alone. Garen stood at the door and when he saw Yang Kai return he smiled and asked, "Did little brother manage to buy what you wanted?" "And Water Moon Star cities are rich in goods and materials, they didn't disappoint," Garen laughed. "In the entire territory of Water Moon Star, if there is anything you can't buy on Water Moon Star, you won't be able to buy it anywhere else." Garen's words were filled with pride. "Is Shintu back yet?" Yang Kai asked. "Not yet," Garen shook his head. "Little brother doesn't need to worry. Although the president is a bit strict, he is very good to young Master Shintu's day. This time he called him over probably just to reprimand him a little. Before young master left, he told little brother not to worry and to stay here for the time being. If there is anything you need, you can ask us to do for you." "Understood, I'm going into retreat for a while. Don't let anyone disturb me for the time being, I'll tell you when I come out." "Good." Garen gently nodded. Yang Kai returned to his residence, closed the door, and took out the star shuttle worth 12,000 high-rank saint crystals. Holding it in his palm, he began circulating his saint chi and began refining it. Any artifact had to be refined by a cultivator in order to display its full power. When Yang Kai was on Tongxian realm, it took him a few months to refine his star shuttle. But at that time his strength wasn't high and the grade of his star shuttle was saint grade high rank, so it had taken him so long. But now it was different. This new star shuttle was carefully selected by Yang Kai and was very compatible with his own saint chi attribute. On top of that, Yang Kai had already reached the second order saint realm, so it wouldn't take him long to completely refine it. As soon as Yang Kai pushed his strength, the star shuttle began burning with a layer of black demonic flame. This demonic flame was hot and cold at the same time, exuding two completely opposite yet strangely coexisting characteristics. The flames flickered wildly, giving off a terrifying aura. Yang Kai instantly felt that this star shuttle had formed a faint connection with him. His divine sense began circulating the star shuttle, prying into its internal structure and the brand of the star inside. Temporarily forgetting the passage of time, Yang Kai focused all his attention on refining this star shuttle. The entire process went unexpectedly smoothly. After refining the star shuttle, Yang Kai engraved his own soul brand onto it, leaving behind his own life aura, making it more compatible with his own body. Everything went smoothly. After Yang Kai completely refined the star shuttle, he estimated that it would take him less than a month to complete this process. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling somewhat excited as he knew that this was the most powerful evidence of the improvement of his cultivation and strength. Instead of leaving his retreat, Yang Kai continued to stay in his room, allowing his Saint Qi to nourish the star shuttle while he spied on the star in his knowledge sea. Time passed by and the sun and moon rose. Yang Kai had been here for some time now and had spent most of his time in the palace in seclusion. Except for the time when he went to buy something with Xue Tong, he hadn't taken a single step out of his room, nor had he communicated with anyone else. After sitting in silence for so long, Yang Kai suddenly wanted to go out and see the full picture of Water Moon Star. He wanted to see how this prosperous star differed from Tong Xian realm while also familiarizing himself with his new star shuttle. It would be best if he could gain a deeper understanding of the situation on this star's territory through observation so he could make plans for himself as soon as possible. Yang Kai still didn't have a clear goal. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai left his room. After finding Jia Long outside and learning that Shen Tu hadn't returned yet, Yang Kai made up his mind. Jia Long didn't stop him and simply handed him a token, telling him that this was a token from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, which would allow him to enjoy some privileges in many places and avoid many troubles. Yang Kai placed the token into the demon mystic tome and flew out on his star shuttle. He didn't have a specific destination and simply flew forward. The Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle was indeed different from the others, several times better than the one he had just obtained. Even when using its full strength, the two couldn't be compared. He flew all the way, stopping here and there. Gradually he gained a comprehensive understanding of Water Moon Star. This was a star, but it was also a continent not much different from Tong Xian realm. There were mountains, rivers, continents, oceans and a variety of races living together. The only difference was that any cultivation star in star territory had a much richer world energy reserve than Tong Xian realm. As the home star of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, this was even more so. Although the world energy here wasn't as good as the floating continent, it was still one of the top cultivation stars in star territory. Chapter 1037. It was precisely because of the lack of world energy that the Saint Realm was the pinnacle of cultivation for cultivators in Tong Xian realm. Since ancient times, only great demon god had broken through this barrier, but unfortunately he had fallen before he could explore the territory of Tong Xian realm, leaving behind only a popular legend. The lack of cultivation and materials made the cultivator on Tong Xian realm not qualified to explore Tong Xian realm's territory and integrate into Tong Xian realm's territory. They could only be trapped there, unable to see the many wonders of Tong Xian realm's territory. However, this also saved Tong Xian realm from the fate of being enslaved. The overall strength of a cultivator on Tong Xian realm was not enough for them to occupy a seat in Tong Xian realm's territory. If they really integrated into Tong Xian realm's territory, they would only be enslaved by a powerful force. Yang Kai's mood was calm as he flew across Water Moon Star, crossing mountains, oceans, deserts and dozens of kilometers in an instant. He found many cities and places where living beings gathered. These cities were big and small, but they were all very prosperous. Only in some extremely remote locations would the number of living beings in these cities decrease. Similar to the situation on Tong Xian realm, each city had a city lord, and depending on how prosperous the city was, the cultivation of these city lords would also vary. Many city lords were at the Saint King realm, and in some small places city lords were only at the Saint realm. This made Yang Kai realize that there were not many origin returning realm masters in any great force. They were the mainstays of each great force. The world energy in each place was also very different. Some places had rich world energy while others had thin world energy. These cities all belonged to Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, and within their jurisdiction, they contributed their own strength to Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, gathering wealth bit by bit. Sand gathered to form a tower, creating the behemoth that was Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai looked around casually and no one paid attention to him, nor did he cause any trouble. He heard a lot of interesting things from hearsay. For example, President AIO's promiscuity, the upcoming talent selection of the Chamber of Commerce, and AIO's sons. However, Yang Kai had never heard anyone talk about Shintu's day. It seemed that on Water Moon Star, Shintu's identity as an illegitimate child was not made public, so it wasn't difficult to explain why Lu Guichen didn't know of Shintu's existence. Yang Kai spent 1 to 2 months touring the entirety of Water Moon Star, gaining a deep understanding of this Cultivation Star and Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. During this time his newly acquired star shuttle was also perfectly compatible with him, allowing him to command it as if it were his own arm. In the depths of Yang Kai's heart he still held a little bit of hope that Zhou Xian would be somewhere on this Cultivation Star, which was why he spared no effort in flying. However, Zhou Xian was obviously not here. Since he and Zhou Xian were connected by heart, as long as they weren't too far apart, they could sense each other's existence. He wasn't disappointed though, as he hadn't expected to find Zhou Xian so easily. About 2 months later Yang Kai returned. This time he didn't stop anywhere and flew directly in the direction of Shintu's palace. On this day as he passed by a mountain valley, Yang Kai's divine sense suddenly detected a lot of life auras coming from there. Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to them, and in order to avoid any unnecessary trouble, he deliberately changed his direction and prepared to detour around them. During this time, Yang Kai had been acting cautiously because he didn't want to incur any grudges with others. While in midair, Yang Kai glanced over casually and found that in the flat area of the mountain valley, there was a small starship anchored. The hatch of this starship was open and a cultivator was constantly entering and exiting it. Next to the starship, there were a lot of materials piled up. The cultivator seemed to be transporting these materials into the starship. After this period of study, Yang Kai also learned some common sense. For example, there were some materials that couldn't be placed in a space ring. These materials either had extremely harsh storage requirements, so once they were placed in a space ring, they would damage the quality of the material, or they were too large and heavy to be placed in a space ring. At this time it was necessary to use a starship to transport these materials. Therefore starships were an indispensable existence in any great force. Using starships to transport materials was fast, could carry a large number of materials and was relatively safe. The starship anchored in the mountain valley was about 300 meters long, only half the size of the one Yang Kai had seen before. It was probably only a Saint King grade low-rank or mid-rank starship. Next to the starship, a young man in brocade robes stood there, looking gentle and refined as he chatted happily with the person next to him. This young man's appearance was very unique. His skin was delicate and his face was even more enchanting than a woman's, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. Beside him, many female cultivators were secretly staring at him with infatuation, each of their beautiful eyes filled with love. It seemed that as long as this young man said a word, all of them would be willing to offer their bodies and hearts to him and let him toy with them. Yang Kai couldn't help glancing over at this young man. His gaze immediately alerted this young man, causing him to raise his head and stare at Yang Kai across a distance of several thousand meters. Immediately, his handsome face sank as he waved his hand towards Yang Kai's position and whispered a few words. The next moment, several star shuttles flashed and flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning, not knowing why this young man was targeting him. Without slowing down, Yang Kai quickly escaped, the streams of light following closely behind him, relentlessly pursuing him. This place was very remote, and within the range of Yang Kai's divine sense, he couldn't find a single living person. Even the world energy aura here was extremely thin, as if no one had settled here. There were many such places on Water Moon Star and this was just one of them. There were a total of 3 people chasing after him, and judging from the energy fluctuations they gave off, 2 of them were Third Order Saint Cultivator while the other was a Saint King Realm Cultivator. This Saint King's cultivation shouldn't be too high as Yang Kai didn't feel too strong of an oppressive aura from him, so he was probably just a First Order Saint King. Understanding their cultivation, Yang Kai calmed down and not only did he not want to run away, he even wanted to stop and fight with them to see just how strong he was now. Since he began transforming the Saint Chi in his body, Yang Kai hadn't fought with a Saint King Realm Cultivator yet, so he really wanted to know if his current combat power was comparable to a Saint King realm cultivator. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai came to a stop and turned around to look behind him. Seeing Yang Kai stop, the three people were overjoyed and quickly rushed over, surrounding Yang Kai from three sides, all of them glaring at him with hostility. "Friends, why are you chasing me? We have no grudges, right?" Yang Kai asked indifferently. "Naturally, we have no grudges." The Saint King Realm Master nodded. "But boy, you saw something you shouldn't have seen. You can only blame your bad luck for passing by this place at this time." Yang Kai raised his brow, suddenly understanding what was going on. Transporting supplies to the starship was probably not a good thing, so they had chosen to do so in such a remote place. How could they have known that an idle person like him would inadvertently pass by and witness everything? Inferring from the other party's demeanor and tone, it was obvious that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. "If you have any last words, feel free to speak. If it is convenient, I will convey them to your family," the Saint King Realm Master said faintly, a look of absolute certainty on his face as he spoke to Yang Kai. Just as he spoke, the Third Order Saint Cultivator standing behind Yang Kai suddenly acted, a powerful energy overflowing from his body as a giant wind blade silently formed and shot towards Yang Kai's back, wanting to cut him in half. The wind blade was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was only 3 inches away from Yang Kai's body. The cultivator's face filled with disdain, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai being killed. With his Third Order Saint cultivation, it was impossible for him to fail in his sneak attack on a Second Order Saint. The wind blade smoothly cut through the young man's body and directly pierced through him. Strangely, however, no blood flowed out, and the young man's figure instead slowly faded away before disappearing completely. The eyes of the cultivator who had attacked shrank as a sense of alarm rose in his heart, quickly retreating without hesitation. "Be careful!" A cry of alarm rang out from the Saint King Realm cultivator's mouth, his eyes bulging as if he had seen something unbelievable, loudly warning his companions. This cultivator's reaction was extremely fast. After all, anyone who had cultivated to the Third Order Saint realm had experienced countless life or death battles, so their ability to adapt was quite outstanding. The moment he heard this warning, his retreating figure turned around and rushed upwards. Immediately, he saw the looks of horror on the faces of his two companions, as if they had swallowed their tongues into their stomachs. Above his head, a panic-stricken energy fluctuation spread out, alternating between hot and cold, making it impossible to defend against. Looking up, the cultivator saw a huge palm strike towards him, one that covered the world and blocked the light in front of him, making it impossible for him to see anything but this palm that seemed to swallow his consciousness. It was a palm burning with pitch-black flames. He had never seen such a strange energy in his life. Heaven-covering hand. He wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to run. The huge palm had sealed off all his escape routes. Hong. With a muffled bang, the cultivator was swallowed up by the palm and a violent force swept through his body. With a pitiful scream, the cultivator fell like a meteor, his bones broken and his body damaged. Clusters of demonic flame burned across his body, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to extinguish these flames. Yang Kai's attack succeeded, and he quickly condensed a heaven-punishing spear. Taking advantage of the moment when the remaining 2 Third Order Saint realm cultivators were still in a state of shock, he threw it towards the other Third Order Saint. The other party hurriedly circulated his strength to resist and summoned out a shield-like artifact. This artifact was not low-grade and exuded Saint-grade high-rank energy fluctuations as it rotated in front of him. Chapter 1038. This artifact had saved this Third Order Saint cultivator many times from fatal blows, so he regarded it as his strongest defense. Summoning his shield, his heart calmed down slightly, but just as he was about to counterattack, a crisp sound rang out. Looking down in disbelief, he saw that his shield artifact had been punctured by a demonic flame spear, causing it to lose a great deal of its spirituality and its light to dim in an instant. The cultivator couldn't help screaming. Xiao. The 3 heaven-punishing spears continued to fly towards Yang Kai, shattering his shield artifact as the spears pierced through his body. The powerful body of a Third Order Saint was as fragile as a piece of paper, as if it was nothing more than a fragile piece of paper. The vitality in the cultivator's eyes quickly faded and the light in them gradually dimmed as he fell headfirst to the ground. In an instant, of the 3 cultivators surrounding Yang Kai, one was dead and one was injured. The dead man had several bloody holes in his body, and before he even hit the ground his body was incinerated. Even his soul, which had escaped from his body, was unable to escape the demonic flame, his distorted soul avatar quickly disappearing like a snowflake under the scorching sun. The wounded man was still howling on the ground as the demonic flame swallowed him up, causing his cries to become weaker and weaker until they could no longer be heard. The only remaining First-Order Saint King cultivator narrowed his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression. He couldn't imagine that a young man who was only a Second-Order Saint could be so important, killing 2 cultivators a minor realm above him without any difficulty. He didn't even need to take a breath, as if he had simply crushed 2 ants. At this moment, a look of astonishment also appeared on this young man's face, as if he himself was also a little surprised. A violent and bloodthirsty aura quietly emerged from his body, causing his momentum to climb to a new height in an instant. Looking at this young man's indifferent eyes, this Saint King realm cultivator couldn't help feeling his heart tremble. He couldn't help feeling like he wasn't facing a second-order saint at all, but rather a master whose strength was much higher than his own. Before the battle had even begun, he already had thoughts of retreating. He wasn't sure if he could beat his opponent. Profound heavenly sword. Yang Kai suddenly shouted as a demonic flame sword condensed in his hand. With a flash of black light, a massive sword wave slashed towards the last cultivator. The other party finally came back to his senses and let out a suppressed roar from his throat. Suddenly, an energy fluctuation burst out from his knowledge sea. This energy fluctuation was quite strange. As it spread out, a behemoth suddenly shot out from his glabella. It was a 50-meter-long golden armored scorpion wrapped in a hard shell. Even in the entire star field, it was a ferocious golden armored scorpion. As soon as the golden armored venomous scorpion appeared, it emitted a thick dark green miasma, polluting the air within a radius of dozens of miles. Its strong and powerful pincers clamped down, making cracking sounds that could cut gold and break jade, making people shudder. The sword light burning with demonic flames struck the hard shell of the golden armored poisonous scorpion, but was unable to injure it in the slightest. It only left a shallow mark on the hard shell. The burning demonic flames were engulfed by the dark green miasma and were extinguished in a short while. Seeing that the golden armored scorpion was able to resist the burning of his demonic flame, the Saint King realm cultivator laughed and shouted, "Little brat, your courage isn't small, actually daring to kill someone from the Chamber of Commerce on Watermoon Star. Your death is imminent. You're from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. "Enough nonsense, hand over your life." This man didn't want to say anything to Yang Kai at all and simply pointed his finger, causing the golden armored poisonous scorpion to fly towards Yang Kai. The golden armored poisonous scorpion's pincers clamped down and a dark green light shot out from the scorpion's tail, containing a power capable of destroying one's soul. This golden armored scorpion was extremely terrifying, and anyone who came into contact with it would die. What frightened the cultivator the most was that its poison could not only harm one's flesh but also affect one's soul. Therefore, generally, the place where this kind of golden armored scorpion appeared was considered a forbidden area by the cultivator. Only a few powerful cultivators would have any ideas about attacking them. This Saint King realm cultivator had obviously killed a golden armored poisonous scorpion in the past and refined its soul into a powerful weapon for himself. Fighting against Yang Kai, he released it without even thinking about it. It was the soul avatar of the golden armored scorpion, so it possessed all the abilities of the golden armored scorpion when it was alive. Although it didn't have a physical body, its strong spiritual energy could withstand a lot of damage. Yang Kai's profound heavenly sword failed to achieve anything. Seeing the golden armored scorpion pouncing towards him like a bolt of lightning, Yang Kai's knowledge sea erupted with power, gathered it in one place, and blasted it towards the golden armored scorpion. Seeing this, the Saint King realm cultivator was not surprised but delighted. Not only did he not stop him, he even watched with interest. This young man in front of him clearly didn't know how powerful the golden armored scorpion was. Seeing that the golden armored scorpion was a soul avatar, he wanted to use his spiritual energy to deal with it, But he didn't know that the golden armored scorpion's poison was not something that could be resisted by spiritual energy. He had already foreseen Yang Kai's ending. When the invisible forces collided, the huge figure of the golden armored poisonous scorpion suddenly came to a stop. It swung its pincers violently while its sharp tail kept whipping the air, emitting a sizzling sound. Green light shot out from the tip of its tail and pierced into Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai's face sank as he had an illusion that his consciousness was being paralyzed. He immediately understood that this golden armored scorpion was not as simple as he thought. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai fully released his conflagrated knowledge sea. The air suddenly became hot, and the space around the golden armored scorpion distorted, obstructing everyone's line of sight. The Saint King Realm cultivator who was watching from the sidelines suddenly felt the strangeness of Yang Kai's spiritual energy and hurriedly tried to recall the golden armored scorpion. But in the next moment, the golden armored scorpion suddenly trembled and struggled violently, as if it was enduring unbearable torture. Cracks appeared on its golden shell and Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea drilled into its body through these cracks, igniting it from the inside out. The golden armored scorpion was set ablaze, and in a flash the golden armored scorpion, which even the profound heavenly sword could not damage, was incinerated. Impossible! The Saint King Realm cultivator roared as he stared at the spot where the golden armored scorpion disappeared, his face filled with horror. Even a third-order Saint King Realm master would not be able to kill this golden armored scorpion in such a short time. Only an origin-returning realm master could accomplish this. He turned to Yang Kai, his eyes covered in a layer of scarlet as his aura became violent. The golden armored scorpion was a trump card he had painstakingly refined. Every time he used it he had always been successful. He had also used it many times to turn danger into safety. Just cultivating its soul alone had taken him a great deal of effort. Now that his many years of hard work had been destroyed, he was completely enraged. He wanted to kill this young man who ruined his efforts to vent the hatred in his heart. "Boy, I'll kill you!" he roared in a low voice as he pushed his spiritual energy. One after another, the soul of a strange monster beast appeared and floated around him, glaring at Yang Kai. The Saint King Realm cultivator stood in the middle of these beasts, like a king of beasts. With a single thought, all the monster beast souls rushed towards Yang Kai while he hid among them, waiting for an opportunity to kill him. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk Yang Kai continued to push his conflagrated knowledge sea, his scorching hot divine sense slamming into these beast souls, causing them to howl miserably as they were incinerated one by one. Covered by the burning beast souls, the Saint King Realm Master quickly approached Yang Kai, a strange and powerful force spreading from his body, suddenly forming a powerful vortex that pulled Yang Kai's body downwards. He sneered as a dazzling divine light shot out from his palm. This divine light gave off a strong energy fluctuation that seemed capable of tearing space apart, as if it had gathered a murderous intent to destroy everything in its path and engulf Yang Kai. Yang Kai's entire body was covered in demonic flames, like a burning fireball, pouring his strength into the vortex at his feet, attacking its domain and territory, pulling him out of it. The next moment he was enveloped in a dazzling divine light. Yang Kai's face changed dramatically as he felt the strength of his opponent's strength. He finally understood that the Saint King Realm and the Saint Realm were not on the same level. With his current strength he could easily kill a third-order Saint Cultivator, but he could not quickly kill a furious Saint King. Even if it was just a first-order Saint King, it was still dangerous for him. When one's cultivation reached this level, their understanding and application of the true essence of their strength had far surpassed his own. Demon God transformation. Yang Kai roared in his heart. One after another, invisible demonic patterns climbed up and disappeared into his flesh and blood, causing his blood essence and life aura to rise at a crazy rate. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao. Asterisk when the divine light hit his body, Yang Kai seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, his body swaying left and right as he let out a muffled groan. The Saint King Realm cultivator wore a ferocious expression as he sneered in his heart and rushed towards Yang Kai without mercy, intending to give him the final blow. He suddenly discovered that this strange young man was not as strong as he had imagined and regained absolute confidence in his own strength. A violent burst of strength poured out from his palms as he constantly pounded Yang Kai's body, pouring his Saint Chi into it, rampaging through his body and destroying his vitality. Then he saw Yang Kai's playful eyes and an indifferent expression. Although he seemed to have suffered heavy injuries and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, this young man didn't seem to care. He threw out a punch to resist and the two exchanged blows, a violent power erupting from their bodies as they engaged in a melee. Blood splashed as Yang Kai's flesh was lacerated while the Saint King Realm cultivator didn't fare much better, his body covered in blood. This was not Yang Kai's first time fighting someone above his realm, but this was his first time fighting a Saint King Realm master head-on. Under such circumstances, Yang Kai seemed to have stimulated his potential and comprehended many of the mysteries of his strength that he had never been able to comprehend before. The more Yang Kai fought, the braver he became as a crazed light flashed across the depths of his eyes. Not only did his strength not weaken, it actually grew stronger and stronger. Unlike Yang Kai though, the Saint King Realm Master's momentum gradually declined after experiencing the initial burst of momentum. He felt that if he continued to fight he would likely die. His body was covered in wounds, countless of his meridians were broken and many of his bones were cracked. The strange clusters of demonic flames burned his body, almost turning him into a ball of fire. He had no choice but to circulate his strength to resist the damage caused by these demonic flames. However, he was unable to resist the alternating hot and cold aura of this Saint King Realm cultivator, so he once again wanted to retreat. Chapter 1039. As the battle continued, the Saint King Realm Master pushed his strength to the limit, using all kinds of secret skills and artifacts he would not normally use, but he was still unable to defeat or kill Yang Kai. During the battle, not only did Yang Kai not shrink back from the pain of his wounds, but his eyes instead flashed with a look of enjoyment. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Fighting an opponent whose strength was on par with his, going all out in a battle where only one of them could survive, this feeling of being on the brink of life and death made him very excited. Seeing his expression being noticed by his opponent, the Saint King Realm Master finally showed a trace of fear. At this moment he seemed to understand Yang Kai's real intention, to use this battle to verify his true strength. The two Third-Order Saints he had killed before were just casually dealt with. Realizing this, he finally panicked and shouted silently in his heart, forcing his body to involuntarily move away from this terrifying and abnormal young man. Hong Hong Hong. As their strengths collided, Yang Kai and the Saint King Realm First Order cultivator were separated, each of them breaking free from the other's domain, both gasping for breath as they stared at each other from a distance of several dozen meters. A series of cracking sounds rang out from Yang Kai's body as his bones and physique squirmed and the Saint Chi in his body began to stir, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. On the other hand, the Saint King Realm cultivator's eyes were dim as blood flowed from his body. He was completely exhausted, like an arrow at the end of its flight. He stared at Yang Kai in horror, watching as the wounds on Yang Kai's body healed under an inexplicable force, then watched as his body was bathed in blood and exuded a dazzling golden light under the scorching sun. This was actually golden blood. The cultivator's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief filled his face. He didn't know what kind of secret art this young man had cultivated that allowed his blood to become this color, but he felt a kind of vitality and astonishing restorative power from this blood. It was because of this blood that his opponent's wounds were healing so quickly. He immediately realized this. He wasn't this young man's opponent, and he didn't have this kind of abnormal restorative ability. If he continued fighting, he really would die. He still had a trump card and a forbidden technique. He knew that if he wanted to, he could use this forbidden technique to increase his strength and still be able to contend with this young man. But he didn't dare. Because once he used this forbidden technique, his condition would worsen. Even his current realm would fall and he would never be able to improve again. After this battle, he was already half dead. If he really used a forbidden technique, even if he won, he would have to pay a heavy price. Most importantly, even if he were to activate that forbidden technique, he did not have absolute confidence. Who is this little brat? Why is he so terrifying? Yang Kai's. Of Yang Kai, of course, Yang of the Saint King of Heaven. So when he met Kai Yang's gaze, he quietly retreated, moving further and further away from Kai Yang, his expression dispirited. But his face was of the saint of his was be. It wasn't until he had retreated to what he thought was a safe distance that he hurriedly summoned his star shuttle. He shouted, "Boy, you will pay the price for today's actions." There will be no place for you on Watermoon's star. His voice came from afar, but he had already disappeared. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. He didn't seem to have any intention of chasing after him, just standing in place. She stared at his back. But a wisp of his divine sense broke through the shackles of space and leapt forward. Like a maggot attached to a bone, it clung to that man. Immediately he stretched out his hand and tore space. 100 kilometers away, the Saint King Realm cultivator was desperately pushing his strength to extinguish the clusters of demonic flames on his body. When he was fighting Yang Kai just now, these clusters of demonic flames had consumed a lot of his Saint Chi to resist them. If not for this, he wouldn't have been so weak. This kind of demonic flame was a power he had never heard of before. It was a combination of cold and hot, yang and evil. It was an extremely contradictory combination that he couldn't extinguish in a short time. All he could do was constantly push his strength to resist its erosion and burning, pushing his speed to the limit, hoping to return to the mountain valley as soon as possible and find the master to help him. Not seeing any trace of that strange young man behind him, Yang Kai thought he had escaped with his life and put all his thoughts on how to explain this failure when he returned. Just as he was contemplating, the space in front of him suddenly distorted. Yang Kai thought he had overused his strength and was seeing things. When he looked at it with rapt attention, the distortions in space became even more severe. Like a broken mirror, it burst open. In the next moment, a crack suddenly opened up in front of him. It was as if an invisible beast had opened its mouth, terrifying to the extreme. Inside this crack, a figure stood with a playful smile on his face, waiting for Yang Kai's arrival. Seeing this person's face, Yang Kai's expression changed as if he had seen a ghost, unable to believe his eyes. This was the young man he had just fought with. The other party stretched out a hand from the void crack, caught him off guard and threw him into the void crack. Soon after, the void crack quickly closed and the young man stood outside, waving at him with a smile. Darkness enveloped Yang Kai and he instantly fell into an eternal cold nothingness. A strange force flowed around him and swallowed him like a swamp. Yang Kai roared but was unable to escape and could only reluctantly accept his impending fate. Outside, Yang Kai dispelled his demon god transformation and stretched his body, a dignified expression on his face. After experiencing such a battle, he somewhat realized where his limits were. The First Order Saint King Realm was his limit, and after using his demon god transformation he could fight such a master head-on without fear. Yang Kai wasn't clear about Second Order Saint King Realm masters. This battle had allowed him to gain a lot, and he had also become more familiar with the use of his new strength and understood the terror of his demonic flame. However, what he was more concerned about was why these three people wanted to kill him. What was the problem with the scene he saw? It looked like they were just transporting supplies, although the place they chose was a bit remote. Yang Kai couldn't figure it out, so he didn't bother to think too deeply about it and quickly left the scene on his star shuttle. Half a day later, in the mountain valley Yang Kai had just passed, all the supplies had been transported into the starship. The middle-aged man who had been chatting happily with the handsome young man walked over with a smile. Turning to the young man, he said, "Young Master Xueyu, it was a pleasure to cooperate with you. If such a good thing happens again next time, I hope young Master Xueyu will remember us. We will definitely pay you a satisfactory price." The handsome young man named Xueyu smiled and nodded, the smile on his face like a spring breeze, giving off a sense of warmth and intimacy. Wherever his eyes passed, the female cultivator, regardless of their cultivation or age, would fall into his lap. All of them wore infatuated looks on their faces. There was no doubt that as long as Xueyu beckoned with his finger, these female cultivator would all take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. "We'll be going first, young Master Xueyu. Please wait a moment," the middle-aged man said with a smile, then beckoned his cultivator subordinates and walked towards the starship. Many of the women who had come with him looked back at him with reluctance, looking toward Xueyu. At that moment, a Saint King Realm cultivator hurried over to Xueyu's side and whispered a few words into his ear with a dignified expression. The smile on Xueyu's face stiffened slightly as he asked in a low voice, "Are you sure?" "Yes, 2 corpses were found 500 kilometers away while the other one is missing. I'm afraid it's a disaster. Young master, I'm afraid this transaction was seen by that guy who passed by." Xueyu's pair of clear eyes narrowed slightly. Nodding, he said, "I understand." As he said this, he took a step forward and shouted, Wait a minute. The middle-aged man, who was feeling satisfied and preparing to return with a full load, heard this shout and stopped, turning back to look at Xueyu, asking, "Does young Master Xueyu have any other instructions?" Xueyu smiled lightly and said, "Although I feel very sorry, this transaction is over. However, I'm afraid this transaction will have to be terminated. And you can't take these resources away." "Terminate?" The middle-aged man frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face as he grinned. "Young Master Xueyu must be joking. Now that the goods and materials have been exchanged, the transaction is complete. You can't terminate it just because you say so, right?" Xueyu smiled, nodded and said matter-of-factly, "If I say it's terminated, it's terminated." This extremely arrogant and dismissive attitude seemed to annoy the middle-aged man, and he couldn't help laughing. "Young Master Xueyu, since the transaction has been completed, I'm not going to return the goods. These things can't be bought with money and are in short supply. Take care, we'll cooperate again next time." "There won't be a next time." Xueyu slowly shook his head, the smile on his face not diminishing, still giving off a warm feeling. "Leave the materials behind, you too." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression couldn't help but change as a sense of unease suddenly enveloped his entire body. A cultivator hidden in a large robe walked out from behind Xueyu and appeared in front of the middle-aged man like a ghost. Raising a hand, this cultivator gently placed a palm on the middle-aged man's head. A strange power invaded the middle-aged man's body, and he instantly felt as if all the bones in his body had been shattered. His internal organs were also severely damaged and his vitality was quickly drained from his body. Return to Origin Realm. Staring at the figure in front of him, he cried out in shock before falling to the ground dead. His death caused a great panic and the battleship was suddenly thrown into chaos as countless screams sounded. The figure in the large robe slowly walked into the battleship and killed one cultivator after another as easily as stepping on a group of ants. After a while, he calmly walked out and reported to Xueyu in a low voice, 135 people, all dead." Xueyu nodded slightly and ordered his subordinates, "Pack everything up and take them away." "Young Master, what about this battleship?" one of his subordinates asked. "The items could be packed up, but the battleship couldn't be stored in a space ring. Leaving it here would definitely attract attention." Chapter 1040. Inside Shintu's palace, Yang Kai returned. The guards at the door were all solemn and respectful, bowing respectfully. "Brother Yang, you're back?" Shintu's voice suddenly sounded from inside, and he immediately walked out with a big smile on his face and greeted him. "President Aio finally allowed you to come back?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Shintu couldn't help his mouth twitching as he said with an annoyed expression, "Don't mention it, this time I almost lost a layer of skin. Come in, let's talk." He warmly greeted Yang Kai and walked into the palace side by side, asking where Yang Kai had been all this time and why he hadn't seen him for so long. Yang Kai briefly explained his itinerary before frowning. "I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Shintu saw his dignified expression and couldn't help becoming serious. Looking left and right, Kai Yang carefully observed his surroundings. Garen, who had been following Shintu, said, "Little brother can rest assured, you don't need to worry about this conversation leaking out. The people in Young Master's palace are all loyal to him." Shintu nodded, motioning to Yang Kai to speak boldly. Yang Kai then said, "When I went out this time, I seem to have killed 3 cultivator from your Chamber of Commerce." "And then?" Shintu asked. "There's no then, after killing them I came back." Shintu grinned. "That's not a problem, there are many people in the Chamber of Commerce and there are often fights on Watermoon Star. People die every day, so if they want to kill someone, as long as their status isn't too high, there won't be any problems. Their status shouldn't be high because their strength isn't high. Rest assured, I'll handle this for you, Brother Yang, you don't need to worry." Shintu patted his chest confidently, not caring about the 3 dead cultivator from the Chamber of Commerce. "Let me finish first." Yang Kai waved his hand. "This time I didn't take the initiative to provoke them. When I was returning, I passed by a mountain valley and 3 people from a group chased after me." "A group of people?" Shintu was surprised. "And in that mountain valley, there was a starship about 300 meters long, and some cultivator from your Hengluo Chamber of Commerce were transporting some materials. It was too far away, I couldn't see what they were, but when I passed by, they discovered me. One of them was a young man about our age who ordered those 3 people to chase after me." They were trading materials in the mountain valley? Shintu's face suddenly, his expression changed. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly asked, Yang Kai's, did you see any characteristics of those people's characteristics? Thinking about it carefully, Kai Yang replied, if we're talking about characteristics, I'm very interested in that young man. He's very beautiful and very beautiful. As Kai Yang spoke, his expression became very strange. Using the word beautiful to describe a man, he actually felt that it was very appropriate. There was nothing wrong with it. Shintu's expression became more and more dignified as he exchanged a glance with Jialong, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. Brother Yang, tell me more about that young man. Shintu's voice stuttered. I didn't see him clearly, I just caught a glimpse of him. His skin was very white and he had a very kind smile on his face. Oh right, there were many female cultivator around him, all of them very infatuated with him. He was about the same height and age as you and had long hair draped over his shoulders, Yang Kai explained. No way, Shintu suddenly groaned. Yang Kai observed Shintu and Garen's expressions and couldn't help asking, do you know him? Shintu's mouth twitched as a look of fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. After a moment of silence he said, Brother Yang, you're not an outsider, so I won't hide it from you. The guy you saw may be my third brother Shuiyu. When the words Shuiyu came out of Shintu's mouth, Garen's brow couldn't help twitching, as if he was facing a great enemy. Your third brother? Yang Kai froze. My third brother. Shintu nodded. Garen smiled bitterly and explained, on Water Moon Star, there are only two people young Master Shintu knows. One is the president, and the other is young Master Shuiyu. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before grinning. He's your brother, what's there to be afraid of? Shintu suddenly cried out bitterly, if he wasn't my brother, I would have tried to get rid of him long ago. Brother Yang, you don't know, just mentioning my third brother makes me shudder. Damn, that guy left so many childhood traumas in my heart. I'm not afraid of him even though I'm afraid of my father. This young Master Shuiyu seems to be quite skilled. Yang Kai couldn't help becoming interested in this strange young man. He had been together with Shintu for a while now and knew that this guy wasn't afraid of the heavens or earth. Being able to subdue Shintu and make him fear him from the inside out, this Shuiyu was quite extraordinary. Brother Yang, don't make fun of me. If the person you saw was really him, then things will be troublesome. What's wrong? Yang Kai asked seriously. If I'm not mistaken, third brother should be privately trading with some force for scarce materials in the Chamber of Commerce to amass wealth. This is a big taboo in the Chamber of Commerce and is not allowed. If this matter were to spread, he would be in big trouble. So when I passed by, he sent people to hunt me down. Yang Kai suddenly understood everything. Yes. Moreover, my third brother is a man who won't give up until he achieves his goals. If he takes a fancy to something or someone, even if there are thousands of obstacles, he will succeed. On top of that, he is a very temperamental person and no one can guess what he's thinking. I remember one year he and a senior member of the Chamber of Commerce both took a fancy to a maid, and although that maid was eventually obtained by that senior member, he inexplicably disappeared a month later. Yang Kai's expression changed dramatically. Jialong nodded in agreement. I remember because of this matter the president was furious for a while, but because he couldn't find any clues he just let it go. Now, I'm afraid he has set his sights on Brother Yang's life and wants to kill you to silence you. Shintu shouted. Saying so, Shintu stood up and turned a worried look towards Yang Kai. Then shouldn't I hide? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Even if you hide, you won't necessarily be able to. You don't know how powerful my third brother is. He is the person my father values the most. Many people think he will definitely be the next president. All of Water Moon Star is his eyes and ears. If he wants to find someone, as long as you are still on Water Moon Star, he will definitely be able to find you. Then what should I do? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He had just gone out for a stroll and had unexpectedly encountered this kind of thing. It was really bad luck. Brother Yang, you shouldn't go out for the time being. Stay in the palace. I'll help you investigate the situation and think of a way. Shintu sighed slightly. Good. After such an incident, Yang Kai didn't want to go out again and instead spent all his time in Shintu's palace, either meditating and stabilizing his current realm, refining pills, or spying on the star and understanding the structure of the star's territory. From time to time, Jialong would come to report on the situation. From him, Yang Kai learned that the Chamber of Commerce's third young master Shuiyu was indeed looking for someone during this time. The undercurrents on Water Moon Star were turbulent and many innocent people had died because of this. Yang Kai thoroughly understood the cruel methods of this Xueyu. At that time he had passed by the mountain valley, so he hadn't been able to see what Xueyu looked like, so it was likely the other party hadn't seen his appearance either. Looking for such a person on a star was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if Xueyu had the power to mobilize his forces, it would still be very difficult for him to find Yang Kai. Therefore, those cultivators who were similar in size to Yang Kai and had similar strength had all suffered. Xueyu would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one go. He was much more courageous than President Aio and his brothers. He was a decisive person. Yang Kai found it hard to imagine that someone like Xueyu could be so cruel and merciless. At that time he had seen this person from afar and felt that not only was he beautiful, but he also had a unique and warm temperament. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and knew that one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Xueyu's inner savagery was completely covered by his outer appearance. Once Yang Kai fell into his hands, there would be no good end for him, so Yang Kai obediently hid in Shintu's palace and cultivated in peace. The fierce undercurrent lasted for 2 months and more than 2,000 people on Water Moon Star lost their lives because of it. It wasn't until 2 months later that the situation gradually subsided. Jiao Long also reported the latest developments to Yang Kai so that he didn't have to worry. It wasn't until 2 months later that Shintu came to Yang Kai with a helpless expression and got straight to the point. Brother Yang, although I would like to keep you here so that you and I can work together to make a name for ourselves, if you stay here, you will eventually be found by my third brother. Once he finds you, even I won't be able to protect you. What do you mean? You have to leave, Shintu sighed. Now that the situation has stabilized a little and third brother's attention is no longer here, I can arrange for you to leave secretly. Saying so, he paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, this is up to you. If you're willing to stay, this Shintu will be very grateful. I don't have many friends, but Brother Yang is one of them, so I'd like to spend more time with you, but even if you do stay, you can only hide in the palace and not leave. Then I'll leave. Yang Kai smiled lightly. In fact, if there wasn't such a thing, I wouldn't have stayed here for long. I appreciate Brother Shintu's kindness, but I still have my own matters to attend to. Shintu was startled for a moment before his expression relaxed greatly, smiling as he said, so Brother Yang already had plans. What a pity. I originally wanted you to participate in the Chamber of Commerce's talent selection. With your strength, you would definitely be able to stand out among the saints, but now it seems that won't be necessary. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Then you make some preparations. I'll see if there are any suitable starships leaving in the near future. I'll let you know when the time comes. Good. Yang Kai didn't have any objections. If he wanted to leave Water Moon Star, he would naturally have to board a starship. Flying a star shuttle would not only take a long time, but it would also consume a lot of his strength. Yang Kai waited patiently. 10 days later, Shintu suddenly rushed over and informed Yang Kai that everything had been prepared and that they could set off. Yang Kai didn't have anything he needed to take with him and simply followed Shintu out of the palace. Chapter 1041. Outside the palace, Shintu said apologetically, Brother Yang, this is as far as I can send you off. My identity is too sensitive. If I were to send you off now, I will definitely attract unwanted attention. Please take care. Xue Tong will accompany you and explain everything to you along the way so as to ensure your safety. Garen waved to the side and the monster race cultivator who had brought Yang Kai to buy his star shuttle and ores came over and grinned at Yang Kai. Young Master Yang. Many thanks. Yang Kai knew that this was Shintu's goodwill, so he didn't refuse. Brother Yang, until we meet again. Shintu cupped his fist solemnly. Yang Kai returned the courtesy and under Xue Tong's guidance, the two of them flew forward on their star shuttles. Water Moon Star's starships were basically used to transport supplies. The various great forces in the star territory would place various orders with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce through their branches on Water Moon Star. After the Chamber of Commerce was ready, the starships would transport the supplies to the home stars of these forces within a set time. On the way, according to Xue Tong's explanation, Yang Kai understood that the starship the two of them were about to board was heading to a star called Emerald Star. Emerald Star was the home star of a great force called Raging Flame. This force wasn't very strong, but it wasn't weak either, ranking mid-tier in the entire star territory. It controlled 2 cultivation stars, one of which was Emerald Star. The total journey time would be about half a year, and along the way they would pass by some cultivation stars belonging to other great forces. Young Master Yang, you can choose which cultivation star to stop at or follow the starship directly to Emerald Star, Xuetong explained. Understood, I'll see for myself when the time comes, Yang Kai nodded. Following Xuetong carefully, Yang Kai passed through the space array he had used before and arrived at another city, entering a heavily guarded area surrounded by cultivators. This was a huge square so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. In this square, there were large and small starships docked one after another, and countless cultivators were busy transporting supplies in an orderly manner. These boxes of supplies exuded rich energy fluctuations, many of which were extremely high-grade items. Xuetong led Yang Kai here. Yang Kai looked around and was secretly shocked by the wealth of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Just these dozens of large and small battleships were already a shocking amount of capital, not to mention the countless cultivators and materials in the battleships. A great force was truly a great force. The two of them hadn't walked far when several Saint King Realm cultivators appeared in front of them. Clear murderous intent radiated from their bodies as they stared vigilantly at Xuetong and Yang Kai, one of them raising his hand and shouting, "Halt!" Xuetong paused, but his expression didn't show the slightest panic as he took out a token from his space ring and handed it over. The cultivator took it and carefully examined it before gently nodding and not asking any more questions, waving his hand to signal Xuetong and Yang Kai to hurry inside. Young Master Shen too has arranged everything, we'll be leaving with a master he knows, Xuetong said in a low voice. Shuttling through the starship square, Xuetong's eyes lit up and he pointed forward. Off to the side, a Saint King grade high-rank starship was quietly moored. Its hatch was open and many cultivators were carrying supplies inside. Outside the starship, a burly man stood with his hands crossed behind his back, a pair of eagle-like eyes flashing brilliantly and a dignified expression on his face. All the people transporting supplies involuntarily moved away from him, seemingly afraid of him. When Xuetong and Yang Kai walked over, this man's eyes instantly locked onto them. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning, feeling like he was being pricked by needles. Master Exen Rue. Xuetong stepped forward and cupped his fists. Is that him? The burly man called Exen Rue swept his eyes over Yang Kai and snorted. Young Master Shen too wants me to take him away? Yes. Xuetong nodded. He's not from the Chamber of Commerce? Exen Rue looked at him. Xuetong shook his head. He's a friend of young Master Shen Tuesday. Oh? Exen Rue's eyes flashed. Shen Tu actually has a friend? That's quite rare. You can take him away, but remember, on my starship, you can't act recklessly and must obey the rules. Otherwise I'll throw him into the starship territory and let him fend for himself. Don't worry, young master's friend won't cause any trouble, Xuetong smiled, not caring about his threat. Exen Rue curled his lips disdainfully. If he didn't cause any trouble, why would Shen Tu be so anxious to send him away? Just look at him, he doesn't seem to be an obedient person. Exen Rue shot a meaningful glance towards Yang Kai as if he had noticed something, but he didn't ask anything, simply snorting, "Go in." Many thanks. Xuetong smiled, beckoning to Yang Kai and leading him into the starship. Inside the starship there were many cultivators running about and everyone was very busy. Xuetong didn't ask anything and simply continued to shuttle through the corridor with Yang Kai, eventually finding 2 rooms that were next to each other to settle in. Young Master Yang, if you're not satisfied with this room, I can help you change it, Xuetong asked for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai stood by the window and looked out at the scenery, shaking his head as he said, "No need, this room has a wide view, I can enjoy the scenery when I'm bored." As long as you're satisfied. That Exen Rue, what's his relationship with Shen Tu? Why is he helping Shen Tu? Yang Kai asked. Master Exen Rue. Xuetong thought for a moment before replying, he should be young Master Shen Tu's uncle. Uncle? Yang Kai was surprised. Yes. Xuetong smiled. Master Exen Rue's younger sister is young Master Shen Tu's mother. The president and Master Exen Rue's younger sister have known each other for many years, but in the end, for various reasons, the two were unable to get together. Forget it, there's no need to explain, it's definitely another bad debt. Yang Kai waved his hand. Xuetong also smiled bitterly. Yes, it's a bad debt that can't be sorted out. If young Master Yang has no other instructions, I'll go rest first. After an hour, this starship should set sail. Go. Shui Tong immediately withdrew. Yang Kai stood by the window looking out at the crowd below, his mood fluctuating as he once again felt a sense of loneliness and desolation. The starship territory was vast, seemingly endless, but here he was just an outsider. He had no relatives or friends, no familiar affairs, and everything felt strange. Everything here seemed to be far away from him. Wandering here alone, he subconsciously thought of the warmth of his little senior sister, the tenderness of Zhou Xian, and even the beguiling demon Queen Shanqing Luo and Qiu Yimeng. Familiar faces flashed through his mind, causing his always strong heart to soften. I wonder if they're still happy and healthy. Have they encountered any difficulties? She wondered if they were also thinking about her. Yang Kai's thoughts flew back and forth, suddenly feeling a bit sour. However, when a figure appeared in front of his eyes, all his thoughts and feelings were disrupted and his eyes couldn't help narrowing as his expression became gloomy. In the huge square there was a group of 3 people walking towards them. The leader of the group was a handsome young man with fair skin that would make any woman jealous and exclaim in admiration. His black hair draped over his shoulders, making him look elegant and elegant. There was a warm and genial smile on his face that made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Wherever he passed, the female cultivator who was transporting supplies stopped and stared at him with infatuation. He was actually walking in the direction of this starship. Shuiyu. Yang Kai quickly left the window, ran out of his room and went next door, closing the door behind him. Shui Tong seemed to be meditating on his bed, but when he saw Yang Kai suddenly arrive, he couldn't help feeling a bit surprised. Young Master Yang, is there anything else you need? Yang Kai stared at him deeply and lowered his voice. Tell me honestly, did Shin Tu sell me out? The confusion on Shui Tong's face became even stronger as he frowned. Young Master Yang, what do you mean by this? Look outside for yourself. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Shui Tong stood up and stared out the window, his eyes narrowing as he muttered, Young Master Shuiyu? How could he be here? You're asking me, but who should I ask? Yang Kai sneered. Did Shin Tu tell him something? Shui Tong's expression became serious. Young Master Yang, if you think so, then you're looking down on young Master Shin Tu too much. He truly regards you as a friend, how could he sell you out? Moreover, young Master Shui, you should have left Water Moon Star yesterday. It's because of this that young Master Shin Tu chose to arrange for you to leave today. Left yesterday? Yang Kai frowned, his eyes staring intently at Shui Tong, not letting go of any change in his expression. Yes, young Master Shui, you was on a mission and should have left yesterday. Shui Tong nodded heavily, and some people saw him board a nearby starship and leave Water Moon Star. Then how could he appear here? What's more, it just so happened to find this starship. Yang Kai muttered. Shui Tong smiled bitterly. I don't know, but young Master Yang, young Master Shin Tu absolutely didn't betray you, he wouldn't do such a thing. Yang Kai stared at him intently for a moment before finally saying, Good, I believe you. Can we disembark now? That's too risky, there's a chance he'll see us. Shui Tong quickly waved his hand. If young Master Shuiyu really wants to board this starship, you'd better stay here and not let him discover you. Hopefully he's just here to talk to Master Xianxia. That's probably not possible. Yang Kai slowly shook his head as he listened carefully. Shui Tong's room was not far above the cabin door, so even if he didn't circulate his strength, he could still hear some of their conversation. From the conversation between Shui Tong and Xianxia, Yang Kai knew that Shui Tong had indeed come for the starship and would board it just like him. Yang Kai's mood suddenly became extremely bad. Chapter 1042. Young Master Shuiyu, as far as I know, you should have left yesterday, how could you appear here today? Beside the starship, Xianxia asked suspiciously. Shuiyu smiled lightly. I had some matters to attend to yesterday, so I couldn't leave, so I let the starship leave first. Uncle Xianxia is going to Emerald Star, so I thought it wouldn't be a problem to hitch a ride on your ship. In any case, you will pass by Rainfall Star, so I decided to leave from there. Xianxia couldn't help frowning. Shuiyu looked at him and continued to smile. Uncle Xianxia shouldn't be inconvenienced, right? You just wanted me to hitch a ride. Is there something on this starship that you can't let me see? Xianxia's attitude made him suspicious and he couldn't help glaring at him. Xianxia laughed. Young Master Shui, you must be joking. This starship only has the materials ordered by Raging Flame Sect. How could there be anything I can't let you see? Young Master Shuiyu, please. As he spoke, he turned his body to the side. Many thanks, Uncle Exin Rue. Shuiyu took advantage of this opportunity to lead his two subordinates inside. All the cultivators who saw him bowed respectfully. Check if there are any materials on this starship that can't be transported out. Shuiyu's smile never faded as he sent a message to his two subordinates with his divine sense. Does young master suspect that Exin Rue is smuggling supplies? One of them replied. He shouldn't do such a thing, but his attitude makes me a little concerned. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. Subordinate will investigate as soon as possible. The group of three shuttled through the hull and soon found an extremely luxurious room to live in. This kind of room had always been only available to those with the highest status. The room Yang Kai and Xue Tong lived in was just an ordinary room for an ordinary cultivator of the Chamber of Commerce. Outside the starship, after Shuiyu and the others walked in, Exin Rue looked up and saw two extremely ugly faces standing by the window. He's come in. Yang Kai's face sank as he stared at Xue Tong. Xue Tong's face twitched. He never thought that he would meet Shuiyu at this time and even board the same starship as them. Young Master Shuiyu wants to go to Rainfall Star, that is a cultivation star under the jurisdiction of my Chamber of Commerce. It will only take about 2 months. Young Master Yang, please endure for a while until young Master Shuiyu leaves, Xue Tong comforted. That's the only way. Yang Kai nodded helplessly. Although he had never met Shuiyu in person at that time, he could vaguely see Shuiyu's face, so Shuiyu should have remembered his appearance. If he were to appear in front of Shuiyu at this time, he would undoubtedly be throwing himself into a trap. In order to keep the secret of the private exchange of precious materials, he had already killed 2,000 innocent people, so he definitely wouldn't mind killing one more. The two people next to Shuiyu were definitely masters he couldn't compete with. Yang Kai felt a huge pressure from them. He knew that Xue Tong was telling the truth and that this was the best way. Young Master Yang, take this thing. After pouring your divine sense into it, you can communicate with me. If you need anything, just use this to notify me, Xue Tong said as he took out a compass-shaped artifact and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and played with it for a while, quickly understanding its function and purpose. Yang Kai had seen this compass-shaped artifact many times before. The people from Purple Star and Sword Union all used it to communicate, but now that he had one, he couldn't help feeling a little curious. Good, then I'll go back first. Yang Kai said, put away the compass-shaped artifact and walked out. Just now, he had heard the footsteps of Shuiyu's group pass by outside and knew that they had already gone far away, so there was no problem in leaving at this moment. Young Master Yang. Xue Tong suddenly called out from behind. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked back at him. Xue Tong hesitated for a moment before saying, Young Master Shen Tu sincerely wishes to befriend you and will not do anything to harm you. Yang Kai looked at him deeply and gently nodded. I understand. He suspected that Shen Tu had betrayed him because this time's events were too coincidental and anyone would be suspicious. However, from the conversation between Shuiyu and Exin Rue just now, Yang Kai had learned that it was just a misunderstanding. When Shen Tu learned that he had killed 3 cultivators from his Chamber of Commerce, he didn't pursue the matter at all. From this, it could be seen that he really cared about their friendship, otherwise he would have at least shown some displeasure. But Shen Tu didn't. He didn't care about the deaths of 3 cultivators from his Chamber of Commerce. Returning to his room, Yang Kai closed the door and sat down cross-legged on his bed to cultivate. About an hour later, a humming sound suddenly came from inside the huge starship and the entire starship seemed to sway. The shaking only lasted for a moment before stabilizing. Immediately the starship slowly rose into the air and turned around, its speed growing faster and faster. After reaching a height of several thousand meters, it suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the vast star field. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked around, only to see the scenery outside the window rapidly receding and the entirety of Water Moon Star gradually becoming smaller. Passing through the thick clouds, the starship arrived in the starry sky and headed towards Emerald Star. After learning that Shuiyu was also on this starship, Yang Kai had been careful not to leave his room. Even when he was cultivating, he didn't release his strength to avoid attracting Shuiyu's attention. From the information he obtained from Xue Tong, Yang Kai learned that Shuiyu lived in a luxurious wing on another floor, which had nothing to do with the cabin-like rooms on this floor, but Yang Kai still didn't relax his vigilance. After so many years of wandering the outside world, caution was the foundation of his survival. The Saint King grade high-rank starship was extremely fast, several times faster than Yongkai's star shuttles. Compared with star shuttles of the same grade, a starship would always have the advantage in speed. Although it was massive, the countless spirit arrays engraved inside could provide it with a great boost in speed, and the Saint crystals that served as its energy source could provide it with the necessary power. Inside the star field, there were countless asteroids drifting about. These asteroids drifted in an irregular pattern. Some were large, some were small, some were scattered, and some were gathered together, forming a massive asteroid sea. When the starship moved through the star field, it would carefully avoid these asteroids to avoid causing any unnecessary damage to the hull. If it couldn't avoid them, the starship's cultivator would move ahead of time to change the trajectory of these asteroids or destroy them directly. Along the way, Yongkai remained in his room, cultivating and comprehending, from time to time going out to enjoy the enchanting scenery outside to relax his nerves. On this day he suddenly took out his artifact compass and poured his divine sense into it to establish contact with Xue Tong. "What orders does young Master Yang have?" Xue Tong quickly replied. "The two people following Xue Yu, what kind of cultivation do they have? One of them is an origin returning realm master, while the other should only be a third-order Saint King." Origin returning realm. Yongkai was shocked as he understood what kind of position Xue Yu had in President Aio's heart. The strongest guard in Shintu's palace was Jiao Long, a third-order Saint King, but Xue Yu actually had an origin returning realm master by her side. In President Aio's heart, Xue Yu's status was obviously higher than Shintu's. "What about Xue Yu herself?" Yongkai asked. "She broke through to the second-order Saint King realm 10 years ago. I don't know how she is now." Xue Tong's tone was somewhat sad. "Young Master Xue Yu's talent is quite outstanding. Among President Aio's sons, her cultivation is the highest, while young Master Shintu can only be ranked second." "Amazing." Yongkai praised sincerely. "Besides the master by Xue Yu's side, there isn't any other origin returning realm cultivator on this starship, right?" "There really isn't. After all, masters with such strength are not very common. On each cultivation star, there aren't many origin returning realm cultivators. These origin returning realm masters are scattered throughout the territory of each cultivation star, acting as the mainstay of each great force. Generally, they won't bother with trivial matters such as transporting materials. Only when transporting extremely valuable items will an origin returning realm cultivator be dispatched to escort them." Xue Tong explained, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Is young Master Yang worried about the safety of this starship? If that's the case, you can rest assured. The Chamber of Commerce's business is spread throughout the entire territory of the starship and has dealings with various great forces. Even those bandits hiding in Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair won't easily target our Chamber of Commerce's starship. They also have a need for the Chamber of Commerce." Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair were two of the most evil forces in the entire starship territory. Yongkai had learned a little about them from Shintu before and knew that these two forces hated the entire starship territory. They ran amok throughout the territory of the Starship Alliance, robbing passing starships, plundering their supplies and abducting their personnel. Men were treated as slaves while women were slaves. Their methods were extremely cruel. Any starship would avoid these two places as far as possible. In the past, the great forces of the starship territory had joined forces many times to encircle and annihilate them, but these two places were very dangerous and were protected by extremely powerful natural spirit arrays. Every time they were encircled and annihilated, the great forces suffered heavy losses. Although they were able to temporarily suppress Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair's arrogance, it wouldn't be long before these two forces would return to wreak havoc on the starship territory and retaliate even more fiercely. After a few rounds of torment, no one dared to try such a thankless task again. As long as a starship bears the Chamber of Commerce's logo, no one dares to touch it and no one will touch it. Xue Tong's tone was faintly filled with pride. "Understood." Yongkai nodded. Bored, he chatted with Xue Tong for a while to pass the time before finally severing contact with him. Immersing his divine sense into his knowledge sea, Yongkai manifested his soul avatar and looked up at the mysterious star chart above his knowledge sea. When he was chatting with Xue Tong just now, Yang Kai had deliberately inquired about Rainfall Star and Emerald Star and learned that these two stars were cultivation stars with good world energy auras. Rainfall Star was Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's home stars while Emerald Star was Raging Flame's home star. Yang Kai began searching for the locations of Emerald Star and Rainfall Star on this chart. Chapter 1043. Yang Kai's divine sense was like a bolt of lightning, shuttling back and forth across the star that adorned his knowledge sea. Soon, according to Xue Tong's introduction, Yang Kai found a cultivation star the size of a silver plate. At this moment, this cultivation star was split in half by sea and half by land, almost the same size as Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's home star, Water Moon Star. This was Rainfall Star. Around Rainfall Star, there was an even larger sun star as well as several smaller moon stars. These moon stars were constantly revolving around Rainfall Star under the influence of the gravitational field, while Rainfall Star was also revolving around the sun star under the influence of the gravitational field. The two were completely unrelated to each other, yet they were inextricably linked. The territory of this star looked extremely mysterious, and the rules of operation implied the principles of the Great Tao, causing one to be fascinated. Sun stars and moon stars were two types of stars that were bound to exist around a cultivation star. Sun stars emitted sunlight, providing nutrients for the plants and creatures on the cultivation star, while moon stars emitted a holy brilliance, bathing in the cool moonlight, calming one's mind. After finding Rainfall Star, Yang Kai began to try to use his understanding of the star territory to sketch out various safe routes. Soon he was surprised to find that using his consciousness as a pen and his divine sense as ink to sketch out routes on this star, he was able to improve his understanding and utilization of spiritual energy. This unexpected discovery made him somewhat ecstatic. Yang Kai spared no effort to simulate a star, inscribing each safe route into his star shuttle. Gradually, Yang Kai forgot the passage of time and immersed himself in this mysterious territory. Inscribing and copying star consumed a great deal of spiritual energy, so Yang Kai immersed himself in this process for many days, inscribing countless safe routes from one cultivation star to another. Some star routes were extremely long. Even if he took a starship, it would still take him several years to travel from one cultivation star to another. Some star routes were so close to each other that it would only take him a few months to travel back and forth. Yang Kai's understanding of the star territory grew deeper and deeper, and his understanding and utilization of his conflagrated knowledge sea also grew more proficient. From the inside out, Yang Kai felt as if his soul had been baptized and sublimated. However, Yang Kai didn't know how much of a star territory these stars he had drawn would be able to play, whether or not he would really be able to travel without encountering any dangers. Of these questions would have to be answered in practice. He began to re-examine the route of the warship and compared it to the star chart he had drawn. Soon after, Yang Kai found that the safe of the star route he had researched was exactly the same as the starship's route. He immediately rejoiced as if he had been inspired, filled with confidence in himself. Yang Kai began to observe the route ahead, wanting to see if there would be any dangers ahead. After this observation, he immediately found something wrong. If this starship continued to sail forward for another day or two, it would enter a cold and silent star territory. There were many asteroids in this vast area, forming a dense sea of asteroids. The surrounding stars were all dim and lifeless, without a trace of aura. These stars were actually all dead stars. Yang Kai told his discovery to Xue Tong through the compass. Xue Tong quickly replied, "Young Master Yang doesn't need to worry, that is a notoriously cold and dead territory, we will indeed pass through there." "Is there no problem?" Yang Kai confirmed with some concern. "There's no problem, every starship from Rainfall Star to Water Moon Star will pass through there, nothing has ever happened." Xue Tong seemed to think that Yang Kai was making a fuss over nothing and secretly laughed. After a pause, Xue Tong suddenly asked in surprise, "How does young Master Yang know that we will pass through the cold and dead territory?" With his understanding of Yang Kai, it was impossible for Yang Kai to be proficient in this area, so Xue Tong couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Yang Kai didn't explain, instead cutting off the connection with Xue Tong and continuing to concentrate on drawing the of the star, improving his ability to use his spiritual energy. In another luxurious room of the battleship, Xue Yu sat on a comfortable chair, his body and mind relaxed as he held a wine cup in his hand. The cup was filled with blood-red wine, and he gracefully took a sip as he listened to the origin returning realm old man's report. Young master, I have checked all aspects and there is no problem with the materials transported on the starship. It is indeed what Raging Flame ordered, and there is nothing that is not allowed to be transported. Nothing is missing? Shuiyu asked softly. Nothing. I even caught a person and spied on his memories, but I didn't find any problems. Oh. A thoughtful look appeared on Shuiyu's face as his slender fingers casually twirled around his hair, gently playing with it as his brow furrowed slightly. This action of his was purely unintentional, but when it was seen by the other subordinate standing nearby, it caused his body to shake violently as he stared at Shuiyu with an infatuated look in his eyes. His breathing suddenly became heavy as he stared at Shuiyu, his eyes gradually turning red, like a starving wolf staring at a delicious meal. Obvious fluctuations of power pulsed from his body, as if he wanted to rush toward Shuiyu regardless of anything else. Young master. The origin returning realm master instantly realized that something was wrong and called out in a low voice. Shuiyu suddenly came back to his senses and saw the ugly state of his other subordinate. His pair of clear eyes couldn't help showing a trace of disgust as he shouted, "Get out!" The Third Order Saint King Cultivator also finally came back to his senses, his face instantly turning red as he wished he could find a hole to crawl into and run away in shame. After he left, the origin returning realm old man smiled bitterly. Young master, you have to pay more attention. What happened just now wasn't his fault. Shuiyu snorted. His mental fortitude is so poor, next time something happens, don't let him follow me. I know, the old man gently nodded, sighing in his heart. Just now, if it weren't for his profound strength and age, he likely would have fallen for the aura Shuiyu unintentionally emitted. Suddenly, he understood that this monstrous young master was indeed like the rumors said, capable of killing both men and women. What he usually showed was only his attractiveness to women. However, the flirtatious aura he unintentionally revealed was enough to captivate men, making them unable to control themselves. If such a person were to grow up, who would be able to resist his charm? There's no problem with the supplies. Then what is Xianxia hiding? A faint smile appeared on Shuiyu's face as he suddenly said, "Forget it, I don't want to waste my time thinking about this. You can withdraw." Yes. The origin returning realm old man respectfully withdrew. The starship's sailing speed suddenly slowed down a lot, as if it was trying to pass through the icy cold territory and avoid the irregular asteroids. Soon the enchanting scenery outside the window disappeared and was replaced by a dark, cold, and desolate void. The starship seemed to have entered a purgatory abyss. Occasionally, some rays of light would appear, but they would disappear in a flash. Passing through the sea of asteroids, the huge starship moved forward smoothly, unaffected by anything. This route wasn't dangerous, it was just a bit bumpy. Every starship of the Chamber of Commerce had passed through this place countless times, and none of them had ever encountered an accident here. As such, the cultivator on the starship didn't have the slightest worry. However, as the commander and leader of the starship, Xianxia was constantly paying attention to his surroundings, not daring to relax in the slightest. He knew that the slightest accident could cause unexpected losses. 2 days later, a sea of asteroids appeared in front of the starship again. Xianxia carefully steered the starship into the sea of asteroids to avoid being hit by the asteroids. When the starship broke into the sea of asteroids, for some reason Xianxia suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable, as if he was facing the aura of death. The last time he had this feeling was many years ago. At that time he was being hunted down by an origin returning realm cultivator. It was because of this unique intuition that he was able to survive until today. He trusted his intuition very much. As such, Xianxia immediately looked out the window to see if there was any danger approaching. Suddenly he saw a dot of white light in the dark and cold territory of death. This dazzling white light pierced through the darkness like a sharp sword, and like a chain reaction, no less than 20 dots of white light lit up around the starship, scattering around the asteroids like fireflies. Xianxia's pupils shrank as he shouted, "Leave this place at full speed. It's star-shattering flash. Someone has set up a trap." His roar spread throughout the starship, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. The cultivators in the power room all paled, and in an instant, the starship's speed was raised to the maximum, desperately trying to escape from this place. However, it was too late. As the white light bloomed, it emitted a subtle energy fluctuation. Just as Exen Rui finished speaking, the white light suddenly became as dazzling as the sun. The light shot into the depths of the starry sky, illuminating the entire icy dead zone. Every corner of the icy dead zone was bathed in dazzling light. An earth-shattering energy fluctuation was emitted from the white light. Ripples visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out. More than 20 white lights and more than 20 ripples, layer upon layer, collided with each other. It seemed as if there was no end to it, bringing with it a deathly aura that made people despair. The space in the cold dead territory instantly distorted and collapsed. Countless asteroids were reduced to dust at this moment, disappearing without a trace. Wherever the ripples passed, everything was reduced to nothingness. The Saint King grade high-rank starship had just accelerated when it was swallowed up by these ripples. The hull of the starship, which was so strong that it could travel freely through the star territory, was as fragile as tofu, and like the asteroids, it was reduced to dust, exposing its interior. Each of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator went pale, a look of horror filling their faces, their eyes filled with the horror of death and reluctance to part with life. As the ripples passed through their bodies, no matter how high their cultivation was, they all burst into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. Chapter 1044. When Exen Rui's voice sounded, Yang Kai was still immersed in his study of the star field. Sensing that something was wrong from the anxious and panicked roar, Yang Kai immediately withdrew his divine sense. Then he felt violent energy fluctuations coming from all directions. The intensity of these fluctuations gave him the illusion that he was about to die. The compass vibrated and Xue Tong's voice came from it. "Young Master Yang, hurry." Before he could finish his words, there was no response. The room suddenly collapsed and the piece of material disappeared, exposing Yang Kai's body to the star field. Turning his head to look around, Yang Kai saw a cloud of blood mist exploding and saw one Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator after another struggling to escape, but none of them could avoid being swallowed by the ripples. The ripples spread across their bodies like the sharpest knife, cutting them into powder. Yang Kai realized that something was wrong and quickly gathered his strength, grabbing towards the void, trying to tear space and escape. But what made him despair was that his successful attempt to tear space did not work this time. The void crack did not form smoothly and the ripples had already affected a large area of the space territory, causing the surrounding space to become chaotic. Yang Kai couldn't tear space. A series of black hole-like cracks appeared around the starship, opening and closing like a fish's mouth, swallowing everything nearby. Yang Kai paled and instantly used his demon god transformation, pushing his strength to its maximum, and without hesitation he fled in the opposite direction from where the ripples were spreading. The aura of death behind him was like a maggot, chasing after him relentlessly. The bursting space was like the fiercest space weapon, cutting every inch of Yang Kai's skin, causing him to be covered in a golden light. Enduring the pain, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Qi to condense one grand heavenly shield after another to protect himself. The silver leaf artifact he hadn't used for a long time was also summoned, transforming into a silver river that wrapped around his body, leaving no room for escape. Asterisk Chi Chi Chi. Asterisk the Space Force continued to cut at Yang Kai, causing the silver light to rapidly fade. This saint-grade high-rank silver leaf artifact quickly lost its spirituality and shattered. This artifact had been directly destroyed. Cracking sounds rang out incessantly as the grand heavenly shield condensed by Yang Kai could not resist the power of the Space Force, shattering as soon as it was formed, giving Yang Kai no chance to breathe. His whole body was in excruciating pain and Yang Kai almost suspected that he was going to die. His speed had already been raised to the limit. He roared angrily and recklessly shot into the distance, wanting to rush out of here and carve out a path of survival. At that moment, a roar came from the side. "Young master, run. I'll buy you some time." Yang Kai took a moment to glance over and saw an old man come to a halt and open his arms, as if he was hugging something, staring at the ripples approaching from behind with a dignified expression. A strange and inexplicable energy fluctuation spread out from this old man's body as the aura of an origin-returning realm master spread out. Using his own strength as a support, this old man forcibly opened a void crack that was about to close and tore it even wider. As the ripples spread out in front of him, this old man put on a look of defiance and remained motionless. The heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power landed on his body, causing him to bleed profusely, his clothes to be torn apart and his flesh to be torn apart. However, because of this old man's efforts, a large amount of the destructive power was drawn into the void crack. Yang Kai suddenly felt the pressure on him lighten and was overjoyed. Not far from the old man, there was a devilishly handsome young man with his hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were about to split open as he stared at the old man who had sacrificed himself for him. He wanted to save the old man but was powerless to do so. He clenched his teeth and took out a set of armor. The armor was fiery red and dazzling. The armor covered his entire body and made him look valiant and formidable. He and Yang Kai glanced at each other before fleeing in the same direction. Shuiyu. Yang Kai cursed in his heart, wishing he could stop right now and strangle this guy to death. The other party's sorrowful eyes lit up, obviously recognizing his identity, but at this critical juncture he had no time to pay attention to Yang Kai. His fists were clenched together, revealing the helplessness and anger in his heart. Yang Kai glanced back again, imprinting the scene of the old man's body being torn to shreds into the depths of his eyes, hiding this hatred deep in his heart before fleeing without looking back. The old man with an origin-returning realm cultivation only managed to delay them for less than 3 breaths of time before the void crack he had forcibly opened was destroyed, and a series of ripples spread outwards without slowing down. Soon the ripples spread to Yang Kai and Shuiyu's location. Yang Kai felt his entire body sway as if he had been struck by thousands of fists. Every inch of his skin cracked open and his knowledge sea was in turmoil. Soon after, the world spun around him and he lost consciousness. Just before he lost consciousness, he saw the armor on Shuiyu's body being stripped away piece by piece. His clothes were also torn to shreds, revealing his perfect snow-white, flawless body. Yang Kai's pupils dilated at that moment as he felt like he had just seen something incredible. This guy's 2 sets of chest muscles seemed to be a little out of the ordinary. Yang Kai thought to himself for a moment before losing consciousness. Inside the cold and dark star territory, there was nothing but desolation. The asteroid sea that originally existed nearby had been swept away by the explosion. The huge St. King grade high-rank starship was nowhere to be found. The hundreds of cultivator aboard it were nowhere to be seen, and all of its supplies had been lost. It was as if all of this had never existed, leaving behind no trace at all. In the silence, Yang Kai's bloody figure floated quietly across the star territory, seemingly having fallen into a deep sleep, and no one knew when he would wake up. A golden light enveloped him as the powerful restorative power of the demon god Golden Blood once again played its role, causing his flesh and blood to wriggle and heal rapidly, and new flesh and blood began to grow in the places he had lost. Yang Kai's fingers suddenly twitched as he struggled to open his eyes. His gaze was blank as if he had not yet reacted. The scene before he lost consciousness flashed in front of his eyes as desperate screams and roars echoed in his ears. Yang Kai immediately realized what had happened to him. Quickly getting up, Yang Kai came to an abrupt stop, his body stiff. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been disassembled and his body was covered in scars. Lying down again, Yang Kai used his divine sense to examine his condition. His condition was very bad. He was missing a lot of his flesh and blood, his meridians were severely damaged, and his strength was not circulating smoothly. Currently he was not even half as strong as he was at his peak. Even with his powerful physique and the demon god Golden Blood flowing through his veins, it would take at least half a month for him to completely recover from such injuries. After sorting out his current situation, Yang Kai took out a saint pill from the demon mystic tome and stuffed it into his mouth to dissolve its medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little relieved. At that time, if it weren't for the origin-returning realm old man beside Shuiyu delaying him, his injuries would have been even more serious and he would most likely have fallen in this disaster. That origin-returning realm master had already died, so what could a mere second-order saint like him do? What about Shuiyu? Was he dead? Recalling the scene he saw before he lost consciousness, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Thinking about it carefully, he determined that what he saw was not an illusion. This famous Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce third young master from the Star Territory was actually hiding such a big secret. Yang Kai released his divine sense but did not detect any life nearby. Even if Shuiyu was not dead, he was likely in a very bad condition. He had inadvertently seen the other party's secret, and since the other party had intended to kill him before, it was even more impossible for him to give up now. Yang Kai had already regarded Shuiyu as his enemy. Xue Tong. Thinking of another person, Yang Kai quickly took out his compass and poured his divine sense into it, trying to contact Xue Tong. But to his disappointment, no matter how he called out, Xue Tong did not respond. Before the disaster, Xue Tong had used his compass to send a message to Yang Kai to escape, but before he could finish, the connection was cut off. Probably at that time, something had happened to Xue Tong. Yang Kai sighed softly and put away his compass, feeling a little sad. Xue Tong's fate was likely to be grim. This monster race cultivator was quite good, and if Shen Tu hadn't asked him to take him away, Yang Kai would not have encountered this unexpected disaster. He was really unlucky. Who had set up a trap in the asteroid sea to destroy one of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starships? What kind of trap would have such destructive power? Was it for revenge or was it targeting someone? Yang Kai didn't know. He only remembered that before the disaster Xin Rui had shouted, "Star-shattering flash," but he didn't know what that meant. Yang Kai secretly decided to investigate all of this, not only because he had almost died, but also because he needed to give Shen Tu an explanation for Xue Tong's death. Suddenly, a suction force pulled Yang Kai's body downwards. Turning his head with difficulty, Yang Kai looked down and found that there was a small dead star a few thousand meters below him. This suction force was formed by the gravitational force emanating from this dead star. Yang Kai let himself fall. 2 hours later, just as Yang Kai was about to hit the ground of this dead star, he circulated his strength to stabilize his body and descended. Looking left and right, this Death Star was indeed worthy of its name. It was deathly still, just like a desolate desert where not even a blade of grass grew. There was no sign of life and there were only bumpy mountain ranges everywhere. At this moment Yang Kai was standing next to a huge crater, completely naked. His clothes had been destroyed in the explosion. After this period of recovery, Yang Kai finally felt much better. Just as he was about to take out a set of clothes from the demon mystic tome and put them on, his expression suddenly changed and he released his divine sense. Immediately afterwards he noticed a wisp of life aura not far away from him. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly rushed over. Chapter 1045. About 1,000 meters away from where Yang Kai was standing, there was a huge crater. At this moment, inside this crater stood a beautiful woman with snow-white skin who was also completely naked. She stood in the crater, gently stroking her forehead, slowly massaging it as she looked around blankly. She was in the same state as Yang Kai just now. Because of the disaster, she was still muddle-headed and didn't understand what had happened. She stood there, her snow-white body blooming with an alluring luster like porcelain. Her breasts were as straight as mountains, full and bouncy. Her beautiful legs were slender and white, and the beauty between them was enough to make any man's blood boil. Streaks of dark red blood spread across her body, giving her a different kind of allure. Her entire body was in extreme pain, and even the slightest movement would cause a stifled moan to emerge from her throat, like the most enchanting notes that echoed between the heavens and earth. Rubbing her forehead, she gradually understood her situation and recalled what had happened before. Her beautiful eyes shrank as a cold, knife-like murderous intent flashed from the depths of her pupils, causing her tender body to tremble slightly. Clenching her teeth, she took a deep breath, her full breasts rippling in an enchanting arc as she calmed herself down. She then wiped her space ring, took out a fragrant pill and stuffed it into her mouth to restore her injuries and strength. She then took out a pair of snow-white underwear from her space ring. These small underwear were delicate and lovely, almost the size of a palm. She didn't know what material they were made of, but there were many exquisite patterns carved into them. She lifted her foot and bent down, preparing to put on these clothes first. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from above and a piece of gravel slid down from above. Hearing this noise, her beautiful face couldn't help paling as she quickly looked up. She then saw a man standing at the edge of the crater, his eyes wide open as he stared in her direction. His eyes seemed to be blooming with a brilliant light, and his gaze was extremely wanton. Like a knife, his gaze lingered on the most private and secret parts of her body, imprinting everything into his eyes. She instantly remembered this man's face. It was him who had passed by the mountain valley a few days ago, forcing her to give up on that deal. It was because of him that he had spent 2 months searching for him and had killed 2,000 people. It was him who had fled with him when the battleship was destroyed. He was actually naked from head to toe without any clothes on. His exposed muscles were firm and powerful. That man's majesty was so blatantly exposed, like the trunk of an elephant, tarnishing her pure eyes and piercing into her flawless heart. Then she realized that she was also not wearing any clothes. At this moment she was bending her waist, her chest was trembling, and her beautiful legs were slightly raised. Like the most licentious woman trying to please her lover, she took the initiative to display all kinds of beautiful things. She was ashamed and resentful. "You're looking for..." she shouted, but before she could finish her sentence, her face suddenly turned pale and she coughed violently. Dark red blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth as she covered her chest with her small hand and staggered a few steps. Her injuries were much more serious than Yang Kai's. Her 5 viscera and 6 bowels had all been displaced. Although the protection of the fiery red armor made it seem like she didn't have many serious visible injuries, the various internal injuries were the most serious. "Die." She squeezed out these words with difficulty before glaring angrily at Yang Kai, gnashing her teeth as if she couldn't wait to swallow him alive. No man had ever seen her naked body before, and besides the few closest to her, no one knew her secret. But now this little character who had popped out of nowhere had seen her naked body. His eyes were filled with a sense of judgment. She couldn't help feeling like she had been blasphemed. "Young Master Xueyu?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, not caring about his naked body at all. Not only did he not try to cover it up, he even took a step forward to make his figure clearer. Then he said in amazement, "I didn't expect young Master Xueyu to be a woman. This is really a big surprise." The woman at the bottom of the pit was 70 to 80% similar in appearance to the Xueyu he had seen before, but there were many subtle differences. It was these subtle changes that allowed the male Xueyu to be reborn, turning him into a stunningly beautiful woman. Her beauty was difficult to describe with words. Her appearance and body could be described as perfect, without the slightest flaw. It was as if the Creator had gathered all the advantages on her body. Every part of her was captivating and intoxicating, unable to extricate themselves. Her pair of beautiful eyes were extremely clear, sparkling and translucent like crystals. There was always a mysterious mist swirling around them, as if it wanted to suck in one's soul, making it impossible for one to break free and willingly work for her, giving her everything they had. Yang Kai had just walked over, and when he saw her for the first time he couldn't help but tremble, his heart filled with a strong sense of intoxication. He wished he could freeze time and space at that moment so that he could forever watch this woman bend over and put on her clothes. Her entire being was like a dream, the most beautiful dream, and those who were intoxicated by it would never be willing to wake up. Yang Kai had seen many women along the way, many of whom were exceptionally beautiful, but when he compared them carefully, none of them could reach the same height as this woman. None of them were as perfect as her. In all fairness, even Zhou Xian and his little senior sister were lacking something when compared to her. For a person to be born like this was nothing short of a miracle. This was simply a gift from the Creator. She should have fallen unconscious during the disaster and then been drawn here by the gravitational force of this dead star. Moreover, she should have only woken up a short time ago, otherwise she wouldn't have had time to put on her clothes. She killed 2,000 people just to find his existence, just to keep that little secret. Whether Yang Kai was willing or not, he had become her enemy. But at this moment, Yang Kai didn't know whether he should attack her to protect his own interests or not. After all, no matter what, this woman was still related to Shintu by blood. She was Shintu's older sister. Moreover, Yang Kai was a little reluctant to attack her, secretly feeling that bullying such a beautiful woman was a bit inappropriate. This thought made him vigilant, and he quickly stabilized his mind, not allowing himself to be influenced by Xueyu. Xueyu wasn't using any kind of seductive technique, nor was she deliberately using any kind of secret technique to influence his judgment. She simply stood there and glared at him angrily, not bothering to conceal her disgust and murderous intent, but the invisible impact she gave off made Yang Kai's heart soften involuntarily. What a terrible woman! Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Obviously, he knew that she harbored ill intentions towards him and wanted to kill him, but he still couldn't immediately act. This was the first time Yang Kai had encountered such a woman. What do you want to do? Shuiyu also seemed to know that her current state was very bad and didn't rush to find trouble with Yang Kai. Instead, a seven-colored divine light suddenly burst from Hui's body and shrouded her, covering her private parts and covering her exposed body, not giving Yang Kai a chance to pry into her private parts. However, it was unknown whether it was because she was too weak, but the rainbow divine light was not too dense. Instead, it was like a translucent veil that covered her body. She had suddenly become even more alluring. This kind of hazy beauty fiercely impacted Yang Kai's mind, giving him a strong visual impact. Compared to when she was completely naked, this scene was even more alluring. Shuiyu's expression became uglier and uglier as her suppressed anger and grievance finally erupted. With a wave of her hand, a seven-colored light shot towards Yang Kai, binding him while Yang Kai was still immersed in this hazy beauty. Then Shuiyu pulled Yang Kai in front of her and punched out with her delicate little fist, sending out a shocking energy fluctuation towards Yang Kai's heart. She wanted to kill this man who had spied on her beautiful body and protect the biggest secret of her life. Facing this murderous intent, Yang Kai seemed to be indifferent, his eyes still roaming over Shuiyu's body. The two red dots on her chest and the lush green grass between her legs had become a deadly vortex, attracting his attention and making it impossible for him to extricate himself. A look of disgust appeared on Shuiyu's pretty face and the energy fluctuations around her fist became even stronger. Kong. Her delicate fist successfully smashed into Yang Kai's chest and a fierce force penetrated his body, wantonly destroying Yang Kai's internal organs. Yang Kai, who should have immediately died or even exploded, suddenly smiled strangely at Shuiyu, a smile full of ridicule as he opened his arms and hugged her. Shuiyu's face instantly paled and she screamed. She felt her plump breasts being squeezed against a sturdy chest changing shape. That chest emitted a shocking amount of heat, and the heat rushed into her body like lightning, causing her delicate body to tremble, making it difficult for her to breathe and unable to think normally. She stretched out her hands and tried to push Yang Kai away, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't muster any strength. The explosion of that punch just now had completely drained her, who was already in a bad state. She patted Yang Kai's shoulder and constantly twisted her tender body, trying to break free from Yang Kai's embrace. But not only did it not have any effect, it only made this scene look ridiculous, like a couple flirting with each other. "Don't move!" Yang Kai roared, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he threatened fiercely. Shuiyu ignored him and cursed Yang Kai for being a shameless bastard, a rogue and a scoundrel as she continued to struggle even harder. Ayo! Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange as a strange sound burst from his throat and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. This constant rubbing of their bodies allowed Yang Kai to fully feel the softness and tenacity of Shuiyu's body and the elasticity of her pair of jade peaks. Yang Kai's eyes were burning hot and he could hardly contain the desire in the depths of his heart, his body immediately reacting as a man should. Shuiyu's face was as white as a sheet of paper. She felt as if there was a monster between her legs that was quickly raising its head, becoming as hot and hard as a soldering iron. That monster's head was slowly invading her lower body. Chapter 1046. Kai Yang hugged her tightly, his two arms exerting so much strength that it was as if he wanted to break her tender body in half. Shuiyu's beautiful face changed color. The hot, iron-like thing between her legs was invading her heart. She immediately realized what was going on. Her delicate body started to tremble, and fear and horror appeared in the depths of her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help but clamp her legs together, clamping the monster's head between them, not letting it get close to her pure region. Yang Kai shivered and his expression became even more joyful. Shuiyu's beautiful legs, her skin white and smooth, this kind of clamping brought him unimaginable pleasure, causing his killing intent to stagnate. I'll kill you. Shuiyu had never suffered such humiliation before and screamed hysterically. At this moment she no longer had the calm and elegant demeanor of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's third young master. Instead she was like a madwoman, her eyes bloodshot as she viciously sent out two palms towards Yang Kai, seven-colored light bursting from her palms. Ping ping. Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body shaking as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood onto Shuiyu's face. Yang Kai's condition was also not good. In order to numb Shuiyu before, he had taken a blow from her in order to approach her. But now that he had been bombarded twice, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight, his expression suddenly becoming sluggish. Under these two palms, the injuries he had just recovered from had become serious once again. Shuiyu seemed to have gone mad as she used all her strength to dig her fingertips into Yang Kai's flesh, tearing off strips of flesh as she opened her mouth again. Biting down on Yang Kai's shoulders and chest, Shuiyu struggled as hard as she could, seemingly wanting to perish together with Yang Kai. Shuiyu was at least a second-order Saint King, and although she was unable to display even 30% of her usual strength because of the disaster, this kind of fight was still somewhat difficult for Yang Kai. In an instant he was covered in blood and his body was covered in strange bite marks. Courting death. Yang Kai roared as he sent out a punch towards Shuiyu's pretty face, not showing the slightest bit of tenderness towards her. This punch landed. Shuiyu's head was immediately knocked to the side, her cheeks seemingly swollen from the force of this punch, causing both Yang Kai and Shuiyu to fall to the ground. Before they even hit the ground though, Yang Kai suddenly turned her body so that her back was facing him. His hands were still tightly hugging her, restraining her arms to prevent her from scratching and biting his body. Shuiyu used strength to resist Yang Kai's hand constantly, and Yang Kai and she's trying to escape. Hong hong hong. The two people's Shuiyu. Their fists and feet collided with each other in the tightest of positions, yet they fought as if they were mortal enemies. Dust flew everywhere and from time to time one or two rays of light bloomed. But no matter who it was, their bodies gradually became weaker until they were no longer able to move. Panting violently, the two of them maintained a posture where their chests were pressed against each other as they lay in a certain part of the pit. Motionless, both of them were looking up at the cold and dark star field. I don't know when. Yang Kai's two hands had crossed and covered Shuiyu's two peaks. The amazing feeling from his palms shook Yang Kai's spirit, as if he could immediately become a dragon and a tiger. When Shuiyu was a man, Yang Kai couldn't see that she was so full, but after holding these peaks in his hands he couldn't help but sigh at this woman's wealth. Yang Kai's hands were quite large, but even so one palm couldn't cover a jade peak. The small and delicate protrusion rubbed against Yang Kai's palm. The jade peak was hot, soft, and amazingly elastic. Yang Kai couldn't help but use a little more strength and firmly hold it. A charming sound came from Shuiyu's throat. Her head was slightly raised as if she was a little uncomfortable being pinched, but more than that she was ashamed and angry. Yang Kai didn't care about her and instead felt the stimulation from her smooth back and perky buttocks. Although Shuiyu's body was covered in scars and blood, her skin was white and tender, like a newborn baby with an attractive luster. In the rolling just now, Yang Kai fully felt the charm of her plump and perky buttocks. Those two round buttocks were constantly pressing against his vital parts, making Yang Kai excited and unable to calm down for a long time. His high and ferocious head had been clamped between her buttocks. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai moved his body he could break through that layer of blockade and completely possess this woman. This kind of ambiguous position caused their private parts to be close together. A drop of warm liquid suddenly rolled down Yang Kai's arm and Shuiyu began sobbing softly. Are you serious? Yang Kai was speechless. In the middle of a life-or-death struggle this woman had actually cried. He didn't know if this was her true feelings or just acting. From childhood to now no one has ever treated me like this. Not even a few people know my true gender. You dared to molest me like this? I'll remember you and make you pay the price. Shuiyu said through clenched teeth. We'll talk about that after you survive. Yang Kai grinned. Just wait until I recover, then I'll first rape you and then kill you. You can try. Shuiyu remained unmoved and continued to argue with Yang Kai. You're not in a good state right now. Before you arrived, I already took a Saint King high-rank pill. It won't be long before I have the strength to escape from you. When that time comes, who knows who will be the one to die. She no longer cried and instead grinned. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll let you taste all the torture in the world before slowly torturing you to death. Yang Kai blew a breath of hot air into her delicate earlobe, causing Shuiyu's complexion to change again. Her tender body couldn't help trembling as she held her breath, afraid that Yang Kai would bring her an even more humiliating experience. Then let's see who can recover first. Yang Kai declared confidently as if victory was already in his grasp. When it came to recovery ability, he didn't fear anyone. Although Xueyu had taken a Saint King high-rank pill, Yang Kai still had the demon god golden blood. So after a short while the flesh that had been bitten off by Xueyu began to heal and the condition of his 5 viscera and 6 organs also improved. The two of them no longer spoke and simply hugged each other, their skin touching like a man and woman in love, enjoying this moment of warmth and tranquility. However, under this surface of warmth and tranquility, murderous intent was surging. Suddenly, a ray of 7-colored light bloomed and Yang Kai howled in pain, his expression changing greatly as he ground his teeth. "Slut, you're actually so insidious." "Ha." Xueyu laughed triumphantly. "Against someone like you, what's the point of being insidious? Hurry up and let go of me, otherwise I'll break your dantian and cripple your cultivation, making it impossible for you to cultivate for the rest of your life." One of Xueyu's jade-white hands wrapped around her waist at this moment and actually pierced into Yang Kai's abdomen, clamping down on Yang Kai's abdomen muscles. Her fingertips pulsed with energy, seemingly capable of invading Yang Kai's dantian and destroying its source of strength. Yang Kai didn't know when she had accumulated this kind of strength. Perhaps she had been hiding it from the very beginning. He finally understood that this woman was different from other women. Even if she was subdued like this, she would still try her best to resist and gain the upper hand. "Are you going to let go? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. After 3 breaths you will." What are you doing?" Xueyu's calm tone suddenly became chaotic as she screamed in horror, her face pale. "Stop, don't move anymore." While Xueyu was threatening him, Yang Kai actually didn't retreat but instead moved forward, allowing Xueyu's little hand to penetrate deeper into his abdomen. However, because of this movement, Yang Kai's erect and ferocious expression gradually pressed against the narrow tunnel between Xueyu's legs. His erection was almost at the entrance of the corridor. Xueyu panicked in an instant, not knowing what to do. Yang Kai kept his dantian at his waist as he stuck out his tongue and licked Xueyu's delicate earlobe. "You bastard!" Xueyu cursed, her tender body trembling. "Curse all you want, there's a saying that even if you die under a peony, you'll still be a playboy even if you become a ghost. I don't care what you do to my dantian, but if you dare touch me, I'll immediately take away your chastity." Yang Kai chuckled. "In any case, I'm a loner with no ties to the world, unlike young Master Xueyu who has a high status. Teske, when you get married in the future and your husband discovers that you're not a virgin, things will become interesting. For a small character like me, if I can possess someone like you, it'll be worth it." "Madman. Madman. You're crazy." Xueyu's beautiful eyes were filled with panic. She was really frightened by Yang Kai's desperate actions, and the hard thing between her legs made her feel even more helpless, causing her to completely collapse at this moment. This man was more terrifying than the bandits of Galaxy Ridge and more vicious than the villains of Abandoned Lair. "I am crazy, but since things have come to this point, either you die or I die, there's no other way. Before I die, I'll enjoy your taste so I can savor it in the Yellow Springs." Saying so, Yang Kai gradually exerted strength in his waist and began to move forward. He seemed to really have the resolve to die under a peony and didn't care about his own life anymore. "Wait a minute." Xueyu tightened her tender body and moved forward, trying to keep her tone calm. "I think we can talk about this, right?" Yang Kai stopped his aggressive movements and asked with interest, "What do you want to talk about and what do you want to talk about? There's no great enmity between you and me. There's no need to make things like this, right?" Xueyu lightly opened her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with hatred, but for the sake of her chastity she had no choice but to compromise. "You mean, we can turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk? What's wrong with that?" Xueyu tilted her head, her snow-white face immediately pressing against Yang Kai's lips. She couldn't help feeling bitter and immediately moved away, cursing this bastard for actually trying to take advantage of her, wishing she could immediately burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Chapter 1047. After listening to Xueyu's words, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "Are you so naive? If you think I'm a 3-year-old child, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I've already treated you like this, yet you're still going to swallow your anger and pretend nothing happened? You're the son of Hung Luo Business Association's president, while I'm just a nobody. If I let you live this time, I'm afraid I won't have a good time in the future. I'd rather take you now, have my cultivation crippled, and then be beaten to death than be deceived by your flowery words." Flowery words. Shuiyu shouted. I'm a woman, how can I use flowery words? Isn't this a man's specialty? In any case, I don't believe you, whatever you say is nothing but fart. Yang Kai snorted. Can you not be so unreasonable? Shuiyu laughed angrily. Since I proposed this, I will certainly show some sincerity and promise not to settle accounts with you. Yang Kai's expression changed as he stared at her deeply. Speaking of which, both he and Shuiyu were now wary of each other and neither of them could do anything to the other. Shuiyu's cultivation was much higher than his, but her injuries were more serious and her recovery ability was not as good as his, so he was able to maintain a stalemate with her. However, continuing like this was not a solution. In the end, it would only lead to a life and death struggle, which was not something either of them wanted to see. Yang Kai was not willing to give up his cultivation in order to take a woman's chastity, and Shuiyu was even more unwilling to be defiled by someone like Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly felt that he should listen to what Shuiyu had to say. I'm listening. Yang Kai nodded to her, his hands still clenching her jade peaks, unwilling to relax in the slightest. There is no great grievance between you and me. In the final analysis, it's just that you bumped into my transaction in the mountain valley. Yes, because of this you killed more than 2,000 people. Yang Kai sneered. You are such a vicious woman, how could I possibly trust you? Aren't you safe and sound? Shuiyu asked. Did you care about any of those 2,000 people? Did it have anything to do with you? Oh, it didn't. Then shut up. Shuiyu coldly snorted. My proposal, if you let me go, I won't cause you any trouble, but you can't reveal anything about that transaction. And you can't tell anyone about what happened here. Saying so, her face turned red. Just now, she had been fighting with Yang Kai and had completely ignored the humiliation she had suffered, but now that she was discussing conditions with Yang Kai, it seemed that her shame as a woman had been awoken. Shuiyu quickly dispel the Shuiyu, teet, hu, teetit, to be to Shuiyu, teet, yu zai yu to, you is you to be to. You die td. It's good you know. Shuiyu took a deep breath, her plump breasts bulging in Yang Kai's palm, her beautiful eyes flashing as she helplessly said, I have an artifact refined by a grandmaster from the Chamber of Commerce. It was originally prepared for me in times of danger, but now it's yours to take advantage of. What kind of artifact? Yang Kai asked curiously. Soul chains. Shuiyu grit her teeth and said, this artifact can link our soul brand and life traces together. If either of us dies, the other will die as well. Is this enough of a guarantee? Live and die together? Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned strangely. Beauty, we aren't that close yet, are we? Although you and I have always treated each other with sincerity, isn't this kind of progress a bit too fast? Moreover, I already have 2 wives, 2 of them. Can't you be serious? Don't be so glib. Don't you know how annoying you are right now? Shuiyu scolded. Do you think I'm willing to link my life to yours? You're just a second-order saint cultivator. If you encounter even the slightest danger, you may die. If I really do this, I'll have to protect you at all times in the future. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he carefully sensed her breathing and soul fluctuations. After a while, he asked, should I believe you? I've already made concessions to this extent. If you don't believe me, then we can only fight to the death. That's not the ending you want, is it? You and I both have a bright future ahead of us. Both of us have beautiful tomorrows. Who would want to die on this dead star? Yang Kai grinned. Why do I find that your desire to survive is much stronger than mine? Shuiyu's pretty face sank and she no longer spoke. Let me ask you one more time, can the function of that artifact be removed? I don't want to be tied to you for the rest of my life. Even though Shuiyu's temperament was quite good, she was still almost driven mad by Yang Kai's words. Who is the one who doesn't want to be tied to the other? It's as if I'm the one who's shameless enough to force him to be tied to me. You bastard should be honored to be tied to me. Shuiyu silently cursed in her heart as she replied, it can be removed, but only if both of us are willing. If either of us refuses, the function of that artifact cannot be removed. Good. Yang Kai smiled, thought for a moment and said, I believe you. Then we have an agreement, right? We have an agreement. I want to take out that artifact. Release me a little, I can't move, Shuiyu said weakly, struggling slightly. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he slowly loosened his grip on her, but he didn't relax his vigilance. Instead, he moved his mouth close to Shuiyu's ear and whispered, Don't try to play any tricks. As long as I use a little strength, you'll be mine. I know. Shuiyu grit her teeth and responded bitterly. Hugged by Yang Kai, one of her hands still stuck in Yang Kai's abdomen, Shuiyu brought her other hand to her mouth and poured her divine sense into the space ring. With a flash of light, a chain-like artifact appeared on the ground. This is it. Yang Kai's eyes moved quickly and he quickly grabbed this artifact, causing Shuiyu to miss it. The function of this artifact is quite strange. Why did the Grandmasters of your business association refine this kind of thing for you? As I said, this is something prepared for when I am in danger. If I encounter an enemy I can't defeat, I can use this artifact to connect my life to it. It's a life-saving measure. Yang Kai nodded lightly before pouring his divine sense into this artifact to investigate it, quickly discovering that there were some unknown spirit arrays engraved inside it. There was also a very strange energy inside this artifact that was so strong that Yang Kai couldn't help paling slightly. There was no doubt that this energy was poured into this artifact by a master who had reached the Origin King realm and contained some of their soul's mysteries. Yang Kai immediately understood that it wasn't this artifact that played a role, but rather the divine technique of that Origin King realm master. This artifact was just a carrier that sealed this divine technique. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed and he said, I'm worried about you. Tell me how to activate the power of this artifact. Shuiyu angrily said, How can you be so narrow-minded? Are you still a man? Whether I'm a man or not, do you want to verify it? Yang Kai snorted. No need, Shuiyu was shocked and quickly said, Pour your divine sense into it and open the seal. Yang Kai poured his divine sense into this artifact and found that the seal wasn't strong and could be easily broken. The next moment, a shocking spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from this artifact and a purple halo spread out from it, covering Yang Kai and Shuiyu's bodies. This purple light was pervasive and seeped into Yang Kai and Shuiyu's pores, quickly being absorbed by the two of them. Both of them couldn't help closing their eyes and feeling the effects of this spiritual energy, their bodies trembling slightly as an indescribable feeling arose in their hearts. It was as if they had become a part of each other, as if they were connected by blood. Shuiyu moaned softly. The seductive notes suddenly woke Yang Kai from his stupor. With a strange expression on his face, Yang Kai loosened his grip on Shuiyu's arm, one of his hands still holding onto her thighs, kneading and squeezing them wantonly while his other hand moved down, caressing her waist and reaching her buttocks, feeling the softness and fullness as he gently caressed her skin. Shuiyu's moans became more and more strange as her tender body squirmed, blood dripping from her red lips as a strange red glow appeared on her skin. Yang Kai's rough hands rubbing against her buttocks made her involuntarily feel ashamed. She didn't seem to want to resist and instead took the initiative to cooperate with Yang Kai, allowing him to do as he pleased. Her brow furrowed and her expression became one of struggle and resistance. She then bit the tip of her tongue fiercely, the sharp pain waking her up, and like a frightened rabbit she jumped out of Yang Kai's arms and glared at Yang Kai from a few dozen meters away, gritting her teeth as she shouted, Shameless, you still want to take advantage of me? Are you still not satisfied? Yang Kai licked his lips and rubbed his fingers together, feeling a sense of loss. When Shuiyu jumped away he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of loss. Why do I feel like you've become much more amiable? And why are you so much less vigilant than before? Is this also the effect of the divine technique sealed in this artifact? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Yes. Shuiyu crossed one hand in front of her chest to cover her breasts while the other covered her lower body to prevent Yang Kai's prying eyes, pursing her lips as she said, Our soul brand and life auras are connected, so whether you and I are willing or not, we will involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy. In other words, we will treat each other as if we are very important to each other. Is it really so magical? Yang Kai frowned. Also, I don't think you're as annoying as before, Shuiyu said somewhat unwillingly. Yang Kai grinned, wanting to laugh but fearing that she would become angry. He held back his laughter with great difficulty. Turn around, I want to put on my clothes, don't peek. Shuiyu shouted. I've already hugged you and touched you, I know your entire body like the back of my hand, what's wrong with taking a few glances? Yang Kai sneered disapprovingly. Shuiyu squatted down angrily, picked up some gravel from the ground and threw it at Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately covered his head and fled. Chapter 1048. On the Dead Star, Yang Kai closed his eyes and meditated, restoring his strength and recovering his injuries. Chi. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps came from in front of him. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai's face lit up. At this moment, Shuiyu was standing not far in front of him, wearing a fiery red dress that shone brilliantly. At a glance, it was obvious it was an extraordinary artifact. This dress was woven from some unknown material, but it was soft and clung to her tender body, accentuating her perfect curves and alluring curves, making her look like a dazzling goddess. Her long hair, which had always been scattered over her shoulders, was tied up in a bun with a hairpin that seemed to contain a dense mist. Her delicate arms seemed to be able to squeeze water out of them, making people want to pounce on them and take a bite. She wore 2 jade bracelets on her wrists, and a small part of her beautiful legs were exposed. Her exquisite jewelry set off her noble and elegant temperament. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of infatuation as he stared at her in a daze, unable to turn his eyes away. Yang Kai secretly warned himself not to be confused by this woman, but he still couldn't resist her beauty. It seemed that as long as she beckoned, he would be willing to go through water and tread on fire for her. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai finally woke up and bit his tongue secretly to sober up. Shuiyu squinted her beautiful eyes and observed Yang Kai triumphantly, seemingly aware of his current state. Her pretty face was filled with a happy smile as a sense of satisfaction filled her. This was the kind of satisfaction a woman felt when she dressed up for the man she loved. After Yang Kai broke free from her aura, Shuiyu couldn't help frowning, looking a little surprised and a little disappointed. She turned around, revealing her allure and beauty. Then she asked with a smile, "How is it?" "Beautiful." Yang Kai praised sincerely. "Thank you." Shuiyu smiled even more happily. "You look good without any clothes on," Yang Kai added. Shuiyu's pretty face sank. She rolled her eyes at him. "Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Remember, everything that happened before wasn't real. You're not allowed to tell anyone that I'm a woman. Otherwise, our agreement will be voided. I'll commit suicide first and then let the soul-linking chains end your life." "I know." Yang Kai gently nodded and tilted his head to look at her. He grinned and said, "Why do I feel that you seem to be enjoying yourself right now?" While Shuiyu was speaking, she kept looking down at herself, observing the jewelry and clothes she was wearing. The more she looked, the happier and more satisfied she was. "Of course I enjoy it." Shuiyu pursed her lips. "From the time I can remember, I was raised as a boy. I've never worn women's clothes since I was young. I've kept these things in my space ring for many years and now I finally have a chance to use them. Are you happy? Why did President Io raise you as a man? Why hide the secret of your true gender? He still has other heirs and even without you he still has a successor. Is there a need to be so strict with you?" Yang Kai fired a barrage of questions, his heart filled with doubts. Shuiyu's expression became solemn as she pondered for a while before faintly saying, "He has his reasons and I'm used to it." She did not answer directly. Yang Kai did not force her. Thinking about it for a moment, just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. "Someone is coming this way." Shuiyu was stunned. Looking at him suspiciously, she asked, "How did you know?" "They've entered the range of my divine sense," Yang Kai said solemnly. Shuiyu was even more confused. "Did you release your divine sense? Why can't I feel it?" Her strength was much higher than Yang Kai's, although both of them were in a weakened state at this moment. However, if Yang Kai had really released his divine sense, she would have been able to detect it. But she knew nothing about this. "I also have my own secrets, just trust me," Yang Kai said seriously. Shuiyu nodded without hesitation. "How many people? What's their cultivation?" "There are quite a few of them, several of them Saint Kings. The pressure they give off is even stronger than when you were at your peak." Shuiyu's expression changed as she shouted, "Then didn't they discover you spying on them? Those who appeared in ice-cold death territory at this time must have something to do with the previous trap. Perhaps they were the ones who arranged it and are now looking for survivors to kill them all." "I think so too, but they can't detect my divine sense." Yang Kai shook his head. After studying the true meaning of space on the floating continent, Yang Kai's divine sense was able to break through the shackles of space and leap forward. Unlike other people's spiritual energy, which was continuous, Yang Kai's divine sense was able to break through the shackles of space. This kind of leaping divine sense was very difficult to detect, and even if someone did spy on it, they would not be able to trace it back to Yang Kai unless that person's strength was much, much higher than Yang Kai's. It was for this reason that Shui Yu knew nothing about Yang Kai's divine sense. This dead star is filled with death qi without the slightest trace of world energy. Once they come here, they will definitely discover our existence. Shui Yu's expression was ugly. My strength hasn't even been restored to half if they really find us. She didn't dare imagine what kind of treatment she would encounter. If she was still Shui Yu's third young master, she could still negotiate terms with this unknown enemy, but at the moment she was just a stunning beauty. What kind of fate awaited a beautiful woman if she was captured? Shui Yu knew better than anyone. It was a fate of eternal damnation, of being defiled and humiliated. Let's get out of here. Let's avoid them for now. Yang Kai didn't panic, summoning his star shuttle and standing on it, extending his hand towards Shui Yu. Are you sure you can avoid their detection? Shui Yu asked in a deep voice. No, but it's better than waiting for death here. Yang Kai shook his head. Shui Yu bit her red lips and nodded, taking the initiative to step onto Yang Kai's star shuttle. Yang Kai hugged Shui Yu in front of him, resting his head on her shoulder, and with a single thought, the star shuttle turned into a stream of light and flew away from the dead star. Don't move, although I don't hate you right now, there's still a voice in my heart screaming for me to kill you. Don't let my hatred for you take over. Shui Yu's neck glowed red and her delicate earlobes also became extremely red as she whispered softly. Being hugged by a man like this was the first time she had ever been hugged like this. Previously, when she had faced off against Yang Kai on the dead star, she had been desperately trying to seize the initiative and kill Yang Kai, so she hadn't had much time to feel the changes in her body. But now, through the connection of the soul chains, her body had become extremely sensitive to Yang Kai's touch, and even the hot wind blowing by her ear seemed to make her tender body feel hot. Do you really not trust me? Yang Kai laughed. I'm very honest. Fear not. Shui Yu said, grabbing Yang Kai's hand that seemed to inadvertently touch her flat belly and gripping it tightly. Yang Kai didn't seem to have any interest in her, his expression gradually becoming serious as he controlled his star shuttle to shuttle back and forth in the cold and dark star field without any pattern. Although Shui Yu didn't dare release her divine sense to investigate, lest she expose the two of them, she also knew that Yang Kai should be avoiding some unknown enemy. She couldn't help becoming curious about Yang Kai's spiritual energy, wondering what kind of fortuitous encounter this little second-order saint had that allowed him to cultivate his spiritual energy to such an extent. Moreover, she didn't know why, but being held in Yang Kai's arms, Shui Yu felt an inexplicable sense of security. It was as if even if there were tens of thousands of pursuers, as long as she hid in this person's arms, she wouldn't be discovered. When this thought appeared in her mind, Shui Yu's heart became chaotic. She knew that this was a side effect of the soul chains, making her subconsciously feel that this man had become more cordial and reliable. A trace of fear appeared in the depths of her heart, fearing that she would sink deeper and deeper into this feeling, making her want to break free from the soul chains as soon as possible. Not daring to say anything else, Shui Yu closed her eyes and focused on restoring her strength. A few moments later, another dead star appeared in front of the two, and Yang Kai controlled his star shuttle to fly straight towards it. This dead star was slightly larger than the previous one, but it was also filled with a death qi devoid of vitality. The dead star was filled with strong winds and the weather was extremely harsh, the wind blowing up clouds of dust that made it almost impossible to see anything within a 10-meter radius. Yang Kai flew around the dead star for a while before finding a cave-like place and bringing Shui Yu inside, sealing the entrance to prevent any dust from flowing in before taking out some illuminating stones and placing them around the cave. The cave wasn't big or deep, so the two of them hid in the innermost part. Whether it was intentional or not, Shui Yu sat far away from Yang Kai, as if she was afraid he would take advantage of this opportunity to attack her again. Those people aren't searching in this direction, we can hide for a while. Yang Kai took back his divine sense and said to Shui Yu, let's wait for them to approach before we leave. Good, you can decide, Shui Yu nodded. Shui Yu nodded lightly, not objecting, taking out a piece of high-quality Saint crystal, holding it in her palm as she began to meditate. While meditating, she secretly paid attention to Yang Kai's movements. She thought that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to bear the loneliness and would try to entangle himself with her. After all, she was the heir of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's president. Her cultivation was profound and her status was respected. On the other hand, Yang Kai was just an unknown little cultivator. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. It was an honor for him to be able to establish a relationship with her, so he definitely wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to be alone with her. He would definitely try to win her over and hold some unrealistic expectations. As such, Shuiyu took the initiative to meditate, making it clear that she didn't want to talk to him. Chapter 1049. Shuiyu had secretly calculated everything in her heart and was preparing to teach Yang Kai what it meant to be a toad wanting to eat swan meat. She was also preparing to take this opportunity to get rid of the knot in her heart and make him realize the gap in status between them so she could draw a clear line between them. Everything was ready, all she needed was one final push. She was waiting for Yang Kai to take the initiative to answer. But after waiting for a long time, things didn't progress as she had imagined. She couldn't help opening her beautiful eyes and turning to look at Yang Kai, her expression immediately becoming strange. This man who had previously taken advantage of her and touched her all over, was now sitting there calmly, holding a piece of Saint Crystal in his hand as he circulated his secret art to absorb the energy from it to restore his strength. He was actually meditating and cultivating. A strong sense of frustration rose in Shuiyu's heart, causing her to grit her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai hatefully. She took the initiative to speak, trying to make her voice sound calm. "There are some things I don't understand, can you explain them to me?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and stared at her deeply for a moment before suddenly grinning. "I also have some things I don't understand." "I'll ask first." Shuiyu shouted. "Then you ask first." Yang Kai was extremely generous, not bothering with her on this issue. Shuiyu was startled for a moment before asking, "What's your name and where are you from?" She still didn't know Yang Kai's name, but thinking back to all the previous encounters, she suddenly felt like she had suffered a big loss. "Yang Kai, you probably don't know where I was born. It's a low-level world. I was the first person to escape from that world and successfully enter star territory." Yang Kai replied honestly. "A low-level world?" Shuiyu looked at him in surprise before asking with interest, "Then what is the strongest person on that world?" "Third Order Saint. I think there was a Saint King Realm cultivator before, but he fell before he could enter star territory, but that was several thousand years ago. Only a Third Order Saint. It really is a low-level world. And after I came here I learned that above the Saint Realm is the Saint King Realm, above the Saint King Realm is the Origin Returning Realm, the Origin King Realm. You're really ignorant and ignorant." Shuiyu covered her mouth and giggled, teasing him. "But short General Li Ba, it's quite difficult for you to reach this point. You must have suffered a lot along the way, right?" She seemed to be concerned about Yang Kai. After she finished speaking, she realized that it was inappropriate, and the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. "I'm all right. I just accidentally barged in. Say no more." "I don't care about that." Shuiyu interrupted him with a cold face. "Let me ask you, why couldn't I find you on Water Moon Star before? Or were you hiding? Did someone provide you with some help?" "Oh, I live in Shintu's palace. You probably didn't go there to look for me," Yang Kai replied casually, not feeling the slightest sense of betraying Shintu's day. "Shintu?" Shuiyu muttered under her breath before suddenly smiling sweetly. "So it was him who made trouble for me. After a few days of not being taught a lesson, he actually dared to oppose me. Just wait until I return, I'll show him what he's made of." She had a vicious expression on her face. Her silver teeth clenched as if she wanted to tear Shintu to pieces. "Was he also the one who arranged for you to board the starship?" Shuiyu continued to ask. "Yes, he thought you had left Water Moon Star the day before yesterday, but he didn't expect that you hadn't left at all. As soon as I boarded the starship you followed me. Beauty, don't you think this is fate?" He looked at Shuiyu with a grin. "Who has fate with you?" Shuiyu glared at Yang Kai in a flirtatious manner, causing his heart to skip a beat. Involuntarily, the scene of him rolling around on the dead star with her suddenly appeared in his mind, as well as her soft and supple body, causing his gaze towards Shuiyu to suddenly change. "What are you thinking about?" Shuiyu's face suddenly flushed red as if she could see through Yang Kai's dirty thoughts. Under Yang Kai's aggressive gaze, she quickly changed the subject. "What's wrong with your spiritual energy? I've been paying special attention to it these past few days. But why does your spiritual energy give me a very strange and erratic feeling? What are the mysteries of your divine sense?" This is because I'm proficient in. Yang Kai didn't even think about it before opening his mouth to answer, but halfway through his words his expression suddenly changed as he frowned. Isn't the power of these soul chains too strong? I don't seem to be on guard against you. Whatever she asked he was actually willing to answer, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of foreboding, not daring to show the slightest bit of carelessness. Seeing Yang Kai actually wake up, Xueyu couldn't help muttering under her breath, seemingly cursing him, her pretty face filled with annoyance. She had been so close to understanding the mysteries of Yang Kai's divine sense, but now she had failed at the last moment. The soul chains are a divine technique cultivated by a senior elder of the Chamber of Commerce. Of course its power is incredible, but you were actually able to resist it, which surprised me a little. Xueyu looked at him in amazement. Are you planning to take this opportunity to force me to confess everything? Yang Kai sneered. Of course. Think about what you've done to me. Of course I want to find out everything about you. If you give yourself to me even without the power of the soul chains, I'll be honest with you. In your dreams. Xueyu snorted, feeling ashamed of Yang Kai's shameless rascals. Good, now it's my turn to ask you. Yang Kai smiled gently, not giving Xueyu time to think before asking, what method did you use to disguise yourself as a man? I know there are some artifacts that can change one's appearance, but you even changed your body shape. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? The male surname Xueyu and the female surname Xueyu were somewhat similar in appearance, but their physiques were as different as heaven and earth, especially those perky round buttocks and full breasts. Kai Yang really couldn't understand how she managed to hide them. It's also the effect of an artifact. Xueyu replied reluctantly. One of our Chamber of Commerce's grandmasters specially refined an artifact for me. It's unique. But in that disaster that artifact was damaged, so I can only maintain my current appearance. It's good. I also think it's good. Xueyu responded with a smile. She seemed to like her cross-dressing self very much. What's your current cultivation? Yang Kai asked again. Xueyu frowned, not wanting to answer but still saying, Third Order Saint King. I only broke through a year ago. This is a secret, don't reveal it. Yang Kai put on a serious expression, quickly calculating with his fingers. Doesn't that mean you're a minor realm higher than me? Xueyu giggled. Do you realize the gap between us now? If I hadn't been seriously injured before, I would have been able to pinch a little character like you to death with a single finger. How could I allow you to act so recklessly? How old are you this year? Yang Kai looked at her curiously. Xueyu's pretty face sank as she grit her teeth and spat. None of your damn business. Didn't anyone teach you not to ask a woman's age? Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. There's one more thing I find very strange. Xueyu's expression suddenly became serious. In that disaster I relied on an origin-grade artifact armor to survive, but even so I almost lost my life. You're only a second-order saint, how did you survive? I was just lucky. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, suddenly remembering that when the disaster happened, Xueyu did summon a fiery red artifact armor, but that artifact armor had been peeled off piece by piece. I don't think you were just lucky. Xueyu stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully. I caused a lot of damage to your body before, but now it seems that those injuries have all healed. Also, the blood in your body is golden and contains a powerful vitality and resilience. Just how many secrets do you have? Xueyu stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, her pretty face filled with curiosity. In her opinion, in that kind of disaster even she had almost died, so there was no reason for someone like Yang Kai to survive. My resilience are really strong, which is probably the biggest reason I was able to survive. Yang Kai smiled lightly and changed the subject. Do you know what happened this time? I don't. Xueyu shook her head, a trace of sadness appearing on her face. I don't know if that trap was set for the Chamber of Commerce or me, but what I'm certain of is that someone from the inside colluded with outsiders. No matter who it is, I will investigate everything and make them pay with blood. Saying so, a cold light flashed across Xueyu's beautiful eyes as her murderous intent surged. It was as if she had become a completely different person, a ruthless, cruel and cold-blooded Xueyu, third young master who, in order to find Yang Kai, didn't hesitate to kill 2,000 cultivators. Moreover, the star-shattering flash arranged in that trap is a weapon developed by our Chamber of Commerce and has never been sold to the outside world. As long as we trace this source, I think the truth will soon come to light. Xueyu sneered softly. Yang Kai grinned, secretly worrying about the person behind the scenes. It was easy to imagine that once Xueyu was free, this matter would definitely set off a bloody storm. It was very likely that the entire Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce would be shaken. As they spoke inside the cave, the two of them didn't feel the passage of time. As their understanding of each other deepened, whether it was Yang Kai or Xueyu, both of them felt that the other party had become much closer. Her wounds had not yet healed, and she still had to worry about the enemy outside searching for her. Xueyu didn't have the abnormal resilience of Yang Kai, so after talking for a while, she felt tired and fell asleep leaning against the mountain wall. After an unknown amount of time, Xueyu suddenly heard Yang Kai call out to her softly. She quickly straightened up and frowned as she stared at Yang Kai, who was right in front of her. Turning her head to look at the big hand on her shoulder, she couldn't help but ask, "Why are you hugging me?" Yang Kai glanced at her and said, "It was you who leaned over." Xueyu blushed, not knowing how to explain. "It's time to go."